盘比赛，那么你对两个队伍有什么看法？
你好，就是我第一场是解说了上海特锦赛的一个 A 组的比赛，就是 Secret 对阵 CDC 的比赛。应该说两个队伍在比赛过程当中还是在不断的寻找适合自己的一个状态，但是 Secret 明显的是应对要更好一点。他们第一局使用了一个先知加带泽的一个半推进的体系，没有能够取得成效。然后第二局马上是变换了战术的思路，选择了谜团加潮汐的双团控，然后并把这个战术延续到了第三场。应该说 CDC 的表现一开始还是不错的，但是面对对方的变化应对的不是很及时，在第二场的阵容上面是吃了大亏。蚂蚁和剃刀是没有能够在中期起到一个很好的输出效果。然后第三局的话，他们在视野上面是劣势比较明显啊，对方是占据了全场的视野优势，也是利用这个视野优势把优势保持到了最后。最终呢，Secret 是2-1战胜了 CDEC。这是我今天解说的第一场比赛。
那么你觉得在这个整体表现中，你们觉得比较出其意料的地方，就比如说两个队伍，你本来预先看到他们的 BP 状况，你会觉得他们成绩应该怎么样？那他们是不是有打出你本来想象的成绩？
应该说 CDEC 还是选出了他们自己比较喜欢的抱团打架的一个阵容，但是就是感觉 Secret 在战术上面可能还是技高一筹吧，特别是 Papi 谜团这个点还是一如既往的可怕，就像我们去年 DAC 上看到秘密 Papi 的谜团一样，他还是能够在比赛的中后期起到一个统治性的效果，这个控制的能力，而且配合 W33的卡尔也是如虎添翼，多次对霸气的 carry 完成了击杀。天火对于这个小骷髅和蚂蚁这样的英雄的克制确实是很到位。应该说 Secret 这个队伍他们的这个战术的层面还是比较高的，无论是对肉山的控制、对视野的控制，还有这个阵容的压制性上面，都是要略强于 CDEC 的。这也是后面的中国队可以看到能够在 Secret 身上学习到的东西。
那么你觉得就是今天第一天小组赛的比赛当中，所有的队伍你是看好哪一个队？觉得他们会就是在今天的表现最佳呢？
因为第一场同时进行的比赛当中 ，MVP 战队是2-0战胜了刚刚夺得 MDL 冠军的eHome，应该说也是爆出了本届的第一个大冷门。他们的状态也是非常的好。那么综合 MVP 和 Secret 这两支胜队的表现，我还是感觉 Secret 的表现可能会更好一点，因为他们的大赛经验和人员配置要远强于 MVP。MVP 的话看得出来，他们为这个比赛是准备了很多的战术在里面，但是能够走到更远，还是要看他们的硬实力的。所以说 A 组还是更看好 Secret 的表现。
面的一个蚂蚁，戳了一下，断了2个。
DOTA这个当面 TP 有
这波守的非常坚决，蚂蚁是有安面的，这波很强。拉因和牛头打出了沉蹲的控制，然后
果然是买出了一个人脚，滚到了
一个 TC， 拉因跳上来，这2把跳。
这波团战量的作用，我觉得是发挥的非常的极限，侵占野区。哎 ，BKB 开出来了，
直接打
非常的高，小精灵连人过来，硬打这个DOTA。
单打前面的电魂，
莱昂和电魂瞬间倒地，牛头也被击杀，还要再追欧
击，
击
3下直接 A 死，
一波辛苦了
的一个完。
一口奶酪，小黑过来打输出，小精灵被秒了，米尔款也没有办法，
没有 BKB，
只能打出 GG， 恭喜秘密战队。
这边跳过来，擦一下，一刀死了，双倍攻击啊，大哥啊！宝宝也是被定住了，这蚂蚁要踩到，但是我觉得这个城要死啊，
很危险啊！
这个城要死了，应该是走远了，抽一口。哎，这边的话，我觉得这个不算猎拳啊，这个是本来在菜里基地对吧？你这个凤凰突然放出来放下骚的话，别人过来杀你。
自己调皮。
对，这次调皮被打了，没有办法的。
应该是进行碾压了，不是打出GG，恭喜1G 2比0拿下 Fnatic。
看到人之后，
又是一个微跳连选手找这边的 LTK
沉默住。
老队长是一个残血，电魂开启的 BKB 跟小小对刚。海民这边是缓了一波，潮汐还在忍，一刀的 BKB 结束，潮汐。
一个大招救一手，
大招是找到了猴子，
猴子血非常残，
哇，直接是秒掉。这边对面的恢复能力差了很多啊。DDC 应该也是要倒下，老队长买活，但是买活之后队友已经全部死亡。这波好累。
潮汐直接变为一个大，先秒赔了的，然后再留1分吧。关一下，有没有机会博藏救一个？哎呦，晕住2个人，博藏还是掏出来，电魂先死了。这被人家反杀了，小精灵买活 ，Secret 在自己被对方先手的情况下，
应该要被秒掉的。
VS 有换出来了，
换来推了一下，被递回来。
虚空大中了3个，
对，虚空这个大很关键，小葫芦全部收掉。好，小鱼人再不走，小鱼人也要死。直接一个吹风雷暴，想秒这个泡沫，哎。
他直接把 TP 按掉了，捡了一个宝石。
这样的话要被撒粉了，啊没有用，这边还有跳好了，闪失到了，
哎，
这剑
中箭了，
要死啊！这样的话卡尔也危险，卡尔可能不一定有技能切，卡尔中了时间膨胀也要死。这边闪失很重要，这把闪失直接当晕锤用啊！
这是3跳了，潮汐是先出的跳，哎，
这是 F 射王，然后
但是一个倒影，
应该可以杀了。
回城还有8秒 CD，
直接跳啊！再不跳被猪打断了。
哎
呦
，2兄弟，
这下跳 CD 了，
不能忍，要反打 Crit， 哇！兽王 Mystery 非常漂亮，利用了对方牛头一个小小的失误。
看一下这个石问一直在躲，有补刀斧，
这兄弟
一直在吃，绕了一圈回来，
他不会把城秒了吧，兄弟？
好，这边小鸡的赶过来，
这一波很关键，这一波军师被打成劣势了，兄弟。
被打成。
先滚一手，
直接对 LTK 动手，一本 TP， 潮汐有大有
芒果，
等2个人过来，被先拉住了。
这一波
大招能不能开出来？
开出来了，没有用啊！
啊，自己先死，
漂亮！
老干爹支援很到位，马上一个4人切，再追海民应该是可以带走的，这个魔棒也没有用，漂亮。
团的恢复能力
直接撤走，相当的3个人想要继续杀，这边是有安灭的一个蚂蚁，戳了一下断了2个。
DOTA这个当面 TP 有点
这波守的非常坚决，蚂蚁是有安灭的，这波很强。拉因和牛头打出了沉蹲的控制，然后
果然是买出了一个人脚，滚到了
一个 TC， line 跳上来，这两把
在
跳，
这波团战量的作用，我觉得是发挥的非常的极限。
好 ，WD 马上活了，
要打想打，
考虑打一个加速，
又是加速，小象差了2个，石文开大锤锤到 Benny， 然后直接秒这个先知。
好，一个拉墙拉中了3个，Benny 拉中了，
这个弹打断了。好，这波应该是个团灭节奏。这边小象是有跳刀的，这个走是肯定走不掉的。
0换5，
0换5的一波团战，而且是有赏金标记的团。这一波经济大概打了一个2000块钱的波。
哎 ，BKB 开出来了，
直接打
非常的刚，小精灵连人过来，硬打这个DOTA，
再打前面的电魂，
莱昂和电魂瞬间倒地，牛头也被击杀，还要再追 OG，
下3下直接 Ace， 这
一波辛苦了
的一个完美发挥。有想法，接手，
关一下，
关了一下小鱼，
是红甲帮助。
We are Liquid.
Nothing is impossible. We are the flame.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to day 3 of Shanghai Major coverage. We'll go ahead and mute that television. We are back. We started with 16 teams, down to 12, now down to just 8. And as you saw, our headlining matchup to lead off the day is going to be Liquid versus MVP Phoenix. Should be a great one here, and look at the star-studded panel I have with me today. We'll lead in, gentleman to my left, Mr. Ben Merlini-Wu. If I had to ask, who do you think had the better team intro?
I like Phoenix's more.
Yeah, the candle, we are the flame.
It's less cheesy.
Less cheesy.
I don't know what the deal with the ball caps is. That's not intimidating.
It looked like almost fedoras.
Candles, I will flame you. That's
But I want like little like scented candles. Whatever. To his side, I don't know how he ended up on the panel, but we have Mr. Odie Pixel here. What do you have pre-scripted for us today?
Yeah, no jokes at the moment. We're going to have some serious analysis here on the panel. We've got a very serious series coming up. We've got a couple of serious series. In fact, 4 serious series.
Excuse me?
4 series.
You were supposed to.
Oh, well, I was waiting for you, Winter, to kind of lead us in.
And of course, we can't forget the gentleman far on the end of the panel, my favorite MUFC player, Winter.
你好，光法哥。我很期待今天的比赛。
Exactly.
The MVP 好厉害。
Liquid 比较厉害.
So as you can tell, we had a bit of a delay. Our panel is a bit delirious at the moment. According to technical reports, something about an internet line to the player pod was not functioning properly, so they had to get it replaced. We do have players in the lobby now, so it sounds like internet's been restored and the players will eventually trickle themselves into the lobby and will be set to begin. But before we get into that, gentlemen, let's just talk a bit about yesterday and how we got to this point. We saw Liquid yesterday go up in their matchup. Well, actually, not yesterday, before go up against Alliance, but yesterday we did see OG take on Secret and EG take on Fnatic. Between those matches, Ben, any favorite moments that popped out to you?
eHome Alliance, I suppose. I don't know. It's just so disappointing seeing eHome lose. I don't know if that was kind of like the highlight of my day watching that game.
Have you heard? They said that they picked the wrong hero. They wanted to pick TS instead of DS. Like his teammate was like telling the captain that TS is good and the captain heard DS is good.
Do they say TS in Chinese? They don't have a Chinese name for Leshrac?
No, they say TS.
They say TS? Okay.
In Chinese, they call him Lao Lu, which is old dear, but they do use the short.
Oh dear.
Yeah,
They use TS and DS?
Yeah,
Oh.
they use TS and DS.
That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense, actually.
Because CTY was the one who suggested the hero, and he clearly wouldn't suggest a hero that he can't play.
And he's suggesting it to Old Chicken, right?
Yes.
Old Chicken's their drafter.
Couldn't they just swapped him on Lone Druid, though?
But that's the thing, no one else plays
No
Lone
one
Druid,
else.
apart from 11.
I'm very surprised CTY can't play Lone Druid. Most carry players can. Anyways.
So
That was
obviously,
interesting.
on the note of eHome unfortunately dropping out, one of the biggest surprises is that for the first time at any Valve event, no Chinese team is going to be in the top 8. We've had a lot of discussion throughout the whole tournament leading up to this point, and we can do a minor debate about it now, but why? Why are the Chinese teams not performing? They're here on their home turf. We saw eHome dominate. They took out EG 3-0 at MDL. What do you think, guys? Why is it? Is there something in the water?
I think actually Fear said it really well in one of the interviews. In one of the interviews that we had after EG's victory, he talked about how he reckoned that the reason why the Chinese teams are suffering is this patch kind of unpredictability, it gets rewarded. So if you're going for these plays that there might not be a high percentage chance they're going to pay off, that's how you win the games. You take these risks, and he just felt that the Chinese teams, they aren't doing enough of that. And I think that's quite a good reason why some of the Chinese teams are kind of suffering in the current meta.
I think the DS safe lane is pretty unpredictable.
That's true. I mean, that's true. They tried it there. They're like, okay. If that's how we beat the Western teams, let's pick Darkseer for CTY. I don't think that's what Fear meant. I've got a little inkling that might not be the way to do it.
What do you think there, Winter?
I think what he probably said that it means a lot about the way they make their decisions. Like certain teams would be much more aggressive. They would want to just play much more aggressive, like make the play that you don't expect, because you expect the safe play, like this team in this position, they would only do this. But because you're doing something else, the enemy, is not ready, and you actually catch them by surprise, and it pays off for you, even though it might seem like it's a super risky play.
Yeah, that's the first time I thought eHome was like really, really good was when like 90% of teams, maybe even higher than that, would have just backed off and they just pushed high ground and they just won the game at like 25 minutes. I was like, wow, what other team would do that? And then another time they just went for the throne. And we're like, what? There's like Roshan still up. There's like T2s in the sidelines. They're like, no, we're just going to end the game right here. And I think that's like sort of the bold maneuvers that you need to make. And, sometimes it doesn't pay off for them. It doesn't. They didn't seem to have that boldness, though, this tournament.
I mean, in certain teams, I would say that, especially LGD, they didn't have the boldness in their draft. Like, they needed to be bolder to try other things. Like, it has been their problem since, I don't know, like...
Forever,
yeah. They do not want to try stuff. They stick to their play style. I mean, it's kind of a good thing that sometimes you want to stick to what you are best at. But, when everyone else is adapting and you're not adapting and you're not winning, something has to change. If you're winning and you're keeping to your roots, then it's fine. But when you're not winning, then something is wrong.
Yeah, but you would imagine for a lot of these teams, once you realize in the group stage it's not really working for you, and luckily for them, no one was eliminated group stage. It's time to be a bit more innovative, and you're seeing players like Envy, EG all together. They're happy to innovate. They're happy to adjust, and maybe it's just something some of the Eastern teams are going to have to learn to adapt to. Other big notable matches from yesterday, we saw Complexity also take down LGD. A big move for them. This is, I believe, going to be one of their highest placements we've seen them do at any Valve event so far, and that goes for a lot of the teams. The matchup that we're about to hop into, MVP versus Liquid, this is the highest placement for Liquid in their franchise history for a Valve event, and even MVP, we saw him get 7th place, I believe, at TI, and I guess we might as well just segue into this headline matchup now. And an interesting point that Scant brought up was at TI at the time, it was also a surprising run for MVP when they got their top 7 finish. But even March had said after they dropped out after that they were just so happy to do so well that they almost maybe got a bit reckless. Do you think that, this MVP are going to be a bit more headstrong, a bit more competitive, and not look to kind of waver a bit and expect them to continue moving forward?
They played very fearless in their lower bracket matches at TI. I don't really think that we finally got 8th. We're just gonna not try as hard. That's just ridiculous. I just think they were up against a better opponent, as simple as it is. But now they're in a completely different boat where they advanced out of the group stage. You're maybe coming off a little bit of high, but that was 6, 7. That's like a week ago, right? They were the first group to come out, so I think they have a lot of time to calm down, gather their bearings, prepare new strategies, as opposed to someone like LGD, let's say. They barely made it into second. They're like, oh, these teams have success with Ursa. Let's just pick Ursa. It's something different. They're doing better than we are. Let's try it out. But they don't need a copy from other teams, which is good.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting from MVP just to see how they do up against Liquid today. Because if you look at the teams that they've beaten so far, they took down eHome 2-0, they took down LGD 2-0. And these are 2 teams that are no longer in the tournament. But on the other half of it, they did beat Team Secret, and this is a team that's turned up, taken down OG, one of the favourites coming into this tournament. So you've really got to give respect to MVP. The way that they've beaten those teams as well, it was in pretty convincing fashion. So that's why a lot of people have got their eyes now on MVP, and this matchup, it's going to be a close one.
Would you say that this is going to be MVP's toughest test going against Liquid? And as he already mentioned, they were able to pass some big names like eHome and even take down Secret, but do you think Liquid could be their hardest test so far?
I think Liquid will obviously be a lot harder compared to the previous opponents, because I feel like even though if you talk about the team, obviously Secret is also a strong team and all their previous opponents, it's just that I felt like everyone didn't really respect what MVP could do. They didn't ban their good heroes. They didn't ban the heroes that they were extremely good at, and they just didn't do their research. If you compare to other teams, when the specific team like LGD, when they play against other teams, it feels like they're much more prepared against other teams, but not against MVP, and for Secret as well. So I feel like Liquid would not make that mistake, and they would more or less, I think, be ready for, especially if they are not banning the Prophet, I'm pretty sure they'll have a really good plan against it. I know I said that it's one of their best heroes, and I'm really surprised that it actually got through so many times when the enemy team is actually drafting against MVP. So I doubt that Liquid will actually make the same mistake and just underestimate their opponent.
Rumor has it, I heard from a source that happened to run into MVP's coach, that they are a bit anxious and they have done their research on Liquid and preparing for their Beastmaster and their 5-man push strat. Is that going to be a problem for MVP, or do you think MVP's playstyle shows that they are able to kind of nip it in the bud before that 5-man becomes a problem? They could, really lead it off from the gate against Team Liquid.
I think it really hinges on the NP. If they get NP, I think they can win all 3 lanes pretty easily.
You think they will give them MP?
I'm just
They've
saying,
gotta take it away
if
from
they
them.
get MP, it's very likely that they'll win the lanes, and then the 5-man won't become an issue. But they don't get MP, we might see Liquid, take like a bounty hunter approach to dealing with the early lanes, and then once you once you don't win the lanes, the 5-man just becomes that much harder. It always delays your strength, and it's just a mess.
Is there any other picks besides like Beastmaster that maybe MVP should fear from Liquid, you think, OD?
I think kind of going on the push things, just being aware of even farther just picking up heroes like the Death Prophet. If they're able to get something like that Liquid can get the momentum, that's when MVP are going to start to have trouble. I think kind of looking at the other cores as well, if it feels like that they're going to be able to get away with something like a greedy carry from a Timberman, like the Anti-Mage, if they see that kind of opening in the draft, that could be an issue as well if Liquid are able to take it to that later portion of the game, where you look at the games and the way that they both play, if we get into kind of 15 minutes in, you can almost certainly expect to see Matumba Man be the one at the top of the net worth. And that's when I feel MVP are going to have a real trouble.
That's if it gets to 50 minutes.
If it gets to 50
MVP,
minutes.
I don't think they've even yet to gone to 35 minutes in the whole tournament whatsoever, never needing to spend a buyback. Is it possible Liquid can even, you're surprised at that stat alone, is it even possible that Liquid could stall things out against MVP, or is it too much of a risk to even try to play that kind of game plan, going back for an AM and building much on high ground defense to stop MVP from even penetrating?
I think that doesn't sound like a good idea against MVP. I think the games that I see MVP having a little bit trouble are the games where the enemy were able to match their fast pace in the early game. So I don't think stalling is a good idea against MVP. I would try to match their speed, and I would not give the heroes that they are really fast with, and I would just try to play around the early game. But I noticed that Liquid are not a team that's extremely confident and comfortable with a jungling hero. Because when I watched their Enchantress, especially, I know Cinderan said this before. He said that he felt that Kuro wastes a lot of time in his early rotations, and he doesn't make as much happen compared to other Enchantress players. So I'm not sure though. So if they're able to pick a jungling hero, because usually how you match the early pace is you have a jungling hero that can actually gank early. That's how you match the fast pace. But for Liquid, that's not their strength.
So, and we don't know them, as you said, to go a lot for the jungle. So can't help but take a moment then to talk about someone like Jerix, let's say, who we know to be a very high-tempo, aggressive player. I would imagine for this series, both teams have a very high-caliber Earth Spirit player. Is it just safe that both teams are just going to be banning it every series? Because I say it every time.
I don't think you give it to Liquid, period.
Yeah.
Maybe if you're MVP, you trade it for profit.
I don't think that's worth it.
You don't think it's
I think
worth it?
then they'll just get Kuro Spirit Breaker or something, and then those two will actually some of the times I've seen Liquid struggle is when Jerix is the only one moving around and Kuro has, it's not really inefficient movements, but he's having a tough time deciding whether to play greedy or to gank. And then MVP, they play both of the supports are always very, very aggressive. So you have one guy who's maybe not always involved is going to feel like a 45 sometimes if you're in Liquid's shoes. So I think that would encourage them to play more aggressive on Kuro.
The thing, though, and it's funny, even after just yesterday's matchup for MMY, and he got Earth Spirit, had a fantastic start, but still ended up dropping. This leads Earth Spirit with a 36% win rate. In fact, all the Spirits are not looking so good. Ember has a 27% win rate. Storm Spirit's not even a hero anymore. Team Spirit's out of the tournament. No good Spirit here for Shanghai Major.
Vengeful Spirit, though.
Vengeful Spirit, though, is doing pretty good.
And that's going to be something
Spirit
that's going to come up in this series.
also, no win yet. It's 0-3.
If you add them up, it's almost 100%.
Are you actually making this up, or is this real?
No, it's real. I looked it up for real.
Yeah.
When I saw the Earth Spirit go down, I'm like, now, come on. I have yet to see Earth Spirit actually do well. I'm sure, though, you can make the argument, how good are these particular players with the hero? And MMY is very, very good.
In his defense, that game, he did play so well. He was keeping his team in the game. The biggest issue in that game was their draft. And the other problem they had in that game was they had Bad Rider, but Bad Rider wasn't, he wasn't initiating for his team. It was the Earth Spirit, doing his thing, and then Bad Rider was constantly being controlled. It shouldn't be that hard for the Earth Spirit that game. It should be easier.
But the thing that I've noticed, though, is Earth Spirit tends to fall off pretty hard. I guess teams are building a lot around the team fight, a lot of sustain. We've been seeing, obviously mech carries like Enigma, but even Witch Doctors with their Voodoo Restoration. I just feel like Magnetize ends up being completely nullified and not really a big factor at all.
You don't really pick the hero right now in the current meta just for the magnetize, right?
It's all early game.
It's early game, like how he wins the early game and what he provides in terms of the early game. Like what other supports does that? You compare him to Tusk, obviously he still does more than Tusk. And the other hero that comes closest is like Bounty Hunter. But I mean,
the good teams haven't been getting him, right? We haven't seen Fear play him, we haven't seen Weehaw play him, we haven't seen Jerex play him. So
you know, we have seen Fear play though in his substitute was that Mirana. Obviously, yesterday was phenomenal. It doesn't really kind of fill the exact shoes of a Tusk or an Earth Spirit, but
no, but it does a similar purpose in the game. They want to roam early, and I think the only benefit of going for the Mirana instead of the Tusk and the Earth Spirit is Mirana. You can actually jungle. You know, that's the one upside of having the Mirana, and the other thing is you have the smoke, which you get at level 6. Technically, it's a smoke to gank. So I would say that Mirana is better in terms of those areas, better than Tusk or Earth Spirit.
But I don't see Jerex playing Mirana whatsoever. And up to this point, they've played some Tusk. Actually,
have they ever picked Mirana? No, right?
I haven't seen Mirana in recent history for Liquid whatsoever.
MVP, of course, did pick it up, though. They had a really good game, first game against eHome.
Mostly only when they get OD, though. I think that
they need the combo.
Liquid have to be very careful about giving MVP good laners that also scale well. There's not that many of them. Like Razor, he's like good at laning, but he doesn't scale well. Like OD is...
They won't put QO on a hero like Razor. Like I'm really sure that they won't. They would only put him on a hero like that can scale very well. Ember,
PL,
OD, TA, PL, like heroes that can actually carry the game and be crazy. You just run in and tank all the spells, and your team has a lot of space to do whatever they want. And I think their strongest strategy is tri-core. They will excel at running a tri-core strat. Like if they don't get the profit, they would very likely put Forev on the bristleback. I think we've seen it like maybe 2 games. I'm not sure, like 1 or 2 games. And they pair it with the Wisp.
With the IO,
Those are the strategies that I feel that MVP are super comfortable with, the tri-core strat. And they are really strong because they win all the lanes and they just snowball.
And they have better late game.
Then they have very good early game.
Fun little fact here, Jerex of Liquid, as we know, used to play a bit over in Korea. He was a part of MVP Hot 6 and was playing side by side with Forev and MP actually at that. So that's a little fun, interesting tidbit right there. I like Jerex a lot, so it is going to be interesting to see him go against his former teammate.
But I can tell you something I know about them too.
Okay, okay.
You know, back in that team, I heard that the only person that speaks decent English is Hin. So everyone else, and I think Sunbi Sunbi. The other 2 doesn't speak English very well. So he barely says anything to them in the game. It's like they have to translate.
Did he also play for the 4 position on that team as well?
Yes, same position.
He did? Same as position? All right. You can see here the current Liquid stats right now. Liquid on a hell of a run already, finding a lot of success, of course, with the Tusk we were talking about. Even themselves have playing quite a bit of Nature's Prophet, 5 games exactly, 3-2, and that Phoenix we were alluding to, 5 games, 4-1. But I don't imagine, this was what I was going to be segueing to when we were talking about Jerex a bit, not going to get Earth Spirit. Magic is banned. I don't foresee them to play a lot of Phoenix because we don't know MVP to play like Lone Druid or anything that Phoenix is typically good against. So I guess the safe thing to fall back on would just be going for something like the Tusk at that point, or maybe even the Bounty Hunter there. But I want to ask now, how do you guys think Blitz feels about this kind of matchup? We know him to be coach currently for Liquid. Super biased for Liquid, but he's got love and ties to Korea, of course, as well. So it's got to be a hard match for him to look at.
No, he's more attached to Alliance than
Liquid.
MVP.
He did say that he was more nervous for Liquid's matchup against Alliance than this one right here, but would you feel that way as well? I think MVP seems to be a pretty scary team.
I think MVP is actually might be harder to deal with because of the play style. Because Alliance don't really play it that fast, and I think that Liquid would struggle if the enemy is playing fast. Because Liquid, they are a team that they like to play around each other. They play like with a team composition very well, go for objectives, and they don't really focus on the lanes that much. They are not like MVP. They focus so much on laning phase, and when you lose your laning phase and your enemy is playing so fast, it's very difficult to deal with. It's like, at TI, I think No-Tail, when he came on the panel, he said that you look at CDAC, you feel like, okay, we know what they're going to do, But it's just so fast that you just can't react quickly enough during the game, even though if you know what's coming. That's what MVP are right now.
Well, when it has to come to Liquid here, what kind of tools do you think are their best things to fall back on if you're going against a team that's just going to be hitting you so fast.
I know you mentioned like Tusk might be a very good solution if you don't get the Earth Spirit, but I think that the other hero I would actually think about a lot is Bounty Hunter, because if you're playing against MVP, you might have a very high chance of always constantly trading kills because you are playing very fast paced. And when you have Bounty Hunter on your side, you're just going to be smiling every time a fight like that happens.
Do you think though that MVP would have the capability? Because I'd imagine if you're going to go for a Bounty Hunter, typically it's picked up pretty early in the draft, so that could raise a flag for MVP.
I think you trade NP for Bounty Hunter.
Okay. Do they have the capability though to kind of revert their style and make like a 5-man kind of happen here for MVP? We don't know a lot from MVP to kind of do that kind of play.
I mean, they kind of transition into 5-man. I wouldn't say that they're different.
I mean, it's like the way they play the early game. That is the crucial part. They play the early game so well. They win the lanes, and then it doesn't matter what type of line. They don't have to pick a 5-man lineup to 5-man when you win your lane so much.
Yeah.
You just basically have your 10k goal lead, whatever, and you just push down as 5 heroes, and it's difficult.
If they had to play passively, that's when I think they get in trouble. If they play, more.
Have they ever need to play passively?
But if they ever need to, like if they lose their lanes, for example, and they have better late game and they're stuck in that situation, then they'll be in a lot of trouble. So this is why I think that like Liquid might have a lot more trouble preparing against them than Alliance, because Alliance, you give them time, they're gonna own you in the late game. But Liquid, they have formidable late game as well. You're not really worried about the first 20 minutes, even though it goes poorly for either side. You know there's a future. But for MVP, it was very similar at TI. Like once it goes past 35-40, you start to worry for them a lot.
Okay. Well, outside of that, we can look at a bit of what's the rest of the schedule right now. I believe we have nearly 10 players in the lobby right now. I don't have a computer in front of me, so I can't frickin' see. Six. All right, so internet's been fixed, but players aren't ready quite yet. Rest is scheduled for today. After Liquid versus MVP Phoenix, we will be staying in the upper bracket for Secret versus EG. I don't want to go too deep into that matchup, as we will be able to talk about that later. And then, of course, Alliance will take on Complexity, and OG will face off against Fnatic. We're all done with those very scary best of ones, but any particular matchup you're also looking forward to outside of our headliner matchup between Liquid and MVP Phoenix?
If you ask me, you know what I'm going to say.
Fnatic, I would imagine, versus OG.
Yeah, I think that game would be really, really nice.
You think they can do it against OG?
I know I was confident when they were playing against EG, but at the same time, because they lost that series, I felt like it actually hurt their morale a bit, and because I could tell in the second game the way they drafted against EG, it was like something happened in the first game and they lost their direction, and they were just trying to adapt. Usually how Mushi drafts is like I don't care what you're picking. I'm just gonna pick heroes that are gonna own the early game, and I'm gonna just do my thing, in the early game. But because they got wrecked so hard in the first game, where their mid one got owned by Fear.
They got bullied. He got bullied by EG.
And it's sort of like the second game they adjusted and they gave him some other heroes, and their decision making was like also questionable. So I felt like something affected them, and I hope that today they actually readjust back to their normal selves. I feel like going back for a draft like the first game is what they truly shine at, the early game. They shouldn't try to do something that focuses on mid game or late game.
I would think OG, though, have the capability to kind of add the same amount of pressure EG did, though, to the mid lane. Is that something we expect OG to kind of do again?
I think, as Win will say, that's the way you've got to do it against Fnatic.
Yeah.
What I'm going to actually be very interested in that kind of matchup is to see where the Sven comes into play. Because obviously, if you look back to yesterday, both Fnatic and OG, Miracle Mushi, gave us some pretty amazing games on the Sven.
If you're the carry Sven, what type of enemy heroes that you actually don't like to face again?
What if you're playing the Sven?
I
would have said the OD, but we saw it yesterday and it wasn't enough of an issue. And that was an OD that went straight for the Atos. Sven, he did get the BKB, but it still wasn't enough really to hold back the Sven. I mean, you put him in an Astral, but then he comes back out and he ends up killing you in 2 hits anyway.
Yeah, and the other issue is like the other supports that actually deal with Sven, like the Shadow Demon. It's like you don't really see those heroes anymore. Like in the past, we always use Shadow Demon. It's very annoying for the Sven. But right now, it seems like the counters towards Sven is very limited. And because of the way you build the hero as well. You build like SMY, you're so mobile.
Isn't Invoker pretty good versus them?
It's decent. Like, are you talking about Quaswex? Or
just regular Quaswex or... I mean, I don't think there's anything that's like amazing versus them. I think we have to look for just decent at this point.
What about Viper or something to kite him about a bit?
We've seen it. Viper just gets destroyed
Viper
during the late
with
game.
Axe?
We've seen it, I think, at this tournament.
No, it was like the game. That was the game where
he got bullied.
He got crushed. That's why
he couldn't even be a Viper. I wouldn't even classify that as a Viper.
But even so, I mean, I think we saw it in the group stage, right?
Don't recall. I don't
think so.
recall. I mean, it's also the fact that I feel like if the Viper is behind, you just obviously you can't do anything if you're behind as a Viper. You need to be at least even or slightly ahead. Like even if you're actually even with the Sven, he still destroys you.
I mean, it could work though if you look at kind of OG Fnatic, because if it's going to be say Mushi, he gets the Sven. Miracle in the past, he's given us some pretty crazy Viper performances. So he's the kind of guy who is going to be able to keep on top, keep at the top of the net worth, and be more farm than the Sven. And then, as you said, if he's got that edge with the Viper, maybe it can work out against Mushi Sven.
How about Beastmaster? Do you think it's annoying for Sven?
It's definitely annoying.
Oh yeah.
What about maybe Razor with Shiva's AC build?
Yeah, that could be annoying too. But it's just that I think the main issue with the hero right now is why is it so hard to deal with? Because he peaks way too fast because of the ancients. He farms so fast. Like it doesn't matter. Like sometimes you draft all these counters around him, but he gets ahead way too fast that it doesn't really matter that this hero is really good versus the Sven. He's just way too fat at that stage of the game, way too fast.
Can you not approach him indirectly instead of just going straight for the Sven, but maybe hit him in the economy department, take care of those ancients? I mean, that's the nice thing about Beastmaster. Suppose you have.
I think that actually might work better because if you actually think about it, he gets strong because he farms way too fast. So maybe the better approach is to actually limit his economy game by having like Beastmaster just for the Hawk and obviously the Raw as well. And you might also want to have heroes that I think fight very well early, like you draft team fight heroes, and then you try to contest the ancients, like you put wards, and then if he's actually doing it, and you contest with superior team fight, like maybe you have Supernova, or you have Tide Ultimate. Those are very easy examples. You have team fight, so he can't really fight you when you're actually going.
Unbelievable.
Mouse stuff there.
Drought strats actually work well.
Sorry?
Drought strats.
Drought strats against Sven?
Yeah, because they just push down all the towers and you have no control of the ancients. And he's not particularly good at farming quickly if you don't have access to the ancient stack. So I've seen Drought, but he has a lot of armor for Warcry, so you don't want it to go past 30.
Do we know either of these teams? When I say these teams, I'm going to go back again to our headline matchup, Liquid versus MVP, to run a Drought strat. Either of them?
MVP, yes.
MVP, yes?
They've not done it this tournament, though, have they?
No, but they do run Drought strats.
How many secret strats do you think MVP have in their back pocket here? Do you feel like it's just like we've had this one thing working for us and we're going to keep doing it and doing it and doing it until it works, and then eventually, if necessary, we'll go in that
They
back
have
pocket?
a lot of strats that they can pull from because they used to be on 2 different teams. So I think they don't really need more strats. They can just dig into their deep pockets.
I think for this team, it's not so much right now. I mean, in the past, maybe when you talk about March, like he likes to pick Warlock a lot. But right now, this team feels like their playstyle doesn't really revolve around strategies that much anymore. It's more on their execution and how fast they play. They know what they want to do. Even with different heroes, they still play. You can see the same movement, the same speed. It's more of the way they play the game itself, the heroes, and what type of cheese. Like I know in the past when we talk about MVP, they might pick Warlock. They're gonna do this to you. You have to be careful. You're not actually scared of the team, the way they play. You're just scared of what they might pick, and you're not ready for it. But right now it's different. It's like totally different. You're just very, very worried about how fast they play. It's not about specific hero. Maybe the Prophet is the most, but the team just plays differently now. It's not the same team anymore.
And I think one of the things as well with MVP is, as you've mentioned, being ready for them. And we look at the teams so far, and as Winter said, teams haven't been ready for them. It feels like they haven't done their homework. They're not kind of drafting against them. They're making simple draft errors. They're seeing like the PL being picked up. They're not expecting Kyo to take it into the mid lane. Simple things like that in the draft. And now we're getting to a matchup where it's Liquid. And we've talked about their links with the Korean region, obviously through Jerax and through their coaching as well. So I think this is going to be the first time we're really going to see, in terms of the draft especially, kind of MVP being taken head on and Liquid knowing their stuff.
Pixel, as much as I love your analysts right there, we're going to actually cut to the main stage. We have the players who are going to be heading into the booths right now. We saw there at the end MVP yet to even take a loss here at the Shanghai Major, as we will be set to get squared away. I want to go back for just a second, talking about the note and how MVP moves so fast. And it's like, how do you prepare for it? But this isn't the first time we've seen a team play so fast. We were alluding to CDEX, play back at TI. So why is it different now? How come we're not seeing a team like Cdec, who is used to like going so fast? Is it just as simple as the heroes they utilize are not in meta, but PL's still good? How come Cdec can't make the same thing happen for themselves at TI, whereas it's working for MVP?
Ben, do you think it's like mostly their hero, even though the hero pool is the same, but you can't really, you can play at the same pace, but you cannot really play the same way anymore, because it's like for CDAC, you think that they focus too much on that smoke rotation into the enemy jungle where everyone is already doing that, everyone expects that?
They rely on the aggression from aggressive, I think, a little bit too much. Like, if he doesn't move around, they rarely win without him. They need him to make those rotations, whereas I think the MVP can win the lane without their safe lane rotating to the other lanes. And then, yeah, I think the smokes were on top of, like, after aggressive movement generally, and then that kind of sealed the deal. But they can win the lanes without aggressive and without their safe lane rotating, I think, is the biggest difference for me.
There's also another thing I feel, I know we have a resident gyrocopter player here. I feel like gyrocopter has been one of the heroes that CDAC has been utilizing the best at because of the way he times his movements and the way he helps his team. I don't feel like I've seen any other gyrocopter player. Maybe Matuma Man, like some other. I've never seen any other players actually understand the tempo of the hero as well as aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, Matuma Man does have a nice record. I don't think they've played much of it at all during the Shanghai Major, but at least in this patch, Liquid have 15 gyrocopter games and an impressive 12-3 record. So they know how to pull it out. It's just a matter of when is the right time to pull them out.
I think like Secret first banned it, which against CDC.
Yeah, every game.
Yeah,
It was. I was against a lot of teams were banning it against aggressive. Yeah.
Let's talk a bit about the... Oh, it sounds like the draft's actually ready. We can hop into it now. We can see how the picks are going to be going from the start here. And one other thing I was going to ask is the priority between Dire and Radiant. We've been seeing it with the coin flip advantage. More teams are using it to get themselves on the Dire side. Some teams still fall back on taking it for first pick. Do you think there's a priority between both of these teams? Which one might, have favor for going for Dire side or not? I see MVP as a team is like, we'll just take what we get. If we have the coin flip, we'll probably just go for first pick here. But I'm curious if Liquid feel the same way or not.
Maybe going first pick, do you think?
First pick for MVP? Yeah, definitely.
I wasn't sure of the coin flip result here, but it does look like it will be MVP on the Dire side. Liquid with the first pick on Radiant. And we already saw a ban onto the Bounty Hunter, something we were talking about a bit.
So it's very clear that you see MEP Phoenix because they know that they want to play fast pace and they are just worried about the enemy having a hero that can match the pace like I'm talking about, which is Enchantress. And Liquid removing the Venge, which is quite strange. Not sure this might signal a bad rider pick that they want, or they just don't want MVP to have like the Roshan potential because they're on Dire.
Are they going to ban Earth Spirit, or are they going to risk letting Jerix take it here?
10 seconds remaining.
And what also have they just kind of left out there?
Prophet.
5 seconds.
Prophet.
Yeah, Liquid will play Prophet.
This is a tough choice.
It's like
right
a trade.
now.
Like we mentioned this. Trading Earth Spirit for Prophet, and you said it wasn't worth it. Ben said it wasn't worth it.
I mean,
I think it's worth. I think it's worth it for the Earth Spirit team. I don't think it's worth it for the NP team.
Well, I mean, I've said it many a time. I feel like Jerix, it doesn't show on Dota Buff at the moment because maybe the lack of play, but I feel like he is the best Earth Spirit out there at the moment. It looks like MVP are not going to risk it, so that means that Nature's Prophet will be handed over to Liquid.
This is already a good sign, not giving Prophet to MVP. So a step in the right direction as well. And Mind Control obviously also plays the hero a lot. So this would actually give them much more flexibility in terms of their draft, better lanes, which we talk about, which is extremely important against MVP Phoenix. So the other option that MVP has right now is to go back to their Wiz strat, because they don't have the Prophet. They need something else to replace it. And as we saw before in the group stage, it was the Bristleback.
Do you think we'll see the OD come out of the draft very early on? Because both teams love playing.
Yeah, it's possible.
I think second phase, personally, because
they might first phase it, don't you think? Like, because you can actually put it on the safe lane against Prophet, which is one of the better carries.
Yeah, but what would they do for a replacement from the off lane, though? That's the most important
Hookah
for me, right?
Magi's second pick.
Whoa!
Hello.
MVP just saying, we're going to continue to play our own game. We're going to do our own draft, and it's on you to respond to it here. Jug is not something too unfamiliar. They've already played it twice here at the Shanghai Major, and they have, of course, a 2-0 record with it. But Ogre McGee?
Ogre's he's probably one of the few supports that can actually zone on Prophet.
He's the replacement for the Tusk of Spirit, like all these type of heroes that you see these two teams have. Like he's gonna roam at level 1, and he's very strong.
Oh, yeah.
And he's good at buying mangoes, like what Ben likes. Mango ogre, run around, help your team, just to secure the lanes. Like the lanes are all this hero cares about, like to secure the lanes for his team.
Starts with that ridiculous 30,000 armor, 50,000 HP regen.
I think it's like 1 branch and you have 8 armor.
It's crazy. Imagine giving that ring of protection early, and he is just an unstoppable tank. I'm sure that kind of irked
build.
Liquid a bit.
The Ulf build.
Yeah. Oh yeah. But they go with Ignite, and no one's going to be running away. But Liquid are also going to get a nice top priority grab for them. The Invoker, they have a pretty nice record with it this patch. 15 games, 13-2 record with that Invoker.
Yeah, but I don't think that's one of like the heroes that they are super comfortable with. Sometimes I see Fata playing, like he's not playing very well on the hero. There are good games, there are bad games. It's not like he's playing on like a Puck where every time you see him on Puck, it's like every game he plays on Puck is really, really good. Like he's very stable. But on Invoker, it's not like his best hero.
Maybe they want them to pick PL.
But they could just run something else. Oh, they're going to ban it, see. Okay. So it more or less might have a very high implication. That means that Liquid are going to do an Exalt Invoker this game regardless with the Prophet, so they can play very fast pace in the early game to push.
What do you think about kind of MVP Phoenix deciding to prioritize Jarax's Phoenix over the Tusk? Yeah.
We thought it was unusual because Phoenix is a little bit slower, mostly good for Sloan Druid, good at team fight, but not terribly good for the lanes, which is what we thought Liquid might need to focus on. But maybe with the NP, they don't actually think they need to focus that much on lanes because they have that offlane threat. What about Wisp? I think Wisp is like they support.
But because they went for the Ogre, I'm not sure whether they still want to go for the Wisp though. But they still might go for it. But I'm not very sure.
I'm just wondering what other offlaner can they do besides Nature's Prophet and a Wisp Bristle that can actually pressure their safe lane. I think that
Beastmaster, maybe?
Beastmaster?
Yeah, Beastmaster is quite fast-paced for that hero. And you can do, if you want to help the Beastmaster, you can do Ogre plus Beastmaster. It's still a fairly strong lane at the start of the game. So those are the options I see them having.
Okay.
Oh,
that's
why they banned the Phoenix, and something that we haven't seen them done yet this tournament.
So this is their off-lane hero, most likely. I don't think they will actually play this hero on Kyo. I might be wrong. Liquid is just going for their standard picks, the Tusk.
Obviously, their most popular pickup this patch, 26 games on the Tusk, a 20-6 record for Shanghai Major, 6 games, 4-2. It's a Jarek's classic, if you will. So,
I mean, what kind of carry do you think they are going to get Matumba Man this game? I mean, you kind of Jaro, he's still in the draft at the moment, but he's not going to be that great against the Jug and the LD if it does kind of scale late.
Slark seems like the best one.
Yeah, but Slug is not that fast,
Yeah.
And you have Invoker.
I think they have NP though. They can afford to, I think, go a little bit weaker on the carry because of the.
Oh, they would actually do NP safe lane too, right?
That's something they have done this tournament already. Is put Matamba Man on that Nature's Prophet in the safe lane.
But for now, MVP Phoenix is looking for their mid hero, but sometimes I remember I've seen Kyo play Juggernaut mid if the matchup allows him to. So they basically need another core and they need another support. But because they have Laundry on off lane this time, which is very different with Prophet because you can't help your team and you have to farm a lot more. So they might actually go for another core that's less farm orientated. You can just fight early with your team.
What would you think about a Witch Doctor, I was going to say, possibly for either team?
Doom.
As we see MVP, they're going to
So
be pulling out the
greedy this
Doom.
time from MVP.
This is a little bit different than their face rush style that we've been seeing from them so far.
They might actually just do a jungle Doom here.
That we saw from like OG before. And they are going to be
still
going
going to
for
go
the
with the
Gyrocopter.
I mean, they clearly know that MVP is a team that plays very fast, so they want heroes to play a fast tempo as well. I mean, I understand that we talk about how Gyro is not really that great against Lone Drew, it's not really that great against Juggernaut, but you have to look at the bigger picture, right? You want a carry that can actually help the team to play the tempo, to up the tempo, and Gyro is obviously one of the best carries to actually do that with your team. So right now you have Tusk Gyro, which is really good at making that level 6 rotation when Gyro wants to roam, and you have Sunshock and Prophet. It's always like you roam with Gyro. You can even roam with Gyro alone because there's going to be a Prophet TPing into Sprout, so Gyro can potentially do a lot this game to actually run around and set up kills, especially on a Doom which is jungling, which MVP might do at this stage of the game.
So we think this is a completely different pace from MVP Phoenix?
Yeah, they're trying to play
complete greed.
They're trying to play so greedy right now.
I mean, it's a best of 3. It's game number 1. I guess if you want to change things up a bit, this is your best chance to do so.
I think this is the first game in the whole event that we see MVP going so greedy. Like, I'm not sure though. I think that they might actually have a really tough early game because if you look at Liquid, they have the Prophet, Invoker, and Tusk. So Prophet ganks with Sunstrike and Snowball is so scary.
They could play like a more aggressive Doom that starts off in the opponent's jungle.
China Doom?
China Doom.
So you're starting with Orb of Venom and you run around and you hit heroes. That's
5 seconds remaining.
You know what I'm talking about, Winner.
yeah.
Yeah. I think they can bully LD's lane a lot though.
Reserve time.
So you dual lane Doom plus LD. That's what.
Somewhat offensive jungle Doom. With I think if they play safe lane Doom, it's just gonna get they're just gonna get bullied everywhere. Like,
I think so too.
Like before he has level 6, they'll be like, wow, we lost all the lanes. So that's I don't think that's a good pace for them.
So how do you finish this out for MVP when you already have so much greed on your team? Liquid even anticipate that possibly Enigma was plausible here for MVP,
So they
but
think it's actually a core Doom.
I'm not very sure though. If they do Core Doom, so they're gonna have who's going? If they're going to do Core Doom, it means Lone Druid is mid.
or
No, Juggernaut is mid.
Yeah.
Safe lane Doom, off lane Lone Druid. So that's what Liquid is thinking right now.
Seconds remaining.
But you would probably need someone by the side of Doom at that point. He's not super
5
self-sufficient.
I feel like
is he?
they need Disable right now. They need.
This has got to be the Scrooge McDuck of lineups I have ever seen.
I mean, we talked about how Liquid might have been the team that could expect something from MVP. That I don't think they expected this.
No. I mean, they're even like, I don't even know what's happening here in front of
We got them, guys.
So QO is going to be playing the PA. MP is going to be on Juggernaut. 4F going to handle the Lone Druid. So judging by that, the lanes will be probably PA mid. Juggernaut plus Ogre, possibly safe lane, or Ogre will just be roaming around. And Doom, like what Ben suggested, might be doing
China
roaming as
Doom.
well. Yeah, China Doom helping the Lone Druid. So you secure the Lone Druid's farm.
Or helping the PA's lane.
Yeah, do you go aggro maybe? Make a lot of use out of the Ogre? Because his best work is moving across the map.
I think they'll
obviously,
just
but
play.
now he might have to hang by the lane.
I think they'll just play like greedy and just roam the Doom and the Ogre.
I mean, do you think because of that Liquid will try and go full in on the push and we might see something like
they might
Kuroki Shadow Shaman come out here?
They might just go like as long as they play fast pace. I think that is the most important thing for Liquid.
On the trim.
Freon Protector, though, going to be coming out for Liquid. Man, something a bit different from both sides.
I'm liking Liquid's lineup. Like, I feel like MVP's change of direction might actually hurt them a lot because the pace they have to play this game is absolutely different from the lineups that they usually play.
I like MVP's lineup more. I think they'll do aggro Doom and just run at you with the PA, the Lone Druid.
They have living armor.
Yeah, but they have Scorched Earth, they have Ogre Ignite, they have Juggernaut Spin, they have PA.
I believe Kuroki was right this time. Sorry, Ben.
I'm going with MVP.
So so this is the support jug, isn't it, Febby? Because it's MP Doom, Forever Line Druid, and Cure PA. It's support jug.
I'm switching.
All right, well,
let's see him do it.
Flabbergasted seems to be a safe word to describe the panel right now. We'll see how the casters feel about this one. We send it over to the arena where we have Toby1 and Cinderin.
Thanks, Dakota. We definitely won't be lost for words here. Myself and Cinderin, we're going to be casting this one. Obviously, it's a dream. It's a dream for the MVP fanboys out there. You always want something different, unique, and that's MVP. Even if their roster has changed since TI, they've still held on to what has always made MVP fans a fan of this. It's just MVP being that great and giving you something new.
They are, okay, so MVP's draft in this game has 4 heroes they haven't played so far in the tournament, and 2 heroes that haven't been played at all so far in the tournament. This is the first PA pick and the first Ogre. I'm at least very convinced that's the case. And the only hero in the current lineup that they played in previous games is the Juggernaut. But they played it as a core every single time, and now it's Febby on support. So everything is completely shifted here for MVP. I'm with Ben. I actually really like their lineup, and I think saying that it's slow-paced, they have heroes that benefit a lot from farm, but these cores can actually fight really early. Doom is good at fighting early. Lone Druid, sure, maybe a little bit slower pace, but once you get the Entangle in lane, he can join fights as well. And if you're playing a PA and Juggernaut, you've seen QO PA in the past. He's not scared of fighting when he's level 7. So
oh, yeah.
It's not like super early fight with the Bounty Hunter and Prophet as we've seen before. but they can definitely start fighting Liquid after the first maybe 5 minutes.
And I'm looking forward to seeing that, because it kind of feels like when you first saw the draft coming up, it's like, okay, MVP, this timing is going to be really, really, really weird. Febby, they can't really go further with this. But they're actually going to run, okay, so they're running an aggro tri-lane with the Ogre, support Juggernaut, as well as Lone Druid. Normally when we've seen the support Juggernauts, it's this boots first and then just chase down the mid hero was normally like the place to go, but they're harassing this very defensive Treant Protector, who obviously wants to skill up Living Armor to help out all of his other lanes, but maybe this is one of these games where Kuro realizes what he's up against and he levels up Leech Seed, and they try and go for an opening themselves.
I think killing this lane 2 and 3 is going to be very, very difficult, and Jerax is having a hard time getting to his team, actually. He's just getting zoned out, essentially, by Ogre and Jugger sitting in between. Now, finally, Jerax will find a path through. Is being spotted by a ward, though.
Well, actually, okay.
This is very interesting laning from MVP.
You ignite in the lane. I'm assuming this is meant to be this like a slow kind of combination, so then Juggernaut can just spin the target down.
Yep.
And for Rev, if he has the Orb of Venom also on his bear, that makes Febby's ability to find kills in this lane so much better. You do still have the control of the shards from Jirax, and you'll still have like Matubman and Kuro being very, very tanky and have the ability to pump a lot more damage back out themselves. Let's actually leave that bottom lane for now and think about some of the other lanes. Middle lane, like you're running a melee hero up against a Quas Exort Invoker. How is QO meant to win this lane? You got a PMS on him, but you're also being harassed by Force Spirits. The shards fly in. QO, there's a little gap for him to slip out of. But he was having very low armor when that attack first came in from Liquid.
Yeah, most melee heroes will struggle a lot against Exort Invoker, but PA obviously will benefit from getting Blur. I'm thinking QO will be skilling this on level 4, so that when the Force Spirits start coming out and start dealing damage, there's a very high chance that they just miss their attack and are an unfactor. And essentially, all that QO wants from this lane is CS. And he doesn't have to kill the Invoker or pressure the Invoker very much. If they trade farm, it's a PA trading farm in the mid lane. And so far, so good. He's got the same as Fada.
Yeah, which is kind of surprising, but it's the power of also Stifling Dagger. The other lane we haven't really looked at is what's happening up on the top lane. So it's the Nature's Prophet, one of the big highlight heroes of this tournament, especially one of MVP's heroes, and he's going up against a Doombringer, like a solo Doombringer core, and Doom is not only out-CSing him, but obviously you're running a Devour Doom. So he's going to be getting a lot more money than that Nature's Prophet. Yeah. So MVP getting a lot out of it, every single one of their lanes, apart from, I can't even say apart from bottom, because Forev has the most amount of last hits.
Yeah, this laning stage for them is definitely going very well so far. And you said MVP can go for the Devour on Doom. I think this game, I'm actually curious. I don't know what MVP is going to do, but what mostly happens with Doom nowadays is that you go 1-4-4. You get a 1 point Devour just so you can get the creep, and then you go for the fighting-oriented build. Infernal Blade is incredible now compared to what Level Death was before in most situations. In the early mid-game, I would say it's just hands down a better ability. And MP can be joining fights very early. He's actually going to go on Mind Control. Top doing a lot of damage here. Might just try to run him down. No, he's going to hesitate.
He did have the speed aura, which allowed him to get that second hit in before Mind Control got back behind the tier 1 tower. But it's this bottom lane, I'm still waiting for it to like kind of explode. And Liquid, like maybe this is actually almost like the greatest thing. I remember Cap and I were casting a while back, and we're talking about the changes in the off lane with this new patch. And one of the primary things you had to do as an off laner is ensure that the safe lane had to have the protection from the 2 supports. Now obviously this is a different scenario because you're running like an aggressive tri-lane, but the result is still the same, where it becomes a straight 1v1 matchup in the mid as well as the top lane without any real influence. Like the one influence which Jirax was able to give was a shard, which almost resulted in the death of QO, but it just wasn't enough. And now Fada, well, contest for the top rune. QO wants to go for it. The 4-minute rune will spawn up, and Fada's actually going to take it. QO doesn't have anything to blink out to, and he doesn't have his level 6 up just yet, and Prophet, they're TPing in. They're looking for this kill on QO, but he gets in range of the creep wave. So Mind Control will rotate off the top lane, but it's actually bottom lane where the shards have locked him in. Jirax is so low, he'll be the first blood. MVP, they will claim it. This aggro lane will finally bear fruit. And also the off lane of Mind Control. He TP'd into the mid, took a little bit too much damage, and now he's actually completely abandoned the top lane. He has to walk back to base before he TP's back out again. The same thing can be said about QO, however.
This is a big win for MVP. Prophet was starting to pressure MP a lot top. MP was dropping low on health, didn't really have any regen. But now that he's left alone, he should be perfectly fine in this lane. He's going to get level 6 while Prophet is pretty far away from it.
Look at the creep he got too. You talk about regeneration. He's finally managed to find something which is useful in his lane.
And returning to this lane is really difficult. There is a Mango available for this Doom, and he can just run down the Prophet and kill him off the moment he sees Jerax showing bottom. It's actually a flat out just a kill, I think. So Mind Control's got to be really careful in this top lane. Keeping his distance very well and harassing with the treants.
I'm waiting for QO to actually, like, because he still hasn't hit his level 6 yet. And when he hits that, I know you were talking about like level 7 being his magic point on QO, where he's actually willing to come and join fights. Do we look to see a TP coming on QO the second he hits level 7, or is it even worth rotating earlier, considering like just how much domination you've had in that bottom lane? Can you bring QO and then just completely turn the tables there?
I don't think they have to. I think, if anything, you rotate and kill Fata mid, because they should have a pretty good feeling about this bottom lane. They've got the kill for FS Great Farm. They know they're shutting down Gyro fairly well. I still think Matomaman has done a good job with his 21 CS, given the lane he had. And because of this, Liquid are going to try to rotate top instead.
Oh,
but
they're going to find him.
I don't know if they can find this kill.
That's a level 3 Scorched Earth. They're going to fight through. Sunstrike's going to give them the extra damage.
Nice
and the Wrath of Nature, MP's regeneration, it will not be enough. Then you're right, that really took everything the Team Liquid had to kill him off then, without having to fully rotate out the Team Liquid players. But that was Wrath of Nature, that was Sunstrike, everything hit.
That's such a big Sunstrike too. If that misses from Fatsa, they have just wasted a minute of rotation. Like full smoke rotation almost all the way from bottom to top. MP could just run back to base fast, reset, and go top again.
MVP are trying to make the most out of the space which is being created with the death of the Doombringer. You rotated 2 heroes towards the top lane, so Dubu pulls the creep wave up, allowing MVP to deal direct damage into the tier 1 tower, and there's nothing Matomaman can do about this. He's not level 6 yet. They're living armoring up, and MVP, if they really want to make this worth it, they have to kill off this tower, or else living armor is just going to regenerate back up again. So this has to be a proper committal. Looks like Mind Control is going to TP off that top lane. He can come to the bottom lane's aid, but it's already too late. PA will take, the last hit just killed off by the Dire. But MVP claimed their first tower 7 minutes in.
And so the panel were talking about this being slow pace and that MVP would need to farm up. And that is definitely true, but look at how aggressive they're playing still. Like, even though it's not very kill heavy. Oh,
real trouble. Sunstrike. This time it will actually connect. QO. He can blink away to the back line. Mind Control gets a sprout up. QO. He can't get out with the cycling dagger. Yes, he can. He's in the tree line. Febby now being cold snapped up. The rest of Liquid focusing on the Juggernaut. There's nothing Dubu can do apart from trying to attempt to body block this out. But now he takes the damage, and Team Liquid, is it too deep? You're going underneath the tier 2 towers. QO slowing up G-Rex. He doesn't have Snowball. The damage from the tower is going to be too much. He fairy fires. He'll stay alive, but QO back in for the fight. Living Armor cannot protect him. QO was able to penetrate it. Now the Doom will also come in. Fada, that's not the ones you want to see die for Team Liquid fans. Mind Control sprouts up, but he's locked himself in with the Doombringer. QO's right behind, another stifling dagger. Slow him up. The tree is trying to come up to body block him, but they will not be there in time. QO will take the double kill at MVP. What a team fight. They do get the advantage out of it at the end.
It's the nature of their heroes just being so difficult for Liquid to kill. There's so much time for MVP to rotate over. I was looking over for the Doom, like, when is Doom coming in? Does he have a TP? No, he actually just ran all the way from top to mid and made it there to secure them the last 2 kills here. So yeah, that looked very good for Liquid, and I completely understand they went in for that. But like you said, is it too deep? Turned out
it was.
Took too long.
It's amazing how much damage too the Jirax took. Like that's that high level up in Stifling Dagger. Normally you think about it as just an easy way to get some CS in the lane. But it's in that case, it was a great team fight controller. They came in too deep, no snowball, no shards, no ability to control the MVP heroes. And MVP now try and keep this momentum going. They smoke up and they're chasing the one hero they haven't killed off yet. It's Matumberman on the bottom lane with a follow-up spin. You got help coming in from Jirax. The snowball protect will be there. Febby taking too much damage from the tower. They need to kill him off. The healing ward will be dropping. And Matumberman, he's low. Dubu's trying to finish the job. QO jumps back in, but the call down. They're going to get revenge. QO, he bottle is up. Can he actually find the kill? The Sunstrike, he dodges it by turning back in to attack Jirax. And the healing ward's been up this entire time.
Such a great play there from Liquid. Immediate TP. It's like they were already expecting this play to come, and they just say, okay, if they're smoking bottom, we insta-TP the Tusk. He comes in, he snowball saves, they get the first kill. That gives Matumberman level 6, and he gets the call down as well. Very, very nicely done from Liquid to get a 2-for-1 trade in that one.
They're getting really aggressive up here on the top lane, Team Liquid. They brought Kuro up here, and because of that, now MVP again. they seem to be reading Liquid's movements really well and just attacking wherever it's a little bit weaker. Fada, not really in a great position to defend against MVP. But then again, they're going to go top. Yeah, okay, they commit the Kuro ulti as well. The tree and block combining it up with the lead seed. They just can't run out, and he's even walking into the Sunstrike. So if he did manage to break free, he would have died to the Invoker.
It's very impressive how much experience Kuroki has managed to get. He's now level 7 on Tree in minute 10. That's very, very rare.
He was only level 4 2-3 minutes ago.
And this hero is usually pretty gimped in the early game and just focuses on armoring up the lanes, but Kuro has been in the right place at the right time. He's been part of 3 out of the 6 kills, getting those levels. And now, what I was going to get point out. Oh, wait a second, Febby. Pretty awkward position here.
He's already used his, okay, he doesn't have a way out. He doesn't have a culling blade. He'll break free now, but Febby, down for the count. And mid lane as well. They go over on Dubu. The TP support's on the way, but this is just kill after kill. And MP, what are you going to do? He ends up committing into that Infernal Blade. A lot of dot damage onto Jirax. And then the Cycling Dagger, but now again, MVP too deep underneath the cooldown. QO will find some distance, but no! You'll actually have the Wrath of Nature kick through and take out the PA. And Team Liquid getting kill after kill. And MVP's aggression slapping them back in the face. And Team Liquid, they're looking good. Varev tries to actually grab something there in the mid, but he can't achieve any more. In fact, they're going to lose their tier 1 tower as well.
Liquid are playing very, very fast right now. They move from one lane to the next and just keep finding kills. Once again, Kuroki is involved. It's very easy for Jerax to roll in. A couple of these targets don't offer too much counterplay. And the problem for MVP is that they don't have the support levels. I was going to say earlier, they're doing well in the early game, and one of their supports is a Juggernaut. It's going to be amazing when he hits level 7 and they can start teamfighting with Omnislash and Spin. They're just not there yet. Yep. And Liquid have taken so much control in the last few minutes.
This is something MVP couldn't allow to have happen. Like, Varev is still trying to have space to get up his Radiance. And without that, you don't really feel the big presence of the Lone Druid this early on the fight. QO, maybe you get to feel him once that coup de grace is able to actually play a little bit more of a part, but Team Liquid are going to give respect as MVP have brought all 5 players to this mid lane.
Something we haven't talked so much about in this game is, of course, the potential of doing Roshan, where MVP are just flat out way better. They have 4 heroes that very much benefit from Bloodlust, and, of course, easily able to take the rush with tanking with the bear and using the healing ward. So if at any time MVP feel confident that they can go for it, they will.
Interesting item choice coming up from Fada. It looks like he's building in for a rod of ATOS. QO, okay,
weird position.
This is the big smoke, and QO needs to get back out, but they stunned him up completely. And QO, yeah, he will go down. Matumman took the rest of the MVP attack, but they just don't have enough to kill him off. Matumman just kites out perfectly with the help of the rest of Team Liquid. MVP smoking fails again. And things have just gone downhill since we hit like 5-7 minutes into this game for MVP, but Team Liquid, again they take a fight, and again they'll take an objective, the tier 1 tower on bot lane.
And MVP, they had about a 4K lead minute 8. Now it's gone the other way in the next 5 minutes. Shifting very quickly. The question is if MVP can even regain any sort of position in this game. They've lost their tier 1s. They're going to maybe even take some good damage on this bottom tier 2. I think Liquid feel fairly confident continuing here. And Juggernaut's still level 5 and Ogre the same. This is minute 13. That's one of the risks when you run an aggressive trialing like this. It's good if you do well in the lane, but you need to find your levels. They didn't pull very much. They haven't really been able to rotate very well after the lane. And Liquid, they're racking up.
Yeah, they really are. They're looking really, really good. The only thing which is like kind of against them is the fact that Lone Druid does have 3,500, which means the Relic is coming up shortly, but MVP still need farm. I mean space to allow him to farm up the rest of it. And Team Liquid, they're just claiming more and more on the map, and it's become more efficient as well. This hand of minus Aegis Prophet, he's almost level 11, so we can add the second level of Wrath of Nature into this. Like, Matumman has probably been the most shut down of all of the Liquid cores. And still, they couldn't kill him when they isolated out. Like, they all ran up, but there was just nothing to work with. Like, that's when the Omnislash maybe it could have paid off, but you still need to have one isolated target up against a lineup which is able to heal, send invis, as well as have mass treants on the field. So the Omnislash is not even a guaranteed thing from Febby.
It's really Kuro's living armor that has been causing MVP a lot of trouble. And you look at the draft and you're like, well, they have decent ways of dealing with living armor. They have the Blade Fury, they have Ignite, they have Scorched Earth. There's plenty of things, Infernal Blade, but Kuro's timing on it has been really, really good. He's always ready for it, and of course, him being high level early has made one hell of a difference for Team Liquid and just sustaining. If Kuro was, let's say, the standard treant level at minute 10, which is probably like 4.5, maybe 5 in most games, some of these kills would have been very, very different.
It could have been. The Relic's up on Forev now. But as Liquid take out the tier 2 tower, Mind Control actually TP'd right on top of QO. QO, just for the fact he didn't even go for that kill, shows the fact that he is very, very concerned about where the rest of Team Liquid are. The vision on the map for MVP is primarily focused around Roshan and down in towards the Radiant jungle entrance. But for that, it means they don't see anything up on this top lane. They have no idea about the positioning of Team Liquid when they're pushing into the tier 2 tower in the mid lane.
When they show top, they might go Rosh. That's a double damage for QO. This is the perfect timing for MVP to go for this play.
He doesn't have lifesteal though, that's the only downside for this.
I just tank with the bear. Healing ward. He shouldn't solo it. That's going to take too long. And actually, no, never mind. They feel like they can't do it. It's going to take too long. Liquid are already 5-manning top to try to force them back in case they went for Roshan.
The DD room may help him in this fight. But QO is not coming back yet. Now Team Liquid, they'll start to come high ground. The first damage to the tier 3 tower for the series gets done at 15:30. And that bear, that's a lot of damage being done into it for Rev. He does still have a resummon. But Team Liquid are not giving an opportunity for MVP. If MVP are going to go, they have to jump in deep, and this will bring him in range of the cooldown, not to mention the rest of the ultimates. Kuro's control, that bear, it will go down to the Wrath of Nature. The cooldown perfectly on top of MP. He's going to drop. Febby is spinning himself in, but the flat cannon damage from Atumblement was tearing him apart. Actually, Nature's Prophet finds the kill as Dubu locked inside the icy shards. QO just cannot attack in. He's got his double damage room, but he's got no team left.
And MP just way too conservative with his Scorched Earth there. He waited with using it until he had like 400 health and then made for an easy burst kill. They get the bear a second time over. This is 2 lanes of racks.
It is.
I don't see MVP being able to fight mid. I mean, QO can try, but good luck jumping into that team.
Yeah, the second he jumps in, the Force Spirits focus him. He loses most of that armor advantage he currently has. But if he waits even longer, then Matumbaman's got his cooldown back off cooldown in 12 seconds time. Team Liquid, now do they give a little bit of respect here to MVP? Do they back up? All 5 players are back up for MVP. They're going to sprout over on Febby. Then that damage, Mind Control's pumping out just a physical damage. Ripping through the Juggernaut. Spin does not protect in this game. In fact, it almost hinders the Juggernaut more. And QO, like, you can't stay on the back line any further. Cycling Dagger's doing nothing. They do more Matumban, so they don't at least have to deal with the cooldown, but they need to find a way to capitalize here, MVP, if they're going to keep themselves alive in this game. But they sprout up. There's a jump forward. Forev's there, but he's basically a bear doing absolutely nothing. No cause. QO is down, and GG. The call will come now. Team Liquid, they took 2 critical fights against MVP, and after that, it was just a means to an end. MVP will lose game 1. An invented draft, a good start, but they just couldn't hold the momentum since.
Yeah, there were a couple of moments in that game that, you know, when the draft is like this and Liquid have obviously a lineup they're extremely comfortable with. They have great fighting potential. They have an offlane Prophet, like the panel pointed out, that can join the fights. It's so important for MVP that not only do they get a good start in the lanes, but they also need to transition into meaningful items and meaningful experience, basically.
Yep.
And I've said it a lot, but I think the biggest problem for them is that their support duo just falls way too far behind in this game. The cores, you could say maybe Greedy, PA, Lone, Doom. I think they could have fought in this game, but they just didn't have the tools from their supporting cast overall.
Yeah, I agree. We'll see if the panel does as well, so we'll throw it back over to Dakota as well as the boys.
I mean...
questionable.
Dubious.
Those are good synonyms.
Oh, so apparently
wow.
OD had a wonderful tangent about his analysis for the game while he waited for everyone to get back on the panel, but we are now officially live. Welcome back, everyone here. And yeah, as we saw, one of the fastest matches of the tournament so far, and believe it or not, it wasn't an MVP victory. This time MVP taking their first loss of the tournament so far. And can't help but wonder, you know, maybe MVP trying to change things up a bit. What do we take away from this? Do you think MVP they're just like, it's game number 1, it's best of 3, we want to shake things up a bit, you know, the classic pub 4-core lineup?
That's one positive thing that we can take away from that. That's MVP is just super confident right now.
Yep.
Because we were like talking, if MVP wins this game with that lineup, it's clearly that none of us understand DOTA anymore, and they're going to be the champion. Because they are actually so far ahead of everyone else that they think that a lineup like that can actually work for them.
I mean, Ben, was there anything about that lineup that maybe could have been able to work out for them?
They win their lanes, and I think if the gyro is too, like if any of their heroes are too concerned with farming and they don't actually join the fight, you can pretty much 5-on-4 with any 5 heroes if you play it correctly. But once I saw that gyro was in every single rotation, he had his call downs, and then they immediately had a retreat in most of the fights. So there was some sense to their draft. Once I saw the support jug, I jumped off ship. Just way too. I'm down with some crazy. That was like 2 magnitudes too crazy for me.
Now, OD, when we first were trying to cut back to the panel, you had a wonderful mini tangent, I guess, to say. Would you mind just kind of maybe the synopsis of what your take was on that game number 1?
I mean, well, MVP, they turn up at the start. They come up with this little bit of a lineup. You know, we even talked to Blitz. We came in, we're like, were the Liquid boys, were they prepared for this? And he was like, we didn't think they'd bring out this kind of, the PA it certainly drew upon. And they turn up at, you know, the start. This aggressive tri-lane seems to be working. Matumbaman's having trouble finding much. They get themselves first blood in a lane that you guys were like, how do they get first blood there? It was something that people didn't expect. And then it pretty much was at that one point where Matumbaman just hit level 6. And we also had MVP going for that dive, a bit of a fight at the tier 2 on the bottom lane. He gets the cooldown off, and then suddenly he's picking up 2 kills. He does end up going down, but that was when the momentum really started to swing back. Then you see Liquid just doing this classic Liquid thing, grouping up as 5. They go for the tier 1 top, move to the mid lane, and the pressure is too much. And then they just realize that they don't have to stop. They can continue going. Yeah, I mean, the Lone Druid gets a decent timing on his relic, 15 minutes in, but that's it. Other than that, they just don't have the tools to stop the push of Liquid. And 19 minutes in, 2 racks down, it's just game over for MVP. And we saw before the match, MVP and the booze down a bit of a giggle, bit of a laugh, and they weren't too happy at the end of that. They were like, all right, didn't work out. Didn't work out, guys. Let's not do that again. No.
I mean, I really hope for MVP's sake it's not like TI all over again, getting ahead of themselves, excited at least with their guaranteed top 6 finish so far. But can we think of it on the next level maybe, that it's just some sort of mini psychological warfare that they're just looking to kind of throw, you know, Liquid off their game for game number 1? Or do you think Liquid are just, you know, headstrong enough that they're just going to be able to take that easy win and move forward with their traditional
this one means to me like they can't pick anything they want and still win. If they won with that, they'd just be like, okay, it really doesn't matter what they draft.
I mean, if they would have won with that draft, they are more. I mean, they have a really high chance of winning the whole event. If you can win a game with that lineup, it's just basically so difficult. They had only 1 stun, they had no AoE control, they had nothing. And if they don't, like, they had a really good laning phase. I'll be honest, they had a really good laning phase. Doom did really well against Prophet. Their tri-lane actually won. They had way more farm on the Lone Druid compared to the Gyrocopter. But when it came to the team fights, even with Fata missing a few crucial Sunstrikes, but it was very evident that when Liquid cast their spells, they're just going to kill heroes. And when MVP cast their spells, no one is dying. And Liquid just took all the team fights from there.
I think if they avoided the gyro, they would have actually had a much better chance. If they stalled until the Radiance and then they could defend the T2s and the T3s with the Radiance, then it would have been a normal game. But because they just decided to keep throwing bodies at the gyro, hoping that Liquid weren't prepared with 5, they kept feeding kills and they kept delaying their items, and then it looked like a one-sided game. But because of the laning, we're like, how does Prophet have less CS than Doombringer? How is PA not getting Blur at level 2 and, you know, doing okay in the lane? So there's like all these things which shouldn't have happened in laning phase for MVP, and we're like, oh, okay, they got past it. It could be okay for them.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, the draft that we thought would win actually won. So that was what should have happened.
It had to be something premeditated though from MVP. A second pick Ogre. I mean, This is something that they...
Ogre's good.
I mean, Ogre's good
for their style.
Did you have to pick it up so early? It's not something like Liquid are going to be like, oh,
it's fine though. I think
it's fine, yeah.
Because it's like opening a draft where you pick. Let's say you pick a core, maybe a Prophet plus a Tusk or Prophet plus a Earth Spirit is very similar to open a draft like that. So I think it was fine. It was just what they had in mind with the Ogre was to buff the bear. They have Ogre Bloodlust, and they had the healing ward from the support Juggernaut, which Ben wasn't a fan of. So they had a lot of stuff to buff the bear.
I think if they had like one teamfight hero, they would have been okay.
What would have been a good like swap out? Like if you could take one of their chess pieces, take it out, grab what you said is like a teamfight hero, and plug it into its place instead.
The whole chess board didn't work. I'm sorry.
Were they even playing chess? I mean, could have been playing Candyland for all I know.
Would you have swapped out the PA for something else and run the Juggernaut as a core?
Yes.
That would be a lot better.
That would have been... Yeah, because they have pretty good kill potential on the Nature's Prophet, and then they would have had some sort of team fight. It's like, oh, nice, we have an ultimate that's up. They can do something.
So you would have actually done Bear mid, Lone Druid mid?
I think Lone Druid offlane is fine with Ogre either threatening top or bottom with the Juggernaut. So you would
still put Doom safe lane and then run Juggernaut mid?
No. Juggernaut safe. I would have swapped out the PA for any.
Yeah, but then the Doom would still be there, right?
Yeah, but you could just put Doom.
You said Lone Druid offlane, then where?
Lone Druid offlane, Doom in the jungle.
Oh, Doom in the jungle.
Double jungle, Ogre roam.
That's some China pub right there.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what it looked like based on the draft list. They were just trying to play it like
you
a pub.
import the strategies.
Well, nonetheless, I mean, how should they reapproach game number 2? I imagine it's just kind of, okay, we had our fun for game number 1.
We had our fun.
Wasn't fun, but we did our thing for game number 1. We might have handed over what almost feels like a free win for Liquid at this point. What should they go back for what would be the MVP drawing board for them to go back to? Like, okay, let's start this draft over again, and where do we begin?
Just try not to be too confident, I guess, and try to, just do their thing. I don't think they have to do
crazy
heroes. Like I mentioned during the panel, I don't think their strength is in surprising people. It's just that their playstyle is just that good because they are so fast with their pace. So
and they surprised them with that draft, like the playstyle with that draft. So if they had a better draft, they could still surprise them with
we were surprised how fast they were actually playing with those heroes. Like, oh crap, they are actually playing their MVP pace. But their heroes were a bit awkward. So imagine if they were to go back for their normal draft with the same pace. That would be great for them.
Gyro had to be addressed too. I think Gyro is kind of just forgotten about them because the teams they played against didn't really pick it, and then it just destroyed.
But
them.
He was really poor in the lane.
But that's the thing. Imagine if he actually had items. It would have been terrible.
Highlights, of course, from that match right now. QO a couple of times it felt like was able to barely scathe away from trouble right now, but this is, I believe, where Liquid overcommit, it feels like here, diving towards the tier 2. Sure, they're going to be able to pick up this kill onto Febby and to Dubu, but on the way back, that is when they got punished for it right now. And I believe QO ends up walking away with a double kill when this skirmish does conclude here.
I think they will end up losing 3 out of this, because Fnatic goes down and they'll get mind control as well.
Yeah, this was the point of the game. We were all looking at each other. What is actually going on? Why are their heroes actually wrecking at this stage?
Their farm is the highest 3 on the course, and this is
when it turned back. This is when,
I thought QO was going to go in for that kill. I was...
Man up right there, yeah.
This fight was pretty much when you're like, okay, hang on, Liquid, they're the ones with the hold on.
I'm yelling like, drop cooldown. And the fight was basically over after the cooldown was dropped. Like, there was no way MVP could have actually fought back after that because they don't have AoE.
You were so hyped, it almost felt like you were cheering against MVP just to ensure the fact that this team certainly must not be able to win with this lineup. That would just ruin Dota altogether.
I told you why I was cheering, because I felt like if they would have won with their lineup, it would have been either everyone else has no idea what's going on or MVP is just so far ahead, and it would have been crazy because that's not supposed to happen with that lineup. So I was just cheering so that Dota goes back to its original track. Okay, this lineup is supposed to win, and Liquid did win in the end, so...
I did actually receive official word that this is indeed the shortest game.
Over 15 minutes, though, right?
It was over 15 minutes. I think it was 18 minutes.
So compendium predictions?
So you're still safe?
Well, not with all my eHome predictions, but...
I feel like a lot of people's compendium predictions were already thrown out the window for the most part there, but...
At least it's a good sign, though. Like what Ben said, you can't do anything and just win.
Yeah, fair enough. So, was there something though that Liquid shown that was justified as maybe ban-worthy here from MVP going in? I mean, MVP approached the bans pretty simplistic, very nice for Liquid right there. But you know, after a game like that, it just feels like it's like, okay, just wipe the plate clean and start from scratch. But unfortunately, it's a handicap for MVP at this point.
I already thought it was Gyro for me.
Yeah, I mean, but Gyro as well as, I think Jarek's is Tusk. I think the fact that Phoenix was prioritized.
You have to stick with
Gyro.
Oh,
You're the Gyro specialist.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, okay.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I know. The Gyro was very good. It was scary. At the same time, MVP Phoenix, are they known for really playing the Gyro much?
I mean,
would they take
I'm
it
sure
away?
they can if they want to. It's just that I feel like the reason why they don't go for the Gyro as much as maybe other teams, is, even though it suits their playstyle, is because that they tend to want a carry that can actually be much more mobile. You can take care of yourself. You are self-sufficient, and that's why they go for PL Juggernaut, like heroes that are really hard to kill, because their supports are so active roaming. And if you're a Gyrocopter and you're left alone, obviously you're much more scared compared to being a Juggernaut or something.
Or one of the other ones that they play.
Or a PL, yeah. So I think that's the primary reason why they don't actually use the hero as much, even though it seems like it might fit their playstyle.
Yeah, I think the JRX's Tusk is really good though, and especially when you have like all single target, then he just snowballs them. And
especially when the game's 17 minutes in and it's go. Because we saw every fight, they weren't just killing one of MVP, they were following up, they were chasing down there and they were catching out.
Yeah, just like I said, like they just snowball in. Yeah. Furan TP's in, he sprouts Sunstrike, one hero is down. Right? That's just how easy it is for them. Unfortunately, Fata did miss a couple of crucial Sunstrikes, but even though they made like those mistakes, it was still so easy for them to win the team fights we saw in the clip before.
So let's now theory craft and construct how draft number 2 is going to be working at this point. I believe it was first pick that went the way of Liquid on the Radiant side here. Do we know if the coin flip was won by them and they took priority on the first pick?
We assume that first pick is way more important than side in this matchup.
Yeah, because I think that Liquid really understood how to play against MVP. It was really crucial that they ban out Bounty Hunter and they right away snag up the Prophet. So they have this understanding about MVP that they know these two heroes are really important for them, and they know that because they have an Earth Spirit player, it's more likely that they are not going to do the trade, because Ben even agreed that it's bad for the team that gets the Prophet giving away the Earth Spirit, because he feels that it's not worth it. So it seems like Liquid and MVP agree to that as well, so they're not going to do that trade.
Well, we'll see how things are going to be working out for game number 2, as we do have a draft ready to go. It's going to be Liquid versus MVP Phoenix. And, well, after MVP Phoenix pull out something completely new, we are going to be seeing a ban on the Tusk and Enchantress. MVP hoping to get either their hands on the Earth Spirit or NP, but Liquid ban out both. This means MVP Phoenix will take Outworld Devour with their first pick.
So what other heroes are there available? Like, it seems like does Liquid play Lone Druid? They do, right? On Matumba Man.
I don't think they have this.
Do not see any. I mean, it can't be more than 2 games. This tournament, it's not on their most popular grabs this patch.
No, he's not played it at all this tourney.
But it's Lone Druid. It's 6.86. It's this meta. I'm sure they have. I'm sure they have a way to play it. Can you really afford to have a team without a big Lone Druid player? I mean, even MVP pulled it out there at the end.
They did play, Matumba Man did play it against Alliance in Captain's Draft. So that was the last time they played it. So they had Matumba Man can play the Lone Druid, but it's certainly not one of their go-to heroes.
Yeah.
They are 0 and 2 in the past month with Lone Druid.
Wonderful stats coming out from Statsman Wu. Thank you so much.
I don't actually favor OD first pick. I think it's usually a little bit weak, just because he's taken advantage of a lot by such heroes like Nyx, Batrider, so on and so forth. But MVP, it plays very well into them, because then they have to worry about the Mirana threat, which they also play really well with. And that was the first game that we saw from the tournament from MVP Phoenix. They destroyed eHome with OD. Plus
2-0 this tournament so far. 6-2 this patch. Liquid's 1-2 punch though will be a Witch Doctor.
I was gonna say as well, like, because they're on Dire, one of the better openings is maybe just to use or pick a hero that utilizes the Roshan very well, because we've seen like in the series to like yesterday, especially like all the teams, especially when they're on Radiant, they will ban all the Roshan heroes against the Dire team. Like the Draw, the Ursa. These are the 2 big ones.
This Void feels like more of a deny pick than anything. Very good with the Witch Doctor, and Liquid has found great success with it. 3-0 this tournament so far.
Good for the Roshan fight against Ursa too. So it's important for them. And Liquid once again bans out the Bounty Hunter, which might be a problem for them. Because MVP, those are the two MVP favorite heroes for the early game. Bounty, Earth Spirit, Tusk is out of the pool. So maybe they will go for something else.
Phoenix.
I remember the three biggest ones were all those three, the Tusk, BH.
I think Phoenix is the one that you should really worry about, especially if you're Ursa. You can force the other team to come in the pit, and Phoenix is godly around the pit. So I think that's kind of what they're basing their draft around. And
That's true.
It's going to be like inviting MVP to come to them.
Don't you think it works for MVP as well?
Why not Vengeful Spirit? Very good against Faceless Void and good on the Dire side.
That's
Jarex has
true.
played it once before. So.
That is good too. It just doesn't feel like it's a hero that you would want to. Like if you have Jarex on your team, you don't want to put Venge on this guy. You want him to be on a hero that can do more for a team, to utilize this player much better.
It's like Viper on good mids.
Viper on like Miracle, Viper on Sumail. Ugh.
But didn't he say he likes the hero? Miracle likes the hero, or he doesn't? Like he just doesn't. He just doesn't like to play the hero maybe. But
Can't really show off
his
with a
team makes
Viper,
him
though.
his team makes him play the hero.
And I think Phoenix is much worse for Phoenix because of the Ursa. Like Ursa just destroys the egg really quickly. So I think that Liquid would be much more likely to pick it up.
Ban now on the Ember Spirit, and there will be the Phoenix for Jarex on Liquid.
Turn to pick.
I think you guys had just mentioned earlier, but do you think Phoenix are going to be thinking about picking up that Mirana? They did obviously do it before with the OD and Void as well. There's the combo there.
They'll
So
probably
follow
do
through.
it. Very high chance.
I mean, they don't have to pick it now.
No,
So-
for sure.
Because you know that Liquid won't pick it, and they didn't ban it.
Yeah.
So you can delay it. I mean, it's fine even if they want to pick it now, though, because it doesn't really tell a lot.
A hero who has not been picked up yet, and I would not mind seeing grabbed on the side of MVP Phoenix, would be a certain Skywrath Mage. Used to be very good with Faceless Void, and it's very nice against Phoenix, too.
It's a really good call.
I mean, I don't think it'll happen, but I can't believe he still hasn't been grabbed.
If they actually understand that the Phoenix is off lane, then maybe it has a better chance of happening. Because usually Skywrath is very good at zoning. You pick him to zone the Phoenix, and maybe if it's a support Phoenix, you don't want to like specifically counter him that much. But I mean, it's still a really good pick with the Void, obviously.
Yeah. They opt, though, for now to get the Vengeful Spirit. Does work very nice in tandem with the Void and OD,
So what's for Fada?
They need a good lane against OD, so probably Razor.
Razor or Viper
Yeah.
seem to be the two big powerhouse mid laners that Fata has reached for in the past.
I like Puck a little bit more, though.
Because of the team fight with Phoenix,
because of the team fight and the control.
Nicely done.
Man,
Oh,
Ben
there you
Wu
go,
is
Ben.
calling all the heroes here. I think you're
Look at
actually
this
the coach.
And there's the Mirana.
Hi.
I like to see a draft that's a bit more predictable than game number 1 from Phoenix, which was a bit out of left field. And a nice color scheme also fitting for Phoenix.
So Liquid needs. Do they actually play mind control on Phoenix, or it's almost certain that it's support?
He's played Phoenix.
So Liquid can still change things up. If
I
they
would like
want
to see like ABBA, I think, actually for them. I think it's a really good verse. Actually, it's not that good.
As an off lane, you mean?
No. It's just a support roaming. Because then if you don't die to Mirana arrows, the hero becomes significantly weaker. It's not like an Earth Spirit who can just transition into team fights. But at the same time, it's not that good versus OD. But it's good versus most of their other heroes.
How about actually going for a Tide instead? Just have team fight, then you just secure the Roshan. You have Tide Phoenix, and then you just run Phoenix as a 4 position.
That also works.
Like what they usually do on Jarex. So basically, you pick the heroes to secure the Roshan, you play around your team fight, you just 5-man, when you have ultis, you take towers. Seems like a Liquid strat.
Yep.
I like the idea of a Tide. Other than that, it's like, what, throwback for mind control and getting like a Faceless Void? Oh, they actually just banned it. Or not Faceless Void, I meant Darkseer and said Faceless Void. I swear! So they ban out that Darkseer, and
They're
we'll see if
both
Tide's
purple.
next.
I'll give you the benefit of the doubt.
They both have weird heads. Okay, weird purple heads.
I mean, it's either that or they can still go for Beastmaster, which helps them secure the Roshan, because with the vision, all those heroes
I don't think they need vision, though. If they just have good team fight, it's like,
I mean,
I don't care.
it's still good to have vision, right? You have Disable for the OD, and you have also the balls to actually block the arrows. It's also really nice against Mirana.
Oh, yeah.
I'm down with Tide, though. Tide seems
Yeah, I like both of those too,
but then they would just switch OD to safe lane, though.
Against Tide, you mean?
Yeah.
Other than that, it's like what you do.
But does it matter what offlane can actually, like...
What?
Okay, so it's... wait, what?
Wait a minute. Liquid, are they sipping the MVP Kool-Aid here? What's
I
happening?
think they might be.
All right, support gyro?
I'd love to see that. I mean, there was a period back a few months ago where a lot of CIS teams...
Or EG style 4-position Ursa?
Iron Talon Ursa.
Oh. Zai style? Gdire side? Oh yeah, but Jarex has to play the Phoenix. Unless it's a complete switch around.
But Mind Control
can't play the Phoenix,
my tinfoil hat. Hold on a second here.
I'm going to adjust it. But why would they be... Can they actually do another thing like tri-lane and then leave? No, it's still weird. I don't know.
They won't be putting... They wouldn't put Fata on the Jar and let him go... Or would they run something like an Ursa Witch Doctor dual lane mid? Would that...
Nah, probably not. I don't know. I really don't know what's going on.
Who knows now, right? I mean, it could be...
Well, what are MVP looking for? They're still looking for QO's hero, yeah?
Yes, they're looking for QO's hero.
What's still...
we assume.
I mean, the PL's still in the pool, but is this not necessarily a good game for PL?
Jug is also
no
there.
Synergy with Void.
No,
I think he wants some synergy with Void. I would say Ember's bans.
It's the PL. He still goes for his... I mean, he's had a great record with it so far. I mean, as you said, there's not...
You can see how important they actually prioritize like what hero to put on QO instead of having good
Mind
synergy.
Control Gyro.
What is happening?
So they want to go head on head with the MP OD
So
in
are they
that
going
lane.
to tri-lane with what? Witch Doctor, Phoenix, Gyro, and then they leave Ursa 1v1 FE?
Yeah.
Because Ursa can actually beat FE. So I guess that's the plan.
It looks like it.
Sure.
All right.
Sure, winner. So, guys, based on the draft, who do you think is going to be taking game number 2?
Liquid.
Oh. I'm going to go with MVP Phoenix. I think Liquid may have drunk a little bit too much of that Kool-Aid that MVP had in game 1.
Nah,
I think MVP got this.
Liquid's going to go aggro. MVP's going to like, oh, what? This is what we've been doing to other teams. And then they're going to get owned.
It's Mind Control Jara, though. It's not Matumba Man Jara.
No, I think MVP is just going to beat them in the lanes with the OD safe lane and just going to, you know...
QOPL is going to do something ridiculous.
Win the early game and then crush the mid game.
As do Venge as well. He's played that a few times. He's won every single game with it this time.
Nonetheless, it should be an exciting game number 2. MVP versus Liquid. We throw it to the arena now for our casters, Toby Wan and Cinderin.
Thanks a lot, Dakota. Yes, we are underway for game number 2 of MVP going up against Team Liquid. As MVP looks like they're the ones with the more of a Stockholm standard kind of draft, and Team Liquid are mixing things up with the Matumberman Ursa. We've got a Gyrocopter in the hands of Mind Control. And looks like MVP are already going to start to fight. And Matumberman actually walks down. This is going to be the first blood right now. Febi's backing up for the good long-range arrow. In she flies, in she hits, and Matumberman, welcome to game 2. QO being allowed to take the last hit. And that's the start to our game, Cinderin.
MVP are angry after that last game. They've got something to prove that was just that was a fluke for Liquid, and well, so far so good for them. They get the first blood, very aggressive play with that smoke, and immediately, of course, securing themselves at the very least the top rune here for OD, and they're not done as it looks. Are they making a play for both?
Because technically OD could just actual imprison if someone set up towards that top lane. He could grab that top rune, and because Ursa's out of position, they could potentially contest for this bottom rune as well. They could actually get double runes and first blood.
Yep. This is an important moment. Liquid's level 1 is not bad.
Kuro still got that paralyzing cast in such a small area. Dubu, he's really low. Lights off the sun of Mind Control. And who's got the... it will be the Phoenix and the OD who will take out the runes. But Jirax dropping so low will actually be 2. Gyro and Phoenix down for the count. Fata consuming up the Fairy Fire. He needs to live a little bit longer. They get the kill on the PL as Fata is able to orb walk himself away. Barev can jump in front. Body blocking on Kuro. Febi, he's got arrow in 8, 6, 5, 3, 0 mana. Throws it out, but whoa! White ball! Barev will be in trouble. He'll actually go down. They don't get the kill on Kuro, and they lose the Faceless Void. We go 3-3. Febi trying to deny himself up the Roshan. Will this be allowed? And Team Liquid, no, they will not allow it. Phoenix will take the kill. Crack is level 2 with that. We're 4-3, and we've only just started the laning phase.
This is what we usually refer to as some clownish shit, but it's some pretty high-skilled engagements, to be honest. I think MVP made a really good call trying to go for that fight, but with the arrow whipping, that turns into a really good fight for Liquid, and it had to, because if they lose both bounty runes in the first blood at no cost...
Oh, they're going top lane again. Magic Missile stun to a 5-second stun on the arrow. If they need more time, MP can buy it, and they actually need almost more time. But before the last attack can come in, the Ursa Warrior will go down. And MVP running this aggro tri-lane with an OD core and the VS and Mirana supporting. They're going to look for another target as well as Kuro starts to pull. Dubu, actually they're just going to leech the experience out. And that's all for now.
This is going to be a difficult game for Matumba Man, I think. Bottom lane, actually, for Rev. He's 1-on-2. Looks like he's playing like he's 1-on-1.
They can't really kill him, though. Like, the harassment's negated a lot by the PMS, and like when they go for the burst harassment, which is, like, it's going to come through sprites as well as through the rocket barrage, he's just going to time walk off the damage. Like, I'm actually more interested in actually what's happening in the middle lane, where QO gets aggressive here on Fada. Like, he's been throwing out the lances, but Fada just dodges them. Now Dubu, oh, he actually dodges as well the magic missile. But with phase shift down, the arrow flies in, it's off target. Fada down to 10 HP. He's got his orb back off cooldown, going to deny himself up to the Hell Bear, and he will be successful. 4-4 gets to remain on the board, but they came very, very close to finding that kill.
Very nicely played from Fata there.
They're going again on bottom lane for Rev. No time walk. 2 seconds, 1 second on cooldown. He'll time walk off enough of the damage that he'll survive. The sprites can't get the kill. But Jirax takes a lot of damage for that. He's now going to burn through his salve, but he's making space for mind control.
It's very good that they managed to pressure out the Void here. It should be 2 free waves of CS for mind control. Probably looking to get upgraded boots early so he can put some pressure in the lane. Yeah, this laning stage is fairly even overall. The one downside for Liquid is the Ursus being pressured as much as he is, but transitioning him just into like semi-jungling now, and then maybe, as it looks, rotating Phoenix to top to play together with Kuro. This could work, but mind control, obviously, he has to concede the bottom lane for a while when he has no help down there.
This makes it really, really dangerous for like heroes like Kuro, who are back behind that tower. The Observer Ward from Febby sees all the support moving up here from Team Liquid. It also gives him more information to go for these a little bit more of a blind arrow kind of style. But Dubu starts to pull on bottom, so as Liquid rotate towards the top lane, now the supports of MVP will actually get levels, a big problem they had during Game 1. But there's also a lot coming into Team Liquid. Like the Phoenix is already up at level 3, Kuro's almost level 4 because Matopima went into the jungle. So Team Liquid is spreading their damage out quite nicely as Mind Control tries not to get himself killed to a Centaur.
He managed. Nice.
Success. GG.
Oh, top rune. There's going to be a fight for it again as it looks. Nah, MVP, they have to give that rune up. Liquid 3 heroes there. Arrow. Fata was ready for it.
It's really difficult to catch Fata out. He's one of the most, I want to say aggressive mids. Like, it's always great watching him play up against S4. Febby, hello, a little bit of trouble there. Paralyzing Cask working with the neutral camp that was there to make it so the Miranda couldn't escape. But yeah, Fata never really seems to be caught with his pants down. He always seems to be very aware of what's coming at him. Obviously a very good thing to have when you need to survive as your mid. And MVP try and force the issue, realizing that there's movement out from Liquid onto the tier 1 tower. But Mind Control's there and he'll soak it up, so no real issue for him there.
Well, they're looking to... How much damage are they getting on this bottom tower? Not that much, actually.
MP found Jirax.
Yeah,
Jirax actually going to get hit pretty heavily. His Icarus dive, like, what are you going to really do here? Jirax has no escape. MP's just stealing everything that makes Jirax Jirax. The Paralyzing Cask won't bounce. MP just needs one more attack. It's not enough. 26 life on Jirax and MP. And he's actually been slowed down by these damn sprites. He can't really attack. Febby tries to come in for a point-blank range arrow. Misses it on the target. And MP's going to go down to Matumberman. One more attack will do it. And, well, it will be the Ursa to take it. Looks like VS also having trouble as Mind Control on that bottom lane. Was able to catch him just before Dubu could make it to the tree line.
Oh, that MVP cannot afford to let this happen.
Watch middle lane as well. Fada with an invis rune sets up on QO. He's going to join himself back. I thought he was going to wait for the creep wave to die and then use his dream coil. Because he was very, very close to level 6.
He's pretty low on mana though, but
rotation.
Still pressuring QO a lot. Yeah, I think that solo kill that Mind Control just got cannot be allowed to happen for MVP. The Venge gets solo killed. Mind Control gets his phase boots, almost level 6 now, and he's playing alone in the offlane as a gyrocopter against Venge Void. There's like no kill potential at all, so misplays from MVP, and they're just not... Today they don't look like the same team we've seen earlier in the tournament, whereas Liquid, they've brought their A game so far in both games, that's for sure.
It's like MVP made a conscious decision saying they cannot just man fight against Team Liquid or play the early aggressive game against Team Liquid. And they've adjusted their drafting style to suit. Even if their play in Game 1 might be a representative of something different, they also gave a gyrocopter and fought into a cooldown, which is when things went haywire.
Kuro. Decent pressure mid.
Fnatic actually decided not to dodge that. He could have phase shift dodged it. It's fine.
It looked like he wanted to actually try to bait PL to commit doppelganger and go for some harassment there, because he had Phoenix on backup and obviously Coil, but yeah, there's no way QO falls for that. He knows he can't use doppelganger aggressively into a level 6 puck next to his tower unless he has backup himself. The farm game is still pretty even overall. There is a slight lead for Liquid in gold right now. Oh yeah, bottom lane. That's mistimed, completely mistimed.
Way too early. MP can still potentially try and go for this kill. He doesn't have Impetus, but he can actually throw the ulti out, which will get him the kill. There's no control from Febby. He leapt himself forward to try and soak up that Rocket Barrage, but now Fada Dream Coils up on Febby, and there's nowhere to go apart from down. Meanwhile, up on the top lane, Forever's also dropping very low to Kuro, which kind of is a bit of a surprise. He has the Time Walk available. He's actually going to keep going on bottom. With Kuro down here, Fada's going to Dream Call himself, just orb himself away. Kuro's right behind him. He doesn't have enough damage to find the kill. So successful disengage from Team Liquid.
And meanwhile, Matumba on Roche. QO seems to have no idea this is happening. Matumba will be soloing this very soon. He does have Enrage ready.
He's going to stop getting bashed, though. He's really going to stop getting bashed.
He's going to be fine. He got it now.
All right, there we go. God, that damage output from Mercer is unbelievable when you got stacks. This looks like a lot more secure game for Team Liquid.
Yeah, that Roche kill is the biggest kill of the game. Very, very nice so far from them. It's not like they've acquired a big lead in the early game, but you need to consider what composition they're playing and what they're playing against. They're playing against a Mirana, who's currently level 3, minute 8, and the Venge is just hit level 4. And Kuro is level 6.5 on the Witch Doctor. Phoenix is level 4, but the way Liquid tend to play this lineup, he actually doesn't need to get an early Supernova in this game. I think the Death Ward is going to be great. And there's just way more, you know, MVP's heroes just need to accomplish a lot early. Right now, the Mirana is literally just an arrow. And doesn't scale very well without Farm. Fata going in.
Fata made that play perfectly. He realized with that Dream Coil, he's going to find the kill.
Oh.
No! Barely staying alive, QO.
Almost died to the snap.
He messed up because he tried to doppelganger away from the illusionary orb. It connected and Fata instantly realized they may, with the support of GRX, just have enough damage to get the kill.
Top lane Kuro.
Yeah, forever.
No chrono though.
No, it's 18 seconds before it comes back off cooldown. But they're chasing for this kill while it's juking around the trees as much as they possibly can. This tier 1 tower's taking a lot of damage.
Kuro casting up Dubu, that didn't really do anything.
No. In fact, Dubu's going to try and turn, but he also can't do anything. There's just no support.
Chronosphere is available now for Rev. Came off cooldown. It's possible they'll try to look for a play with just Chrono into Arrow. That should be a kill on most of
They may be
Liquid's
given the
heroes.
opportunity. If they can work out with the Observer Wars, they know that GRX as well as Top have rotated down bottom lane.
Oh, they're just
so
giving up that tower and going top.
Okay. Considering Eclipse is off cooldown in 5 seconds time, you would think maybe they could have gone for that, but if this is a straight trade-off, yeah, it is. So MP is going to TP himself towards the top lane. Forev starts the creep skipping with the Faceless Void. QO still got a little bit of pressure amidst. They're just trying to looking for a raw tier 1 for tier 1, but in this position, Liquid may even think about defending the top, which may play into actually into MVP's hands.
Yeah, Phoenix is still level 4, so there is no Supernova available just yet.
MP revealed himself. They're aware of this.
Dubo's in a really bad spot. Arrow connects.
That keeps my control out. Forev's just on his own little hunting play. He's chasing Kuro. He's got Matumban in there as well. He needs to give me a chrono if he's going to find this kill. The question is, can he get back out? Time Walk's back off cooldown. Kuro's got paralyzing cask and Forev. There's your Time Walk away. He'll survive with just enough life. Kuro's trying to come in to help him as Forev goes deeper into the tree line. Kuro actually now backing up. He can't go into the tower. Forev will dive again. And now GRX will give the vision, but Forev successful TP out to safety. But they don't take the tier 1 tower here, MVP, for a heavy commitment of abilities.
Yeah, great play from Liquid again. They're making all the right big play calls by taking bottom tier 1, defending the top tier 1. And like you said, MVP could have maybe tried to fight for bottom. Until the Phoenix Supernova is up, they have a much better fighting chance. And now Liquid, of course, will be identifying, okay, we're starting to reach the point where we want to start getting that Supernova. JerAx has done a good job so far. He's been in 8 kills, but now it's time. Oh!
He just killed the creep, so the arrow is able to connect. Odie wants to hit him more, but unfortunately, where's your vision? Doesn't exist anymore. It'll be too risky to go around the side of the tree line.
And he, of course, did have both the Aegis and Enrage ready. So with that 0 mana cost. OD counters a lot of heroes very well, but Ursa is actually, it kind of goes both ways in that matchup.
Just need to see if Matoma can keep that distance closed. And he's got, with 1k gold, like you're 11 minutes in, with already a face boost as well as Mask of Madness, you can chase down almost any hero apart from Faceless Void. That one's a little bit more difficult. But MVP, I kind of want to flag this right now. We said it in game 1. I actually thought it would be different here in game 2 because they were giving their support space, but we got a level 5 VS and a level 4 Mirana. They're just not finding levels. And the impact of Febby, yeah, we saw that arrow up on top on Matoma, but it's never resulting in a kill. And this is a concern for me right now. Dubu's going to break the smoke on Koro.
Oh.
Wow.
Well, they don't know it's there.
You can blame the night. You can blame the nighttime. Like unless MVP, now they know it's there.
Oh, Dubu, that's pretty bold.
Yep. Matubman and Fada, they're actually okay. Well, Fada crosses over the river. The observers and sentries are down for MVP, so they're feeling pretty comfortable with at least the vision game here. And Koro, well, he might try and yeah, he attempts the denial. It's not going to be successful.
There goes the Aegis.
So
very quick respawn here for Liquid. It's going to respawn 30 seconds after minimum time. And it obviously favors them a lot. They have the Ursa to just go and grab it again.
Kuro doesn't have Doppelganger up right now, but Mind Control will come in. Has already the flag cannon enabled, and well, Kuro, he would love to go for this, but actually, he's baiting the fight. With the 3-player smoked up from MVP, if they can just get a good positioning here on Mind Control, and shut him down. A 5-second arrow is really what they require. Unfortunately, with that position, they can't just throw it. They need to get that Chronosphere off and stop Mind Control from hitting the oldie, but actually they go for Jirax on the back lines. Duba still holding into the stun. The arrow from Mirana will find that kill, but cooldown expended, but not really hitting any targets. And MVP already bailing out as Team Liquid. Not only do they buy back on the Phoenix, they've rotated heavily. QO, he's got no Doppelganger, so no escape out of here. Monchart is coming back off cooldown, but it's already too late. There's still an expensive buyback to come out from Team Liquid.
I don't know. They bought back, it was a support Phoenix, and they defended their tower with that buyback. I think that's actually okay.
I actually thought it would be worth more to kill off that Phoenix, but yeah, you're right, it's not. And Dubu, well, silenced up for Rev, jumping forward, dilating over on Fada, but now Momotumberman, the Blink Dagger is up. He's already picked off the Vengeful Spirit. He's not going to go for any more. They don't need to. Easy pick first to go on QO, then moving on to the VS, and you're doing damage now to the tier 1 tower on top. That Observer was really nice though from MVP, so they understand that Jirax, actually yeah, Febby's arrow hits him absolutely perfectly. With a Starfall, they'll find the kill. No potential for Nova or Icarus diving away. So Phoenix will die again, this time a little bit longer on the sidelines, thanks to the buyback.
It's 30 seconds.
Is
Might
enough
be enough
time?
for the tower. Febby has Arcane Boots, so...
They got Fortification, so they can't. Because Liquid will just fortify and then come in and fight. With no Chronosphere for MVP, it's a risky kind of play. Mind Control's mana might be the only thing really slowing down Liquid.
I just don't think they're in position to do it. Like, I think the defense is actually a lot riskier than what the reward is. They can't keep... They've held this tower twice now. They've done what they needed to do in the top lane. Trying to fight there could have cost them a lot.
MVP moving over further, Mind Control just runs in, QO, Paralyzing Cast's going to bounce over. There was the Doppelganger trying to protect him, and Kuro just lets the Death Ward go. But MVP are already out, the arrow flies a long way, but again, splits Team Liquid, unable to connect. But Team Liquid have 5 players up inside their own jungle at the moment. I'd say it's being capitalized on by MVP, but they've got no one on bottom lane.
They can start doing that though. They got the Boots of Travel now on QO. It's pretty late for his standards actually. Still not awfully underfarmed, but we've just been used to seeing his PL being
Matumba
very far ahead in the games so far.
He can't go. It's almost like the intimidation of overpower. I got the swipes, just afraid to use them. MVP with their smoke movement. Damn, they burned so many of these early on in the game.
Febby is 20 XP away from level 6. They would love to have Moonlight Shadow right now for this type of play. It's something we haven't talked so much about in the Mirana games that we've had. There was a game yesterday for EG where Fear played Mirana. Even if you don't find kills with Moonlight Shadow, you just get into positions.
This is so dangerous. They're going to see him. Like all they gotta do is just time walk into Chrono. And Fada, well, he's actually gonna orb up as well. Phase shifts, doesn't jaunt. In fact, he blinks down the tree like Fada. Oh, of course. Of course. Can't kill him.
The way MVP have to make this play is they need to use Wave of Terror to deal damage, and then they jump in Chrono. Because then Fatsa can't just phase blink. But it's hard in the moment. It's one of those difficult ganks, and under this kind of pressure, sometimes you make those mistakes. Top lane.
Yeah, Chrono's going to go off. TP support's coming in from the VS, so they'll have the extra stun control. Hero was waiting for this move, but the Death Ward for Rev, he's invis. He time walks out. He'll stay alive. MP drops the ult down. Kuro in a little bit too deep. He's taking too much damage from the tower, but it again comes in Fada. He gets the silence off. Matamaman will join him as well. For Rev, he'll go down. 2 on the sidelines.
Very good reinforcement here from Liquid. They're so fast. I think that's the best word to describe them. Oh my god, Fats actually found MP. There's no TP ready for the next 40 seconds. There is no escape plan here. He's going to fall as well. 3 kills for Team Liquid. And they found this playstyle for this tournament where they are very, very good at rotating for each other. They outnumber their opponents very easily and respond to aggression very, very quickly.
And so good from Team Liquid. MVP, like how do you even fight up against this? Maybe this is the reason why we said at the start of the cast that MVP just didn't have the confidence to try and battle up against Team Liquid.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Not on that like toe-to-toe kind of style, but they've drafted themselves into this position now where they have to try and play around their big team fights, around their pickoffs, and that's the hope for MVP. Because Team Liquid, if this game keeps going like this, like Roshan's already back up, Liquid will grab the Aegis and they'll just go for more and more objectives, and MVP will continue to crumble.
Yeah, this next Moonlight Shadow Chrono play has to come up big, unless I actually think it's too late. If Matumba just goes for Roshan now, they'll have it.
They're coming
but
up.
They're not going for it.
Tubu's already here, goes to the stun over on Kuro. The arrow follow-up's going to work, so Kuro's out of this fight for now, but Tubu, he's also saved by the OD imprisonment. The call down from Mind Control, it won't actually hit perfectly. They'll still find the kill, and into a Phoenix Nova. Seems a little unnecessary. The Team Liquid, they just keep going. They don't care. You can throw away a Nova, and you'll still end up winning the fight.
And this is a tier 2 tower, and then I'm imagining they go straight for Roche. 30 seconds on Void, this tower is going to be down in about 10. They can just rotate straight over and take it. Look at Liquid, by the way, very interesting. They have 3 Clarities running. Now the one on Ursa just broke. But Jerax in this game is actually, he just carried 4 Clarities with his team. So they could just keep putting on the aggression and compensating for their lack of arcane boots. They don't have a single hero with them. It's
they don't want to give MVP
arcanes, you know? It's good.
Just don't give MVP a chance to breathe. Kuro was trying to find it. Like with these BTs, at least he can play out the side lanes, and this forces like Mind Control to come back and defend it. And then he can just follow up the mid, and they need that defusal. Bottom lane, MP, yep. Silenced up, imprisonment, he'll do it on himself. A double Chrono for Forev. This could be big for MVP. They will find one. Fada actually gets hit by the arrow because Kuro ended up dying. They get the double stuns, but Team Liquid have already grabbed Roshan while those 2 kills were happening for MVP.
I still think Liquid, you know, they can at least take the Roshan as a consolation prize, but I think they didn't even need to make that aggressive play to get the Roche. Of course it is a distraction, and that's good. But there was an opportunity to just maybe bring more heroes. Oh, arrow. Arrow. There was an opportunity to play that differently, where they just get some vision out and position themselves to break smoke or break Moonlight Shadow with their sentries. Or simply just bring more heroes to that kind of gank so that they secure the kill.
Well, at least now the T1 tower goes away of MVP. But a BKB, Matumbaman ready to fight.
Really far.
He really is. That's also not the greatest thing in the world for MVP. They Observer Ward right on top of the Sentry Ward, which is already in the lane. So even their side lane vision's not going to remain.
And damn, those 2 kills actually gave so much gold to MVP. I didn't even realize they were that far behind on economy. They were 10k gold behind. They managed to pull back 2.5. And with the state this game is in, we need to start thinking about what's going to happen once this game goes later. Because Liquid's win condition here is just to keep using Roshan as a way of taking objectives and then turning it into barracks later on. But if QO gets to keep farming on this PL, that is a really bad matchup for Ursa later on.
Well, that's the reason why Team Liquid are here. QO jumps over. There goes your stance. Got 9-1 charges, but it will not be enough.
Kill.
Arrow? Never got him off.
there's no backup.
Yeah, they can't get it. That may have been a space creation arrow for Kuro to get back out, but not the case. Also looking down at bottom lane, Dubu. He's been protected by the Moonlight Shadow, so you just expended your Moonlight Shadow as well. That's a 2-minute cooldown.
Mech for Bebby. Minute 22. Not too bad.
For Rev, do you feel this is worth it? Dubu's coming in from around the side, and that one will be worth it. They find Mind Control. The Wave of Terror doesn't hit, however, so Mind Control still sitting there with his crazy 38 armor, I think that actually is. Now they jump in, the Chronosphere, it just buys space, the Paralyzing Cask and the Death Wall from Kuro. Death Wall not doing any near enough damage to Dubu, but the Paralyzing Cask, it may as well be a second ultimate with the way for Febby as well as for Rev. Could not escape from it. Team Liquid kill to objective. They go after Dubu. Magic Missile will not save him enough. He's got swap available, but he just can't get enough space here. But Tubman will find the kill, a double for him. And they've still got the Aegis Immortal and didn't have to expend the 10-second BKB charge.
And they find themselves in an awkward position there where they can chrono the gyro alone, but they don't have the follow-up damage in position to even kill him off fast enough. And if they do, they know there's going to be the Supernova coming in from Jerax on the side and slowing their attack speed as well. Liquid are just one step ahead with every move and just have the tools they need to take these fights to MVP. It's difficult for them to find kills in the Chronosphere when the OD isn't there. It's the big damage that they have, and the lack of synergy with PL is apparent.
Yeah, it really is. But that's the trade-off you play. Like, it's meant to be OD does the work inside the Chronosphere. That's what you really have to go for, but now there isn't even a Chronosphere. Liquid, obviously, realizing that the exact timing as it was used on bottom lane, they just forced the issue into the tier 3 tower. MP's not even coming to join the fight. He's got a TP available. He's another 300 gold away from completing up his BKB, so it looks like MVP, they're going to accept the casualty. It's the bottom racks. The TPs are coming back in now, and you still have no Chronosphere. 25 seconds on the clock for it, and Farev has to time walk himself away. Decent amount of damage being done early on. And OD's also managed to steal some nice intelligence to go for the arrow, but Tubman, it's only the Aegis Immortal. The intel will remain stolen. There's 15 points currently in the favor of MP. And the Tubman comes back up again, triggers his BKB. They go for the call down. It won't hit any targets, and Fada, the Dream Call, they'll catch out 3 with the Phoenix Egg down. They can't kill it off. Bebby's trying one more attack. They can't do it. The Egg will expend. You'll have the Fiber coming out from the Void. This time Chrono is up. MP drops the oldie. A big Chronosphere. MP outside of it. Team Liquid, they got the racks, but at what cost? Mind Control will die as well. A triple kill for MP. QO's there on the front lines. Matumman will fall as well. Team Liquid get wiped. They took the melee racks. The buyback was only expended over on the Faceless Void, but you burned through Aegis. And that was the best scenario I think MVP could have hoped for.
And the really deciding factor in that fight is simply that the cooldown doesn't hit anything. It's weird for Team Liquid. They have so good counter initiation. They have the Puck who can just blink in coil, and then you can drop the cooldown on top of that. But Mind Control, jumping the trigger there, he can't call down first. They need to set it up very nice and easy, and just, you saw the other abilities that they used. They got a 3-man coil, they got the Supernova. If the cooldown isn't that, we might be looking at a completely different fight with maybe 3 or 4 kills for Liquid and 0 casualties, but
you just gave MVP
full
a fighting
advantage
chance
of that. Yeah, exactly. Sure, they're still definitely behind.
Oh yeah.
But if they don't get that fight there and Liquid just get out scot-free and take the barracks, it's almost impossible to come back for MVP. That's just too big of a deficit in minute 25.
I'd be more concerned right now if I was Team Liquid about what Kuro is capable of achieving. Like, he had his Diffuser Blade now. He's 1,500 gold. If he can complete a Mana Style with his BTs, this split push is going to force Liquid into a position where they may have to force the issue a little bit earlier. Like, that BKB came up pretty early on Matupperman. He's now down, oh, he's only had to use 1 charge of it, but as time goes on, it's going to get lower and lower, and the split push and the illusions of QO are going to be a lot more effective. And you saw what MP could finally do once he steals some intel.
And now he got himself the ultimate orb going in toward a Hex, so that they can catch Ursa off with that, and not even Aghanim's Scepter on Ursa will save you from that.
What do you think about this build over on Fada? Like, yes, you had a lot of momentum in this game, or still have a lot of momentum in this game, but you go a Dagon level 1, and now you'll start to build into the Yule Scepter.
I think Dagon is really good against Void. It's probably the primary reason he got it was that they could burst him down in the silence, so he didn't get to use Time Walk. In addition to that, just all in all, Team Liquid have so good initiation potential that I don't think Fatsa needed to be too defensive in his itemization. If you look at their heroes, what's actually going to kill him is the Chronosphere, and he can't itemize against that, realistically.
Yeah.
He's getting the Yules now. I'm not actually sure what the idea is with this, instead of just going for either a Hex or upgrading the Dagon.
Unless he takes Void out during the Chronosphere, but that's also not the real problem. Like, the OD is the problem, his position.
Trying to use it like that, or his goal now is, well, now I have level 4 phase shift, so I can cycle my abilities so that I can, with Yule, secure myself a second phase shift, and then blink out a Trouble.
That could make sense.
It's an amazing item on Puck in most games, but I think this is actually one of the weaker games to pick it up in.
He's going to BKB and TP out, but not possible. The bash came in from Matumba, and now he's got that fresh basher on him. That's almost a minute without the OD. There is no buyback available.
That's high ground, actually, if Liquid identify that, which they might, because they probably saw that ultimate orb purchase, and they know there was a fresh BKB as well. Purchased very recently.
MVP is just going to spam everything they've got to keep Liquid out. The arrows to get rid of the Alpha Wolf, a little bit exposed on the front lines, and then just like PL illusions. Using a doppelganger to actually do this because he doesn't have his mana style yet. But it burns so much mana to do this. Same with like the Lancers. 20 seconds until OD is up, and no fortification for MVP. And looks like Liquid are out. They're bailing. How long is it till Roshan? And maybe that's the key factor now. It's 10 seconds until Roshan could be up. We'll find out the real time in like, okay. It's almost a max duration spawn time for Roshan.
That's fair. The last one was very fast. But Liquid are still, I imagine in 3 minutes they're still going to have enough control of the map to be able to claim that. The Roshan after that one, however, could become very interesting if Liquid don't close out the game. There's no way MVP managed to get the Hex before that Roche timer. If they want to try to contest it, it has to be with the next Moonlight Shadow getting out and finding a pick and then into Roche. But MVP have no information. They have one ward around the Roshan area that doesn't even see the entrance if Ursa just... He can run in from the right or he can just blink in.
And the other one's protection for QO up on the top lane.
And it's difficult for them to get the intel about whether Roshan is up or not. They obviously don't know. Like right now it's a toss-up. It could have spawned right now and Matumba could be taking it. You obviously see that they're not trying to protect it, so... Yeah. They are accepting that they can't defend this Roshan, that they have to play high ground. That's a very bad position to be in though.
Interesting to see QO being that aggressive. After you see Matumbaman up there, I mean, mind control, easy to make a mistake. He still decided to go back into the lane, try and spray it down and keep Liquid on the top. Like the bottom lane's going to keep pushing in. Nothing could really cancel this. QO is kind of like the best defense to this as well. They just need to buy themselves time more than anything else. Time and space. MVP with a 4-man smoke maneuver. They can try and go after mind control. We still have to remember that this is a 3-position gyro. It's not as critical as a 1 position.
Oh,
or maybe, okay, this will work. Get the kill over on Jirax with the arrow. Team Liquid won't respond to that.
He can buy back. This is, again, yeah, they get a kill, and I think they should take it. But it's not what they were hoping for.
No.
It still buys them some time to push out their lanes.
It still feels like it's nothing but space creation. With no Chronosphere, Team Liquid will feel a lot more confident going into Roshan.
And they have so good vision too. Liquid sitting with, they've got, I think, is that 4 observers out on the map right now, gathering so much information. And with the trees burnt down here, next to that ward, the Dire actually see a lot of, they cover a lot of ground. Okay, they respawned.
So
well, it was a good idea until then.
They're still waiting for it's such a long time. Like MVP must just be scratching their heads. Like it's got to be sometime soon. Just arrow to scout. I wondered too if that was also one of the thoughts behind MVP's pick of the Mirana. Just to make sure they can always have a way, which isn't that high risk, to look and see what's going on with Roshan.
That's a good point. I do think it's primarily for the obviously the obvious synergy with their picks, but it's just an added benefit to the hero.
QO is going to feel a lot more comfortable now. Like he's getting closer towards the buyback. He needs 900 gold, but for a PL, it's just doing the split pushing. Like 900 gold can come fairly fast, but it's the mana style. So they realize they're going to lose this Roshan. This is also Aegis and Cheese to be picked up.
I wonder who they give the cheese to. Probably Gyro? Yeah, I think Gyro's good.
Yeah, it will be. And a butterfly build as well for the Gyro. And a full Abyssal now completed. Not too shabby for 31 minutes in and a 16k net worth hero.
He can solo kill OD. They have to be very quick on their swap. But Venge is still only level 10 here. Dubu still has some way to go. Not too much though. I guess a couple of creep waves should do the trick. Question is if he's even going to get them.
Doesn't really have the time for it. He'll have to come back soon. Like, Kuro keeps the bottom lane defended. He's still holding on to his mana style for now. But Liquid are preparing again for this mid lane.
Good Guardian Greaves pick up here for Febby.
Radiant's middle tower.
Gonna help them out by getting some armor when they start dropping low on their heroes. Good against Gyro, good against Ursa. Unfortunately, Ursa probably hits a little bit too hard, but sometimes it can give you that extra bit of health that just makes the world of difference in the fight.
That's why he's got the Ghost Scepter, so he doesn't get completely destroyed by the Ursa.
Yep.
Unfortunately, it doesn't help the rest of his team, it only helps himself. Alright, so Team Liquid, they're not forcing the issue. They've still got Aegis and Cheese, the Shiva's Guard will now be completed. The only other major items they could be waiting for is Butterfly or potentially a full Aghanim Scepter from the puck. Then that BKB of OD will not allow him to freely walk away. But then again, is that the choice? Actually, it's not. He's got an Ultimate Orb.
I think Hex is good.
Scythe does look nice.
Curious as to why he didn't go for a Veil though in this game. It's so good for their lineup to have a Veil, and Fata has bought it in the past. He might just have defaulted back to his, autopilot build, or evaluated that the Dagon is just more useful for killing the Void like we talked about. But Veil is very, very nice for their team. Kuro closing in on Ags on the Witch Doctor.
He actually delayed it to buy the gem.
Yep.
This was also obviously to ensure that Jirax could just finish up his Shiva's Guard for the fight. The fact that Butterfly is also now over on Matubman's going to make life a living hell for MVP. No easy way for OD to inflict heavy damage into that Gyro once the BKB drops. But that's also a 10-second BKB and the full Butterfly. The BKB duration is still also only 9 seconds on Matubman. They've never really been forced to use these.
Oh, nice play from Febby. Instant reaction there on the Ghost Scepter. That's an Abyssal on cooldown for a minute.
Matubman may not be too sad about that. He could still just keep going in. But that Aegis Immortal behind him, the PL Illusions are actually burning a lot of mana. Mind Control's actually got practically nothing left with the OD Imprisonment. If these Illusions can burn once more, he actually doesn't have enough to let his ulti go unless he consumes the cheese. But he wants to keep that for his life, and now Matubman also out of mana. Can't even use his Mask of Madness. In this situation, probably doesn't want to do it anyway. But MVP on the back of the Moonlight Shadow and the land spam, they do keep Liquid repelled.
Yeah, that's successful play buying time. That was a little bit of a clunky engagement from Liquid. Matubman just blinked in hoping for a bash, and if he gets a bash there on the peon, there's no quick swap coming out from Venge that could result in a kill.
Is that when you look towards Fata more? Because then he's going to be the initiator, right? You said it last time, it's all about the Dream Call into a call down.
He followed up with the Silence, but the PL already doppelgangered at that point. And of course he can still purge off the Silence and doppelganger after, so Kuro definitely has ways of escaping. It's a good hold for MVP, but ultimately it doesn't really bring too much with it. It's still a 15k lead for Liquid. They didn't lose any heroes, they didn't lose Aegis or Cheese, and they can pretty much just look to try again.
MVP though is going to be getting a little bit frustrated with this. So you can see QO on the bottom lane, and as well as QO and a whole bunch of other QOs attacking after Mind Control. He's completely out of mana, and QO may feel like they can go for this. Jirax is in the neighborhood, and QO actually, he is really not tanky enough. Maybe once he completes up something like a Skadi, or actually, what does he even get in this game? You need to be able to survive through that attack.
Arrow. Nicely placed, but no follow-up.
It's buying time. The PL needs to regenerate. Bottles up, comes back out. Matubman makes his charge in again. Liquid are still committed as a Nance. There's your initiation. Dubu for the save swap. Dubu, he's still alive, but now it's Forev. Jumps himself forward. Doesn't really see a chrono target. Dubu, he will still burn out to the Phoenix. The Team Liquid, they're trying to go after this range rack. That's all they're really achieving with this push for the kill on the VS, but maybe they can force the fight for Rev. Nice chrono, caught out Matubman. MP though, he's too far away. He can't inflict the damage, not when Jirax also creates that space. A defensive imprisonment from Matubman, jumps forward for Rev, completely destroyed. MP's probably going to join him on the sidelines in a moment. No, he's back behind the tower. The jaunt will come out from Fnatic, but he blinks away. So Team Liquid, they get the kill, they take out the Chrono, and they take the bottom racks.
That Chrono's just not good enough. Like, if he catches one hero and it's the guy with an Aegis, they almost already lose the fight there. It's the key part that Liquid are just trying to bait out over and over again. And the reason they aren't extending as far into the base as you might think they can, it's just that Chronosphere. When that's on the ground,
oh, Courier.
You just go.
It's the Scythe. It's the Scythe that gets picked off. They actually grabbed it on the way down. The Observer was up on the hillside, so Team Liquid knew exactly, and it's only just a small jump. MVP didn't see it coming, and they weren't defensive with their Courier movement either.
Oh man, that's so big. That's their
answer to the Ursa.
Yeah, that was their potential defense item right now.
Now the arrow. Oh, hits Durax. He was mid-Icarus dive. Fardas jumped in deep, but the Moonlight Shadow will trigger. But Tumman's still got no, well, he's low on life and he's low on mana, but they've given him the cheese. And MVP just scrambling the defense. Looks like Team Liquid are now going to bail out of here. They've had enough. They've taken the tier 3 tower. Febi's arrow is going to fly astray unless Kuro walks up, which he will not. They can just bail out and wait for next Roshan. Potential spawn time is just under 2 minutes for him.
Liquid. With that next Aegis, I guess it's going to overlap with the Hex, so MVP will have that at their disposal. Invisibility. But there's just so many items coming out for Liquid now. Kuroki will... Is that the full Axe, or is he still... Yeah, he has the Axe now on the Witch Doctor. Pot's already another 2k gold. Phoenix 2k gold closing in on level 16 for that level 3 Supernova. Matumba Man should be getting his next damage item fairly soon. I imagine we will be looking at something like an MKB, anticipating that Butterfly could be the next item for PL. There's a 3k. Like, there's so much margin for error for Liquid because they have so many buybacks, so many items, and they're never really playing on their own half of the map. MVP are terrified of crossing the river. So
that's the reason
why
they have to buy out that
a bad fight, it's not going to cost very much.
They have to get rid of the vision of Liquid so they at least can move out of their base on their side of the river.
It's getting hard on PL.
Okay. So we're going for the full, like, I will just tank through everything you've got and survive belt.
It was between that, Scotty, and Butter. And Butter is probably immediately better if there's no MKBs on Liquid. But with them having the lead, they can very quickly itemize against it and make it way less effective than the Heart. Heart is clearly a better item against Puck, but against Phoenix's percentage-based damage from Sunray, doesn't do as much.
Funny thing is, like, Kuro can't really go out and get his Heart. Like, he'll have to sacrifice his buyback for it anyway, but while the Courier is dead. I guess 35 seconds until that Scythe is up, aka Courier is respawned. But then it's still going to make the trip out for QR. He's almost got enough money for it all anyway.
Arrow. Searching. Oh, not hitting.
With the dire Observer Ward up from Liquid on the hillside, like getting an arrow like that would be next to impossible, but it at least gives vision. Like, it lets MVP know what's going on up there.
Courier's respawning in 10 seconds. But Liquid are reading this situation exactly the way they should.
Roshan's up as well in 10 seconds now.
Keep map controlling, get your 4th Roshan of the game.
There's your Scythe. Now, is this the time? Like, PL can push out the bottom lane. You just need one unit that PL can BT onto, which means you're going to push out the mid.
Derek's in vision here.
Oh, with a Chrono. They try and commit it, but where's the damage going to come from? The arrow, 5 seconds, Wave of Terror, Durax down to 8 armor, and they do have enough. They'll find the pick-off.
Moonlight Shadow.
And that's nice. Buy some space. But Matumba can still just jump into Roshan now. Like, there's nothing that really stops him from doing this. Like, you Moonlight Shadow, yes. You're trying to creep yourself over, but you need another target. They found Fata, but he blinks himself away. He orbed himself forward for Revel. Time walk over. But there's a lot of support there from Team Liquid.
They've committed so much in this Phoenix kill. I think they're going to try to contest this Roche, but when they do, there's going to be a buyback for Phoenix, and he's going to join in.
The Febi arrow has to be perfect here. Like, if he doesn't get a 5 second stun, they got nothing. Now you call down, goes to mind control. He got his BKB off Matumba. He's down low, but now he's back up with the BKB. The Death Ward from Goro is tearing apart MVP. They just can't survive it. Febi is on the run, but Matumba is a very, very angry bear. Try to chase him down. Mind control will get the double kill, but Febi on a basic of life is running out of here. The buyback comes out from the PL, but it will not stop Roshan from happening. All it will do is just stop, like, the bottom lane from pushing in further. And actually, they're not even going to... Yeah, okay, yeah, they don't need everyone else there. Push the middle lane, Matumba will join later. What a fight for Liquid.
The idea from MVP swapping into Hex to try to take that fight, I think, was very good. But Matumba Man very quickly got up on the high ground. OD missed 2 consecutive attacks from that, and I think even if he hits them, they probably couldn't have brought him down in a burst. And then he just pops in rage and starts fighting them. Sunray can help him out as well, the Phoenix buying back and joining. It's just a high-risk play, but I think they had to try something like that. They know they can't keep giving Roshans away. Now they're middle barracks.
They don't even wait, Team Liquid. They don't even need Matumba here. He's actually going back to base to pick up BTs, but that was a 4-man push from Team Liquid. And they just weren't capable of being repelled by MVP. The PL just is not strong enough against this. And that buyback set him back as well, so there's no heart. And full Satanic on the Gyro, combining up with the Butterfly. Team Liquid just look like they're a race of immortals at the moment. They're going to smoke up, put it to the test. Hello, Dream Call over on QO. Fada going to stick around for this one. The Lance flies forward, burning a lot of mana. Nice chrono. Caught Fada as well. Matumba, the Sun Ray though, it's causing problems. Rev has to get away, and Fada, okay, he will pop, but the damage from Mind Control is just too huge. The Phoenix Egg is about to pop as well. Kuro is no way out, only down. MVP, the defense will not be real here. You can try and start buying back, but it was only the OD that has it. And Team Liquid, they are so close to the winner's bracket final. They can sniff it, they can smell it, and they're going to go for it. On to MP. The swap out from Dubu will save MP. But really, Team Liquid, they cannot be stopped at this point.
And with this, they secure themselves at least
GG.
top 3 for Team Liquid.
What a run, man.
And going into this tournament, I'm sure they had a lot of confidence, but I'm also fairly sure that if you look across the predictions of people out there, it's got to be a 1-digit % that would put Liquid in top 3 going in.
Yeah. Not only just Liquid getting in that far, it's the fact they also defeated Alliance in their first matchup. They also weren't even favored to do that, but they've managed to do it. And Team Liquid, a much-deserved upper bracket final. They will advance forward to face up against the winner of Secret and EG, which will be the next match here on the stage, and that's going to be a tough contest for them as well.
But if they play like they did today, I think they have a really good shot against a team like EG, but EG is still, for me, from all the games we've seen, has looked the most dominant and the most flexible, so it is probably going to be Liquid's biggest challenge yet.
Yep.
But they're definitely showing they're capable of taking down some strong, early, aggressive teams.
And looking forward to that matchup because that's coming up next. For now, we give big victory, which is for Team Liquid as they defeat the Koreans MVP. They'll drop down into the lower bracket, but to see how it all will pan out and the thoughts on the match, let's throw it back over to the guys at the panel.
Thank you so much, Toby and Sin, coming at us from the caster booth. And we're back at the panel now, of course, joined by Merlini, OD, and Winter. Gentlemen, it's been a hell of a roll from MVP so far, but eventually it does have to come to a close. A team that had yet to even go past the 35-minute mark, yet to even take a loss, going down now 0-2. Can't wait to hear your impressions about the matchup. We'll start with you, Ben. This game started with 7 kills before the 1-minute mark. So with that, at that moment, what were your impressions on how the game was going to be panning out at that point?
Well, I knew it was going to be crazy. You knew it was going to be crazy even before the game started. We've seen teams try and play passively versus MVP Phoenix. Doesn't work out, so you kind of knew that Liquid would step up their aggression, but I didn't expect it that level. However, it was a 45 at the start for them, but they played well. I think the Ursa in the first phase was really difficult for MVP. They always had to hover around that Roche area, and they didn't have the team fight to back it up.
Yep.
It's just crazy. I think going back to what we were talking about, it just seemed that Liquid, they're the team that has figured out MVP. This game, of course, compared to the first draft in Game 1 from MVP, this was something that arguably Liquid would be a little bit more ready for. It was stuff that we'd seen before already in the tournament. And they certainly were. And Mind Control, I want to point him out on his Gyro in that position on the offlane. He had an amazing game. He was top of the net worth, and he stayed there for a good position at the game. He was like 9-2-7 at some point, ridiculously early on. The whole thing, there was a little bit of a mess up with the Dragon Lance in the base. It was just, have a free-quarter staff, guys. It's fine. I'll build it back up. But no, that was just Liquid playing absolutely insane. And I think this whole series just goes to show how strong Liquid are this tourney. And they may even just have it to go the whole way.
Top three. I mean, already up to this point, it was the best showing from the franchise Liquid, at least at any Valve event, and it continues to go even better for them. Winter, what about Jarex's performance on the Phoenix? This guy continues to impress. And I mean, would you say he's like the standout player for Liquid so far? Or is it just all about the whole team, cohesion?
I mean, it's all about the whole team, but at the same time, he did make one play that was very memorable for me when he baited the OD in the shop at top lane, where he knew that there was no way he could kill him, because even though he had no mana, he could always dive away, so he baited MP to try and kill him as much as possible until his teammates arrive on time, and he even went back to slow. Like, he even went back in to actually slow the OD down with his dive before he actually just tried to get out himself. So it was just one brilliant play by Jarex there in the laning phase, which actually got them a really big kill. And in terms of team fight, I think he still did his job on the Phoenix, but I wouldn't say his individual play like won them the whole game. I would say like it was still the team cohesion, and it's always been like this for Liquid. They play very well together, and Nature's Prophet, when MVP doesn't get the Nature's Prophet, you can see there's a very clear weakness in terms of their playstyle. Number one reason was because QO can't really play his hero well, because the third component in their lineup, which is the 4F hero this game, needs to take a lot of space.
Gonna have to interrupt you. I'm sorry. We have Kuroki on the stage for your winner's interview.
谁呢？一定要让我谨慎地说出这个名字，为什么呢？因为在昨天的这个时候，据说我的脸正在被弹幕吞没，所以我很认真地看了一眼我身边的小哥。哎，第一天有见过他，永远都不会忘记。Crocky，nice to see you again。然后有2个问题呢，是我们准备好想要问他的。第一个问题是在第一套当中呢，我们使用了一个推进体系，而且使用了不太常用的辅助位大树。想问一问，为什么会有这样的一个准备？又或者说，这个大树在当中起了什么样的一个作用
？So the first of all, congratulations to you and Team Liquid for winning this series. So the first question is, in your first game, you picked Treant Protector as a support in a push lineup. So what effect were you hoping the Treant Protector would play?
Well, I've practiced Treant Protector quite a bit, and I'm just waiting for the moment when I can fit him into the draft. And I think he fit pretty well in that draft. And MVP is a real aggressive team, and Treant Protector is very good at stopping aggression to some point.
那么我平时其实练习大树这个英雄练得非常的频繁。那么其实就是在打 MVP 的时候，尤其他们非常的强势，所以想用大树这个英雄压制他们。
其实人家用的还是很频繁的，并不是不常用的大爽。好，那第二个问题就是接下来呢，EG会来对阵 Secret 的战队，想问问他觉得更有可能与谁交锋，又或者说更希望跟谁交锋？交锋的时候，自己的胜率会有几成呢？
So in the next series, EG will be playing Team Secret. Who do you think will emerge as victors from that series and that you will play against? And how do you think Team Liquid will play against that?
Well, they're two of the best teams of the world, so it's gonna be 2-1 either way. I don't know if it's Secret or EG. And for us, I think we prefer facing Secret, because EG is really scary.
哇，我听懂了。
那么他是说，EG 跟秘密这2个团队都是世界上顶尖的1、2个队伍，所以但是在他看来的话，比分应该一定是2-1，但是他就不确定是哪一边是领先了。那么他觉得 Liquid 应该会想要打 Secret 比较多，因为 EG 实在是太恐怖了。
这是一个很谦虚的说法了，我们拭目以待，看看最后会成为什么样的一个格局。好了，再次感谢 Crocky 接受我的采访，让我们把画面交还给分析台。
So Liquid with this win means they await the victor, of course, of Secret versus EG. So before we send to a small break in preparation for that matchup, I want to know what you guys think about the other teams that were watching this series pretty closely. Maybe specifically teams like OG, who now will be awaiting MVP Phoenix. So was there something there that Liquid were able to pull out that OG should consider for their own tactics there, winner?
I think they should obviously take one step at a time, like focus on their own game first. Like when you win your game, then you go back to the replay. That's how I think they should approach it, instead of just going ahead of yourself.
Maybe they'll underestimate them, teams will forget about them, and the whole cycle will repeat itself.
And then Nature's Prophet will pop up again.
Yeah, they've just got to ban the Nature's Prophet. If OG ban Nature's Prophet, trying and encourage MVP to play support Jug, I think OG will easily win this game.
We'll see if that's going to be the case or not. We'll cut to a break now, but when we come back, it's going to be the hype matchup of EG versus Secret. We'll see you then.
Alrighty.
We'll see you then.
Nah, it worked that time.
And it's time to hop into our second series of the day, a hype one at that. EG versus Team Secret. Got to say, a little let down by EG's player hype video there. No props, no nothing, just a bunch of guys hanging out, smiling, grinning, and sitting on a chair. Nonetheless, the series should be able to speak for itself as far as action will go. Back at the panel, got, of course, Merlini and Winter, but now we have Cinderin out from the casting booth and on the panel. How's it going, my friend? You got to cast MVP, of course, versus Liquid, a very interesting series. What was your take on the end of that series since we're, got that topic right now? It was pretty crazy.
Yeah, I think a lot of people were giving MVP flack for the first game draft, and I do think they didn't really get to show what it was capable of doing because they made a couple of mistakes and the draft had very little margin for error. So unfortunately, they were down 1-0 very fast. And then in game number 2, I think that was a closer game, but Liquid with a superior draft and 4 Roshans in a row, that's kind of what decided that game. So Liquid or MVP, maybe they regret their first game. I don't know. Maybe they should have picked something more standard.
They don't regret it. I saw them coming out of the booth. They were smiling. They were, they were pretty happy. Most teams, they're just so
secured a couple of companion predictions, maybe.
Who put them in companion?
No, I mean MVP. They needed to get number of heroes picked, and
we want more games, so
we need more
threes.
They ended up getting fastest game, so that's going for the companion, I suppose. But now we have EG versus Secret. Both these teams have a long history. You're talking about 32 matches between both of them. EG 11 wins against Secret's 21, so Secret do have the long running there. But the first time that these two teams will meet in this patch, so that's very interesting. I want to know, Winter, early impressions about this matchup. Just go at it. First impressions, go.
First impressions.
First impressions.
I think it's going to be a very tightly contested match in terms of the draft because both of the teams are very good at adapting towards what the opponent picks. We talked about MVP before, like maybe Alliance. There are teams that they don't really care about what the enemies pick and they just want to run their plan. But for these two teams, Secret and EG, they're very versatile. They're very good at adapting and just changing maybe in the middle of the draft that, this opponent is actually going to pick this. We didn't expect this, but we are going to adjust it, even if our plan wasn't to pick this hero or to pick this specific strat. But we're going to adjust and try to use something that's much better towards the change that the enemy has.
Now, we actually already have a draft ready to go, so we'll hop into it. Game 1 of Secret versus EG, and we have to add the note, of course, if you didn't already hear, Secret have been penalized, and as you can see, we'll have no reserve draft time. This is due to yesterday's preemptive GG call coming out from Weehaw, whether it be accidental or not. The repercussions are they're going to have no reserve time. Ben, how much of a factor is that going to be in the draft, if any at all?
I think because they've given a day to prepare for 0 reserve time is much different. If you actually have 0 at the start and you didn't know, you'd be under so much more pressure.
Is this just for one game?
Just for one game, not the series.
Yeah. I think that you might actually random a hero if you didn't have any time to prepare.
But I mean, it's definitely a bad thing if you don't have reserve time because especially I mentioned these two teams are teams that would adjust their drafts accordingly. So if you don't have reserve time, you might not be able to do that.
What kind of approach are we going to be seeing? Because both these teams, somewhat a similar play style. They both hold, record-setting GPM as far as jungle farm, lane farm. I'm anticipating Tide and Enigma to probably be a first priority between these teams. Do you think one's going to go for it and then the other has a counter for it? And yeah, Cinder and Earth Spirit still out there and at the ready. Both teams play it very well. We'll see if Weeha's going to be taking it to the mid lane or if EG are going to get it for fear.
I would say Earth Spirit's better. I only have 15 seconds though.
So, Secret have played this both ways. Early on, at the start of the patch when Earth Spirit first came into Captain's Mode, they had it with Pi for a bit, but Weehaw is notoriously known as their best, and one of the best
trying to actually make them run out of time. He picked those instantly.
Yeah. Well, he was expecting that. So.
I wonder if he's going to ban quickly too.
It was a similar opening where they had the Darkseer plus Bounty opening against Fnatic yesterday, and they had the Sven in the second phase. It's a combination that still has quite good synergy, the Iron Shell and the Sven, and you have the Surge. But curious to see overall how does the Darkseer fare in the laning phase this early. And because the Enigma's been picked, does this mean that the Earth Spirit is going to be mid?
I mean, Weehaw is their best Earth Spirit player,
Yes.
and I would say by a fair margin compared to Pylai Dai. We know the work he can do, and I'm sure EG know the work he can do with it, so they have to kind of expect it. Same with expecting that Enigma is going to be grabbed. Secret are doing pretty damn swell with it. 4 games this major, 4-0 with it.
It's
it's interesting to see how in the first phase, because that's really what's been guiding a lot of this, is what heroes do you want to give away. They decided to only ban the Chen of Puppey, but not the Enigma, which we've seen other teams banning both. And it's not like they couldn't have banned both. They willingly chose it over OD, knowing that Earth Spirit would probably get picked. But since it's the same player on Secret playing both of those heroes, I don't actually know if they needed to ban the OD in the first place, because Weehaw plays both of them, I think, exclusively for that team. Maybe Pi plays Earth Spirit on rare occasions, so perhaps that they're too scared of that duo of Earth plus OD doing too much. But you end up giving Secret, like you said, this is their choice. They think the Enigma is easier for them to deal with than having to face Earth plus OD, because they have to be expecting that was going to be the outcome.
You can't do really Earth and Enigma as a support duo. That, to me, doesn't seem to work too well together. But, I mean, EG have to know that this would have been the 1-2 punch from Secret given the setup they had, so this has to be premeditated. I'm curious to see what they're going to be doing with it from here on out.
What they did against Fnatic was they picked Darkseer first phase as well, like Winter said, and then they were expecting that Fnatic wanted to go for the Chen, and for Secret they're obviously expecting they go for the Enigma. So you get Darkseer a 1-on-2 lane matchup. That hero thrives so much more in 1-on-2s than in 1-on-3s. Some offlaners can still do a lot nowadays, but Darkseer's biggest weakness is if he just gets completely shut down in lane. But obviously, a lot of 1v2s are doable, and if they aren't, he can still retreat into the jungle, but he wants to keep the secondary support down there, if possible, so there's no combo for ES in mid.
Vengeful Spirit was the third pick up there for EG. Obviously, a good quick counter for the Black Hole, BKB or not.
We see their Draw Ranger ban as well. Even though they don't have a ranged mid, they still might run it, as we saw yesterday. And they like to run it in tandem with the Enigma before this Ven comes online.
But don't you think it's weird if they actually did Earth Spirit mid, Draw Ranger safe lane, and Enigma jungle? Wouldn't the whole draw feel weird to you?
Depends on what they give Misery. But I don't think it's... I think it's okay for what EG has, because they tend to play a little bit slower paced.
You know, how different is this series compared to the last series? Like, Prophet. This series, like, okay, no one wants Prophet. Even though we talk about how good Prophet is in the current meta.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Secret yesterday, you look at your games, like, Prophet was not that important to their gameplay.
Play style, yeah.
So if they want to pick it up, they can just pick it up for it. The Evil Genius is clearly not terribly concerned about it.
I'm curious, though, what they're going to put in the mid lane if they know this Earth is going to be going in the mid lane. We've seen Weehaw have to go against some of the toughest mid laners, including an OD at the time. And even though obviously he would get shut down in the CS department, his priority was just getting the XP, getting the levels, and then taking that level 6 to a side lane and creating an advantage there.
Yeah, I mean, Earth Spirit is not really going to win your mid lane if you're sending him mid against anyone. Like, he's not that great, but overall the hero just needs the levels, like you mentioned, and he's going to be able to help his team. So I think that because their mid is going to be Earth Spirit, they're going to have two other cores that are going to take a lot of space, take a lot of farm. And especially with having the Enigma as well, the other heroes will take a lot of space. And Weehaw is just going to be generally trying to set up ganks and make space for his team this game.
This is the exact same draft that EG had yesterday against Fnatic, by the way. Not the same order, but these were the 4 heroes they had, and the last one they picked was Clinks.
They had Bounty instead of Bench, I think. Because they opened their draft Darkseer plus Bounty on the first game.
Yeah, but the second game, didn't they wasn't that the game where they ran Clinks?
No, that was when they had Faceless Void and Clinks.
Am I mixing
together.
2 games?
Yeah,
I'm
you're
mixing 2 games together.
The first game, they had...
This is the best of both games actually combined into one. You could put it that way. But all these heroes were picked in the series yesterday.
Yes,
you're right. Yes, correct.
So EG is going to look for Fierce Hero as their last pick. Secret's going to look for... Does Envy play? Envy definitely does play Lone Druid, right? If they want to run him safely.
Yes.
But have they done it?
Rarely, though. They typically like to pair, I think, with Spectre. Like Spectre
Lone
LT, yes.
Druid Spectre, and Lone Druid gets the Radiance. Spectre goes for the Manta Diffuser build.
Yep.
I'm not sure this is the pick Secret really wanted, but they have to pick before they run out of time. So it's obviously really difficult when you're under this much pressure in the draft. As Ben said, going into the beginning of the draft, when you have a day to prepare, you know what you're going to do, but you can't map out an entire draft. You can map out the first phase often, and then after that you need time to think. But not so much of that for Puppey in this game.
Yep, he's just gonna remove like one of the most solid ones, the Jug against the Darkseer and a Healing Ward for the Lone Druid.
And Secret, of course, going to be removing the Phoenix.
Against the Lone Druid.
Very good against Lone Druid. We haven't seen Fear played a lot, but I wouldn't put it past Fear to be able to play it.
He can definitely play anything.
Play
I'm
anything.
sure.
Yeah. So what is left here for Fear to be able to pick up and make some use out of?
I mean, there's still Tusk. That would actually do the same thing as the Earth Spirit, the Mirana, the Stalker.
Witch Doctor maybe? Seems, oh, it's banned out. That'd be the most stable one for me. Do you think they'll try and match the Greed though? Sand King maybe?
Sand King, I was
Something
thinking too. I think Sand King's a really good choice.
It's still possible.
But if they expect the Spectre, I don't think Sand King's as good.
5 seconds remaining.
But definitely something to abuse the Iron Shell would be nice for them.
Oh, this is another way of doing it.
Or, yeah, they go for the Doom.
It's a lot of ways to deal with Enigma ulti though. Swap, Batrider, Doom, all doesn't really matter if he gets BKB or not.
Doom's also very good against a core high priority Earth Spirit as
Puppey
opposed to
doesn't
the
really
one.
like.
He doesn't rely on them.
Doesn't rely on the Black Hole that much. It's more of like getting the mech. You know, if he needs to get the pipe or he needs to get the Crimson for his team, he's always the guy that gets all those items. Like it's not so important that he doesn't get his Black Hole off. So Secret definitely gonna look to get a core.
And it will be the Spectre here. It's an Envy Classic.
It's gonna be very hard though for his laning phase because, like we mentioned, the Doom might be able to harass him a lot with the Darkseer.
All right, looks like we're going to be hopping right into game number 1, our second series here for the Shanghai Major at day number 3 of the main stage event. Secret versus EG. We send it over to our casters now at the main stage. It's OD and Draskell.
Thank you very much, Dakota. And indeed, Secret versus EG is one of the matchups that the viewers at home, they absolutely love to see this. And of course, they're still in the upper bracket. This is going to be no exception. And well, the draft, I'm looking at it. I'm seeing some great stuff. We're going to be seeing Puppey Enigma, something that so far this tournament has never failed to amuse us. And EG bringing out the Doom this time.
Yeah, I really like the Doom pick because it's a way to answer the greed, like the panel was talking about potentially picking up something like a Sand King. But having the Doom means that you don't put as much pressure on yourself to land like that big epicenter or farm your Blink Dagger at a decent timing. It's more just Doom a target, your job is more or less done. The hero farms phenomenally well. Maybe not as fast as an Enigma in terms of how you clear the jungle, but I think the late game transition for the Doom is a little bit easier because you're not really relying on the Black Hole so much. And like we said, we're not worrying about epicenter either since we don't have to position ourselves that well. We can just kind of frontline for our team. So I'm feeling EG with the Darkseer, with the Doom, they have ways of pressuring Secret, not just in the laning phase, but also for them to take objectives.
We'll see if anything kicks off around the bounty runes. Looks like EG will be able to secure themselves the bottom top lane. There's a stun onto 2 here from RTZ. They'll look for the bounty rune, and wow, it's going to be Sumail grabbing one, Misery grabbing the other, but Misery, is he getting himself out of this one here? RTZ's got a mango. He's going to chomp on it, and has he got the range? Yes, he has. They'll walk in. Oh, PPD! Peter! Why do you take first blood? But hey, they get it anyway. EG there with a kill on the board.
I think Winner would have reported PPD right there.
I
for
think
taking
that's
that
a
kill.
report.
Yeah, that's definitely. But still, first blood going the way of EG. It doesn't really set Misery back a ton because he's going to have his bear up in about 1 second, so he'll be able to run back. The only problem is he's not going to be able to creep pull. That's the biggest issue, is a lot of the times when you're playing Lone Druid, you see people in this tournament so far hiding their bear in the trees near the tier 1 and the safe lane, and you want to try to pull it down so you can at least secure yourself level 2 or maybe even level 3, depending on if you get the bounty. That's the biggest problem with dying. The fact that he has another bear, he'll be okay, and the lane control right now from EG isn't phenomenal, so he might still get some decent EXP here.
Okay, and I mean, in terms of the lanes, the fact that we're seeing on this Earth Spirit mid, which I think it's pretty much, I think it was around MDL, he started to really bring it in and play it at this top high level. I mean, up against Sumail's back, this could not be an easy lane for the Earth Spirit.
Yeah, it's not the best lane, but at the same time, I don't really expect Wii to be dying or anything. It's just going to be more or less both heroes kind of just doing their best to try to farm. And the other thing about Earth Spirit is he can rotate around once he starts to get levels. I don't think he's necessarily item dependent as much as he is just getting the experience, as we're going to see Wii go for an aggressive role here. Kicks back into the tower as well, but not going to see much from it. It's just it's one of those matchups where you don't care about the gold, you just want to hit 6.
And Envy, in terms of the CS, he's doing fine. 8 for 1. The Darkseer Doom lane, not doing too much to slow him down. He's still on par with Arteezy's Sven. Pylai dies, we can see with the positioning. He keeps wrapping around just to see if he can catch out either Universal Fear. It's not going to be the case, playing very safely at this moment. And, of course, Puppey
He's going to have that standard good old time in the jungle. And the question is, when do you think we'll see EG try and do something about the Enigma?
Well, I don't really think they care about pressuring him directly. It's more about just trying to pressure the safe lane. Because if Fear is able to secure every single bottom rune, because Wii doesn't want to rotate, knowing that EG have 2 heroes down here, and you can see Pi could be in trouble.
Oh, indeed, here with the troll trap and Fear being surged up. They're going to look to chase in. He's burning down. And can he get the final touch in? Oh, it looks like he can't. Twilight Dive's going to be able to get himself back into the sidelines here. And EG can't quite find that final touch.
I wonder if that would have been a kill if he had Scorched Earth instead of Infernal Blade. Because he's only level 2, right? Like, he just hit 3 after the gank was over, so I wonder if he just had the extra movement speed and the Ion Shell damage from Scorched Earth, because that's 14% movement speed that he just doesn't have with an Ion Shell on him. I think that could be a little bit of a miss-skill there from Fear.
Indeed, it's still just 1-0 at this point. RTZ still having a fine old time. We've seen, obviously, the Lone Druid had to back up to that camp. And this is going to give a lot of space here for the Sven. It's going to be, of course, though, that Misery is in a safer position. And still this mid lane matchup. We are 7 for 3 up against Sumails, 14 for 4. The Bat Rider certainly winning this lane.
Again, it's not really much of a surprise. The fact that Weeha only has 7 CS, this might be one of the harder lanes that he's had matchup-wise in a very long time, but he's got his Enigma free farming the jungle. His safe lane is being pressured a bit. I think a lot of this game is going to boil down to the fact that like Universe and Fear are going to be able to get so much out of this off lane, and they're going to rely heavily on Wii to have big impact in this game.
Envy, let's got to be careful here, taking a lot of damage from Universe's Iron Shells, and he's actually down to his last tango here, Envy. So he's going to be in a bit of a trickier position, and because of the way the lanes are going, that means it's going to mean RTZ will be the top CS by a little bit. 28 compared to Envy's 18 now, as Universe is becoming more and more of an issue. Weeha being blocked up here by PPD. They're trying to get some mail in for this one. Pilot is there on the high ground. Has a stun waiting just in case EG were going to pursue. It's not going to be the case, and Secret will be fine.
I think at this point, EG are pretty content with the way the game is going. Like, Universe is not really feeling any pressure in his off lane. He's just been able to get a decent amount of farm, like almost matching Envy's farm at this point, and to be expected, because when you pick Lion and Spectre into a Darkseer, you don't really expect to be able to zone him. But EG still wanting to pressure the safe lane. They're smoked up.
Let's see what Fear and PPD can do with this one. They've got eyes on Envy, and Envy's still hanging around. He's incredibly low. He doesn't have any regen. He's only got the stick charges to rely on. And straight in, here we go. He's all alone. Fear and PPD closing in. They'll catch him out, and they'll bring him down the same time. Mid lane, Sumail dives, gets the kill. Poppy is there for the return one. But that's 2 big kills there for EG, and they do lose a bat for it, but still a trade that the Dire's going to be happy with.
I think that this Darkseer opening is so strong against what Secret would like to do, because they've been one of the teams, obviously aside from EG themselves, who've loved the Enigma and loved running heroes like Tidehunter. The biggest issue that those heroes have is if you just have better lanes, then it's really hard to go for the 5 versus 5 team fight. And I think this is kind of what EG are going for here, knowing that Secret have Black Hole, they have Spectre Haunt, obviously the Magnetize as well. You can see potentially more aggression here on this bottom lane soon. They're just dropping wards behind the tower. Looks like Pilot is going to scout him out, but they just don't want Envy farming at all.
EG's got 4 down. Here's the bat surged up. Sumail trying to get in range here for the last only will. He brings back Envy. The rest of EG's there to close in on him. Envy still fairly tanky with a point of dispersion, but it's not going to be enough. Another kill onto the Spectre. EG making things happen here on the bottom lane, and Envy's game starting to get harder and harder. And just look at the difference in farm now. This Spectre compared to RTZ's Sven, and as you said, a lot of it down to the fact that they did have that Darkseer in lane here, EG.
It's just doing an insane amount of work. Just the pressure of having a Doom with an Ion Shell, a Scorched Earth, and he also has Purge. So he ate that small Satyr, which gives you the ability to just chase anyone forever. Like, what's a Lion meant to do in this position? He doesn't have anyone to rotate for him except for the mid. So at this point, with Magnetize available, with that teleport scroll that he has in his stash, he needs to send it out. He needs to start doing something, because you can't wait forever. Like, Misery's getting a decent amount of farm, actually more than his own safe laner at this point. But if EG continually apply this level of pressure, they're going to start to collapse and like lose their tier 1s.
I mean, one thing you got to think about, though, is Secret, I'm sure, they must have anticipated the lanes weren't certainly going to go too great, because they do have an Enigma. So there's going to be that kind of weakness. So you'd imagine the Secret have some sort of a plan to come back from not an ideal laning stage.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Magnetize, Black Hole, obviously Lion is going to be good during the mid game for control. They have ways of taking team fights, but the biggest concern that you have to have is how like the laning phase is kind of rolling out so far. And sure, Envy still has a decent amount of CS, but it's not necessarily about how much farm they have, it's how much EG are getting out of the laning phase. And Fear's been moving around quite a bit, but he's still managed to get level 5. And he's still got his Iron Talon Tranquils up, and he's got a kill under his belt. So even though he's been more mobile than the Enigma, he's had more impact than the Enigma up until this point.
Fair indeed, just trying to find this level 6 so he can come online even more in these fights. Universe finding a bit more farm there and still ahead of Envy. Spectre. Secret putting a bit of pressure onto the mid lane. They've got 3 heroes hanging around, but Sumail's playing it safe.
I'm pretty sure if that Boulder Smash hit, it was a kill. That's actually really unfortunate that we missed that, because not only was Puppey there, but Pai Lai Dai was there too. And Pai, of the supports, definitely needs the experience. Like, he wants to get 6 as soon as humanly possible.
He's trying to cross. We're at a point where Envy has got Horn, and he might need to use it to get out of it. He's not even going to have the chance. Arteezy was there. Straight in with the Storm Hammer and the God Strength. And this is the scary thing about having a Spectre up against a Sven that gets this far ahead of you. Suddenly, the Spectre just can't do anything in these engagements.
I think the Spectre pick just ended up being too greedy of a choice. After seeing a Darkseer opening, we saw during the bans that they took out not only the Night Stalker, but the Bounty Hunter. I'm not sure if Secret banned both of them, but they definitely banned at least one of them. And in that scenario, they just don't want that partner hero with the Darkseer to pressure the safe lane as much as it was. But EG's answer to that, having already seen the Enigma, is just picking the Doom, because it's almost an equally greedy hero, but easier to execute. And that's kind of been the theme for most of the teams that I think have stayed in the upper bracket, just picking the lineup that is easier to run, has a stable laning phase, and a very simple win condition. So I really I'm thinking that EG, very solid draft, very solid performance so far in the first 10 minutes.
Smoke up here, but I believe we was clipped by that Observer ward, so EG unlikely to get caught out off the back of this one. 9 minutes in, 4.7k here on Arteezy. This is, it's certainly panning out to be quite a simple Sven game here for the boy.
Yeah, well, the longer that they leave Misery alone, there is always an opportunity for him to come back into the game, get his Radiance.
It's a nice kick and stun onto 2. The silence there as well, and here comes the Horn from Envy. They'll focus onto Sumail and they'll get themselves the ban. The power of the Spectre showing off there. Envy getting himself involved in the action. But he's got to be a bit careful here. He's kind of left alone. He's still trying to fight with the Magnetize, ticking PPD down. Puppey's coming in as well. There is a black hole. He's not going to want to commit it at the moment. Universe able to get himself out of there. But nonetheless, this is exactly what Secret have got to do. They've got to use that Horn every time it's up to find themselves those big kills.
It was really nice that they managed to get the bat, but they should have also killed PPD. That's the second Boulder Smash that we has missed this game that pretty much prevents a kill. And when you're in a situation where your laning phase isn't going ideally, you really need your impact player to make the plays for you. And so far, he's made one successful rotation and ends up missing a secondary kill. He's got to shape up a bit.
Now an Envy on top of the phase, so he really is ready to jump in at a moment's notice. And make now done on Puppey. It's the classic 10 minutes here, timing here for the man. Let's see what he's able to achieve with it. 2 to 5 at this point. Secret not in an ideal position, but as you said, they've certainly got the wombo combo to really swing these team fights back round. But it's EG, they're the ones looking for the fight at the moment. Smoke up through the jungle. Sumail, Universe, and Mr. PPD. Looks like they're not going to find anything. Secret just playing it safe for now.
It's definitely good for Secret to play passive at this point. Again, Misery is being left completely alone. Like, this is the guy that I would probably think about ganking at this point, seeing the Midas on the bear. You just don't want to give him a free lane. You know, just at least have somebody up here who's going to be trying to contest his farm, and it looks like Arteezy's going to be that guy. And for the time being, it's just Secret trying to effectively farm the map. It's not that EG are getting ahead in terms of map efficiency, it's that they were just getting ahead in a static laning phase. So now that it's kind of broken down a bit, I think Secret, their map awareness and the way that they make moves and make space for Misery and Envy to farm is going to be key here.
Wise on Arteezy. I mean, Arteezy this one, 11 minutes in with the Sanj and with the treads, he was doing pretty much 300 and, you know the number. He was doing a lot of damage. At 11 minutes in.
Yep.
That's the power of the Sven that gets this kind of good start in the laning stage. And Arteezy he wasn't contested at all.
It sounds like a small thing, but the fact that you bring up the Sanj choice, a lot of the Svens so far here at the Shanghai Major have been opting for the Yasha, and I think Yasha is just the better farming item, right? So the fact that he picks up that item first, we also saw him rotate for at least 2 kills of the 5 that EG currently have. I think he just knows that he needs to be at team fights a little bit more than maybe some of the Svens we've been seeing so far, just because they need to continually apply that pressure so that Misery and Envy don't get farmed.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Secret at the moment just trying to slow down the pace a bit, get a bit of space for their cores to continue to farm up. Envy trying his best to find the free areas around the map. It's rather deep at the moment. It is being spotted out by this TG ward. It's only RTZ around the corner. And Blink now done on Samael, so extra catch potential here for EG Drums as well on Fear. So they are very much ready to start to again look for the pickoffs and run straight at Secret.
Radiant's top tower.
And the mech was also done about a minute ago on Universe. So things are really coming online here for EG. The question is, does Secret have enough to kind of compete in these fights when EG force them?
A lot of it's on Wii. I mean, this is the hero that is going to have the most teamfight impact outside of landing an amazing black hole, you know. It's very rare that you see things like hitting a Lion stun on like 3+ heroes, but getting a 3-man black hole is doable in a lot of situations. It's going to be tough though for Puppey. So with that being said, the pressure is on Wii. Can he land the good boulder smash? Can he get the magnetize off? And in that team fight, if they can get a good engagement, get some good disables going, I can very easily see them winning it.
Nice towards the top. Envy's going to hide out in the trees. And he'll get himself out of there. At the same time, the rest of Secret are actually going to wrap up to this top lane. So maybe a bit of a plan here to draw them up with Envy's presence. Now he's TP'd out back to base. He's got the mana for the Horn and the Dagger. So he can come straight back in. They're eyeing up Artesian Fear. Here we go with the Horn, setting up the vision. They'll look to go onto Artor here with Envy. There's a finger onto Fear, the Hex as well. Puppey trying to bring this one down, but Fear maybe a little bit too tanky for the Scorch. At the same time on the left, Arteezy getting low. He's going to go for the TP. Oh! Arteezy TP's home. He gets himself out. Now EG just turning around. The Doom was dropped onto Puppey. They're going to lose Pi as well. And now Samael gets himself in. Lasso onto Envy. Wee says, I'm out of here, son. And Envy, he will be able to get himself out. He's in the tree line. He's going to continue to run. PPD. Didn't quite have the mana anyway if he went the right direction, but there we're just seeing Secret struggling to fight into EG's power at this point. They just can't kill them, and Arteezy with a top-notch TP.
That was very nicely played. Excellent swap coming in as well. The other thing, too, is there's a lot of mechanical mistakes happening on Secret. I mean, a missed stun, missing a kill on Fear. He was very low health. I'm pretty sure it would have killed him if it ends up landing. So what, that's 3 mechanical mistakes that have basically cost guaranteed kills on the side of Secret so far. And all this stuff is going to add up over time. When you have a lineup that's very execution heavy, like your impact heroes or Earth Spirit, you need your Lion to land good stuns and such, you can't afford to be making these mistakes.
Let's see if EG can run anything more here. Arteezy with the full-on S and Y. And the starvation is going to be the call off the back of this. PBD's there as well with a Wave of Terror. And Secret really not in a good position to do anything about this.
Yeah, I mean,
they're not aware of it either.
When you saw that black hole use top and it didn't result in anything big, EG also get 2 kills, don't really lose anything for it. That pretty much just says to Secret, we cannot contest Roshan anymore. Like, our Spectre doesn't have the items, we also pop taunt for that. So that's pretty free. EG aren't going to feel any pressure. The lanes on the side of Secret are pushed out a little bit, but they're not even going to be able to get a tower in reaction to this, and just EG pulling a little bit farther ahead.
Arteezy clearing out a massive stack here in the Ancients as well. More gold here to the Sven. 9,000 net worth at this point. And poor old Envy. Look at his position on the net worth board.
It's not great.
Third from bottom on the Spectre. It has not been a great game, and I think it just goes back to the laning stage, as you said. Doom Darks here. Not the ideal lane to farm in for a Spectre. EG, they knew exactly how to deal with Envy's hero.
It's really tough. And the other thing about it is when they picked up Lion, EG already knew that their Darkseer pick was going to do a lot, and then when they saw Spectre, they're like, oh, we all of a sudden have the easiest offlane of our entire life, unless the Enigma comes down to gank. And even if he did come down, if Fear's in the area, you have to decide between which 2 heroes you want to go for, and in that time, you know, you could take too long, hesitate, one of them walks away, they both walk away, what have you. It's just a really rough start for Secret at this point, but it can still be turned around. That's the thing. The nature of their lineup, a good Black Hole, a nice Earth Spirit initiation with the Veil now completed up on Wii. The amount of damage that he's going to have with level 2 Magnetize is not to be underestimated. So again, it's just down to can Secret execute the team fight?
EG grouping up on the top. They'll find themselves this tier 1 more than certainly. Secret aren't going to want to come into the neighborhood for this push. Actually, Blink on Arteezy as well, so he's going to be ready for the openings. Ready to catch out some of the members of Secret. And one lane, Samael. So we can get anything here. There'll be a Haunt and a finger onto PPD. They'll get themselves the kill. Envy jolting in as well. They want to try and fight this one. The stun onto Puppy. Arteezy has been hexed up. Envy moving in onto Fear as well, and he's going to find himself another one. They'll lose Puppy, but 2 kills here for Secret. They may lose Envy as well. In fact, the cleave off the Bear nearly killing Envy on the Spectre, but he will get out. We are as well to roll out of there. So Puppy for Fear and, of course, PPD. Pretty much the best trade we've seen Secret get this game.
Yeah, that was definitely in their favor. Plus, they forced a fairly sizable reaction, like the entirety of EG walking towards the bottom lane. That means that mid was being pushed out by Palai. He's able to get a little bit of farm. He's about halfway to his Blink Dagger right now. But we can see that the EG, with the Aegis up on Artur, now having the Blink Dagger on top of that, they have the initiation potential now. They have an insane amount of damage. And this is very reminiscent of the game that we saw yesterday, when it was Newbie versus Fnatic, and Mushi's Sven was kind of getting out of control, and he kind of single-handedly took over the game. I feel like Arteezy is kind of in the same position as Mushi was, where he can just be that guy who just dominates and completely pushes it in EG's favor.
Oh yeah, at this rate, as you said, just a repeat of Miracle Sven, Mushi's Sven yesterday, where we could get to the point of the game where Arteezy just jumps in and 2-hits some of the heroes on Secret.
Absolutely. This is very scary territory. And not being able to team fight into EG right now, unless you get a very favorable engagement, a lot of that's going to depend on vision too.
Bottom lane, they've got the lasso up on Samael. They're looking for Envy straight in, and here we go, bringing him back. There will be a TP reaction from the side of Secret. Puppy, he has got the black hole. Can he get himself in position? He's got to be a little bit careful. He's going to use it to control Artur. Do they have the damage though to bring him down? EG's just watching for the silos. Arteezy's still alive. He's just going to walk it off. He doesn't care that he's being black holed. He doesn't care that there's magnetized on him. Actually, with the urn, he might tick down. Arteezy getting low. Is he going to fall? No! He doesn't die. This is so painful for Secret. Arteezy stays alive through it all. They can't kill him. And EG just forcing Secret back up the lane. The fact that the Sven didn't die there. Oh, that's got to hurt for Secret.
Oh dear. This is rough. This is very rough. That was a black hole and magnetize. And I'm pretty sure he also had Midnight Pulse down too. And he still couldn't kill the Sven one time. This is a really bad sign for Secret right now. There's not really anything else besides getting like a Radiance or a Manta up on Envy that's going to give him a big damage increase. Because Lion already has his ultimate. He's going to be level 11 probably in the next, like, I don't know, 5 to 10 minutes. He's still only level 8 at this point. And no one else really on the side of Secret gets any huge items outside of the Radiance that we just saw Misery pick up a little while ago. So they have kind of their core setup. I suppose you could say like BKB or Blink on Puppy would be nice, but there's actually a lot of things that go through BKB that stop Black Hole in this game.
Yeah, it's not an easy game for the Enigma. Mid lane, a lot of hate going on to the Bear here. Walking the Bear, somehow leashing him back. It's not going to be quite enough to kill him. Arteezy, he really wants to kill this. He's playing with this one, Artur, and he's okay, that's an Aegis. The Bear taunt worked out. Misery, he does lose it. Samael finally have to jump it down, and we'll see if they can catch anyone else out here. There'll be the resummon on the Bear. The swap, bringing Puppy straight back into the middle of it all. They'll use the Haunt. They're trying to fight here, Secret. Oh, with the vacuum black wall! They'll lose Arteezy, though. Secret still living through this fight. It's going to be Envy that's starting to clean up. They found 2 kills here. Secret are doing it. Start on to Samael. They'll get themselves a double kill on the Earth Spirit. 4 heroes down on EG. And a huge Haunt. It was a universe, bless him. It was a lovely vacuum into the wall, but Secret, the Bear's Radiance just melting through EG, and Envy just turning up at the right time, and a huge fight and a huge golden XP swing there to Secret.
And Misery and We did so much work in that team fight. The Magnetize with the Veil on top of the Radiance Burn and the Bear getting that root onto Universe as well. Just an insane amount of damage. And EG picked a fight where they didn't have Doom, they didn't have Lasso, they didn't even have God's Strength.
Oh my goodness. Team Secret being battered about for the first 20 minutes, but Misery, the timing on the Radiance, and as you said, we are just coming in with the big plays when it was needed. And certainly Secret knocking on the racks of EGs. They'll find themselves the range racks, and now their players safe. They'll back off Samael. Ah, he's looking for the bear. In fact, well, Fear jumping in with a Doom onto Wii. Arteezy. Oh, look at the damage. It's not quite enough, though. They'll be fine. Apart from Wii, he's going to drop Arteezy. Can he get himself more? Search forward, looking for Misery. One more slice will do it, and it does. Brings down Lone Druid. Now Arteezy, he's got his eyes on Envy. Can he get this one? Samel coming in there, just done the lasso to hold Envy down. And suddenly, just like that, EG regained their control on the game.
I think that's kind of how the pace of the game is going to be dictated. If EG have Doom up and they have Lasso, they're going to be going in every opportunity. But that one team fight where they were chasing down middle lane after Arteezy lost the Aegis, that was probably the least favorable engagement that they could ever take in any situation. If you don't have the ability to pull somebody out of position and you can't Doom either Wii or put it on the Enigma, the team fight from Secret becomes much easier because then you don't have to worry about being out of the fight for 10 plus seconds if you get doomed, if you're Puppey or if you're Wii in this game. I don't think that EG are going to be making another decision-making error like that in the near future. And the fact that Roshan, we're going to see how quickly it's going to be spawning here in just a minute or so, or closer to 2 minutes actually. Once that's up, all of EG's ultimates are on fairly low cooldowns. I'm pretty sure the longest one I have is Wall, and that's about 100 seconds. So when that's or no, Doom's actually longer than Wall, but in this game, it's going to be all about the cooldowns.
And talking about the cooldown Secret, they've got everything online in terms of ultimates, and Puppey did just pick up a smoke.
Yep.
So we'll see if they do want to try and look for something in a bit. And in terms of the farm on Envy, the Spectre, as he's still just what he's looking for. He's not got. Has he got the ultimate orb? Is it on the courier? No, he's still just an ultimate orb short there of the Manta stuff.
The Manta's going to be really big. It's a huge damage increase for the hero. And if you do manage to isolate a target inside of a black hole, you pop Manta, you have your 2 images, and you hitting him, the amount of damage that Desolate can do is insane. Even a tanky hero like Sven can drop to that. But they are 4-man.
Eyes on Envy.
Yeah, they really want this Spectre.
Well, let's see if they're going to get it. He hasn't got a TP. He has now.
Yeah, he's out of there, I think.
He's made this mistake before. He's not making it again. Yeah. Envy gets the TP and he's out.
That was nice movement from Secret because in the meantime, they get the offlane tower. So forcing EG to waste the smoke. They also don't get the gank that they're looking for. And Secret are able to take something back.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
What's the... I mean, if you're Secret, do you need to be looking to try and find some more objectives and try and push high? I mean, you're looking at the Sven in terms of it going on. Arteezy, surely he's going to be pretty happy with just playing the farm game at this point.
Well, Sven is always going to be a terrifying hero. If he gets like a vac stun into a couple of auto attacks, that can just destroy an entire team, right? But that's a perfect storm kind of scenario. It's always something you need to keep in the back of your mind, but I think that Secret will feel relatively comfortable going into late game with, a Spectre, a Lone Druid, the potential for a black hole. That is enough late game, I think, to where they're not going to feel a tremendous amount of pressure.
Mid lane, Fear will drop the Doom here onto Envy. You've got Arteezy moving in on the side. We'll see if he can get quite close enough. It looks like Envy a little bit too speedy. Arteezy, he's not going to commit for that one. Secret is there by the side of Envy. So that is the Doom down. And
Roche is up very
minimal
soon.
Effect.
Very, very soon. And with the Doom being expended there, I think they're starting to realize that we need to be near the Roshan pit just in case that is available. Pylai Dai also having that Blink Dagger now for the team fight. Right now there is vision around this pit for Secret as well. They're going to see pretty much everything that EG are doing.
As your Manta ready on Envy as well for the next fight. As you were talking about, they've certainly got the tools to fight against EG around this position. It's going to be all about which side is going to be the first to try and commit for the rush. 1900 on Misery. Looks like he is working towards that AC here for the team. And EG coming down this bottom lane. Let's see who's going to be the first team to jump. Arteezy just frontlining at the moment. I've got that vision thanks to that. Indeed, that nice warding around the pit here, Secret. And here we go, Arteezy. He's moving across, seeing if he can find anything. There's the horn coming out. They'll look to focus down Samel, and Samel falling low. Yes, he's going to go down. Wee with the stun gets it. Arteezy from the BKB. Eyes onto Puppey. Can they keep Puppey alive? Oh, PPD actually swaps himself in. He just wants to try and back Puppey, but Puppey turns around with the Malefit PPD. He's going to go down. Now the stun from Pylai Dai clipping onto Arteezy. Secret moving in. They'll get the slow, the boulder roll onto 2 in the Martor. Falling low to the Magnetize, the radius of the veil. He'll go down. Universe. Oh! We cancels the TP on EG. Secret turning it the hell up, and they'll head into Roshan. What a mess for EG. What an absolute mess.
God, that was so nicely executed by Secret. But we go back to the vision, right? Like, look at the words that Secret have right now. They saw everything that was going to happen. Every single thing, every movement that EG made was spotted out. That was just perfect execution, knowing full well what EG were planning to do. And again, not having the Doom off cooldown, stuff like that can really lose you team fights.
I mean, you were talking about earlier how he needed to really step up his play from the laning stage, and he has.
He did it, yeah,
every
definitely.
team fight now. I don't know what happened to him, but he's tuned into the game, and he is in the zone.
Those are what we like to call the game-winning team fights right there. The fight where you kill 4 heroes, you get Roshan, you know you have good late game. Secret have got to be feeling really good right now.
Boy, Misery. How's that AC looking now after that fight? Just 1300 here. That's got the Hyperstone, so yeah, he is very close now, Misery. Yeah, he's got nearly enough for the plate now, just a recipe away. As you said, just awarding the fact that
I'm
Secret
really
were the ones
surprised.
to initiate.
The way that they took that engagement, like they knew they were going to be fighting over Roche, but they didn't take the time to deward, and Peter had 2 sentries on him. Like he could have dropped a sentry on the hill near the Ancients, which is a very, very common ward spot. And now with the gems, Sumail's going to deward and be like, oh, okay, this is why the fight went so poorly for us, because they literally just saw what was going to happen. But if they had that gem prior to taking the engagement or just dropped a sentry on that cliff, I think it could have been a very different story there for EG. Very small differences that are separating these 2 teams right now.
It certainly felt just the kind of the Misery Lone Druid and the Envy Spectre. It worked out in the sense that they had the Spectre at EG. They were worried about that, and suddenly, Misery just climbs up through the game, and he's top of the network. Misery just doing a lot of work this game. I see EG smoked up. Seeing they can find with that ward. They spot Puppey coming up lane. Puppey, oh, bless him. Puppey, no mercy here for the man. They'll use the horn. They'll try and fight back into it. Puppey will go down, though. They get the root onto Sumail. Envy in the midst of it all. Nice stuff for Weeha onto 2, and Envy starting to chip away. The gem's going to be dropped. Sumail hits the deck. Now RT's trying to come through. He gets Envy, but Envy's got the Aegis. Universe has been rooted up here. They drop the wall in the middle of the fight. Now RT's blinking forward, looking for Misery on the side. Envy's back. Now he's going to turn onto PPDs, looking for the weaker heroes, trying to bring down Peter. RTZ stuns the bear. Misery's going to go for the straight TP out. Is he going to get it there? Fear coming down with the blade. Now PPD swapping himself in. The stun from Paladin comes through as the 3 for 2 at this point. Envy still in the fire. We are again with the stun. The veil onto RTZ. RTZ. Oh, he gets Wee, but he does end up going down. Now Envy is the final one up here, looking for Fear. Paladin still not quite close enough to help out. Envy, he doesn't need any help. He's got himself. Who needs friends? Envy just does it on his own. He's got this Spectre. Envy just, bam. We saw at the start of the game, he was 3rd lowest on the net worth, 29 minutes and he's 3rd highest. And it's the power of the Spectre, Andy, and Envy utilizing it to perfection.
Even having to force a buyback out of PPD just to defend the melee racks, that was like a double or a triple creep wave that was pushing down middle lane. They couldn't even afford to have that hit the racks. I don't know, man. Like, the way that EG are taking team fights, that's another engagement where I don't know if they thought that they would win the fight because they saw Puppey first and just imagine that the Aegis wouldn't matter that much. But the way that they take the fight, I think they would have won if the Spectre didn't have 2 lives. But unfortunately, that's not the case. And I think that Envy might have even had buyback at that point. Or no, he didn't, because he just bought the Fusel. So yeah, again, the Roshan fight coming back to fight EG. And it's just not... It's not one of those games where you can look at it and just say that clearly one team played better. It's just very small decisions that are dictating the pace of this.
Absolutely, and the question is the pace getting a little bit too much for EG? We're seeing pretty much 2 big fights back to back that Secret have been the ones to come out on top of. Early game, laning stage, EG, they were all over it, but now Secret getting themselves back into the element. It was 17-14 in 30 minutes into this game 1 of this best of 3 series, and Secret with the edge, nearly reaching to about an 8,000 gold lead. But this is definitely something that's not impossible for EG to swing back round. We know that these guys, they're smart with their pickoffs. They can certainly find something in Arteezy, continuing to build up. He's got the crit, of course, and 1,400 gold nearly on top of that as well. He's also going to be having to fight into the AC, now picked up by Misery.
And we should also talk about the fact that Pylai Dai pretty much made, I don't know, 2,500 or so net worth through the last engagement because he was one of the 2 heroes on Secret who lived through the fight.
And his ravages, dude, every time.
There was a 3-man boulder smash to start the fight, then we like reinitiates as well. gets another nice stun onto Artur to win the team fight for Secret. And there were, I think, two-man stuns at least coming out from Pylai dying to that engagement, but both teams are playing very well. This is definitely one of the closer games that we've seen so far.
This is certainly mapping out to be, as you said, one of the most intense games here at the tournament so far. BKB, I believe, is now done on yep, it's finished, of course, on Puppey, ready for the next fight. As we talked about already, there are ways for EG to counter the back hole through it, but if there's anyone that's going to be able to play around, that is going to be Puppey. He's going to be very, very smart about when he decides to commit the ultimate. At the same time, EG, they're going to do their best to outplay him, and the rest is Secret. Envy now, 2k gold on top of the Manta Diffusal. I guess we've already got a Radiance in the game. What do you kind of build into now if you're the Spectre? Do you look towards the Heart, the Butterfly, anything else that's on Envy's mind?
I think that Heart is always a good option on Spectre, just because the effective HP and the way that dispersion works makes you just really annoying to deal with in the fight. And just between the Manta Diffusal, you already saw how much damage he can do. Yeah. So if he wants to go back and get something to tank himself up a little bit, I really think that Butterfly is a nice choice, because the Sven, he's building into crit, which means that he won't have MKB, and having the Radiance Burn miss chance plus the Butterfly means that unless you're being cleaved down, if he's just trying to man fight the Spectre, that evasion can actually win you the man fight against a hero like Sven in the ultra late game. So it's one thing to think about, but I think that the choices for him are pretty wide open.
You can see Secret to get some of the vision up here in EG's jungle, and see if they're able to lead into anything from this position. EG at the moment, all 5 of them around the mid lane. We've got an Arcane Rune as well ready for the next fight. Could be a good time to try and go. All the ultimates online, but that is the case for both sides here. It's all got a little bit tense now. We're going to see Fear completing the Shiva's Guard here on Doom.
I'm actually a little bit surprised that he didn't opt the route of Blink Dagger on the Doom in this game. Like, given his position, he's getting a little bit of farm priority, but most of the income that he's making has pretty much been through Devour. If he had Blink Shivas right now, I think that team fights for Secret would be so hard. Like, what if he Blink Doom's Puppey? Even if he dies at that point, the rest of his team's going to be able to follow him up. Maybe he gets defensively swapped out by PPD or something. And they could take the team fight knowing that Black Hole's just not going to be a factor. Or you could do the same thing to Wii. I think it's a lot down to, he wanted to go Vlad's drums because his team was pressuring early, and they thought that they might have the potential to 5-man and just take map control away from Secret. And for a while, it was looking that way. And then we had that disastrous fight that was around Roshan, and all of a sudden Secret just had all the map control back in like one really big engagement. So the build itself, I understand the purpose of it, but given the current state of EG's team, they need another way of being able to jump on Puppey. They can't always rely on having vision.
Well, bottom lane, Secret are there, and Sameo is going to be the one to come through with the Firefly. In fact, they blink straight onto Sameo with the finger. Envy coming in with a horn. That's going to be about rider down. Puppey has been doomed up here on the back lines. He goes rolling straight into the middle of it all. Magic Missile flying through from PPD. I think he's going to be left behind here. The rest of Secret say, we're out of this one. Sameo will hold down the Earth Spirit and place an Arteezy coming in with the crits.
That was a 1500 damage crit.
And they will find that trade there, but that was a buyback from Sameo for that one. So a bit of a costly expenditure there for EG.
For sure. And the other thing too is I think they were expecting bigger pressure coming in from Secret, so he feels forced to buy back, because if he doesn't, and the Lone Druid has this level of farm, they're going to be pushing high ground for sure. So no matter what, I think he would be forced in that position to buy out. Normally it seems weird because Roshan's not alive, but just respecting the amount of teamfight presence that Secret have at this point, and also their ability to push.
I mean, at this point as well, you talked about how Pylai die off the back of these fights.
The man is rich.
I mean, he's got a lot of money in the bank.
He's only died once. Can we just talk about that for a second?
He's not living up to his name, really, this game.
He's no longer die. He's ascended.
He is not, indeed. 2-1-8 here on the Lion. And, what's he sending the code? What did he pick up? Anything major? It's just going to be some more wards here at the moment. Still holding on to the gold. But, I mean, sure, do you think he's just going to think about the Aghanims this game? They've got a Black Hole to set it up. And, of course, they have got the Veil online as well.
It would be pretty fun, but I think something like a Linken's or a Lotus Orb might be more appropriate given the game. Like, Linken's is nice for being able to put it on Puppey if you have this level of farm, And that also means that Puppey can go for, you know, like even an Aghanims, for example, on Enigma. He can go for like a 4-staff or, you know, a book. There's a lot of choices that he can make. When you have a support that's this rich, Glimmer is also a choice that you could do because you know you got the gem away from EG during the last engagement top, so Glimmer is also a great option.
And of course, Envy, 5.5k on him. What's the plan here for the man? He's sending it out to the secret shop.
I think Butterfly is really good or
He's
hard.
going for the Skadi. He's just picked up the
he's
Orb
going
Venom.
Skadi, okay.
I get really nice against the spam. Once the BKB wears off each front.
Yeah, for sure. Well, Skadi, it doesn't really matter, BKB or not, so.
Oh, it's true. Sorry. Yeah, against Doom as well. I guess against these melee heroes, they're going to be looking to run around, get the hits in.
Yeah, pretty much. As Spectre, I seriously doubt he's going to be getting doomed unless, for whatever reason, he's by himself, which is a possibility, but it's also very hard to catch him because he's been very, very vigilant about not putting himself in too dangerous a situation because he realizes, again, that their late game is very good, and as long as he doesn't get isolated and killed in a bad time, like Secret are just pressuring nonstop.
Oh, it's easy. He's on his own a little bit here, and the root, they jump straight in. Highlight dive, fingering the hell out of the man.
He's going to have to buy back here.
Yo.
Oh, are they going to give it away?
He's going to need to do something. They'll pop the fortification. And
okay, they're not going to commit
they're
to
just trying to hold on the defense without having to use Arteezy's buyback.
EG knew that Roshan wasn't up. That's why he didn't buy back. They have a wolf in the pit.
Do you think that Roshan is about to spawn? Will they buy back on him when they see it and look to contest it? Or
If the wolf dies, they won't know, but they will see the rest of
can they
Secret
kill the
coming
wolf in
here.
time? Yep.
Okay, they're not going to know that it's up then. Oh my god, and he's got a DD and it spawns in their face. That is so bad for EG.
All right, looks like Ice Frog's a Secret fan.
Because like in this situation, he doesn't want to buy back because he wants buyback for a bigger fight. Like losing the racks potentially is not as scary as the idea of losing Roshan and then, you know, Secret all of a sudden have the potential to just straight up end the game. But because the wolf died and like literally 2 seconds later it spawns, all of a sudden EG feel maybe not in the most comfortable of spots.
So it's been a while since we've seen Puppey able to use a black hole. I mean, he hasn't needed to, but he has still got it available. That's one of the scary things for EG as well.
Oh, they got pipe finish on Universe. This is actually really nice. This is great defense item for high ground.
Looks like they're going to let these racks fall.
Yeah, they have to wait for Arteezy to respawn. The single set of racks, when you have like this level of wave clear with the Darkseer and the Sven, it's not like a huge thing. It's a nuisance, but you can manage it. It's more terrifying to think about having to buy back and potentially dying once and then the game just ending, right? Because that's kind of the stage where we're reaching right now. It's getting to the 40-minute mark, where every buyback matters, I would say, more than a single set of racks, unless you're already down one, in which case you might want to start contesting the second.
EG boldly coming out of the base here.
They're trying to take him by surprise.
They are going to be fighting, of course, into this Aegis. Let's see what they can do with it. Arteezy jumps in onto Envy, gets the stun off, and here we go. At the same time, the controls onto Arteezy, gets bursted down. Svenny's gone big, getting rooted up. The wall getting dropped, but it doesn't matter. Envy's just cleaning them up. There's a buyback from Arteezy. He needs to get back in it, but the rest of his team just dying slowly to the Magnetize. The burn as well, some out of fall. We gets himself a double kill as the Magnetize ends up finishing PPD off. And Arteezy, the lone man there, left to defend the base after his buyback. And GG is called. Secret 24-15 after what was not the best of starts. EG with the Doom Darks here, causing a lot of issues for Envy, but Envy, he proved that it didn't matter, turns it around, and Secret, game one victory for the man.
I would be curious to hear what the panel have to say about this, because in my opinion, this game was won almost entirely on just vision. So like the warding that Secret had, winning them that bottom rune fight, securing the first Roshan, all that stuff put them in a dominant position where, like you were mentioning, the laning phase was a little bit shaky. You know, Universe was getting a lot in his off lane. And after that, it just seemed like there was really high potential for EG to just snowball and take the game. But then, like, 1 or 2 fights, and then all of a sudden it's like, okay, now we got Radiance on the Bear. Weeha's picked up his game. He's making plays, hitting nice boulder smashes. Pylai die.
I mean, died. That man,
he died
once. He deserves a shout out. Pylai
I think he was the MVP if he was the guy warding.
He was the guy. He certainly had a few observe wards on him from time to time. Pylai died, and with the stuns, with the plays, he only died once. I can't remember the last time that happened for Pylai. He was.
He had a phenomenal game.
Absolutely incredible stuff. And game 2, I mean, this is the classic EG. Sometimes they'll drop the first game and then they'll come back even harder in the second match. And I don't think we'll expect anything less from the side. But what a series so far. Don't go anywhere. We'll head you straight back to the panel.
Thank you so much, Odie and Draskell. Back at the panel, of course, with Merlini, Winter, and Cinderin. Gentlemen, it looked like a confident start there for EG. You're going to hit that mute button. There we go. Wait. There we go. Well, it felt like a great laning phase for EG. You had the Doom and the Darkseer doing as they pleased. I mean, would you agree that EG just kind of had a great head start, at least at the early laning phase?
It's kind of what you have to do when you're versus Enigma. You either trade farm or you pressure their safe lane because they only have one support there. So I think their early game went pretty well. Well, where did it all go wrong?
That game looked like a pretty clear EG win. I can't remember exactly when the bad fight happened mid.
But they were trying to kill the bear.
We were talking about it. So they tried to kill the bear. They did have the Aegis on Arteezy at that point, right? And they basically went into a fight with a couple of key abilities on cooldown. I believe there was a lasso on cooldown because they used that on the bear, and Arteezy either had God Strength on cooldown or his Aegis expired. It was one of those two. So they were lacking some key parts to taking that fight, and they willingly started it. It was PPD who ran in and swapped. If you have those key abilities on cooldown, you chill, you wait until you have them up again, and then you fight.
So
that was a full comeback. That one fight.
It was just like overconfidence, right? Even though they didn't have lasso, they still chose to take the fight because they were like maybe 7k ahead at that stage of the game, and they just got Roshan. Spectre was like, he had no items, just a drum and phase boots and urn. Like they had literally nothing on the Spectre, but that fight gave Envy everything he needed for the game.
There was a fresh Radiance, there was a Veil, I think, for that fight too, and the Earth Spirit, and they just landed all of their spells. The amount of damage output from those two heroes was absolutely ridiculous.
It was actually cool how they did a lot of damage to Sven. We actually usually see Sven like super tanky. Firstly, they had the Hex, which Arteezy was late popping his BKB a couple of times, so he couldn't pop his BKB. They had a lot of magical damage. They had the pure damage from the Midnight Pulse, from Desolate, Dispersion, they had the Veil, they had the Radiance, they had Earth Spirit Magnetize. Like, they actually dropped them really quickly a lot of the time.
I mean, it's just the strength of their lineup, right? They picked the lineup that was so greedy. Like we were talking about during the draft, they have weak lanes. Earth Spirit mid is not the best mid laner. And they have Lion and Spectre, which gave Darkseer essentially a free, easy lane to get farm, get experience with. I think this was the fight that they already lost. Was this the fight after the mid fight, or it was before?
This is before.
They haven't really. They got the Aegis right now. I think this was the fight. Yeah, they swapped. They swapped and started the fight here.
God Strength is ready. But Arteezy doesn't have the Aegis, so he dies. They didn't have Lasso.
Yeah, they didn't have God Strength. God Strength just came off cooldown, so they didn't have Lasso, they didn't have God Strength, and Aegis already expired, and they still chose to take the fight.
And I think in this game, this is one of the few examples of where they actually land a vacuum that Sven can hit in. I think they struggled in this game to find opportunities to combine their Darkseer with Sven. We also didn't see a single Storm Hammer Vacuum combination. That one is arguably pretty hard to pull off, but I think when you're ahead and in this kind of position for EG, it should be possible for them to find it on maybe two heroes at least once. But the synergy between Arteezy and Universe not really fully there in this mid game.
I don't think you can fully say it's their fault. I feel like because
of course.
I mean, it's not
that simple.
It's not that simple, but I think the main reason why it was difficult for them was because Bad Rider's initiation haven't been on point in most of the fights. He got caught. Like he was supposed to be the one jumping in. He grabs one, okay? So Darkseer stays behind. He gets ready for them to save the first target, and then he goes in for the vacuum. So because Bat wasn't doing his job, it made it difficult for Darkseer.
Yeah, because then they had Sven doing the engaging. It felt like Arteezy engaged the fights more than Sumail did, and that's a very bad sign. Another great vacuum here.
As great as Sumail is at fighting, I think that he does play better on the scaling heroes, just because when he's on Bat Rider, he's like forcing a lot of initiations because he's knowing that farming is not the key to victory for him. Like when he's a TA or Lash back in other patches or well known for his Storm Spirit, he farms and the other team still feels scared of him, but they don't really care if a Bat Rider farms all day.
I mean, he did pull out that Nyx Assassin not long ago, and wouldn't you profile that as the same kind of thing where you don't really need
that's
a lot
versus
of
Fnatic though. I think that Fnatic is a much weaker team than Secret, and they also weren't that prepared in the draft.
Fair enough.
So
I don't think it's heroes though. Do you think it's really heroes that he could have I just feel like he just played worse this game. Like it wasn't the fact because of he wasn't comfortable in bat and it's better.
Oh, I definitely don't think he's not comfortable in bat. I'm just saying overall, I think EG has better late game. So like when you're up versus a Spectre and a lone Druid, you need more than one scaling core. I feel like Sven was majority of their damage. If Sven didn't hit, they didn't have any damage to kill anyone.
But do you think they actually need it? I felt like their lineup was built to like win the early game, so they actually amass a huge lead against what EG had, so that they can actually take the game. Like I don't feel like we actually need more.
I still think like they can kite the Sven, not indefinitely, but pretty close. Savage Roar, Root, like there's Black Hole. Even all these things can go through his BKB. If they limit the Sven's damage, they don't really have that much damage going in.
But I think it became obvious that the Sven can't hit heroes. It was mainly because his team, number one, his team wasn't like doing the lockdown enough for him, and secondly, it was because they lost the previous team fight, resulting in all the heroes coming online. The Enigma, the Lion, which was a hero that did so much in team fights. They were not supposed to be in that position against what EG had with their draft. I feel like if EG didn't get an advantage with that line, obviously it's very hard for the Sven to actually do his thing because everyone can counter him in a certain way, like Black Hole, like Root and everything else. But I feel like if the Sven was ahead enough, like what we saw in the early game, it would actually been okay for him.
Let's talk a bit about MVP. We got something new we want to show up here as far as MVP for that matchup. This is the live feedback from the spectators out there. They felt Eternal Envy on that Spectre was justified for MVP for Secret's Live here. But
yeah, where's the Lion?
This is where we pose the argument to the panel right now. Would you agree with the spectator majority, or do you think they're just a bunch of EE fans out there?
I mean, I would rather put him as least valuable player for his team in that game. That sounds a little bit rough, but he was, I think, Weeha and Misery deserve it more, but I think the guy who deserves it most isn't even on this top 3 list, and that's the Lion. I think
that's Arteezy for not popping his BKBs?
MVP for Secret Arteezy. Yeah. But I think, all the players in the team did their job. I think there's one standout moment where Eternal Envy actually made a really, really big individual difference. He had some very good haunt timing where Arteezy didn't get to blink in on the target he wanted. That was the shining moment for me for the Spectre in the game. Got the job done, played solidly, nothing against him or anything, but Lion in that game, the standout player. To me, between Spectre and Enigma for who played the least up to their potential. That just goes to show how well the others played.
I mean, you say that the Horn actually cancelled the blink, but before that actually happened, the Lion actually cancelled the initiation of like Sumail. Sumail blinked and instantly
Sumail got cancelled first
He got cancelled first, and then that happened. So it was also the Lion's... I think it was a ward there, I'm not sure. They had vision, so he was able to react very quickly towards Sumail's initiation there.
What do you think about the impact? Because you got to remember, Secret had that drafting penalty here for the first game, and you can kind of see an inkling that maybe EG were trying to exploit that by picking very fast. Do you think that ended up being a factor at all? We still kind of felt like EG got the better draft, but weren't able to kind of execute it. So.
At the end of the day, Secret got a draft that they played very many times. So. Yeah. And it wasn't like that weak versus EG. It's still, you could still tell that they were under pressure, but like, okay, we'll just do something we've done 5-10 times already.
This game to me seemed like outplay and not outpick in every stage of the game. Like, EG can go back and look at that replay. They're probably doing it right now, and they're like, everything going according to plan. And then they dropped the ball once, and against the type of lineup with Spectre and Lone Druid, like you pointed out, you can't drop the ball that hard. That's just that's the game right there. That one fight mid was really the game.
So how do EG now approach game number 2? Both teams will have, obviously, full draft time to work with here. It didn't seem like something outside the box from EG from game number 1, something they've ran time and time again, but do they need to consider changing up a bit, going against Secret, or prioritizing the draft in early bans a bit differently?
I suggest putting Sumail on a scaling core, because it's usually going to go late versus Secret, unless you have a very upbeat tempo like MVP Phoenix, which I don't think EG will go for unless it's a Drow Ranger. So, like, more likely than not, the game's going to last 40-50, where you would rather have someone that can aid in the damage output. That's the main difference for me. What about you guys?
Yeah, I feel like it's hard justifying major changes after that game. They just need to play it better. Like,
I agree with him.
If they adjust too much, it could actually hurt them more than it helps. Obviously, you might not want to copy the exact draft, but it's worked so far in the tournament. Sumail on Nyx was great. Sumail on Bad Rider has worked in 3 or 4 games. He has a bad game. It happens to everyone. He'll do better next game.
I mean, it's not only him, right? I feel like it was also on Arto that he made the decision to try and kill the bear when he didn't have ultimate, and he put his team at a very risky position. So I feel like that game was more of execution. They made too many mistakes, made a few bad calls, and you can't make bad calls against those lineup. One time it happens, you just lose the game, despite having such a great early game.
Now, that was only the 4th time that actually Nature's Prophet was totally ignored at this main stage event, but do we imagine it might continue to get ignored even into the next game? Both of these teams don't really seem like big Nature's Prophet kind of a teams, but I don't know, maybe someone pulls out a bit of a curveball here and incorporates it into their next game?
I think they're both really good at playing it, actually. But it might just be at a point now where, because they've played so many games, they've kind of figured out how to deal with it, and they want to try to, like you say, curveball. I think the curveball is actually going away from Prophet in the first place. Like, that's where you want to try to surprise. And EG in this game, they tried the Darkseer Sven. I don't think that was the opening secret we're expecting at all. I think they were expecting something else, and that the Darkseer Bounty Hunter they ran into
It was banned in the first
Fnatic
place.
was targeted for them. They banned the bounty, but, you know, I don't know. Maybe you pull out the Prophet now and you try to play more standard in the meta, if you will, for EG.
I'd like to see a safe lane Prophet from EG.
Yeah, they could do that.
I think that would be a nice alternative to a drought strategy that can actually end the game early versus Secret. And I think, again, Secret is one of the few teams that can challenge EG in their late game decision making.
Do you remember how the first pick / coin flip went for this game? It was obviously EG who had Dire's side. I'm not too sure if they took priority into the
Secret
Dire.
had first pick. They
did have
first pick Osprey.
Okay, so we wager possibly it could be a bit of a flip here. EG Radiant with first pick here. What is your quick catch here that you put high priority in if you're EG?
If they're on Radiant, generally they will try to run a push strat. So I think that maybe we might see the Prophet we are talking about, because Prophet would help them push and help them own the lanes and try to find a faster tempo in the game. So I think that could be one of the plans that they are considering. Because if they're on Dire, they're mostly going to go for much more late game.
What would you... I wanted to pose this question before the series actually started, but I guess since we have a little bit of extra time now, we know coming into this matchup people were not too sure what to expect from Team Secret, whereas EG, we already knew that they were already a top-notch kind of a team. So what kind of odds would you have put on this matchup coming into the tournament, and what odds would you have put on it now that we actually have this series now?
That's a difficult question. I think now, before the series started, 2-1 for EG. Probably. I think they've been looking really solid. Secret have had some good games, but they didn't look as strong. Maybe 60-40. Give
60-40.
Give a little bit more
60-40.
More favors to Secret.
I think sounds about right. 60-40.
Yeah, 60-40. Going into the tournament, I don't know. No idea actually. 50-50 because it's really difficult to call before we get to see some games.
All right.
Which is interesting because, like you pointed out, Secret has really good win rate against this team. And we still favored EG based on what we've seen, and going in we would still call it 50-50, but it seems to be a really good matchup for their players.
I mean, because both teams are really flexible in terms of what they pick and how the way they draft. They change their draft, they adapt, and they are very focused sometimes on late game. Both teams like to play a long game. So it's a really good matchup in the sense that both teams play a little bit similar.
All right, fair enough. God, I forgot the point I was going to be making here. Is it possible that Secret could do a bit of a game share? We didn't see much of it until just yesterday, but Eternal Envy picking up the Drow Ranger twice. Is that something that kind of spawns in the moment based on the early part of the draft, or do you think Secret can kind of fall back on it again? We know EG to put live priority in huge team fight like Tide and Enigma and stuff like that, so is it by chance that Secret could go for it once more?
It was banned this game, right? Second phase.
Second phase, fourth ban.
I think it's likely that happens again unless Secret go with an opening that really doesn't fit.
If they're on Dire side, it's more likely to happen because we know that teams in the event for the past 2 days have been just picking either Drow or Ursa or something to just abuse the Roshan when they're on Dire. So I think that there's a high chance that it might happen if they're on Dire side, and most likely on the second phase. It's hard for me to see it happening in the first phase. Like what was it just now? Someone picked Ursa in the first phase. It was Liquid. Yeah, they first faced the Ursa, and even though the Ursa's laning phase didn't go too well, but he was still able to jungle and farm back. But it's harder for Drow to actually do that if you have a hard early game, because you don't jungle that effectively without levels.
So will we maybe expect the Ursa in the second or even first phase?
But it's possible. As long as you're on Dire side, I think it's okay to actually do that.
Well, you mentioned that the Dire takes a lot of advantage of Roshan. If you were to change right now the balance between the two sides, I guess we can all agree that right now Dire just seems stronger, but sometimes first pick is more valuable. Would you rather nerf Roshan or buff Radiant in some way? What do you think is better? Like, do you make the Aegis time even shorter than 5 minutes, or do you make Roshan harder to take for the Dire team in that sense? So not nerf Roshan, but nerf his impact for the team that
I
kills
think
him.
Radiant jungle is much easier to invade than the Dire's jungle, which leads to better Roshan control. So even the junglers say that I think we were talking about like Enigma timings on Dire versus Radiant, and he said that you probably get like level 6 a minute faster on Dire, or your mech or whatever.
30 to 40 seconds.
30 to 40
yeah,
seconds. So if you like buff Radiant jungle maybe, or because they added that new ramp where they had no changes to the Dire jungle, now it's super easy to just kill someone who's farming the rightmost 3 camps. So I think that actually has a lot more to do with it. But I would prefer maybe, I don't know, nerf Dire jungle?
I think that keeping Roshan the same way is probably fine, and giving the Radiant jungle a bit buff, like easier. Maybe the parting should be easier. I'm not sure what, because I'm not really good at the balancing stuff, but I think that the Radiant jungle definitely needs some help.
The travel time is really far.
Maybe the camps on the right and the left should be closer.
Yeah.
Maybe not as close as before, but I'm not sure. So that you can't really farm, the triangle farm, because that was way too good, but close enough to be similar to the Dire side.
Does sound like we actually do have a draft ready to go for game number 2, so we'll hop into it right now. It's Team Secret who have the 1-game advantage. We'll have to see if EG are going to be able to bounce back and take this to a 3-game stretch or not. And a big question I actually wanted to pose before we hopped into it was that Earth Spirit here. Now, EG, a confident team, happy to go against the likes of a new Earth Spirit, but Team Secret do play it in a way that's different than any other team out there, putting more priority into the farm and putting it in the mid lane. And I guess my question's already going to be answered here, as Earth Spirit once again will be let through. Secret to go back for it again, and this time EG, after grabbing up the Darkseer, are going to instead take the Enigma for their second pick. And by the way, I posed this question. We didn't have a clear answer in the first game. EG had selection priority, and they decided to choose Dire over first pick.
So in this game, Secret chose first pick.
Yeah, so Secret chose first pick, and EG get a run back at Dire once again.
I guess EG are happy with that. They get their pick again. The one they wanted in first game.
I mean, this is the adjustment that they made, so we see them going for the Enigma early. And do you guys think that Secret should just try to outgrade it, or they should try to punish it?
What can you outgrade though?
You can't.
Yeah, I don't think you.
It's the fastest.
They tried.
I mean, not as obviously not as fast, but you still run a jungler.
Is there anyone else that can contest aside from Bounty Hunter?
Bounty and Mirana are both the best at contesting jungle. Oh, there's still Enchantress. Yep, there's still Enchantress that can contest, and you can pressure the lane.
It's hard, especially in the Dire jungle, to contest the Enigma when it's farming the rightmost camp. So you have to commit so far in to actually even access the Enigma.
A rewind here is again Team Secret will now be pulling out the Lone Druid once more for
This is the system they've been running. When they put Earth Spirit mid, their offlaner definitely has to be someone that takes a lot of farm priority. I mentioned this before. Like every time they have this type of lineup, Misery would definitely be on a very farm-orientated hero, so that they balance out their costs.
Just run the bear and block an Enigma camp every single cycle. Just run it in, block the 30-second camp. Go and plant a ward in one camp, then just use the bear as a moving ward.
Get techies and just put mines in each of the neutral camps. No?
Doesn't it not block anymore?
Oh, I don't know.
I don't think it blocks.
It's not a hero I play very often. I've not even seen very often, though.
That'd be so funny if someone tried that and then you just see all the camp spawn. You're just like,
I was about to say you're a good guy for not picking techies, but then I realized you're an Earth Spirit player, so never
Thanks,
mind.
bro.
I picked techies.
Yeah, I know.
I know Dakota, you mentioned...
And you think it's fun, too. That's the worst.
You mentioned the Oracle for the last game against the Darkseer and against the Bat Rider as well.
It was not even just that, but even the Spectre, it works so nicely with, a Heart candidate. I mean, when you're able to pull out a False Promise, let's say that the Heart was triggered. I mean, even with, 9 seconds at level 3, it has plenty of time to come off of cooldown, and someone had already done the math, but you essentially get 1,000 HP from your Heart regen when you double it with the False Promise.
How does that work with Dispersion? Like, do you do damage with Dispersion?
You still do damage, yes. You still do
While?
damage. Yes,
yes. That's cool.
It's very good with Spectre, so. But, I mean, Pylai did an MVP performance on the Lion, so can't really fault them on that.
Not according to the audience?
Not according to the audience. And
it's time to ban that Spectre that apparently completely owned last game. Better not face it again.
Yeah.
I do actually think they could try to ban it, but it's
by nature it's just a different.
Yeah.
It's not a big deal.
By nature, it is a very different game now that EG are running this Enigma jungle compared to last game. The interesting for me to see here is that we were talking about earlier how they first picked the Darkseer in game 1 and they did it against Fnatic as well. And in the anticipation perhaps that the enemy team would run a jungler and he could get the 1-on-2 matchup, it looks like they just value the hero that highly. They pick it now together with the best jungler by themselves. Maybe now expecting that he will be playing a 1-on-3 lane, they just still think it's that good. He can't really retire to the jungle when Enigma is taking it though. So if Darkseer gets punished, he like has very limited farm access early on.
Oh, we forgot about Sand King in terms of contesting Enigma's farm. Or by contesting, I mean... Equalizing, yeah.
Just run into Enigma and Sandstorm.
Seems good.
I think it's great.
Yeah, but maybe, do you think that EG is like considering whether they are going to ban the Enchantress here? That's why they're taking such a long time?
Could be. Nope.
And do you think that they should hop on the opportunity to pick up that... they can't now. They already have the Enigma.
Wait, they had the bench in all their games today and yesterday. And now they're actually banning it themselves. So they don't want to pick the bench and they don't want Secret to have the bench so that they can cancel the black hole easily.
Why didn't they do the Faceless Void opener that we saw some teams do versus Earth Spirit? Do you think Darkseer is significantly better for EG over the Faceless Void? I actually think their Void is disgustingly good. By theirs, I mean Universe's. But the way they played around it, too. But anyway, I guess it's not a question for this game.
Doesn't that matchup go both ways, though? Earth Spirit is one of the better heroes against Void. You've got long duration silence, you got a long distance stun, so you can catch him out and kill him in the mid game.
But if you don't time dilation, it just destroys him.
Yeah, for sure.
So, yeah, I guess it works both ways. Anyways, Evil Geniuses.
Wait. While you're now that we're on that topic, dropping the Stone Remnant doesn't have a cooldown, right? There's 0 cooldown on casting Remnant, correct?
Correct.
So if you're time dilated and Magnetize is running, you can still extend Magnetize at the very least.
As far as I'm aware, yeah, it should still work.
Biggest part of his damage output in teamfights later on.
So do they want Sven again? They're taking a mighty long time for this, already with 5 seconds left of reserve time.
Throwback to the Bane here for BPD, it looks like.
Bane used to be one of the most favorite supports when you're against the Lone Druid because you just sleep the bear when he's trying to do the creep skip, and then the creeps just run back to lane normally. But at the same time, it's still difficult. You don't really have a good grip target. Even with the new improved Savage Roar, like you can easily interrupt Bane's ultimate. But I guess they want the strong lane support to maybe slow down the Radiance timing.
Then they need a hero that goes well with the sleep, like a Lash. Like they need something that can insta-kill, like 2 heroes that can kill him right away. Otherwise it would be... Because Bane alone can't really zone the Lone Druid that well. Unless you sleep and you have a target, a partner that can actually instantly kill with 2 heroes.
What else is there? Sven?
Like Bane Lash is like the strongest. Sven is okay.
You just get roared though, after.
Yeah, that too. It's very hard for you to actually position yourself.
Do you think, as EG, you can accept giving Lone Druid a bit of space in return for running a Drow, so that your Bane is stronger, your Enigma is faster in the jungle?
Nope.
Nope.
I think you can't. It's really difficult to push high ground into Earth Spirit, personally.
I think it is with every hero.
I actually thought about that too, like because they're on Dire, Ursa is not there, so
yeah, it's a way of getting Roche.
Drow comes to my mind, and I know that EG on the Dire side they always try to somehow abuse the Roshan.
It's a very bad matchup against Spectre, though. That's the problem, because if they pick it now, then Secret can respond.
Yeah.
They already have a good lane support for Spec.
Looks like Secret will pick up the Dazzle for their 3rd pick in this patch. They've had 12 games on Dazzle with a 6-6 record.
I also think they wouldn't abandon Venge if they wanted to go for Drow. They would just
go
pick
themselves.
Venge and Drow. Yeah.
So they're more likely going to go for something that's much more, late game orientated, you would say, instead of just trying to play faster pace. They try to be more greedy.
They're really low time.
We were posing the question a lot in between games is what the Sumail hero is going to be, but we'll have to put that one on hold. Lycan is going to be the 4th choice.
It's still the same with a Drow. It's just a hero that can actually abuse the Roshan. However, this hero provides a little bit more late game compared to Drow. You are much stronger in the later portions of the game, and you don't really need a mid hero that's a range hero to benefit in the laning phase. You're much more open in your last pick for Sumail.
It's actually very interesting that we completely forgot talking about Lycan in the last couple of series because we've been so focused on the
Ursa
for the Roche. This is an EG classic. I think Arteezy plays one of the best Lycans in the world. I guess #1 standout player that comes to mind is probably Sylar for LGD, which was also coincidentally the game they won against OG in the group stage. But Arteezy and Sylar are both incredibly skilled on this hero. And it can go mid, technically, if they want to. Any hero can farm against
Earth because it's against Earth Spirit. Yeah. They know that already. So yeah, that sounds like a good idea as well, because Lycan definitely doesn't have any problems laning with Earth Spirit. I mean, I think you should still be able to even bully him, right, in the lane, because you have much more damage than him.
I think so.
The matchup is actually really good for
How's
Lycan.
Earth Spirit's armor?
Yeah, I think it's like, what, 2? I don't know. It's
Good.
nothing to
That needs a
brag about.
-1 next patch, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's rare to find a matchup where Earth Spirit would be the better 1v1.
That's why he's not played as a core as much.
Yeah, I mean, usually we'll see him like, I don't know, you see him a lot in the off lane. I mean, that's even where I personally like to play him, where you can get to those levels, and you always have a way to make your way out from trouble, but yeah, the Lycan will definitely get the upper hand in a mid lane matchup.
This is a very defensive support duo from Secret. Dazzle plus Shaker.
So they banned the Puck, which is going to be very good synergy with their lineup. Like usually Puck Lycan is very good together because they set up the kills for the shape when Lycan is shapeshift. Decent in the lanes as well. They're going to go for that Prophet, which will provide them with much more push potential. And I mean,
Siphon versus Bear?
Yeah.
They always have a
arguably, you could win your lane against Earth Spirit harder than the last matchup, which was Bat versus Earth Spirit. This lane is probably much more even difficult for Earth Spirit.
It's always nice to have a silence against them, that's for sure.
And the very good thing here for DP actually is that, you know, when you do that, it's a Dazzle and a Shaker as the support duo. You can Fissure block her off, but I actually don't even think they can kill her with the Earth
That is
Spirit.
actually a good point, because a lot of the games where we saw that Prophet struggle in the early game is because Earth Spirit is support or they have a Tusk support. And then they are 1v1 and then someone rolls in and pressures you in the lane. But Secret are going to go for, once again, the dual core with the Earth Spirit mid. Anti-mage this time instead of the Spectre. Because they have good mana void targets, I guess.
Can they stall long enough for anti-mage to come online? That's going to be tough. When he's a Lycan DPM, I'm not sure if I want to.
So you would actually prefer the Spectre over the AM?
Someone that can fight a little bit more early on. I guess maybe they want that. Maybe that's the burst that they're looking for to actually kill the Death Prophet.
It was just not a good Spectre game. Lycan eats her alive.
Yeah.
Death Prophet's actually pretty good against it too, with Exorcism.
I would just prefer maybe standard gyro. I think would have been much less risky, I would say.
Yep.
All right, can we get some quick predictions here before we throw it over to the casters right now?
We're gonna see a game 3.
We're gonna see a game 3. You're thinking EG are gonna take it?
Yeah, I think this is too much of a risk, and EG is gonna be able to take this game.
Do you agree, Ben?
Earth Spirit.
All right.
All right, Earth Spirit.
I see nothing wrong here.
We'll see what the results are going to be. Game 2 now underway. It's Team Secret versus Evil Geniuses. We'll send it back to the arena now with OD and Draskell.
Indeed, thank you very much, Dakota. And here we have it, Game 2. Secret EG. EG this time round, they said, well, we mastered the early game in Game 1. This time, let's stick to that. Let's follow through. Let's shut this game down as soon as we can. They've got the DP, they've got the Lycan, they've got the Enigma, they've got the push. And Secret, well, they say, hey, you want to run 4 Intel heroes? We want to look for the big mana voids. We're going to get Jackie Mao on the anti-mage. But as the panel question, is there going to be the time for Jackie to come online, Andy?
That is going to be the big question mark for this game for Secret. You're against Death Prophet, Lycan, Enigma push, and you're picking an anti-mage. I would say that is more than a little risky, given Secret's position, but they are a game up. Very important to keep in mind that we are playing a best of 3, and this is probably the best position to pick a lineup like this, where you're buying a lot of time for your position 1. You have a good space maker, and we mid on that Earth Spirit. Ben was talking about it. Extremely strong hero. His first game was a bit shaky, but as soon as he turned it on, he was hitting 3-man boulder smashes. He was landing huge magnetize after huge magnetize, and he managed to do very well. So if any team at this tournament can buy time for that NVAM, I think it's going to be Secret.
And that's got to be the scary thing as well, as you mentioned with the Earth Spirit, the fact that Game 1, that was Weehar's warm-up. Now he's in the element.
Yeah.
That was the warm-up game for Wee. Now he knows what he's doing, and EG, start this one off, Artur. Bring a Fisher to the backside. He'll get himself out, and it will be just Samal and Wee securing the bounties here for the respective mids. And coming into the lanes, I mean, we've already talked about the fact that EG, they're going to be able to get the ball rolling in terms of team fight momentum earlier than the side of Secret. Just in terms of laning in the farm game, is Secret going to have a hard time here, or should they be all right in terms of securing space for Envy?
Well, the panel we're talking about, the difficult matchup mid, the Earth Spirit versus the Death Prophet, I do think that it's going to be a little bit difficult, but I don't know if I agree that it's going to be harder than playing against a Bat. Because the thing about playing Bat when you're melee is you always have to go and reset your napalm stacks every single time it gets to like 2 or 3.
Ooh, this rotation from Secret, smoke up incredibly early on. They're looking for Samael, and they're going to catch him out here. Straight in with the heal bomb from Pylai and Samael. He'll pop the Verify, the Spirit Siphon as well, keeping him alive here. Can he get himself away? He's got the 310 movement speed. It might just be enough. Puppy closing in.
Roche, I think.
He's going to have to roll in a second, and he's going to use it. It's going to be off the block. Oh, it's Cliff! Oh no, Weon cliffs himself. Samael is still running.
There's no creeps there, Samael. There's no creeps.
Samael, there we go. Jackie
Oh
Mao.
my God.
Jackie Mao. He has it delivered to him on a plate. Fast food delivery there. Samael straight down to the bottom lane. And Envy eats it up. First blood there for the AM.
Man, that was so unfortunate. He's like, I gotta die to Roshan, but I gotta dodge the rolling boulder. Oh wait, I'll die to these big creeps. That's why he threw out the Crypt Storm. He was hoping that there was a large camp there, but it was warded. So, giving the kill to the potentially the worst possible hero to give it to.
Bottom lane. Oh no, just giving it summit to Universe. Forcing it back there, but yeah, not the best ways for Samael to start there. Unfortunate here for the man on the Death Prophet. And we'll continue to see pressure being put on mid. Puppy hanging around here on this Earth Shaker. Just trying to keep as much control as he can in this area of the map and ensure that Weeha has a good start to this game.
Yeah, the panel we're talking about how it's usually difficult to kill a mid when you have 2 defensive supports. But then Ved said something that kind of just really hit me, you know? He said Earth Spirit. So when you're ganking for an Earth Spirit who has levels, I think it's a lot easier to set up these kills because Shadow Wave suddenly becomes a very good kill tool. Think of something like Naga Siren where you make illusions and you throw a net on somebody and you heal bomb. Earth Spirit can put himself in melee range very quickly, so then all of a sudden your heal becomes useful in terms of ganking. So I think this is one of the few lineups where having 2 defensive supports can actually rotate successfully around mid. Now, it does require them both to go there. I don't think they can kill unless Puppy's Fissure is immaculate, and even then it could be hard.
Alright, we're going to see Samael walk up onto this one here. He's going to force Puppy away. Should be fine here, Puppy. Yeah, the stun coming out from Wee, just holding the Samael DP at bay. But as you said, yeah, Puppy, he could be a nuisance here, but in terms of killing, he's going to need a bit more help.
If we look at the laning phase, that's the 4th CS that Wee's hit. If you compare that to Samael, even though he spent pretty much, over a minute running away from the 3-man gank that ended up first blooding him, he's still got more denies than Wee has CS. And even with Puppy camping the lane, he's not feeling too pressured unless the other support is in the area. And then bottom lane, obviously the best farmer on the team is Envy, but the Darkseer is still pressuring him a ton. Like, Universe is doing a pretty good job down here so far.
Envy should be alright now. He's got a point in the Spell Shield, Headdress, and the Ring of Hell, so the region's going to be golden.
Yeah. That first blood actually could be one of the bigger reasons why Envy might come out and win this lane. The Darkseer versus AM matchup is very unique in that a lot of melee heroes struggle against Darkseer, but AM has Spell Shield and he also has the Mana Break. So that could be enough to kind of push a lane in his favor, especially considering that First Blood pretty much secures him extra regen in the lane. And once he gets these 2 items together, with the Tango going, he's got 16 health regen. That's way more than enough to sustain this.
Yeah, I was going to head down and grab himself that bottom bounty rune. 1-0 at this point. Again, the table's kind of turning in terms of the draft. The fact that EG, they're going to be maybe expecting not to have full control of the lanes because they are running this Enigma jungle.
Well, you say that, but they're actually winning their lanes still.
That's the thing. They're doing much better than,
They're winning harder than they were winning the first game. The only person on the side of Secret who is doing, I would say, even remotely well is Envy. So normally these are the types of drafts where you say, okay, we're going to run like a 4 protect 1, but the other thing is too, Misery also needs a lot of farm. So I think this game, I don't know if he can necessarily go the Midas into Radiance route because he's going to have to be somebody who's present during these engagements when EG come knocking with 5. I feel like that's probably one of the bigger concerns that the panel had expressed is this is a very greedy lineup from Secret. They have 2 heroes who need a ton of space and 2 defensive supports and really only 1 playmaker, and that's the Earth Spirit.
Absolutely. As you said, just because it is favoring EG, when that Enigma comes in to join a lane as well, there's going to be heavy potential for EG to find the kills. Weeha still trying to catch up in terms of CS in the mid lane, but as you were noting earlier, Sumail just having the favourable time with the Grips one. Get kicked back in.
And we're starting to recover a bit though. At the beginning it was looking pretty bad because he ends up going up against the Death Prophet who has pretty much full mana, full health, and we didn't have his bottle at that point. So, I mean, obviously Envy getting the first blood means he doesn't get the gold for it, so he's not being helped in his lane per se. And the rest of Secret, their whole lineup is defensive by nature. Like Shaker, Dazzle, and then you have Lone Druid, who pretty much just wants to farm. AM is the same, but he's not really going to be wanting to come to too many fights, I would imagine. It's just a lot of time that Secret are going to need this game to really reach their lineup's full potential.
And there we have it, level 6 on Fit, and he's ready to look for an opening here with the Black Hole. Top lane, Misery and Puppey. PPD smoked up as well with this, seeing if they can set something up at the back of this one. And now, Arteezy coming in, the eyes are out. They know that they're here, and that's going to be the call for Fear to start to move in towards Puppey. They're going to turn for Misery. Misery pops the Savage Roar with the Brain Sap and the Malefice as well. Misery, he's controlled and he's brought down EG. They'll take down the Lone Druid, and they do still have that Black Hole, not needing to expend it there for that one.
Yeah,
it was a massive rotation actually from Secret as well, which is going to give a lot of space for Sumail on this mid lane push.
They realize the importance of keeping their towers alive. Like in this game, you definitely want mid to be alive over your offlane tower. There's no doubt about that. But when you see a hero getting dove and you have the kind of supports that Secret do, that is probably the best chance you have of taking a team fight in the early game. I mean, he's just going to pop Magnetize and kill the creep wave. That's how scared they are of getting pushed down in the early game. They just, okay, roll forward.
I mean, he's going in here, but well, PPD with the Brain Sap and Weeha.
He defended the tower.
It was slowly just kind of, let's use Magnetize to defend the tower. Let's use my life to defend the tower.
Hey,
maybe not the play there for Win.
Holding map control. That's all that matters. Buy Envy time, buy Misery some time.
And it is working. Envy's top of the net worth. So if that's the game plan, Secret have got that in control. But EG certainly with the 3 cores. And of course, well, Fear as well, but the space that he's received in the jungle. When the ball does start to get rolling, EG are going to have some pretty powerful push here. Just 8 minutes in.
Envy's going to need to have more health if he wants to TP to fights too. He's only sitting at about half right now. Universe was still pressuring a bit, but he is eventually going to be forced back to base. And Envy's pulled ahead, man. He's highest CS right now. He's doing a very nice job. Just how much time do they actually have?
Puppey just trying to soak up levels on this top lane. It will be RTZ and Fear. Moving in onto the tier 1. There'll be some backup on the side of Secret coming through. Pylai Die and Misery.
Nice.
And yeah, Puppey there with the Enchant Totem.
And this situation is very passive for Secret, and EG are also probably not going to be contested for too many objectives. Like, they can go for Roshan, and I don't know if Secret can really do much about it. As long as they have the Vlads completed up on Arteezy, which should be done very soon, he's already got the medallion, that Rosh is kind of free. I mean, we can jump in, do the suicide magnetize similar to what he was doing mid when he was trying to defend the tower and hope that you can win that engagement. But Mech is going to also be done on Fear around the same time as Vlad's is going to be completed on the Lycan, which means the heroes inside of the pit are not really going to be low. You're relying on pretty much your own team's damage at that point to be able to secure a fight, and I think it's also too much of a risk, which means that EG's lineup is going to hit its highest level of momentum at a very early stage, and that's exactly what they're looking for. They just want to completely restrict the map control away from Secret, and taking the Roshan and then going for tier 1 towers is the best way to do it.
Artur, maybe thinking about going aggressive there onto Puppey, but a TP will come through. There's backup as well for Secret. Arteezy just trying to put as much pressure as he can onto the tier 2 top. Well, indeed, in terms of this Jackie Man anti-mage, 4.5k on Envy at the moment. Is there going to be a point where we'll see EG put a bit more attention in terms of trying to catch him out, or at this point is the game plan just to continue looking for their own objectives and just to kind of not worry about the anti-mage, or is that's not the play here?
It's kind of asking the same question in a different way, because if you think about it this way, dealing with the AM, you have 2 options. You can kill him, which EG's lineup don't really have the capability because they don't have any kind of blink initiation. Their lockdown is pretty much a Bane or a Silence coming in, right? So with that said, they don't have the tools to really kill him, but they can kill Roshan, take all of his towers, and then the AM feels scared to really go anywhere.
Let's have a look at the AM because they have smoked up and moved
here
down here. They're going to
nice.
lead in with the Fiend's Grip. Altor with his walls. They've got enough damage and they'll take down Envy. A little bit unfortunate there because that smoke, it was spotted out by Secret's Ward, by Roshan.
Yeah. Unfortunate that they got caught by that, but very nice use of the Wolves. I guess you don't need a Blink Dagger when Smoke of Deceit and Wolf Vision gives you the ability to use Fiend's Grip, but this Roshan, again, I don't think Secret are going to try to do much about it. Can they even get anything happening here on Universe? Doesn't seem like it.
There's some good things happening here for EG, killing the anti-mage, getting the Roshan. It looks like they may lose a tier 1 top, but that'll be a trade that they'll be very happy taking. EG does finish that one off, but EG, they're certainly kind of ticking the boxes that they need to get this draft working.
No, this is exactly what they wanted.
Yeah.
Like, getting the Envy kill is just a bonus. Like you said, the Smoke was under a ward, probably shouldn't have died that way, but at the end of the day, stuff happens, you know. Every once in a while, you make a mistake, you miss something. That's not really the end of the world for Secret's draft in this game. It's more just, of all the heroes to die, that's the last hero that you want to be off the map, because his Battle Fury timing and when he buys his Vlads are going to be crucial in how much he can de-push and kind of split up the map to force EG to react to him. Because it's all about timing. Because of the fact that Misery is also opting to go for Midas, they're going to need even more time to recover from this early game, and they're doing the right thing. They don't want to take the fight against EG. A 5-on-5 engagement is way too much of a risk. It's easier to just avoid the fight, use a lone Druid Bear to push, continually keep Envy safe.
Look, going in it. Puppy setting this up with the stun onto Fear. Weehaw moving in with the Magnetize, and Fear dropping low. He's going to get rooted, and Fear, oh, he pops them back, keeps himself alive for the time being, but he will still go down there. They'll give themselves one kill. Savage Roar setting Universal BVD back, but they're closing the Mana Void coming out from E. It's not enough. They might lose Weehaw. Weehaw, he's still alive here with the combo. Universe is going to die. Weehaw stays alive here, and PPD is trying to find it, but he just can't. Weehaw still alive. Triple kill for the Earth Spirit, and now the Crypt Swarm finally comes through, will kill him. But we are doing so much work there with that Earth Spirit.
Dear God, dude, the plays on plays. Also, Earth Spirit, what a hero. Look at that damage. 2,000 damage, and he did almost as much damage as the entirety of EG did during that whole thing. Now, you could easily argue that root pretty much just won the fight for EG, but you could also just say that Earth Spirit is Earth Spirit. That no other hero could do what he just did in that situation. That was disgusting.
That was, yes. I get the feeling if this does go to a game 3, we won't be seeing the Earth Spirit again. Or do you think, well, I guess if it goes to game 3, that's going to mean that EG do win against the Earth Spirit.
Yeah.
But Weeha's performance this game, game 1 we talked about.
If it goes to a game 3, EG might think about banning it. It's hard to say. It just, it's a pick your poison thing. What are you more comfortable dealing with? EG showed last game that they can get a very big advantage, even playing against the Earth Spirit during the early game. They made a couple of mistakes.
Okay. Straight in with the Fiend's Grip. Universe brings him nice and close. But they take down the Shaker. Quick and easy one there for EG.
But yeah, the Earth Spirit this game, very impressive. Like you mentioned, warm-up game seems to have helped. And those are the types of plays that can really bring you back into the game, because that's heavy commitment from EG. They brought everyone over there. They do take out the Shaker, which is nice, but they are feeling the pressure, man.
Good evening, Surge 4. He's going to set something up with the Nightmare. They're going to go for this one. Looks like Weehaw with the kicks. Going to be enough to push him back. Look at the Exorcism out, though, here. EG, they're going to want to stick around. They'll look to finish off the tier 2, which they'll surely get. Fair, of course, does still have that black hole. He's yet to really find an opportunity to use that one. And we'll see if EG, off the back of the Exorcism and the tier 2 going down, will look for more. And it looks like they'll play it cool. There's still tier 2s to take in the other lanes. PPD going to be the lead, the one towards the mid lane. Got a Nightmare onto MV. There is backup here. Sumail coming through, sets it up with the Silence. Can they kill him before he gets out? He's got the backup of Pylai Die, and he's going to be fine. Silence not long enough to really cause too much of an issue for MV. He's out of there. Puppy trapped up here, though, and he will get brought down by the power of Arteezy. Now Arteezy moving in for more. Eyes onto Weehaw. Weehaw, he gets off the Magnetize here. The Grave as well. He walked through the wall. Can he get himself out of this one? They aren't ticking him down. He'll be Nightmared up, and he will get taken down. So Mail there on a killing spree now. Envy coming in with a Mana Void. Not enough to kill Arteezy, but oh, Envy! Oh, no! The crowd had a bit of a giggle at that one. At Arteezy. The BM intentionally just lost there. Bit of a taunt potentially to EE, but...
Yeah, I mean, even if he gets a kill there and he ends up dying, I don't see how that's worth. I really feel like that decision in general, he could have just been pushing top, you know? He could have been hitting the tier 2 tower, could have been farming EG's woods at this point. And he's the one that they're looking to and saying, okay, you got to carry this game. You need to get to a stage where EG aren't able to just kill you with one Fiend's Grip, and you need to split push the map, make sure that EG can't ever 5-man, and then maybe Misery, you know, picks up his Radiance eventually. Speaking of, he's actually farming very well, given the circumstances. 15 minutes in, he's got 2,600 gold, and his might is complete on the bear. There are still a couple of things going for Secret in this game, and Misery is one of them.
I mean, going back to game 1 as well, Misery was kind of the stability that Secret needed to help them transition from a poor laning stage into the latter portions.
Yeah.
So it could be a repeat this time round. It's only going to be a hard one though, because we've talked already, of course, about how strong EG can be at this point, and it's not going to be anything less than what we expected for the draft. Vanguard now done on Universe. You've got the Necro being scaled up, of course, as well. And it's going to get hard for these boys.
Well, Secret with the smoke now. Even going to walk into an Invis rune. It's going to be nice. Now we've got Veil and Magnetize at the ready.
Let's see what Secret can do it. EG around the Ancients. It's going to be difficult for them to the jump unless Weeha can find some initiation. Fisher onto RTZ. Weeha getting himself into position with his Invis. He's not going to pop it straight away. And RTZ's going to be the one to try and fight it with the ultimate. Moving in, there's your Echo Slam. RTZ incredibly tanky though. Puppey kept alive here by the Shallow Grave. Weeha in the midst of it all with the Veil. Mech's going to be popped. Weeha's got to get himself out. They've already lost 2 here on the side of Secret. RTZ starting to do a lot of work. That's going to be a 3rd one. And now potentially a 4th. Weeha to fall as well. EG coming in with a hard-hitting fight. 4 dead on Secret. And they didn't have any answers to that one. And this Lycan is certainly becoming a huge issue. Coming up to 10k net worth. And off the back of a team fight like that, we know EG are going to be able to push at an insane rate.
Yeah, they're pushing, like you mentioned, very strong. The Battle Fury just got done on the AM 17 minutes in. That's a little bit slow, considering the lane wasn't too hard on him. He was farming very well at one point, tied. Still actually tied in terms of CS with RTZ, but the main problem with their lineup is just simply put, it's greedy. They have 2 disables, and they need like the Shaker to have Blink Dagger, they need the AM to have minimum 3 items. EG just have everything they need right now, and it's only 17 minutes in.
Oh, we are. Kick out onto Samel. EG, how long are we going to stick around for this one? RTZ just walks in. He says, I'm taking your racks, whether you like it or not. Gets the walls out, and he certainly will. That's going to be the melee racks down in the mid lane. Or Puppey says, you're going to stick around for a bit, Artur. Locks him off with the Fisher, but Secret unable really to do anything about that. RTZ being surged up prematurely, but now Weeha in with the stun, the burst as well. Artur falling low. Weeha rolls forward. Can they keep RTZ alive? The root is there. He'll drop the Necro units. The back of the wall. Weeha kept alive. RTZ just TP's out in front of them with the stun. Walk up river. Weeha. He ticks down to the Iron Shell from Universe. Universe keeping RTZ alive there as he takes down the 2 from Secret. And EG now 15-4. This is the momentum that they slowly started to build up, and now they're hitting their stride. They're nearly 20,000 ahead of the side of Secret. And at this point, as you said, the greed may have just got the better of Secret this game. Oh, Puppey! Fought in, fought down. They'll get an the turnaround, man, but oh, Fear! There he is with the black hole coming through onto Envy. Envy will get the blick off. There's a buyback from Puppey here. Maybe that Mana Void from EE was the miracle that they were waiting for. And they'll be able to hold the bottom set of racks. It's a nice cash influx for Envy, but he's still got a bit of a way to go before he can carry this game. But they do keep themselves in it, and EG are forced to back.
God, that was so much gold for Envy, actually. Just that Mana Void alone was almost 1,800 gold. That is insane. So he finishes the Vlads off that, almost has enough for the Yasha. That kind of puts him back into his state where he is competitively farmed, if not almost the most farmed on the map. He's only a little bit behind RTZ right now. The biggest issue that Secret are running into is the fact that, again, they can't contest any objective. The biggest contention that we saw was for, the tier 1 mid, when we decided that it was best to just give his life for the cause and just try to defend the tier 1 by throwing his body into the enemy. When you have to do that in order to keep your towers alive, you definitely are more of a greedy lineup than not. And it's definitely being showcased by the fact that EG are showing no signs of slowing down. They just want to push. They want to get the next Roshan. It's going to be up in under 2 minutes. And when that happens, regardless of how much farm Envy has, a lot of it also boils down to the fact that the rest of his team just can't really help that much. If Puppy had like a Blink, for example, or the Radiance was done on the Bear, I could see them defending high ground maybe like, I don't know, 3 out of 10 times. It's like 30% chance. But without those items, it's even harder than that. I mean, Fear even has BKB now. So you don't have an interrupt except for Mana Void anymore. Do you really want to pop your Mana Void on a hero to stop Black Hole?
And we will be able to pop the car here. And indeed, let's see if Secret have an answer for it. Puppy, he's down in that. That was a buyback, of course, before in that previous fight. So he's gone for a good 40 seconds. Vacuum onto Misery, though. EG, let's see if they can find a second one here. Universe surges forward. He's been doing a lot of work this game on the Darks here, and he's going to continue to do so. Onto Misery, and they'll get it. Arteezy will claim it there, and at the same time, EG with the Exorcism. Samael will clear up the bottom set of racks. There is a buyback available on Misery, but of course, as we saw, he was trying to desperately work his way towards that relic, and now he's not going to get it. 30 seconds without the Bear, and this opening now could be what EG need to close this one off. They move on to the tier 4s. I'm going to see Secret coming back on the map, and it looks like EG will just play it carefully. They don't want to overextend. They don't want to risk giving away another big couple of kills to Envy. But still 19-6, 21.5 minutes in. It is definitely EG's game at the moment to lose.
I don't think we're going to be seeing anything like this in the potential Game 3 that's going to be coming out. I think it's fair to say that being double racks at 22 minutes in and not even being halfway to a Blink Dagger on your Shaker, he even opts to just buy a Chainmail because he realizes that there's a very low chance that he'll ever even get to that item. They're just dumping everything in the Eternal Envy / Misery basket and just hoping that they can get enough items to stop the push from EG, but Roshan's up. Everything is just syncing up so perfectly with EG's timing. They get Roshan, they push, they eventually get middle racks, they get another Aegis after taking bottom racks, which they didn't even need the second life for in the first place, and they only have, one more tower to kill in top lane before they've exposed that last set of racks for Megas.
And he's going to find himself the double damage, and has just finished off the Manta style. See if he's able to achieve anything. We've got eyes on PPD. This very aggressive blink in there from Envy. It's forcing PPD to back off. The rest of EG now turning up after taking down Roshan. See what Envy's game plan is. So he's going to keep it cool and try and get a bit of a split push on, just working his way around this top lane. And we'll see if EG do anything about it. They've got 4 heroes mid. EE does have a TP scroll though this time.
Yeah, they're going to need like a big Mana Void. I think he has to ignore Black Hole entirely and just hope that Sumail is low on mana at some point and they can throw out a Mana Void for just damage.
Oh no, Envy. Okay, he'll turn for PPD. PPD has got a Glimmer Cape, and he does need to get back Envy. Home in a bit of trouble. The fortification coming out, the tier 4s are falling, and that was the TP cancelled, so he is having to take the EE Walker Shane back. Now, let's see if they can do it. This could be the final fight for Secret. They need something amazing to happen on this one. Samael popping the BKB. Exorcism's out as well, and Envy getting himself in position. He'll start it away at Samael. Samael is low on the mana front, and Mana Void is available. Envy's got to look for a big ult. He's got to find a big ult. He's been silenced up. Manta's hit off. Samael getting forced back here. Puppy's going to fall on the side. Fear with the BKB out. Still has that black hole available. He's looking to get the opening. He's looking onto Weehaw. And they're still holding at the moment. Samael pulls himself up. Weehaw rolls across the Magnetize, doing a lot.
No, he missed! He missed!
He might avoid the rage creep! Oh no, Envy! Oh no!
That would have killed Sumail for sure!
Oh, Envy! Oh, now he's being Fiend's Grip. That could be salt into the wounds here for Secret. And there's your black hole. Fear coming in. GG is called by Jackie Mal himself. 24 minutes in, EG perfectly executing the plan in this game, and the graph is just an absolute nightmare for Secret. Over 27,000 net worth lead there 24 minutes in. EG pretty much executing their lineup to perfection, and the anti-mage pick did not work out at all, Andy.
Well, I think the panel said it before we even started the game. It was really greedy from Secret to go for this. Like Lone Druid and AM on the same team, that's just something you don't see very often, and most of the time it's for good reason. I think if any team could have pulled it off, Secret is one of them, but EG just being the dominant, well-oiled machine that they are, executing their strat, ending the game in under 25 minutes. Everything went, I think even for Secret, when they were fighting top, for example, like we had that really nice initiation, they killed Fear, they got a couple of nice trades. Even with those fights, you saw how helpless they were to stop EG's 5-man. They just didn't have the heroes.
Oh boy, and it's what I kind of mentioned before. This is a classic EG thing. You see them in series struggle in the first game, that PPD goes, I got a plan, boys. He comes back in, and he certainly had a plan there. Yeah. But as you said, in terms of the draft, the anti-mage, you're pretty sure we're not going to see something as greedy come out from Secret in Game 3.
I mean, I think, like I said, this was the game to try something like this, just to see how you could do it or if it was possible. But in the third game, I think they'll probably go with something a little bit more stable.
Okay, and let's hope we do see them step it back up and get a close match, as Game 3 will be coming around the corner here between EG and Secret as the series stands 1-1 at the moment. But for now, back to the panel.
Thanks, Odie and Draskell. Back in our sauna of a panel with Merlini, Winter, and Cinderin. Cinderin, you said it right at the conclusion of the draft. We were going to be seeing a game number 3. You are right on that. And it was as simple as just saying that based on that, what they say is a greedy draft, that's the reason?
It's a combination of, well, it's not just the cores that are greedy. They are talking a lot about Lone Druid plus AM, which I agree with, but they also have defensive supports in addition to that. So like their ability to make plays, you have carries that need space, you have supports that are meant to enable carries that can fight, but they can't yet. And then EG also greed the jungle with an Enigma and have Roshan advantage with Lycan. I think that was the biggest outpick we've seen today. Maybe, I don't know if you want to call MVP's game 1, because I still feel like that could have worked, but they misplayed it. I think if they play this game 10 times, EG wins at least 9.
This is the type of game when you say even Earth Spirit can't save you.
It was a good Earth Spirit game, too. I mean, I got to give Weehawk credit there. He takes advantage of that core position, gets those levels fast, is able to prioritize that magnetize very well. Had that been a support Earth Spirit, I don't think the turnaround, and especially that triple kill in the top lane, would have even happened. So, EG, do they go back once again and just kind of leave that Earth Spirit out there? This is actually that play, it looks like here. And you've got to remember, and everyone says it's so simple as, oh, it's just the hero, but Weehaw is a high-caliber player.
Yeah, you just see how much he's actually doing here. It's kind of ridiculous what he's getting.
I think that during the fight recap, they said that it actually he actually dealt more damage than the whole EG team alone.
That fight helps secure nearly his veil. And, we've got Sumail on a different hero, Ben. You were, criticizing a little bit about how he was able to not get too much done on the Bat Rider. Now in the hands of a Death Prophet. And interesting note was this is the first win Sumail has with Death Prophet on EG. What did you think about his performance?
It was all right.
Wonderful insight.
I think I expect.
Get him, Dakota.
I expected this to happen in the first game when EG had the Bat Rider as well, because I felt like after the first game you mentioned, what do you want see change here if we are the coaches or whatever. I felt like it's the same plan. Like they just needed to run the same sort of strategy to punish the Secret greed. And I think the biggest adjustment that they made this game was the hero on Fear. They went for a jungler, so to deny Puppy is jungler. So I think that actually worked out really well for them. And the Death Prophet as well, even though it was his first win, but I think it was just like the general plan and what Secret had. It was just way too greedy. It's really hard to execute. And this was the first black hole for the whole game at 80 minutes.
It's also, like, we talked a lot about Drow and Ursa, and then now they have Lycan, and they just didn't... They expected it maybe to go a little bit slower because of what happened last game. Like, they had this fan, okay, he's going to get HOD formations, but with a Lycan, like, the first smoke to kill Envy with the medallion, and then after that he just went in a Roche. That happened, like, so early on. Like, he's not even close to finishing his Battle Fury. I don't know when they expected that to happen, but you could clearly see it coming from the draft.
That was really good play though by RTZ and PPD, because what happened was they scouted the AM with the Wolves initially, and Bane was like, we were like talking about it during when we were watching the game, like, look at this Bane, he's like literally farming in front of the anti-mage. But if he actually didn't do that, he wouldn't have his level 6 at that time, and he wouldn't been able to set up that kill for the Lycan. So it was a combination of both the players executing really well in that situation.
What about how EG were able to itemize as well? Did that also seem unique and appropriate? We saw Universe pulling out the Crimson Guard, which you don't see every day with the Darkseer, but it seemed to suit okay with the matchup in this case. Was it just because of the Lone Druid alone, or what else?
We were discussing it that Pipe would have probably been a better choice, but I just think EG's standard build is that they go Greaves Pipe on the Enigma, and then it's just very natural to take it on Darkseer. And having all those 3 items minute 20 makes your lineup almost impossible to fight into. I can't remember if Enigma got the pipe this game or not.
Didn't he get BKB?
He might have got BKB and just realized, okay, there's actually no counter to my ult, to me BKB apart from
you know, at the same
Entangle and Ammo.
At the same time, if you don't have to get Mag on Darkseer, like it's very weird to go first item pipe. I feel if I'm playing Darkseer and I have to go first item pipe, I feel it's a bit weird because it doesn't give you more HP. Sometimes you just want an item that gives you more HP directly, and even though it didn't seem like the Crimson Guard did a lot because they were so far ahead, so it doesn't really matter that much.
I think pipe though would have been great. Earth Spirit's Magnetize does suffer a bit from that if he didn't have it there, but
and Mana Void. I think that's probably the most likely thing he's going to die to.
That's true.
But at the end of the day, it didn't really matter.
Okay.
So,
go ahead.
If Secret win the coin flip, do you think like whoever wins the coin flip is going to get Dire?
Most possibly.
Either that, or you take first pick and you get Enigma first, if the bans are similar. I think now for the third game, either team might value it higher than the Earth Spirit, actually, just for this particular.
Why has no one gone to the Sand King as a kind of indirect counter to the Enigma?
I think because I think you mentioned it because Enigma farms way faster, so it's okay if you have an equalizing support that jungles very well, but then at the same time when you reach level 6, Sand King is not going to get something done. You're going to farm until you get the blink.
But I think he can fight a lot better though. One guy's face is centered around the mech, one guy's face around instant cast done with a blink dagger. So it's just different. I guess maybe Secret don't want to play that aggressively with their jungler.
It can push towers. That's the main downside. But if the alternative is getting no jungler and just losing to greed, then I agree. Like then you have to find an alternative.
It's also
I like
mech
the
as
Doom.
well. I think the mech was also a big part of it, of the Enigma. Because don't you think that because you have Enigma, like who else can actually get the mech this early as a support? Like no one else can actually do it. Even Chen doesn't farm that quickly unless you get a lot of kills.
Keeper of Light in the jungle might be able to...
Alright, sure, why not? Dakota, Quelling Blade.
Yet to make his debut. I'm sure he'll come out near the grand final, though, I imagine. We actually have information on the MVP, or at least what the public and spectators thought was the MVP. And again, a lot of love for the core in this one. It's going to be Arteezy who will be awarded the crown as far as spectators go. But, panel, do we agree with them on this one?
I think so.
I agree.
This game, I think Arteezy did the most.
Played very well.
He scouted the AM a couple of times. He made really good rotations. Like he helped his team a lot. I think he was part of most of the kills. So I think he definitely played the best.
MVP was the draft.
So that too.
So then it goes, I guess, to PPD.
I think it's still a team effort. You know, when it comes to drafting, that the captain obviously gets a lot, if not the majority of the credit. But you can see, that's why it's interesting to see the camera shots of the teams when they're drafting. It seems like most teams that get far in the tournament at least have some sort of dialogue going with suggesting picks or talking about what the plan is going to be. So I still think he takes most of the credit, but not all of it. And if Arteezy gets just a little bit of that, then maybe that's enough for him to be MVP anyway.
Now, for one of the teams, whoever gets the coin flip, we anticipate maybe they go for first pick if they decide to go for something like the Enigma. It's been banned so far, but would Bounty Hunter be something to consider if left and available?
It's always banned.
I know it's always banned, but sometimes there might have to be a change, and I guess that brings up another question, like how would you change things up for game number 3 as far as ban priority go? Or do you think, again, EG will just let Earth Spirit through and take what's best that's left over?
How about actually going for the Furen? Because if it's an Enigma pick, then the lane is like 2 heroes, then Furen will just, get really rich. It's a bit similar to having the Darkseer, but this game we saw the Darkseer having a hard time because he was an anti-mage instead of a Spectre, but they still won the game, so I mean, it doesn't really matter that much. But I feel like if you want to put more pressure on the Enigma, you can choose a offlane that has much more presence in the lane against 2 heroes.
Okay. How do we feel about Misery, though, playing the Lone Druid? It's the second time he's had to play it. If it's available, does Secret just go back for it once again? Has he been doing a good enough job that you think it's justified?
Only if we has the Earth Spirit, I would say.
Yeah, but
I think independent of that, it's just played well, right?
Yeah, but at the same time, they have to realize that you can't have Envy on a hero that needs so much farm when Misery is on Lone Druid. Like, it just doesn't work. So I think that if they were to go into the same strategy, like going for a Lone Druid offlane, they need a safe laner that is just much more willing to help. Like, they can't go for AM again. I don't think they will do that anymore.
How about pulling out something like a Wisp strategy? Both these teams, well, probably more so
not
Secret.
Not EG.
More so Secret. I mean, EG have done it occasionally. Same with like Chen occasionally, but it's not their go-to. Put it past Secret to maybe pull it out for game 3 here to close it. I mean, it's a big match with a win here. We secure top 4 and
top 3 even, right?
Top 3, top 4, top 3.
Yeah.
I think with Enigma being such a high priority, you're much less willing to go for a Wisp strat, as well as how well have EG has handled it in the past few games that we've seen. We've seen
tight Enigma.
Yeah, tight Enigma is just I don't want to relocate ever.
I think if Enigma gets banned in the first phase and you get through the first phase without junglers, I could see it being a third, fourth for Secret. That's probably the only thing where it's likely to get picked up for this matchup.
So is there any other way to deal with Enigma? He seems to be the hero of this draft. We talk about Bounty Hunter Mirana, they're always banned out. Any other way to actually contest this farm?
I think for me, it's once again the offlane. Like the offlane is very crucial because you know that the enemy is going to have a jungling hero, so you need to pick an offlaner that's going to win the lane, like Brood or something. Like you just need to be able to pressure. Like I don't think that if you go for a normal offlane Lone Druid, like he didn't even have a very like compare the first game and the second game. Arguably the second game went even worse for Misery than the first game. He didn't even have a really good time when the enemy has a jungling hero. So I think that has to change if you want to deal with the Enigma. You have to be able to get something in return. If your offlane doesn't get anything and the enemy has a jungling hero, you're basically losing out so much.
Why not like Silencer? People used to get Silencer back in the day.
Yeah,
it's
but
not about the global.
I think it's not about the black hole. It's about the early game and the mech timing and the push, like what he mentioned. Like those two are way more important than the black hole.
And then the synergy with like Eidolons plus Tau, Eidolons plus a Precision Aura, like these just wreck the towers and then you lose all map control.
And something else that I don't think we've ever discussed is when you have Enigma on your team, you deny one creep, so you help the offlane. So I think that's something really underrated, like for the offlaner being able to get the level 2 on certain offlaners, especially Bad Rider. Like, it changes the game for you, you can just jungle right away. But when you're level 1, you can't do anything. So the Enigma has this sort of effect that you can't really see in the game.
Who do you think the crowd is behind in this matchup? EG versus Secret.
Secret?
It seems like they seem to be pretty hard on young Sumail.
It's hard to find out. I'm like having it's a fun mini game trying to figure out who they're going to root for before the game starts.
It's like I feel like they like to see both Sumail and Envy not do well, right?
Don't they like Jackie more?
I think they like to see him not do well though. Isn't that what it is?
Oh, I got to tell you a story in my Chinese pub where I play with EE and Maybe.
Oh,
please.
So EE was Slark. And Maybe was Lena, and we were playing, and he was doing normal E things. He was like on a 5-kill spree, and then he did this like really just silly death. He was like trying to bait out some spells, and he had blink up, and he just died, and it was just like one of those deaths where you're just like, okay, what was he doing? And then Maybe types LOL feed with capital E's. I thought it was hilarious. It's like even Maybe knows about this.
What is it they call him? They call him the artist, right?
No, they call him Yuan Yuan, the actor.
The actor.
Yeah.
The actor.
Because when in China, when they see a pro player, especially they miss an ultimate, they miss a spell, they'll call them, oh, stop acting, dude. We know we can tell you're fake, because that's how they say it. That's why they always call MV the actor. Or some may say Yi Sujia because he has a very specific way of playing certain heroes, certain item builds, so they call him artist because of the way he builds the hero.
Okay, so it's also artist. Okay.
Do you think they would ever go back for Envy's Ember Spirit here? I know Ember has found pretty much no success at all this major. I said it before, like 27% win rate, and I believe even Envy's performance on it hasn't been too great so far. It looks like 9 games this patch, a 3-6 record. When is the right time, though, to consider pulling it back out again? They used to do it a lot in tandem with the Magnus a bit, but Magnus as well has been a bit extinct. When's the right time to see an Ember?
Is there a right time right now? Like, it feels like every time
just no time
every time I see the Ember, it's like, oh great. This
Secret thought this game was the right time. They 5th banned it, actually. Oh, sorry, EG.
Yeah.
EG 5th banned it. And I think it could have actually been, it would have been a way better pick
better
than
than
Anti-Mage
AM,
for sure. Because it's actually it's a worse matchup, at least for Lycan. You can kite the Lycan, you can root the Lycan, and you can join fights and compensate for Lone Druid's need to farm. So if they do pick Lone Druid for Misery again, I could see Ember being a 4th pick, maybe for Secret. But if they try to get a 5th, I think EG will ban it again. Similar pattern to this game.
How far along do you think we are with this meta right now as far as how it's figured out? I always like to make the comparison, or one of my terrible analogies is like the growth period of it. Like, we're in the infantile stage. Maybe we're barely walking around, talking a bit. Are we in the full grown stage? Is it worth maybe retiring a bit after this
We
major
got our
right
Walking
now?
Canes out.
Walking Kings are out? You think that we're considering our 401k at this point?
I think there's still maybe certain
There's some
things that
New things to explore?
certain things that haven't been really fully understood, because even through the group stages you could see first day, oh, this is the meta, second day, this is the meta, and then we reach the last day, everything is like changing. I mean, you could make a point where different teams like different heroes, but we could see right now at the end of the group stage and the starting of the playoffs, Enchantress sometimes prioritize a lot, and then Prophet definitely seen a rise. Like a lot of teams have been picking the hero, except for this series so far. And in this series, the hotly contested hero is Enigma. So there are definitely still things that are going to change and will change as the patch begins to go longer.
You agree, guys? Cinder and Ben?
We're in the adolescence, I think.
Relative to like other majors, I think that, or other Valve events, I would say it's much more in its early stages, because I don't think we've seen so much changes in a single tournament at any other big one.
Wasn't it same at TI5 that everything like everyone followed CDC style?
Well, that's that one I think is just CDC versus everyone else, and then maybe EG a little bit with like the Naga techies, which wasn't that popular. But here we see like just distinctly different playstyles and between like even teams from the same region.
Now, winner of this series is set to face up against Liquid. We saw with Kuro's interview he would prefer to go against Team Secret and fears EG a bit. Now that we've seen a little bit of both of the teams play, do you agree with them on that? And what are your early impressions about Liquid matching up against either of these teams?
We rarely see EG have a draft fail. So like sometimes you'll not auto win, but sometimes your game is just super easy for Secret because of a super greedy draft. Whereas EG, you will never be like, oh man, that was a poor draft from PPD. That's super rare. Whereas I think like Puppy sometimes disrespects his opponents a little bit more, or tries to draft super greedy lineups when he knows he shouldn't.
Maybe he just thinks that they could have actually gotten away with it. Don't you think so?
Yeah,
like sometimes he felt.
Obviously he does, or he would have drafted it, but it's still.
We're not going to get away with this, guys. But we have a game 3, so let's go for it.
I mean, or do you think that it has got to be with putting more pressure on the opponents? Because if you have a greedy draft, then your opponent will feel a lot more pressure to get stuff done. Like sometimes teams like to go in the direction where you want to force the opponents to be in that situation where they have to do more, you know.
I can see that. I see that more in a position though if you're Dire. If you're Dire is like, oh, okay, if you don't do anything, we'll take Roche. And if you're Radiant, like they had better late game, but it's like, okay, we'll just do Roche and end the game.
The problem is you look at EG's lineup and they're like, oh, you want to force us to do stuff? Great, we wanted to anyway, so we'll just go. Cool, you know. It works better if you have a greedy draft and there's actually some sort of either the enemy team's draft is not good at fighting very early but still better than yours mid game, or it doesn't have good abilities to take objectives so you can start playing split push. But EG's lineup excelled at what Secrets was really bad at, and it's just it's not going to work if you do it like this against a team like EG.
So basically they just have to play faster pace. They can't really be that greedy against EG, or just don't play Lone Druid at all.
It completely depends on which picks EG have in turn. Like, if the draft goes differently and it looks like EG has less of an ability to take objectives, or like Ben said, if Secret are Dire, then maybe you can start picking greedier. I still think this kind of draft was too greedy for any game against EG right now.
That's why I'm suggesting, how about don't play Lone Druid at all. Just play something else on Major.
But it was good in the first game, though.
Yeah, but then if you want to pick a carry for Envy, then I think you shouldn't do that, right?
Why doesn't he just play safe lane Lone Druid?
Oh, on Envy?
Yeah.
Have they ever done that?
I don't know, but we might have an answer soon. Sounds like we have Game 3 draft ready to go. Let's hop into it, and maybe these questions will be answered. It's Team Secret versus Evil Geniuses, game number 3.
Good job, Dakota.
I'm trying. It's so hot in here. All right, so it looks like EG are going to be on the Dire side, and Secret will be taking first pick on the Radiant. And it does look like EG were the team that won the flip, and with that flip advantage, they took the Dire.
This is actually very interesting. So EG banned both junglers, and Secret with first pick banned the Earth Spirit that they picked the last 2 games. So definitely a change of pace here.
Wait, what? They banned Earth Spirit when they are first pick?
Yeah.
All right.
Maybe they hoped they would get Enigma without turning Earth Spirit in turn.
Yeah, I guess that's true, because Enigma was second ban. Yeah, that's true. They wanted to go back for the Enigma, more or less.
But this is where I wonder if they should have tried to go for what we talked about, where you just you could have just gone for. Okay, that's a little bit distracting. That's okay. If they could have just gone for the setup where they prioritize Enigma over Earth Spirit, they could have maybe done that.
Look at that, Dakota. Prophet.
Nature's Prophet, he finally shows up. I mean, it was the last game made it only the fifth time we didn't see Nature's Prophet picked or banned whatsoever, but finally one of these teams had to take the bite, and, well, EG are going to revert back to what we saw from, game number 1. The Darkseer for the 3rd time straight will be their first pick option, and their follow-up will be the Mighty Sven.
similar opening in the first game, and EG got so much farm from the Ancients that game. So I wonder if Secret are going to change up their strats, maybe pick some heroes that can actually focus more on like scouting the Ancients. I think we mentioned Beastmaster earlier, but I'm not sure if Secret actually does a support Beastmaster or a safe lane Prophet. So I'm not sure if they can actually do that. But they're just going to go back for their typical like Lion. Like this hero has been like picked as a support position so much in the last 2 days.
It's still got a pretty good win rate, I would imagine.
Yeah. It's a Secret Classic, specifically in this major. I believe counting game number 1, this would be their 5th Lion showing with a 4-1 record. But again, Secret seem to be a team that doesn't prioritize getting something like the Oracle, let's say, to completely shut down the Dark Seer. But
yeah, and the Sven is also a really good hero. I think one of the better carries against the Prophet offlane, because you can get a Quelling Blade early and then you have the cleave. You deal with the Treants very well. So it's not going to be an easy time for the Prophet in the offlane. So they ban out the Bat, which, I mean, I don't... it's still something that's going to help the Sven, despite the Bat not having a very good performance in the game 1. But it's still one of the heroes that would help Sven actually lock down targets, and it's good versus the Prophet. A good replacement would be Puck. Or do you like Puck this game for them on EG?
Tough versus Lion.
But it's good replacement for the role that the Bat Rider offers in that game. Like you want to have a hero that can lock down the enemy target, so your Sven can actually do his thing in team.
I'm still down with Magnus, man.
Magnus?
Yeah, it's a Sumail hero.
Speaking of Sumail's hero, I know this seems like it's out of left field, but is there ever in any world or dimension where he could go back for Storm Spirit once again? Or is it the hero is just done and it's just not the right time?
Not this world.
Maybe
not
next
this world, huh?
maybe next year. Maybe.
Next year? Okay.
Maybe next year.
Condolences.
I mean, they did try like once, I think.
They won with it at Frankfurt.
Yep.
Yeah. No, at Starlighter as well. Didn't they pick it once?
I love this Sumail beanie. It's so good.
It's not even old enough to vote, right?
It's so good. It is so good.
I suspect the Puppy Enchantress might not be an option for them this time. It wasn't banned, but...
I think if they want to choose to pressure the Sven early, Enchantress could be a good option if they want to do that. I mean, it's still a jungling hero, which I think it's much better placed out for Secret. Every time when I see Secret, they don't get the 2 junglers or the 3 junglers, they go back for the Dazzle. Like, that's what Puppy would play if he doesn't get the jungler. And I always prefer that Secret be on that aggressive mode with the junglers. I feel that early game will go much better. They can control the enemy lanes better.
He plays Mirana too, actually.
Mirana?
He used to. Not so much this patch, but it is the one few hero that actually escaped the bans that was banned out in the first couple of games.
Wouldn't you say this is a good Earthshaker game as well? Compared to Dazzle, at least.
Yes.
It's better than Dazzle, but at the same time, I don't feel like Earthshaker can actually help the lanes out that much this game. I'm not sure.
You don't think Lion plus potential Nature's Prophet is strong enough to deal with the Darkseer? I guess it depends on what.
But it depends whether the Darkseer is alone or you don't know if the Darkseer is gonna have like a Tusk with him or someone else with him, or even a Night Stalker.
I think you know after this pick, they have a tendency to pick Sumail's hero last, so
yeah,
you can start planning for it after this one.
And speaking of mid laners, it's obvious we will, for the first time this series, not see Weehaw and his precious Earth Spirit. They got the Invoker, which is always a popular pick for Secret. 5 picks, 3 and 2 this tournament. So possible double Necro book, I guess, if you put it in tandem with a Nature's Prophet here. But oh, look at this. Nyx Assassin coming out. We saw it. What was it yesterday? Day before? Sumail repped it in the mid lane.
It's the replacement they chose for the Bat. I know we mentioned Puck, but this hero in this situation is really good versus the Prophet. It's really good versus Invoker, and definitely one versus one mid. You just need permanent shield to start the lane with it. You do really well against Invoker. Either Crossbacks, Exalt, it doesn't matter. Nyx just does really well against that.
Do you guys just think Core Lina isn't good anymore? Because I thought they have really good synergy with it. And it's one of Sumail's best heroes. The hero just does pretty well in lane against Invoker. Is it too fragile against Nature's Prophet? Is it because of that they didn't get it?
Don't you think if you talk about catching the Prophet, Nyx actually does it better?
Yes, for sure. It's better for the catch.
And in team fights, you probably have more chance to actually lock down more heroes for the Sven. So I think that could also be another consideration. That's why they went for the Nyx. They would rather sacrifice a little bit of the laning phase, go for a hero that doesn't do so well in the lane, but offers more for the Sven later in the game.
There's absolutely no doubt that Nyx is an extremely good pick here and good against all the enemy heroes. There's also 3 intel heroes that Mana Burn just destroys, especially Invoker. If he goes Exort, he just gets so much intelligence from that. So I think it's a great pick. I was just curious because I don't remember seeing EG pick at this entire tournament, and it used to be a Sumail classic that he played extremely well at TI5.
This is the second game they pick it, right?
Yeah,
the first game was against Fnatic.
Yeah, the Nyx is the second time. But the only team that, well, the only teams, I guess, that still stuck with the Lina that played it at TI5 and did very well were Virtus Pro and CDC. I actually still played it on G and Shiki respectively, but EG have moved one step away from it, it would seem.
So Secret are going to go for their vision control here.
Iron Talon jungle.
I want to say Night Stalker actually has a pretty bad win rate this tournament so far. I want to look it up here for myself. I don't want to go as far as to say he has not received a win yet, but it is close.
He has one for Liquid. Kuro played Night Stalker.
Do you think Iron Talon jungle is the way this game? Instead of just going for the laning phase, you do dual lanes with Prophet and you pressure the Sven?
Iron Talon jungle.
Okay.
Yeah, baby.
That's my vote.
Yeah, baby.
I think they have MP, so I think they you can just run around at level 4 and put enough pressure to compensate for your early.
So Night Stalker roam at the you Iron Talon jungle, and then first night you roam, and then Prophet TPC in for a kill. That sounds good.
Yeah.
You
Try and hit Nyx before 6, and then you have the Lion to pressure the Darkseer enough. I guess. What shall MV play though?
If you're Talon jungling with NS this game, then you need a strong safe laner to go with Lion
to compensate. Yeah.
To counter out Darkseer. Lion is one of the weaker supports in lane against Darkseer in the first few levels. He has bad stats, doesn't really deal very much damage, can't mess with the equilibrium or anything. Clinks is okay.
Slark
is good. Yep.
All right.
Yep.
Very good suggestion. I like that.
So if EG thinks that Team Secret might actually do that, would you think that going for a tuss with the Darkseer could pressure the safe lane a lot? Especially against the Lion? Do you think that would be a good idea?
The unfortunate thing is that they don't have the 10th pick. If they had the absolute last pick and they saw an opening, they could do it. But it can backfire really hard if they end up picking, say, something like a Gyro for Eternal Envy, then that hero is just so good against
So the safer choice would probably be going for a jungler. What other junglers are okay? I guess Doom was the last one, because they typically run Beastmaster or Doom jungling.
Here comes the Legion Commander.
Yep, Legion Commander.
Legion Commander is actually pretty decent in the
pretty good against these picks.
Yeah, if they stick to their game plan, it means that Fear is going to be on a roaming / jungling hero, and which Legion Commander could fit.
Lifestealer?
Man.
Lifestealer?
Negative.
He can infest the Nyx.
He can also assimilate the Nyx.
Oh, that would be cool.
It's cute.
Have you seen Nyx's Ags?
Yeah.
Oh.
Wait.
That's also good. Iron Talon Pugna. You don't.
The ward is really good against Invoker. Oh man.
And Lion.
And Lion, yeah.
This is actually.
Wait, could this be a core and Nyx support? No way, right? Nyx is definitely core. And Pugna is support.
They could easily run Nyx support.
They could do that, yeah.
Then that means what? Sumail plays the Pugna?
No, I think. Do you think it's possible?
It is definitely possible. It depends what they want to prioritize. Giving Nyx the mid lane will give them the fast possibility to roam, but giving Pugna the mid lane will increase their ability to take towers very early. And then it's about what they deem the most important. If they think it's a Night Stalker jungle with Talon, then this punishes the best. Putting the Pugna mid probably, then they take the towers early.
It is.
Man, Nyx is so good versus all those heroes, and they have Ember Spirit now. Okay, so Sumail is going to be playing the Pugna, and Nyx will be on the 4 position. So, Iron Talon Nyx. I've tried that before, it's pretty good.
He has so much regen.
He has decent regen, decent armor.
Iron Talon is good on everyone.
What a dumb item.
What a dumb
Where's Bruno?
item.
All right, gentlemen, before we throw it over to the arena, how do you think this is going to go? Will EG stay in the upper bracket, or will they end up going down below?
I think this is a lot harder to call draft-wise, and we got Envy on Ember Spirit. If the prophecy comes true, then Envy will, in the most needed hour, he will prevail for his team.
Winter, Merlini, what do you guys think?
That was a good one. But I'm just going to go for Secret because I think that the Prophet might just get too much from the laning phase, and he's going to have a huge influence on the game.
I'll also go with Secret. I don't know what Pugna's doing there.
All right, fair enough. We'll see which crafty draft is going to be coming out with the win here. We throw it over to our casters now. It's Odie and Draskell.
Indeed, thank you very much, Colgan. Here we have it. Secret versus EG has come down to this Game 3 deciding matchup. And it's going to be the time where MV bringing out that Ember Spirit. And EG switching things up a little bit. Sumail, Pugna, and as they were talking about in the panel, Fear going to be put down on that position for Nyx Assassin.
I feel like the Pugna pick is probably just about the riskiest thing that we've seen EG do this entire series thus far. Just because it has the chance to not really secure them, the fights in the late game per se. Like, if we look back at game 1 and 2, there was always significant team fight potential on one side or the other, and honestly, this is the most skirmish-oriented kind of split pushy game that we've seen thus far. So, in that sense, I would actually these skirmishes.
I mean, what do you think about the Nyx Assassin pick? That was something that the panel were saying is going to be really strong here for the side of EG because of the potential targets with the mana burn. And in terms of catching heroes out like the Nature's Prophet, do you feel that the Nyx Assassin was a smart pick here from EG?
I thought it was good when it was a core. Okay. So we're going to see a stun here. So looks like it's just going to be some double rune here for EG.
Double rune for EG.
Yeah, nice.
Alrighty.
But I did like the Nyx when I thought it was mid. When I see it as a support and I see the Pugna pick, I actually like the Nyx a little bit less because he's one of those heroes where if you're not consistently getting levels and contending in the core positions in terms of EXP, I think he has a much harder time having the kind of impact that they're going to need from him in this game. But they could also be just going with the idea that if Artur gets farmed enough on the Sven, gets BKB at a decent timing, he can kind of just cleave through everyone on the side of Secret. And you do have that vacuum into Sven stun combo possibilities, so maybe they're just banking around some of that too.
Bottom lane trying to make a go here onto Universe. Of course, still just level 1, no surge. Looks like he won't need it. So he'll be able to walk himself out of that one. Yeah, a lot of eyes on Sumail Pugna. I mean, what do EG have to achieve with this kind of lineup to win the game? What are we going to see them do? Is it going to be a similar kind of play style to game 2 or a little bit slower pace?
Well, if we're EG, we're looking to at least push towers. Like, you don't pick Pugna if you don't want to try to go for the tower push, right? The one thing is, I actually think Netherward is super good against Secret's lineup because all of their heroes are very spell-driven. Like, Invoker is a really good example. You have Lion, you have Ember Spirit, who even as a core has 4 active abilities that all cost a pretty decent chunk of mana. That part I get. It's just the fact that the hero is extremely fragile as a core. And I feel like they were talking in game number 2 on the panel about how Sumail has very limited success on heroes like Death Prophet, who kind of need their team and are very fragile in the early game. I feel like Pugna falls under that category, and he is less intimidating in a push than what I would say a Death Prophet is when you have Exorcism available.
Looking at the lanes at the moment in terms of the last hits. MV 7 for 1 at the same time. Artur on the top lane, 7 for 3 on his Sven. Obviously, we've seen RTZ before on the Sven in game 1. Had a very strong performance in terms of farm. Wasn't enough to win them the game. This time they switched things around in terms of the heroes that are playing around it. And MV Ember Spirit, I mean, something that we've seen in the past, Secret pull out. They love it when it goes late with this hero, but at the same time, it's one of those heroes that one death in the later stages can cost the game, but it can, of course, be the game-winning hero if Ember can step up his performance here in game 3.
I just like the fact that they didn't draft themselves a lineup that is insanely greedy. And Sumail mid.
Oh, Sunstrike straight on top of it. Misery joining in as well here. He'll decrep himself, drop down a blast. He'll ball himself up as well here. He'll actually deny the ward. Efficiency play there. You're not getting the gold for that one, but you're getting the gold for the kill. And first blood going to Pylai Die.
Yeah, that was a very big kill. And again, who on the side of EG is going to help this mid? Like, this is a Pugna mid, and you have a Witch Doctor and a Nyx, but Fear kind of has to play it greedy. If a Nyx doesn't get levels, he's not going to contribute anything to this game. So the only person who can really help him is PPD. But PPD also needs to get his own experience, because if he's not being able to soak pulls, he's never going to get his hands on Death Ward. Like, this lineup from EG might be the first one that I've seen in, like, the entire tournament where there's a pick that I just don't quite understand.
Misery on the offlane. He's found himself level 4 here, so things are going all right for him in that case. And Envy, he's getting a significant amount of space here. It's going to be a smoke up from Secret, Puppy and Pie. They can move towards the mid lane. Not quite night time yet. We'll see if they can make anything happen. They've already managed to take down Sumail once. If they can do it again, it could be pretty big. We know that Sumail, if you can shut him down early on, he can kind of be put on edge for the rest of the game, and Secret could be looking to try and break him here on the Pugna. He's still hanging around. He's going to have some backup this time. But no, sorry, it's not on his side. The backup's going through. It's Misery. It's the backup for Secret. And here goes Secret. Moving in onto Sumail. The Hex to follow up. Misery's there as well. Trapped in the trees. Sunstrike coming down on him here. And it's another kill onto Sumail. The crowd's loving it, and so Secret. Sumail Pugner, 2 deaths at the moment in 4 minutes in. A lot of hate being sent his way by Secret.
All right, so we've talked already about how the mid lane is extremely gankable, and it's been showcased 2 times right now by Secret in under 5 minutes. The question we have to ask ourselves now is, what's the trade-off? What are EG getting by pretty much sacrificing their mid player? And we can look and we see that Universe, he's getting okay farm. Like, it's all right, 4 minutes in, he's halfway to level 5, he's not doing too bad. And then obviously, the Sven's going to be free farming, which is also, it's fine. You know, this is what you should be getting out of the early game. But on this hero, like, how many times has Sumail played Pugna? I don't recall EG playing anything similar to this in the mid capacity for quite some time. And I feel like he's a bit out of his depth right now.
He's certainly struggling, and of course someone who's not going to be out of their depths, we are on the Invoker in the mid lane, one of his signature heroes. And so far 25 for 11 against the 15 for 3, and obviously the involvement in 2 of these kills onto Sumail. Invoker, it's lining up for we to have a good game off the back of this start.
Yeah, it's going to be very hard to stop this Invoker, especially given that EG's lineup, it can kind of roam, but it's not going to roam on any hero like Invoker. Typically, you need to roam for a mid who has kill potential, so either high burst damage or some kind of control. And you also need a support who contributes another one of those things, whereas, you know, throwing out a paralyzing cast can be great, but I don't think that they have good ways of controlling the laning phase with their supports. And we've already seen that Secret, Nature's Prophet, you know, Night Stalker, it's obviously nighttime, Pylai Die and the Lion. Their ability to move around the map and control the lanes is just far better.
Oh, PPD? I think it was intentional.
Yeah, it was.
He was out of money, wasn't he?
Yeah, he bought before he died, so it's definitely
enough.
intentional. So they are getting a
Did
decent
lose
amount of
119 gold there. Oh, according to the fight recap.
Wait, what?
Oh, on the fight recap it shows 119
He lost money.
Yeah.
Okay.
PPD. I mean, I know Sumail's died twice, but it's not that bad. Come on, hang in there, bloke. Come on, hang in, Peter.
No reason to go off the deep end. Nope. Not yet. But they are getting some decent farm. Like, we look to the Nyx. He's actually got quite a bit right now. He's halfway to level 5. We see a smoke up from the double support duo of EG. They want to try to go for a counterplay here. However, they don't have Dust, so killing the Invoker is going to be tough.
Sumail, no, he could be in trouble again. He does have the backup. The stun from Pylai clipping onto 2. There's a backup from Universe coming in with the TP. The bouncers are there. Misery TPing in. EG holding their own this time, though. Looks like they won't lose anyone. Oh, they might. No, they can't get Puppy. It's nighttime. A little bit too tanky. So EG, they are able to keep Sumail alive here. They don't quite find anything in return, but they'll be happy to keep the Pugner in the game.
It ended up being a let's look at each other and use all our spells and then walk away moment, which I think for EG is actually fine. In this situation, just not losing your mid again is going to be good enough. And the Sven, as we've seen in the previous games, he is getting completely out of control. 70 CS in a 7-minute game. Having 10 CS a minute at 7 minutes, I don't know how many games you're actually ever going to see that level of CS on a hero.
This is Altor, top of the board. See if Secret are able to try and put any attention towards that top lane to do something about this Sven. Saw in game 1 how much RTs he can do when he gets a start like this. And of course, he is going to have to rely on the rest of his team to step it up as well. Because at the moment, the 3 cores overall for the side of Secret, just doing better in comparison.
The other issue that EG have is they kind of have this lineup where they have good damage once the Nyx hit 6, but prior to that, they really lack the ability of getting kills. So their lineup is a little bit greedy in that they need levels, but once they get them, they can definitely set up a lot of kills, and this is going to be heavily on the back of Fear. This guy's just about to hit level 6. He's got his Arcanes ready. All he needs to do now is be with like one other hero with a disable or any kind of nuke, and he should be able to kill. Like the Lion is a pretty quick pick. Pylai Die, soaking bottom lane right now. I wouldn't even be surprised to see him rotate to that lane, knowing that he's probably just going to sit there and soak 6. But they do have some options now that their supports are getting up there.
HZ Pi is going to be happy with this space halfway towards the blink. And as you mentioned, closing in on the ult. The Secret, I guess, oh, Jackie, keep it cool. 3 HP. Come on, calculate, yeah.
Calculated.
All right. He knew. Jackie knew.
Of all the people in Dota, if we said he did the math, you would believe it if it was Jackie, right?
I'm sure you would. I'm sure you would. Top lane, EG, Arteezy, Sumail, and PPD. Ready to push with the God Strength and the Blast. And he is there. And we do have the rest of Secret coming in. There'll be a TP out for Sumail. He'll get it off. The chains aren't going to latch onto any of the heroes. Unfortunately, Artur turning around the Storm Hammer. In fact, just laying in onto Envy. PPD trying to move in as well with the Witch Doctor, but Weeheart is there with Puppey and Secret. They're going to look to clear in. There's the Chaos Meteor hammering down on Arteezy. The change from Envy catching him out. Artur's going to fall, and now they're looking for more. Remnant digging into the trees, trying to chase down PPD. He's got a third one, and here we go with the Void from Puppey. They'll bring down the Witch Doctor as well. They find the two of them. Because meanwhile, Misery did end up going down on the bottom lane to the rest of EG, but that's 2 kills for Secret on the top.
Oh! Nicely done.
I've seen a few fingers in my time, and that was one of the best ones. Highlight die.
This is now a rated R cast.
This guy owns an MVP. He needs an MVP somewhere down the line. He didn't get it in game 1, and he played his heart out. He's playing for it this game, and here we go. Pi setting it up for Envy to come through. And Envy, he's going to get stunned up by Fear here. There's his shot. Weehaw! On point! And Envy, let's see if you've got anything else here. Fear's going to stick around. There's going to be a TP down from Universe. We'll see if they can do anything about this Ember Spirit. There's no Flame Guard for 10 seconds. Fear, he's going to look to try and set something up here with the stump up. Envy, he's got the reactions. He's out of there. But 6-1, a Pylai die. I mean, what's the money looking like for this line now? He must have that. He went for the Arcanes, okay. He's still been in that when he was saving up the money initially. Well, level 7, 2-0-2. Smart stuff here from the line.
Yeah, I got to say, Pylai Dai has probably been one of the most consistent support players throughout the entirety of Shanghai. Even in the group stage when we were casting them, I really felt like even the games that they were losing, he always was playing well. This is probably the best form that I've seen him in a very, very long time. So on the back of that, Secret, with a very strong showing in the early game here, 5-kill advantage. They're farming very well on their 2 cores, and even the Night Stalker, like, this guy's got 41 CS. Puppey's got a point booster in his inventory. Gonna see a meteor dropped here, a little bit off the mark. But Secret looking pretty solid.
He's just doing his best at the moment to try and hold down and slow this push from EG. At the moment, Secret slightly with the edge. And this is the thing, if Secret can kind of hold this pace, Pylai Dai, the sentry! Drops it! Pylai Dai! What a player! What a player! Every time we look at the Lion, he's doing something that's top level.
This guy is a monster, actually.
He's just outsmarting the entirety of EG.
That was like next level. He dropped a sentry like between the tier 1 and the tier 2 because he knew they were pushing, and now they're going for Sumail as well. Looks like he's gonna turn away. But knowing that it's very common for Nyx to go for vision plays, he's just dropping a sentry between the tier 1 and the tier 2, dropping on the high ground, spots the Nyx right away and just hexes him. That's got to feel pretty bad.
It's only going to feel pretty good for Pi.
Yeah.
He's going to be in his element at the moment, and now could be part of a bit of a pick-off here. Arteezy being surrounded by 3 of the members of Secret. Sunstrike as well. No help for Artur. He's down. Puppey with the final slap to the kid. 7 for 1 Secret. They're stepping it up this match, and EG, they need to come out with some answers sometime soon.
I still feel like this entire draft, up to the 4th pick, I thought it was really solid from EG, and as Cinder was saying, it seemed like one of the closer drafts, but as soon as I saw the Pug now, it's just like, I get it on the mid, you want to try to pressure, you want to have the ability to push towers, but he's not even that good at killing Roshan. Throughout the entire series, it seems to be the common theme that the team, EG, they've had Dire every game, correct? So if you pick a hero that secures you Roshan in every single game, Sven is pretty good at it, but maybe not the best. You want another hero who can kind of complement that, and I'm not really sure if Pugn is that hero.
Eyes on Misery. Fair going for the burst, and he's got it. Nice pick off there for the Nyx Assassin. Exactly what EG need at this point. Somehow going to be slowed down here by the Void. There's going to be TPs coming through as well. He'll drop down the ward here to slow Secret's chase. And I'll just soak up the gold for that one. But, I mean, Fear, he's got to do stuff like that, and they just need to find the pickoffs they can, and getting the gold and the XP on the Nyx is never going to be a bad thing here for EG.
The big question is, what item does he buy? Does he go Blink? Does he go Dagon? I mean, Blink is kind of the go-to, right? You put yourself in the middle of the team fight, you can use it to disjoint the Ember Spirit by using Flame Guard to proc Carapace. It can be pretty strong.
Mid lane, EG on the verge of losing the tier 1 here. Secret hanging about. EG are going to be there if Secret do decide to push the issue, but Secret just playing this one sensibly.
No reason to have a huge commitment when you know that you're kind of leading in the early game. Well, we do say that, and Arteezy is going to be taking a pretty good chunk of Ancients right now. Is he rushing BKB? I think he is.
I think this is going to be the Tread Sanj build again, isn't it?
But he's got a lot of money. I figure you would just buy the item if you were going to buy it, you know?
And we saw we just trying to get some vision around it. It's going to be the Blink.
Oh, he goes Blink. Okay.
All right.
I like it. The aggressive choice.
He would love to try and catch out Envy. Of course, Envy going for that classic Aquila bots build. So it's rather vulnerable if EG can get the jump on him. And that's why the Blink Sven is going to be... Well, it certainly has the potential to be incredibly effective in terms of shutting down Envy at this point of the game. But Envy, we know how smart he plays it. Once he gets the bots up, his map awareness should be good enough to keep him in the right places at the right time.
I think it's easier for the Nyx to jump him, actually, than the Sven, because the Nyx can bypass vision, where the Sven is going to have to potentially walk past a ward and then blink, depending on where Envy is. And plus, you can just Carapace when you're in Vendetta now, so it's really nice when he's using Flame Guard to push.
Oh, moving in onto Sumail. The finger straight up from Pylai Die. Pylai Die on a killing spree. 3-0-3 on the Lion. And we'll get the deny there on the mid-tier 1, but if this continues like this and Pylai Die doesn't get MVP, I'm done.
Dude, the guy's honestly playing out of his mind. He's died, I think, 1 time in the last 2 games so far. Courier snipe. Oh, that was so close, actually.
Oh, he tried to go for the plays there, Mr. Nearly. Ever so nearly.
Man, Courier OP. Please nerf. Too much armor. But still, game not over by any means.
Oh, he's had enough of Pi. He's had enough of Pi, but Pi, he's had enough of Artur.
Doesn't care, dude. He's out.
Oh, Pylai Die. He's just teasing EG at this point.
I think that this is going to become like one of those heroes that you might want to think about respect banning against Secret in like the second phase, or maybe even like last ban if Pi doesn't have his hero yet. He just honestly plays a phenomenal Lion. It's very reminiscent of watching like Lanham, for example, when he used to play Lion quite a bit. I know he still does, but it's a bit more prevalent a couple of weeks back. And EG have yet to secure their first Roshan. It's about 17 minutes in. They do have mech up. I think it's going to be more down to the Sven actually getting his item timing. I think going Blink than BKB is probably the best teamfight choice that he can go for. Good cancel on that TP. I don't think that was the play.
They'll pop the fort, of course, but this tier 1's still going to go down. You've got Misery. He's doing the split push game. He's up on the top lane. There'll be TPs coming through. Artur is there, and he does have that Blink to try and catch out Misery. And he bites through the tree.
Wrong tree.
Oh, he got the wrong tree. He got the wrong tree. That man's not a lumberjack.
It's really hard, actually, to get the right tree in that situation, because you have to get the one that's like on the farthest left so you can get a straight line in, because there are other trees from the jungle blocking you.
Unfortunate there for Arteezy.
Yeah.
And 8-2 at the moment. EG trying to do their best to hold on to the pace that Secret have started to try and set. It's 8-2, and just looking at the net worth, the fact that Weeha is continuing to have pretty much the ideal game in his eyes as this Invoker. He's top of the board. And Envy, you can tell he's getting into the zone. He's finding the rhythm. He's finding the areas to farm in. And EG, they're going to need to come out with some big catches if they want to kind of shut this down and slow down the progression of Secret's heroes.
They're going to have a pretty big power spike when Arteezy finishes the next item. I think he's going SNY. He's going to delay the BKB a bit. But I don't... Honestly, like, I understand why people go SNY on this hero so much. It's just it's a balanced item, right? Because you get movement speed, you get teamfight potential, you get health. It's pretty much everything that Sven needs. But at the same time, they have so much control for him in the team fights, and his team is also built to fight. Like, you don't pick Darkseer, Nyx, and then a Pugna to sit back and farm for the late game. Like, you want to be the ones dictating the pace.
Yeah, can they catch out Envy here? Fear setting something up. Envy's incredibly deep. The spike Carapace. Look at the disrespect, but he ran this out. Oh, Envy.
That was a really big misplay, actually. there's no way you should not hit that follow-up stun. It's over a 1 second stun. Fear actually did something very similar earlier when they were fighting bottom. That was just a mechanical mistake. There's no way he should be alive right now.
Absolutely, just overestimating the stun duration of the spike carapace, as you said, and not falling through in time. It's costing EG some big kills. MV 1300 into the 2 swords required for the Battle Fury. Things going from kind of good to better here for Secret.
Very uncharacteristic of Fear to do something like that. Like normally he is one of the most solid players you'll ever see, right? You don't see mechanical mistakes out of him very often, so maybe EG feeling the pressure a bit here in game number 3. I mean, Puppy's almost got Aghanims. It's 20 minutes in, the guy is only 300 gold away. We were talking about the Vision game and how important it was in being able to take successful team fights for Secret in one of the games in the series, and sooner or later, EG aren't going to have much of a map left when you're playing against a Night Stalker. He's going to be, level 11 soon. He's got Aghanims. EG know they got to do something, and they're going to go for a smoke here, but it's not going to find anyone.
And it certainly isn't. Misery is going to be the one TPing into the area. I mean, Roshan is up, but EG, they just don't really have the lineup to go for it. So it's not really going to be on the menu for them. Secret as well, they do have an Invoker, so they do have some kind of potential. And of course, with the Exalt build, they can themselves try for Roshan. But at this point, that's not really what they need. They're just happy trying to keep space here for MV to continue to farm, get his Battle Fury complete. Maelstrom now done onto Misery, so he's going to be even more fit for fighting. Just across the board for all 5 heroes of Secret, things looking very solid at the moment.
Yeah, the way that they're playing this is just very calm, calculated. They now have the vision from the Night Stalker Egg, so they can pick and choose their fights whenever they want. I mean, their tier 3 is being sieged right now top, and the Secret are also looking for a fight.
Yep, Secret, they're ready to fight at the bottom. Puppy looking for some kind of a wraparound here. He's trying to get himself in, and he'll go on to PPD. Silences up Sumail. Highlight Eye moving forward as well. Let's see if he can catch them out with something big. He still hasn't got the blink yet, but he doesn't. He just walks in onto PPD. Finger up as well. PPD caught out, and he's down. The setup now with the Yules onto Sumail. Sumail tries to get the lifesteal out. It doesn't matter. He's down as well. Double kill for Weehaw. And also at the same time, can they get themselves any more? They're still chasing. They're chasing Universe. Puppy, he's got the Void, and here comes the backer. Misery TP's in, lays down the Sprout. Universe trapped amongst the trees. Another kill for Secret, 12 for 2. And what is happening in this game 3 for EG? It is an absolute mess, Andy.
This has got to be one of the more dominant performances I've seen against EG.
Artur, he's playing with Envy here. A little bit of cat and mouse. My goodness. That's the Battle Fury done now for Envy, and straight into Roshan. Talked about the potential that they can take this with Weehar's Forge Spirits. And no way that EG can stop this. And this is a total reversal of the story of Game 2 in here.
I don't think that you can pick Sumail, a hero like Pugna, and not help him in a matchup where you're playing against Furion. I think that's honestly the biggest problem that they've had this game, is just how badly the mid matchup went for them. And the fact that they didn't have anything to shut down the Prophet in lane. Their supports were pretty greedy. And at the end of the day, like, Secret have superior vision, they have superior mobility. And because of the fact that they've reached a mid-game stage where the laning phase went so comfortably for them, I mean, this Nature's Prophets, he felt so confident, he bought a freaking Midas.
He's had a great time.
Like,
he's loving the game.
Yeah, it's really rough for EG, because even if they delay, the only person on their team who's going to continually get a good amount of farm is going to be the Sven. The Pugna has yet to break 100 CS in a 23-minute game. That is ridiculously low farm for a hero like that, who does need items to be able to tank himself up. So,
to the top. If they can catch him here, they do have that invis on RTZ. It could be what they need to catch him out. That's going to be the Remnant dropped out, but no! Oh no, he's Remnanted straight into it, and they've got the catch. They've got the chain stuns. Envy brought down, and that's the kill that EG need to bring themselves back into this. RTZ credited with the gold, and Envy just not aware there, and EG with a perfect wraparound.
Yeah, that was just really nicely executed. And that's what you expect to happen, like bottom lane, for example, when they were jumping on him too. You expect the Carapace into the stun into a guaranteed kill, but that is going to be his first death this game. He already has the Battle Fury and the bots completed.
Artur, he's in trouble. Highlight Eye setting it up with the stun. Sunstrike in. RTZ going down. Secret find it, and Pi with the initiation. Getting that revenge kill for losing his MV brother.
Man, the Night Stalker, Aghanim's gem already. Only one ward standing on EG's side of the map right now against a team with a Fury, and that's...
Misery. Oh, okay, Misery is a little bit in a sticky position. He has got back up. Weeha is there to help him, but the Death Ward's going to get laid down by PPD and Misery. He's almost certainly going to fall in the vacuum as well.
Nice
Puppey in trouble as well. EG, maybe with a turnaround, they're going to find Puppey. So Mail will go down. Weeha doesn't clear up on the back lines, but it's a 2-for-2 trade at the moment. Now Envy joining the fight. Fear with the spike carapace will hold Envy in place. Gets the stun out as well. Weeha fairly low at the moment, taking a lot of damage here from the wall illusions. Twilight Eye coming in. They get the change. The Hex onto Fear. Deafening blast wipes Fear off the face of the earth. And Envy, he's not done. He's looking for more. Chains are now off cooldown. Doesn't quite get the latch onto PPD. Bit off there with the timing, but still making it a 3-for-2 trade. Secret able to come out on top of that one.
The really big thing, though, is that EG walk away with the gem. That's huge. I think Universe picked it up and then walked away with it after Puppey died. So taking the gem away from Secret, that means they can maybe get out a ward or two and actually give themselves some kind of vision. Obviously, Secret do end up with the Roshan as well, so they have momentum on their side for the time being. But at this stage in the game, EG have to take the small victories when they can get them. And having the gem, preventing the dewarding coming out from Secret, and allowing themselves to establish some kind of map presence is going to be crucial if they want to try to come back in this game.
We now with 2.7k on top of the Ags, 25 minutes in, 16,000 net worth on the Invoker. At the same time, we did just see off the back of that, RTZ was able to surmount quite a good bit of gold. 3.6k on the Sven. A lot of pressure on the boy to pick up something big here. What is RTZ going to go for his next time? Does he have to get the BKB, or can he bypass that and go for something a little bit more aggressive?
I think BKB gives him too much of a power spike to pass up. I mean, they're at a 10 kill deficit. He probably feels pretty comfortable with his level of farm, as well he should. He still has a really good amount of CS, and he's got enough almost for the entirety of the BKB right now. If you have 10-second BKB, you get Ion Shelled, you get Surge, you blink in with your BKB, you just stun a target. That hero should die, especially when you have God Strength on. So I think that is going to be the play here for EG. Try to get your team fights going with a fresh BKB on the Sven.
There we go, EG. More towards the mid lane. Secret, already and waiting. Everybody back up now. Envy. He's got 2k. Very close to having the money there for the Crystalist, and he has a DD bottled as well. So if EG do decide to push, he's going to be there with the big hard-hitting Sleight of Fist. Now still hanging around here, EG. He's going to be the one to come out. RTZ. He's going to clear up the Ancients. It looks like nothing big going to kick off, and indeed, yeah, as you said, RTZ just playing it safe, getting that BKB, and hoping that the power spike is going to be enough to find some more big team fight victories here for the side of Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, I mean, the amount that he gets from it now is bigger than if he had just bought it right after the Dominator and the Blink, because you also have the SNY inside of the team fights to carry your mobility, allow you to potentially get a maim and just chase people down. This is going to be probably one of the strongest points in the game for EG for a long time. And I mean, we say that, but unfortunately they are terrified because of the fact that Secret do have another gem. And they do have the Aghanim still up on the Night Stalker. They just can't afford to go out of their base when they can't see.
Yeah, they cannot leave the base yet. Because Secret, they're going to be ready to jump. With that nighttime vision, he can spot them.
This could potentially be the turnaround time for EG, though. Because if you look at Secret's lineup, they have no BKB disable whatsoever.
Just teasing them there with the DD Weeha. Goes the combo down to Zabale. One quick swift blow there from the Invoker, bringing the Pugna out of the game.
Blink up.
Oh, Envy, he's going in. Envy, what are you doing? Oh, no! Oh, my goodness. Jackie Mao, he does it again. But it is not a good thing.
I have no idea what that was.
All right. You thought the range creep mana void was bad?
No, I actually have no idea why I did that. Because what he did the first time is he goes for a Searing Chains to secure a Sunstrike and a Meteor, right? Like, that one made sense because he knows that the heroes are in the front line of the base.
But they've just got so many stuns on each. The control's going to be there.
Yeah, it's not just the fact that they have the control. It's the fact that Wii doesn't have his spells up. So who's your follow-up hero, It's like, okay, I want to go in, try to harass, maybe go back to my Remnant, fine. Maybe force them back a little bit so we can get chip damage on the tower, but I promise you your life is more important than, getting one Sleight of Fist off.
On the plus side for Secret, that one death, it's It'll be too costly as they do still have the lead in this game, but they can't let that happen many more times because EG, they'll be quick to really push the issue and turn around these fights and try and take advantage of Secret when they are a hero or two down. And eyes at the moment on the Roche bit. EG still playing it safe. Secret, I'm sure they'll try and pull the reins in on Jackie next time they go for a push.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Puppey turned to him when he did that, and he just gave him a look, and he's like, my bad, I won't do that again. It's just fortunate, actually, for Secret that there was no real big objective up during that time. Like, if Roshan had been alive, for example, it might have been something that EG could have capitalized on, but as it stands right now, they're just going to be content to, you know, not going in, not yet.
So, someone wants to, Samael. Making a beeline straight for the mid lane of Secret. They don't want to fight here with EG having the high ground advantage from the jungle. They're keeping it safe. Samael has nearly got that Aghanims done, but at the same time, it's just a question of how much that's going to do for him, because we're seeing just this Pugner just it gets blown up so easily by the combos of the heroes in Secret, like the Invoker.
Yeah, he definitely needs BKB, but he's opting for the Aghanims first. I like the life drain, it's really strong. We saw it actually utilize, was it OG who did it with the Lone Druid? I think it was. They show that they can slow siege with it. It has a lot of uses, and plus it's very good at harassing people. And when you get the Ether Lens on top of it as well, the range is insane, and you can just drain forever. So it's a really nice combination. The only problem is if he gets disabled once, he's just dead. Like, there's nothing they can do to save him. A mech is not going to be enough.
EG. If they can catch out Secret here as they come over to their half of the map. Ward. Puppey straight away with the D-Ward, but the ward bait, they'll say we'll take this one. RTZ jumps in this game using the active of the BKB and will find the kill. Puppey buys back. Misery, he's looking for the curry, he's going to find it. Nice courier snipe there from Misery. Finger onto Fear, double kill for RTZ though as he takes down Pylodine. RTZ trying to fight for this one. The Deathward getting laid down, pummeling it into We Are, but RTZ falling low and will drop. They'll get the kill onto Artur. And now they're trying to chase down for more. PPD with the TP out. Samael, he's also on the escape route, and he's going to make it. But it looks like Universe maybe no, they've got the Yules. Not as much luck here for the Darks here. Universe giving his life as well. Secret did buy back on Puppey, but they clear out 3 heroes. And EG are put back into their place.
This has got to be the best I've seen Secret look the entire tournament. Like, this particular game, the coordination that they have, I mean, sure, there's been a couple of individual mistakes throughout the series, but this is the best Dota that I think I've seen them play so far.
And here we have it. Onto the high ground, there'll be a buyback straight away from Artur. Looks like Secret, they'll respect that. They'll just back off. They're happy with baiting that one out. EG will defend the base, but Secret slowly trying to push them into more and more of an awkward position this game.
Now, EG are kind of running out of options. Their lineup has a very weird peak where, like, your Nyx maybe has like Blink Initiation, which Fear has right now. Your Pugna has a BKB, and your Sven has enough items to pop BKB and be able to just hit people in teamfights. So it's kind of roughly around right now. Sure, your Sven can still get crit, he can still get the AC, but the longer the game goes, it's not about how well your hero scales, it is Secret's. Because they're going to have so much mobility, so many options for the late game, like Furion and Ember Spirit split push. They have decent amount of team fight with Wii getting higher level. Fear, he does not have a gem anymore, so he's not going to see Wii.
Puppey, no, he does have a gem. He knows Fear's
there.
Fear's
God.
walking straight into it. Oh, that's a nice blink. Straight out. RTZ, hello. He's coming straight into this one. Nice one, will get laid down.
It's actually very good that he didn't BKB there. He was trying to bait it out by casting Cold Snap, but Artur didn't fall for it.
MB, nice. James onto RTZ and Fear. Freezer pot, Pylite die. Oh no! Oh, Py. He's been having such a good series, but that one was a bit of a giveaway.
The base.
Misery. Don't ever forget about the Nature's Prophet. TP backs are coming through. They'll hold Universe in place and they'll combo him in. Sunstrike and the Meteor flying down. Envy's there to shut him off. They'll take down Universe. Misery will lose his life. PPD and Fear are able to take him down, but they still get the range rack Secret. RTZ popping the BKB, aiming his attention towards Puppey. Now backs up. Looking for Envy. Envy will be able to get himself out of a remnant. We are pots the BKB sticking around, but he's got the Ghost Walk. Now he's turning. Is he going to try and fight this one up? No. RTZ. Cold snapped up. Can he get a blink in onto these? Yes, he can. To try and find this one, we are going to get away with the Storm Hammer. It will come out. Arteezy needs a few hits onto this one. We are in trouble. Oh, the Deputy Blast. We are toying with Arteezy here. Oh, he's got to be careful here. Forge Spirits coming in. Oh, no. Oh, Artur there with the Helm of the Domination. Forge Spirits nearly killing the Invoker. Twilight Die, he's there with the finger, the Sunstrike's laid down, but it doesn't matter. They've already got the kill into Sumail. Envy jumping forward, looking for Arteezy. Cast will hold him back, gets the slide, the change, onto the Witch Doctor. PBD hexed up by Twilight Die. PBD trying to get himself out of there, there's no escape for the boy. He's dead, double kill for Envy. An incredibly messy fight, but Secret, they certainly do it. They certainly do it. They take the fight, they take the range Drax. And now they're all three of their cores at the top of the net worth board, and now they're looking for Roshan. Things looking up and up for Secret. EG, they need to come out with some big plays, because it certainly looks like the struggle is becoming even harder here for the Americans.
Yeah, this is becoming very difficult for EG. They're going to try to contest this.
The big plays. This could be huge. If EG can do something. Oh, is it all fair? With a perfect setup for Arteezy. It's a double kill. Misery and we are to fall. Can they find themselves more? And the meanwhile, Envy, he's taking a page out of Misery's book. He's looking for the objectives. He's just hitting away at the racks. He's got a Daedalus done. He's now out of there. But that catch out round the pit. Fear coming in, knowing he was safe to set that one up. And Arteezy had more than enough damage to deal with it. Artur, be careful here. Envy, oh, have they got the change done? Can Arteezy get the damage through? He's trying to get the hits in on Envy. He is able to slide and get himself out of a remnant. Arteezy chasing him for more, blinks into the lane, won't be able to catch anyone out with a Storm Hammer. There is now an Axe done on Fear's Nyx Assassin, and they may be 17,500 ahead, but EG still proving that they can take a fight against this very rich side of Secret. They're looking for Envy. Fear, is he going to go for it into the blind? He's not. Envy will be able to get himself TP'd out from the tree line. But this game is not quite over yet, Draskell. EG, they're trying to hit back as hard as they can.
Yeah, they're still very reliant on the Sven's damage. That's the biggest thing. If you look at Secret's lineup, they can take the drawn-out fights because they don't have anyone who's really ultimate reliant except for Pi. Oh, Puppey!
Oh, Puppey jump! Oh no! The Death Force there! There's no hope for the boy! Dragged back in by Universe! And that's your gem. Envy, oh no, Envy! Not like this! Envy! No, the Storm Hammers as well! They've got the control! EG! Oh! They've picked themselves up. They're grabbing Secret by the neck and they're chucking them about. Oh, Misery and we. Well, we're trying to make something happen up top. Fear's coming in. See if they can find anything here. They have got eyes on Weehaw. Fear carrying the gem at the moment for the side, but Weehaw's way out of there. You got the Treant slowly chipping away at these melee racks. This game certainly, it's been turned up to 11 by both sides. Octarine now done on Invoker, 22-14. And let's actually, can we have a look at the net worth graph? What we got at the moment, it's starting to swing back round. It's still very much favouring Secret. Fear. I'm just seeing if he can set something up. He's looking at Misery here. And what now PPD throws in a paralysing cast. Misery falling low. Sumail from the low ground. Look at that life drain. He'll take the kill on to Misery. EG hitting back incredibly hard here. Secret need to recompose themselves and do something because the anger of EG is lashing out.
Man, they just keep getting picked off so many times. Like 2 times Envy has died in very crucial situations where not only are EG going to be able to get this tier 2, but they're also going to be able to get Roche if they want. If they want to try to force a buyback out of Misery, I don't know if it's worth doing this over just going for the Roshan kill. They even both have vision of the rune bottom, and it's a DD. EG is trying to force everything out of Secret right now.
Look at this. Sumail doing the classic backline, just giving Arteezy his power. Take my power, Artur. Take my power. He's got to be careful how much he does give away, though.
Wow, they're actually going to get this.
All right. Envy in the slide. Okay, Puppey's on the side trying to fly into this. A stun flies through, but Arteezy pops his PKB, jumps onto Pylight Die. They'll lose Sumail on the Pugna here. So they can get him more. With a setup, this change onto PPD, stopping the TP. PPD looks to be the one to go down the sidelines and Pylight over the control on Artur. Gets the Hex out the stun as well. Deputy Blast flies through. Arteezy down. Double kill for Envy.
They hold on to it. 3 of the heroes of EG now on the sideline, but they do have buyback available. It looks like Secret will head for the safe play, head for the pit. But EG overstaying their welcome on Secret's half of the map.
The weird part about that was Arteezy didn't BKB that entire time, right? Like, he's just sitting there hitting the racks. He BKB'd at the end.
Yes, that's right.
That's the thing, right? He didn't even need to BKB at that point. He just BKB'd to ensure that the racks died. Ends up that BKB usage gets him chased down and killed. The rest of his team can't help him. They end up giving away the Roche that they could have secured by just walking there and then coming back with a guaranteed Aegis, high grounding, and maybe not losing the fight so badly. I still feel like it would have been the better choice to just go for the safer play and then go for the racks after the fact, even though they got their objective, because now they're fighting into Secret, and Secret are the ones with the Roche advantage.
And the question is, can they try and force out Arteezy's buyback conversion? So straight away, there'll be the buyback from Arteezy. And again, looks like Secret. They don't want to try and make the mistake of fighting too brashly into the full lineup of EG. They will back off. A lot of money on this Nature's Prophet. 5.3k for Misery at the moment in the bank.
I would imagine that he goes for Hex, and then maybe finishes up the Mjolnir eventually. So most likely going to be seeing him either get rid of the drums or get rid of the Midas soon.
And EG thinking very carefully about how they want to try and make a move from outside of the base. They're going to stay at home at the moment, waiting for Secret to show their hand.
And this is the worst situation for EG to be in. Like, in terms of what their lineup can accomplish, if you're all inside of your base, all 3 of your lanes are pushed in, your wave clear consists of an Ion Shell and a stun, which is still okay, but you're never really going to be able to get out of the base without being scouted, especially when it's nighttime and there's a Night Stalker with an Aghanims and a gem available. Being constricted is what EG don't want. Like, Secret's lineup is very good at holding control of the map once they have it, just because of their vision control.
He's just teasing with him here. Fear will find the setup with a stun. Needs some backup on the way, and with the Ags, he's setting up there. Arteezy following through. Oh, Pie's coming as well and offers up his life. They'll get the liner now. Can Arteezy cast down Weehaw here? Maxwell will be dropped down, and looks like we are. No, the H from Universe brings it back as well with a vacuum of Universe. Allows them to catch out Weehaw once. Let's see if they can do it again here. They'll look for it. Weehaw gets out the Tornado, and he will run, but as you said, top lane, action's happening. Envy looking for the wrap. Fortification will come out, bottom lane as well. The Treant's doing work. EG, home is in trouble. The TP's now coming back somehow. He's been caught out, it's been cancelled here. Puppey looking for the kill with the help of Weehaw, they'll get it. They'll bring down Sumail. EG will hold on to some of the racks. They've got eyes on to Envy. They've got eyes on to Envy, they've got the control.
Misery's going for bottom.
Well. They're looking for Envy, the death for the storm out with the vacuum. No messing around to kill it. And Misery, as you said, will find the melee racks by the looks of it. He's going to get him. He will. Misery gets off the rack, gets off the blink. He's out of there. So they may lose Envy, but they're getting the objectives.
Oh man, this game's getting really intense. Later it goes, the more mistakes are going to matter. And EG just getting pulled out of position again by the Fury and by the Ember. Just the sheer mobility of Secret's lineup is becoming too much for them to handle. And this is a situation that would never arise if they had just gone for Roshan instead of pushing mid. All of this could have been avoided. The EG is just, in the 2 games that I feel like, you know, obviously it's not over yet, but I think Secret have a pretty good advantage right now. But in the 2 games they could potentially lose, both games, EG decide to go for something that is extremely risky when there's a very safe play that they could do that would give them almost an assured chance to get a bigger advantage for almost no risk.
Fair. Just trying to get some intel here from the half of the map of Secret. See if he can find any way to lead in. But at this point, you've got to give credit to Misery. He's been looking for those openings, finding it every time. Bottom lane, Puppey. Pop out the ornament. He is still holding that gem here. Of course, saw Fear coming into the near vicinity.
Radiant's middle barracks
EG will back up for the time being. 26-17. Considering EG's start, they are certainly giving us a hell of a game here, holding on against Secret. And there is definitely potential with Arteezy's Fen, with the setup from Universe on his Darkseer.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a Daedalus soon too on this Fen. So you think he does some damage now? Just wait until he gets his next item. That's going to be some serious pain that he's dishing out for sure. But EG really only have one game plan. They need to fight. Like their lineup is made to fight, not made to split push, not made to fight in these like kind of drawn out situations where they're reliant on their ultimates more than Secret.
I think he can spot Fear out. Oh, Fear, okay. 3 hearts time to lead him, pops the BKB straight onto Fear. The Hex is well for Pilot, they'll get him. Doesn't be over the wall. Lion gets absolutely destroyed. PBD lays out on the death order. Will get captured now. RTZ moving in Envy. He's got the BKB, running up to the high ground. Envy, he's on a cliff. He's on a cliff. Oh, they think he's got past the cliff. Envy's just sitting there watching them all. They don't know he's up there. And are they going to work? No, they think he's gone. Oh, Envy. Envy? What? What are you doing? What are you? Oh my. Oh. Oh.
I'm actually speechless. He had absolutely no vision.
Well, here comes the rest of Secret. They're going to try and redeem what Envy tried to start. They'll get Fear. Now they'll look for some out. Weeha trying his best to play and carry on this Invoker. Top lane Universe forcing back Misery. My goodness. I mean, you can always expect these kind of okay. Alrighty, Envy. Oh, sorry, Mr. Easy, Arteezy. He's going to be the one getting the Rapier pick up first.
I mean, this is one way to get damage.
And this is one way to win the crowd over. We've heard already, there's a lot of Secret fans in the audience, but when Arteezy picks up a Rapier, you can't help but love it.
I feel like, I mean, obviously, it's going to make him hit ridiculously hard. But at the same time, is Fen the hero who needs a Rapier? I mean, God Strength gives him pretty much Rapier levels of damage, and crit makes it so, in that one hit, if you do get it, you pretty much just one-shot whoever you're hitting. I mean, I'm not going to go too far into it because I feel like this is a situation where they obviously are feeling the pressure and they're going for the biggest bang for the buck item, and Rapier is definitely that item if you want to buy it. It's just all going to be down to, can he actually get in range and hit heroes? That is pretty much how EG win the fight. Control something so Artor can hit it.
All eyes on Arteezy at the moment. And these fights kick off. So the 15k lead here for Secret. They're going to have Envy back in the game now. He's still got a hell of a lot of money, 3.7k. And mid lane, the cheers are coming out there as Carty nearly finished up the tier 3. Envy will do it. There we go. He's getting the applause now, Jackie. The atmosphere here in the arena, absolutely stepping up. The crowd, just as important. Yes, everyone. This game could go both ways.
It's really scary fighting into EG's lineup because even though you're this far ahead, you know that one back stun with Arteezy having God Strength just means that you could lose a team fight and 2 auto attacks. I mean, that's really how much damage he's going to do. Yeah, I mean, the stats are pretty much just saying what I was talking about earlier, just the fact that Sven is a very unconventional Rapier carrier. Typically, you want to put it on a hero that is like ranged, has ways of hitting multiple heroes at the same time, so in that sense, Medusa and Gyro are like the go-tos when you think of Rapier carriers. Sven, not so common, but I'm sure he's done the math. He knows what it's worth, what its value is in this game.
He's got the greater bots as well now, Arteezy, so he's going to be ready to fight at a moment's notice. It's going to mean there's no buyback on Arteezy, but of course, I guess when you go full in on a Rapier, yeah, it's all in or bust here.
Yeah. There's no question that this is like, the next item he buys is Satanic. That's the only thing he can really get in this situation. I mean, maybe he sells Dominator and goes crit and just says YOLO. Who knows? It's possible.
Yeah, they have got the Vlads on PPD, so lifesteal will still be there for him.
Yeah.
That's definitely a possibility.
But Roshan's being taken here by Secret, and EG just don't have the vision. Like, they cannot see anything.
Oh, top lane, Pylite Eye. They'll get caught out there.
That's fine, actually. Like, that kill doesn't really matter much, just because of the fact that Secret are going to get this Roche. Even if they have to wait for Pi to resurrect, it's only 60 seconds. There's also AC finished up now on Misery.
Now, the thing is, Envy, he's seen Arteezy's Rapier, and I think he's gone, puppy, I want one of those. The question is that the play here for Envy? Does he need to pick up a Rapier himself this game? He's got 6.1k in the bank. it certainly could be on the table for him.
It could be another crit, could be not a Battle Fury, Rapier like you said. It's possible. I think Ember is actually a very good Rapier carrier, even in comparison to a hero like Sven, clearly. Of the two, Ember is way better of a Rapier carrier. But it's one of those things you have to ask yourself, do I need it? Like, look at the state of the game right now. EG are having a hard time keeping even one of their lanes pushed. All of their Raxes are exposed. They have no way of... Look at these creeps! They're just trees everywhere, man.
Misery's just sending them all in onto the base. Each and every time, just slowly doing that a little bit more here to the Rax.
This is a game state where I would say a lot of the time Ember feels pressured to buy a Rapier, but this game is not that bad. Like, this is a game where I think you could just get away with going another crit or, you know, even buying something like a Linken's to prevent a Sven stun. Like, there are a lot of choices for him. I think Rapier is a needless risk.
Nice, decided to upgrade the bot set on also on Weeha as well. So
more mobility on top of what Secret already have, which is insane.
Yeah, if Pai's able to kind of get himself out onto the map, maybe find himself a pick-off instantly, you're going to have backup from both the Ember and the Invoker. 28-20, we're 50 minutes into this game. The series, overall, it's been an incredibly eventful one. Both teams having their ups and downs. And just this culmination in Game 3, where it can go either way. It really can.
Yep. It just comes down to that one big team fight. If EG can get it, they can get the control, they can get any kind of combo play off. Like, we haven't really talked much about PPD, but he's had some nice death wards. The biggest issue that they're having right now is if he had Aghanims, for example, they would have another really high damage output hero on their team that Secret have to worry about, but because he doesn't have that luxury just yet, okay, now he's got it. He's not even going to save for buyback. I say he might save for buyback here, but he might be under the assumption that if a team fight is lost at this point, they're just going to lose their base no matter what. They only have 3 Raxes remaining, one of which is a ranged Rax, which will eventually get chipped out by either Treants or, you know, Secret going high ground.
And that is, I believe, RTZ's Satanic done. He's just got the courier sent out, looking for the Reavers. He knows he's not going to buy the Reavers of yet.
He can't buy it and have buyback. That's the problem. He needs another 1,500 gold, give or take, before he can finish it. Oh, no.
I was going to, because he's got a Rapier, has he? Puppy.
Oh, that is so awful, actually. The question is, did he see what was on it?
Oh, nice Puppy. Puppy sees everything. Now, off the back of that, they know there's no Satanic for 3 minutes. They know that probably after that purchase, Artur's not going to have buyback available. So this could be the time for them to fight. A nice opening here for Secret. They've got to kill Artur. He's on the top lane, a bit on his own here. And in fact, if they can get the jump in, yeah, they'll get the Hex off. RTZ needs backup. The fingers down. RTZ falling low. Now upon the BKB. Throws out the stun. Misery will disjoin it there with a blink. Pi gets hexed up himself. They'll take down Pi. They're able to keep RTZ safe. Fear won't be as lucky. Fear getting bursted down. Fortification coming out. RTZ just looking to push Misery outside of the base. And Misery sprouts himself in time. Strong enough for the cleave through around the sidelines, and the cleave does get it. Positions himself mid lane. We are with the BKB. Looking to finish off the Rax, and they'll get it. The mid lane of Rax are down. Buyback now for the Nation's Prophet. Misery trying to get himself back in. They're all getting dropped. Puppy now on the retreat. The stun. Envy's down, but he's got the Aegis. Can he fight well off the back of this? He has got his team around the corner. He gets the slide up fist out here. Bremless away. Envy will escape. Gets himself out of there. But they do lose the mid-racks. Only half of the top ones remaining here for EG.
This is such a hard game for EG to play in this position. They just don't have the heroes to deal with the ret. All they have is, they have a Blink Initiator, they got the Nyx, which is fine, but they're really lacking the wave clear and the ability to gain the map control back. Against the Night Stalker, being constricted for this long, you just eventually lose out on the farm game. The only person on AG who's really getting a ton out of this is the Sven. And the Sven he's basically maxed out.
Top lane, we are just playing games with RTZ Universe. Trying to control them. Got Puppy, eyes onto PPD, won't be able to follow through on that one. It's worth noting as well. So it's a big iron pickups. Refresher's now done on Misery. Refresher, Ags, Octarine, AC.
This is just gross.
They're loving that.
And not even going for the Hex, just don't even need the disable. Screw it, just pushing all the lanes even harder. Rapier number 2, okay.
Okie dokie. All right, RTZ. Double Rapier Sven. Envy, does he want to play games with this? Playing with fire, quite literally. Needs to be very careful, RTZ, guess. On the big screen here in the stadium, they've got a lovely cam on RTZ's face at the moment, and he's so focused. He's right in the game. Envy, though, is he? He gets hexed up. Envy's hexed up. RTZ coming through, lays down the surf. RTZ trying to get to Envy. He's trying to get towards Envy. And at the moment, just kiting each other out. We are pushing the back at the same time. Top lane, home in trouble for EG. This could be Megas. Misery doing it there. They need to get back. They're not going to. That's the top melee racks down. They've found it now. PBD. Hexed up. We are laying down the Cold Stab Universe. Coming forward here. Gets the vacuum back onto Invoker. They'll hex him up here. Death Force laid down. They need to do something about We Fear. He's coming as well. They'll get the kill onto Weeha. EG, they are dealing with mega creeps now though. But RTZ's got double rapier. They're going to go straight down the mid and try and finish this one. There'll be a buyback from the Invoker.
This is it for them. They have to win here.
Oh my goodness. They've got a goal in. No fortification available for EG. There is a fort here for Secret. Artur, God Strength up. Screw the effigies onto the tier 4s. Looking for Puppy. Puppy getting extra here. The slider fisted chains onto Artur and the Universe. He gets the stun out to Puppy. RTZ dropped to the sprout. Looking for the tier 4s here. But this is the rest of EG trouble. RTZ's dead. He's gone down. Double rapier hitting the deck here. RTZ there for 110 seconds. Universe pop. PPD as well. MV now killing EG with RTZ's own rapier. And it's GG. They've done it. They've done it. Secret take the series 2-1. And EG, they tried their best. The double rapier didn't work out. And Misery the whole game slowly working down the base of EG. And, oh, Andy, what a series.
I don't think you can ask for a better ending than a double Rapier Sven rushing down mid to try to end the game against Megas, right? I think that's the series that people were expecting when they were talking about EG Secret, and I think the fans got pretty much what they were hoping
look at him,
for.
he's like, my God. Poor Artur. That's a man that just lost 2 rapiers. Oh.
You got to feel for EG.
Envy. He did it. It doesn't matter. He comes up with those plays sometimes that the whole world questions. But in his mind, he's got the long-term plan. He knows what's going to go on.
All that matters is the W.
They've done it. They've done it. They take down EG. They knock out OG from the upper bracket. Now they force down EG. Secret, they hit a bit of a slump for a few lands before this, but they really are back now, Andy.
It feels like they've really hit their groove.
My goodness. And with that, let's cut back to the panel to hear what they say about that absolutely incredible best of 3.
Absolutely incredible Game 3. That's the game we had been waiting for, worthy of a grand final in itself. Secret managed to pull it out, even though EG with double rapiers there at the end. Hard to digest. Ben, what was your take for game number 3 and what looked like a game that should have been Secrets from the get-go? The Pugna was being punished, but EG made him really sweat for it, man.
Envy had some dubious plays.
Envy made that game pretty damn interesting, we'll say.
That was awesome. That's great fan service.
That's why
I don't think that was the intention.
That's why they call them the actor or the artist. You know,
it was a work of art, that's for sure.
He made that game way harder than it should have been. They shut down Sumail very, very easily. I was surprised. I'd be surprised if they had like a $sign Sumail thing coming out for next major. But he was pretty irrelevant. I'm surprised how much work he did with just a scepter. But Envy died so many times when they were so far ahead. He got Flame Guard, Carapace. He just went in when he like dodged 4 heroes and then just got scythed and died. Like, what was going on with that?
The funniest moment of the game is where he makes the perfect remnant play and gets up on the high ground, and they think he's gone. He waits there for 15 seconds, then he jumps down, uses 1 slight chains, and just gets killed.
Universe was just like that with the sheep's tail when he popped down.
If I'm EG there, I'm like in disbelief. Like,
we actually have an interview with the artist himself. Let's go to the stage where they have Envy, the winner.
但是上一次是你出了2把圣剑，这一次是对面出了2把圣剑，想问一下有什么感想
？At the Frankfurt Major, you also faced EG, and you also picked an Ember Spirit.
However, last time it was you who bought 2 divine rapiers, and this time it was EG who did that. How do you feel?
我要講廣東話，好難講啊！我哋應該好早贏嘅，但係我哋玩得好渣，所以我哋玩到成60分鐘佢先買 rapier，我哋應該會贏得好早嘅。
Let me see if I got this. You went back at 10 minutes to buy a rapier? No, I didn't get that. Sorry, Isama. would you like to have them repeat the answer, please?
You want to repeat it in English?
Yes, please.
We threw the game basically.
Okay. 反正他们赢了这场比赛。
哇，现场反应也是非常的好。刚刚比赛的时候，好多人都在为你们加油。你有什么想回应给现场的观众吗？
So I'm sure you've heard all the crowds cheering for you throughout this entire series, as well as now. Would you like to say anything back to your fans?
多謝晒。
Thank you very much.
然后我最后还想问一下，你之前说过你要练 PA 这个英雄，但是等了那么久，我们都还没有看到，所以什么时候才能看到你的 PA 呢？
So we've heard for a very long time that you're practicing your PA. When we will see it?
Next patch 中文唔識點講。2016啦年。Maybe in a year. I don't think I'm playing it to next patch.
可能明年可能会出现。
好的，非常感谢113也感谢 Tiffany。现在把画面交回现场。
是在下一个版本中。
Just making the game interesting makes the interviews just as interesting as that. Oh, what a service to the fans. So before we have to cut to a break, though, guys, can I get your final reflection on maybe not just Game 3, but the series as a whole, Synderen?
It's hard to remember the 2 other games because this game was just takes everything. I think overall it seems like the name of the game right now for both teams was greed, and it's about how well you manage to deal with the mid lane. In this game, the defining factor is simply that Pugna gets shut down so much. Envy can make those mistakes. I think he also made some great plays. Let's be real here. It's not only like it wasn't a complete shit show from him, right? But he had great farm. He set up a lot of nice light chains for them. It allowed Wii to shine on the Invoker. I think he really put the team on his back this game. But yeah, if the mid lane doesn't get punished that hard, I think Eternal Envy's deaths will actually cost them this game. But they played from so far ahead that there was a lot of margin for error.
Would you agree with that, Winter? And while you answer, we actually do have the MVP info. We can throw that up and see what the public thought was their MVP for
Can we get? Let's guess
Secret.
Who it's going to be.
Who do you think it's going to be?
Prophet.
I wonder who it's going to be.
Prophet.
No, it won't be Prophet.
I hope it's Ember.
I think it's going to be Ember.
You think it's going to be the Ember?
Ember, second place Invoker, third place.
Invoker.
He didn't even get 10%.
He didn't even get top 3. Arteezy even got MVP over him. Wow.
Arteezy. He was MVP for them for giving them the 2 rapiers?
Wait, why is his name there? I thought you were only supposed to vote for the
You
team.
can vote for either team. You can. So.
Anyways, I think we will actually start seeing more Invoker. I think he proved that he is still very, very strong. No? You don't?
Prophet.
Prophet? I mean, Prophet was strong, but Invoker, I think he owned them all game. Well, I guess maybe because he was versus Pugna. Maybe it's not a good case.
It's that combination for Secret that's so good. It's the Prophet plus Invoker that they've picked. It's just a very good duo.
He single-handedly kited the Sven, though, for ages in the late game.
It's a great pick against Sven, that's for sure.
Well, with that means that Secret are now secured into the top 3, a chance to finally take their first Valve event, and this means, unfortunately for EG, they will go down to the lower bracket and await the winner of our upcoming series. So we'll cut to a break. When we come back, it is going to be Alliance versus Complexity. We'll see you soon for that.
Welcome back to the Shanghai Major, and we are back in the lower bracket, and that's why I'm here to guide teams to the exit of the Mercedes-Benz arena. And with me on the panel we have Capitalist, Draskol, Blitzer. Welcome back, gentlemen. Great cast, Draskol, of course, and it's the first time we're seeing Cap and Blitz, who also will be casting our last match of the day, which will be OG versus Fnatic. But first, it will be Complexity taking on Alliance, and Complexity, they have no fear, apparently. Is that right, Cap? Do you feel like they should not be afraid? They got this?
You know what's funny? That actually works really well with this series because it is really important to play against Alliance with little fear. The problem is that it was the match game 2, I think, Alliance versus Liquid. Liquid got scared. They were playing against Alliance. You could see it where they like had the opportunity to be able to end the game. And they got scared of just like the Alliance legendary, like they'll always find an opening to be able to win, and you just end up faltering in the late game, and you give them too much space, you give them that opportunity to do something. You can't be afraid to go up against Alliance like that.
Definitely not. We are going to actually jump right into the draft of this first game of the best of 3 here in the lower bracket, round 3. As we already have the first bans on board. Any surprises that you weren't expecting to see there, Blitz?
No, I think this is pretty standard. Complexity take out the Batrider, which Liquid struggled with heavily. Most teams struggle with this hero quite heavily just because of Alliance's vaunted high ground. Alliance is a bit of a targeted ban for them to take out the Tiny.
As well as the Bounty Hunter, yeah.
The scary thing right now, though, is that Alliance have so many options. Like, you notice in the Liquid series, they never gave Bulldog Prophet.
Yeah.
They have the option for Prophet, Chen, Earth Spirit, Wisp, Lone Druid. There's actually so many heroes that they can go to.
And they have to choose only one, and they go for the Chen, leaving Complexity to pick from the range of heroes remaining after that banning phase. What would you like to see this series?
Earth Spirit.
Draskol? Earth Spirit, instantly. Okay.
Yeah, Earth Spirit's really good. I also like Enigma from Complexity. It's one of those teams where I feel like Z-Freak, that's one of his best heroes by far. He just always seems to be able to get, I think, consistency-wise, he gets the best, most consistent black holes out of any other player at this tournament. I mean, in the one game that we saw Enigma earlier in the previous series, there was like one black hole the entire game. But I mean, it was good. It was just that he always finds the opportunity, and they are going to be able to pick up the Prophet, as Will mentioned earlier. I just feel like picking them together might be too greedy. I don't know if you can go Prophet Enigma in the first 2. That's some insane greed.
I think you can, but your safe lane has to be something, yeah. And you have to kind of understand that your mid might get, well, maybe not even that, because Nature's Prophet is so good at dealing with just like a 1-on-1/1-2 matchup because of the treants.
And they play Puck as well, right?
Yeah.
So they could go for something like that, I suppose. Just go for like the team fight with Nature's Prophet off lane, pick a strong safe laner. I could see that being something they could do.
Sort of think that Alliance is one of the better teams at dealing with Earth Spirit as well. Like, I think specifically that team, just like, we're okay with you getting Earth Spirit. I think they only banned it against Liquid because it's Jerax, right? It's just a targeted ban.
So seeing the Chen picked up for Alliance straight away, Alliance has actually been running a lot of aggressive tri-lanes, no matter what their heroes are, like Enchantress, they run a lot with Enchantress, and Chen has been banned out mostly against them. What do you feel like they're going to do against Complexity here? Are we going to see more aggressive tri-lanes coming out from Alliance, including that Chen?
I think it's very hard to tell in the early game, and if anything, Alliance are going to have less incentive to go aggro just because of Furion. In most 1v1 matchups, Furion does fine. Even the last time that I think we saw Swindle play 1v1 against a Furion, he was Tidehunter, and it seems like every single time I see that matchup, the Tidehunter doesn't really do as well as you kind of expect it to. So if you set up like a 1v1, and you're trying to go aggro try and a Furion TPs to the lane, it just automatically becomes favorable for Complexity. So I don't know if Alliance want to necessarily take that route, especially considering the fact that you have a Chen. So you can easily gank either the safe lane or you can set up a nice kill for the mid lane depending on what Complexity you want to put there. But seeing the IO, it also opens up the opportunity for them to do something like a dual lane mid as well.
Oh, sorry?
So looking at the bans here coming up from Alliance, they ban out the Drow Ranger. Something that we've seen Secret do most of all, of course. Does it give anything away for the remainder of their strategy here?
I mean, this is just typical Alliance, really. Chen can control the tempo of the early game. Lone Druid is seen as a semi-greedy hero, not like the extent of an AM that we saw earlier, but he does need a Midas and obviously the Radiance after the fact. But the one thing about Lone Druid is he's still very self-sufficient, even if he's left alone in some matchups. And because of the fact there's already an IO on the other team, he's going to need a really strong kind of core to support if they want to pressure that Lone Druid, depending on where it goes. So I think, if anything, Alliance are feeling fairly comfortable with their opening right now.
Yeah, as long as they make sure there's no like heavy early 5-man pushes. And Complexity, I think they're one of the teams that, one of the few teams that can actually end games at 25 minutes. My concern is that they maybe don't have the same kind of versatility that Alliance does in the draft. I feel like Complexity are just pretty damn polished on like 2 or 3 strategies, and they don't really have the same kind of top-tier performance on the rest of their strats.
I would agree with that. I think that their teamwork is their best attribute, and they normally draft things that allow them to fight 5 versus 5. And then they always have, like, Swindle has pretty good game sense. We talk about that a lot. He's very good at leading his team and taking the proper engagements. So yeah, I definitely agree. It's just a matter of Alliance's lineup. You were talking about versatility. Alliance's lineup, I think, is more pigeonholed right now with their opening than Complexity's, because Complexity have IO Fury. And so in terms of this particular game, their draft can end up almost anywhere. Whereas Alliance, they've already shown that they want to control their early game tempo with the Chen, and they're definitely going to have the ability to push as well.
Yeah, Complexity is actually 8-1 at this patch with IO, so having a great record with that hero. Although no Tiny this time, and no Ursa either.
I would be curious to know how many of those wins actually had Tiny, because I think that's one of Limp's best heroes. He's definitely shined on that throughout the major so far.
Yes. IO's been banned out against them a lot. Just Tiny alone, and I don't know if it's compared with IO or not, because I can't put up the stats that fast, but 10-2 for the Tiny this patch for Complexity, so also indeed a great record. Sven is the last one that's removed, and it's actually removed by Complexity themselves.
That one, they had first pick out of the ban phase too.
They do.
Sven's one of the better heroes to deal with Fury on offlane, though. I think it's a pretty smart ban.
Yeah, it's a smart ban if they're not going to pick it themselves. Where I think like IO Sven is still very good, and you can relocate into a team fight. I think Sven is probably one of the better heroes against Lone Druid too that we've been seeing, at least in regards to what's left in the pool. But they're going to go for the team fight oriented carry. They're just going to pick the gyro. Obviously very good against Chen. It's very good with IO on top of that. So this laning phase from Complexity is still wide open, and I think that's probably the biggest strength of their draft right now, is not only do they have crazy mobility between their heroes, but they can lane pretty much however they want.
Yeah, it felt like the Gyrocopter was a really obvious carry with both Juggernaut and Sven being banned away. The Sven's really good versus Furion, but both of those carries are really good at being able to put that straight physical damage onto the Gyrocopter when he's one of those BKB carries that can falter under early physical damage.
Yeah, that's very true. Did you mention the Ursa as well? Because Ursa was also...
That's true. The Ursa being banned out is actually pretty nice for Complexity, yeah.
Dire side too. You need something to invade Radiant jungle pretty quickly. It's kind of the way that you want to play mobility-wise as well.
Complexities turn to
I like the burst damage that Lion's going to be able to provide, plus the heavy disables mixed in with the Chen obviously can sometimes be a bit lacking in that regard, but there's the Enigma that you were talking about. I think this is appropriate response.
I think this is really good against what Alliance have right now. Enigma's pretty good against Lone Druid, just because when he tries to send his bear high ground, you Midnight Pulse on the ground, it's really hard for him to deal with, and the stun is actually quite good. And if you look at Alliance's lineup, if you almost always lead into the Lion, it's really hard for them to stop Black Hole. Unless Lion gets like Aether Lens, but that's most likely going to be like a 5-position Lion. So he's not going to have the farm, and he's not going to have the positioning either. And the way that Z-Freak plays it too, you have a lot of team fights. So you match mech carriers, plus you have Gyrocopter for team fight, and you have something that can invade into Radiant jungle really easily. You set up camp there, you let your Nature's Prophet farm that out bottom, and then you can go for Roshan, plus you can push down the tier 1 bottom and mid really easily with Enigma.
I feel like the Roche is still quite slow though on Complexity. Like, Furion doesn't really deal a lot of damage early game. Gyrocopter is more of a spread damage hero than he is single target. I think that's probably the only glaring weakness of what Complexity have right now, is they don't have that burst, they don't have insta-kill, they don't even really have great single target at all.
I feel like they're going to do it really fast. Nature's Prophet, I think you underrate NP Enigma, especially Enigma Eidolons. If you go for bottom tower, and depending on how quickly you take the mid tier 1, You can do it pretty fast.
My
with all the
concern is
summons.
more the opposite route of what you're talking about with the lone druid. Like Enigma can defend against LD, but I'm not sure if Complexity have enough high ground push at this point in time. They might be able to get secure the tempo of the game, but they definitely have to get a lot of kills to be able to continue this tempo, unless they're going to be getting some sort of harder carry. Because I think Alliance they're planning on the late game at this point in time. When you already have LD, then you pick up the Zeus, one of the best high ground defenders.
Yeah, I think they're going to go Zeus spec. I thought they were going to go Puck spec or Zeus spec.
Yeah, I thought Puck was actually going to be their hero mid instead of
Zeus,
but
Zeus though is sick against everybody on Cole's lineup. It's just really good at taking team fights apart from the base. And you know, if Complexity get overzealous going for the bottom lane, it's like an equalizer. And you can force out like the early mech usages. I know like Puck is okay, so they ban out the Spectre. Then for Alliance, you like switch gears. Because you know, if they take the Lion there, plus Lone Druid Chen, you need some sort of damage dealer. And I think Puck is kind of like poor for that reason.
I mean, you could still get like what are some of the best late game carries that are left that can come online fast enough?
I mean, I would
It's
suggest AM, but I just saw a Lone Druid AM game, and I wasn't sold on it.
Yeah,
you know?
I was gonna say AM as well, and then I was like, maybe not.
With
Is
AM,
Ember Spirit an option?
Ember's okay, but then you know well, if we all agree mutually that they're going to go late game, if you put Ember safe lane in this patch, you're almost always saying we're going to go like super late game.
But I think they have the team to support it, actually. Like Chen's early game tempo, you have really good damage output with the Zeus now.
You put so much on the Chen though. Like your Chen actually has to go insane.
Yeah, but at the same time, how does Complexity ever go high ground if Ember gets even like remotely a good start? I mean, sure, you have the rep potential, but Ember is one of the more mobile carries.
Is this
in
a
the
Wraith
game.
King game?
Wraith King.
I think DP or I think Cole get like Death Prophet or what was the other hero? I had something else in mind and I just completely lost it.
OD.
Ah, Beastmaster. Okay.
Then Alliance take.
I have my hopes up high here.
I need to see the hero list.
There goes Morphling.
They're not going to
That's out
get
of the
Wraith
pool.
King after that either because it's a book carrier.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
he
no
just gets
enemy
mana burned.
Sad times.
No Morph.
Look at that. Complexity doesn't even care what Alliance
Slark.
thinks.
Slark.
I think Slark is really good against Beastmaster.
Yeah, he is for sure.
I think
And with
he's-
Lion, you can actually kill the offlaner as well.
Yeah,
with Slark.
I like Slark. Or PA or something like that, but I think PA is pretty terrible here.
Yeah, but PA is the LOTA favorite, you know. He
That's
loves
that's
that
the
hero.
only reason I suggested it.
Yeah.
I think it's gonna be Slark or yeah.
Yeah.
Good call.
Will indeed be the Slark. Okay, guys, call it. Who do you feel is going to take this one? First game of the series?
My heart tells me that Complexity actually have, I think, the better lineup for this game. Because I think, like Will said, Chen's going to be heavily pressured, and the Slark is still... It's a relatively greedy pick. I have to say Complexity, but it's a very narrow margin for me.
Cap? It's a tough
I may
one.
actually side with Complexity here just because I think they're fast enough to actually make this work. I was really a big fan of the high ground potential, but that last pick, Beastmaster, I like it a lot for Complexity. It's the only reason I'm going to change my mind and go with them.
I think Cole have a pretty easy to execute lineup, and in some ways I think they can win, but I think Alliance is the better team. And
Yeah.
I'll almost always go with that logic.
Do we favor Alliance for the series?
I think
for the series.
I think we all favor them.
I think Alliance will win this game though. I feel like they're like S4 hasn't played any farm intensive mids, and I think this is one of the few games where he'll get a lot. And S4 with farm is scary. I think Alliance is going to win this.
Well, let's see who goes into the series with a win in advantage here in the best of 3. Game number 1, Alliance versus Complexity. LD and Gods, take it away.
Thank you very much, Ivor. That's right, we are live here in the Mercedes-Benz Arena. It's Complexity versus Alliance, best of 3 showdown. I'm LD, the other LD. There's also one in the game, and I'm joined here by Gods. Gods, prior to the game, Papa Dranich came up, and I mean, this has got to be a tough one for him. On the one side, you've got 5 Swedes, so Alliance, I suppose they have his heart, but there's got to be a piece of it that will be rooting for Complexity with 3 Swedish players of their own. And he asked us, who do you think's going to win? You said very confidently Alliance 2-0. I, being a hipster, and believing in the power of swindle melons, said Complexity 2-1. So first, what do you think of the overall matchup? And secondly, what do you think of this game in particular?
I think it's a really interesting one because it's going to swindle as the captain drafted for Complexity is going to be the make or break this game. Not just as far as his individual play, but him as a drafter, as the in-game leader. That's what it comes down to. I think he's done an amazing job to set Complexity up for success here in game number 1 with the draft. And the other big thing here, something that S4 mentioned in their interview after they won yesterday, was they've actually scrimmed with Complexity before. And even talking to Swindles, he feels very confident about their bracket. He did not mind they had to verse Alliance here in the lower bracket. He said they've done really well with them, they've scrimmed them before, they know how they play, and I wouldn't say I was confident about the Alliance pick. I feel overall they're just one of those championship teams who will find a way to win, but this is going to be a very close series. And I really feel like it probably will go 3 games.
Well, they've certainly got the pedigree, but we've seen what Complexity can do when they know their opponent. Against EG, they took game 1 in rather dominant fashion earlier on in this tournament. So definitely a team that's capable of threatening the best. They couldn't close out that series, but they were still competitive even in the other 2 games. So we'll have to see if they take this game 1, if Alliance are able to adapt. But the lanes are underway. Just a quick pause to get things started. So we are going to see Complexity safe lane Nature's Prophet to get things going. Swindles on the offlane Beastmaster. This leaves them running the Limp Gyrocopter mid. He has played Tiny almost every game this tournament, so that was a very interesting, but I think well thought out first phase ban by Alliance. Unconventional, but it takes him out of his comfort zone. And how do you think this Gyro mid's going to go up against the Zeus?
I think it's quite good. I mean, I don't think either of the players is going to necessarily win the game. The Enigma, when Z-Freak hits level 6, has the potential to roam mid and just drop a black hole with a call down Rocket Barrage and get easy kills on S4, but definitely something Complexity have done before. And when I saw the Gyrocopter pick, I actually expected it more to be in the mid lane just because of how they like to run things. I think less in the mid lane. The interesting thing is kind of the side lane setup. Alliance sent Loader to the off lane to kind of look to get farm there against the Nature's Prophet, which is actually a pretty good lane for Nature's Prophet. The problem lane for Complexity is bottom though. They gave Bulldog what is kind of a pseudo 1v1 against Swindles. For now, Handsking down in this bottom lane, and that's not a matchup that Complexity want to remain 1v1. Bulldog will free farm, he'll be able to just outplay Swindles, and that matchup will go very poorly.
Meanwhile, Limp, you can see in the mid lane here, dancing in the tornado that Ake's brought to the table. Can't be too happy about it, but he gets zoned back. That's going to free up S4, who's already up fairly heavily here on the CS chart, as it isn't really a true 1v1 showdown. So the analyst early on in the draft mentioned, or towards the end I should say, mentioned Ake is going to have his work cut out for him. So far, he is securing the mid lane, also now rotating his hero down towards bottom, but that's where Handskin will come in. Around 2 minutes, Rune's about to spawn, looks like he's going to give a bit of regen to Limp, and then go grab that bottom Rune and refill himself. So it will be a haste turn for the IO here, as Handskin just now hits level 2.
Yeah. Very small thing, but Z-Freak slightly messed up his jungle patterns. He just barely cleared the big cap a second too late, so it didn't respawn. So that's going to slow down his level 6, which kind of like a small little thing to notice, but it does affect when that rotation mid can come and just overall slows down him just that very tiny bit.
Handskin moving in aggressively here. Now he's got the haste, but at the same time Alliance did see this rotation coming in. You know, the other interesting thing is usually we will see Enigmas in the Dire jungle take Midnight Pulse to take down the trees, but because they have the IO, they tethered to break the trees, so he hasn't had to do that yet. Maybe we see an earlier than normal gank timing. The last time I saw Z-Freak on the Enigma, it was ultra greedy mode, had no interest in the early pressure, just went for the super fast mech, but perhaps he'll play things differently this time around.
Yeah, the kind of mentality for this is you want to maybe ideally have 2 points in Malefice to gank the mid lane, because level 1 Malefice is awful, but he goes for the Midnight Pulse now. I saw him do this last time where if he's going to miss a stack, he'll get the Midnight Pulse just so he can get that bit of extra range to secure a bit more farm. So he does it so he can stack the small camp and just kind of maximize his farming efficiency.
So the homing missile getting leveled up here on Limp. We have seen this occasionally from solo mid gyro, sometimes even a max, which has felt cheesy. Do you continue leveling it? Is 2 points good enough here for Limp?
Zeus is very sad versus spell. I think you may just end up keeping it at 2 points because you want to level up the Rocket Barrage. So I kind of ideally at level 7 you have max Rocket Barrage with 2 in homing missile. Then if you want to scale into more of a core hero, you may have to go back to the flat cannon. But 2 for now is just really ideal. S4 can't come too close to the lane. IO's now lurking around. This is going to be kind of tough for S4 to lane against.
Yeah, with the IO rotating mid, Limp catching up a bit in terms of the CS department here. So we see Loda top lane, bit of harassment on him, but they have swapped the lanes up for Complexity. Now it's Chessie going down bottom. The Beastmaster of Swindles takes over the top lane. So going with a different lane setup here. Swindle's going to get caught, though. He does get hexed up top. Then the leap forward, quick pounce from Loda, but immediate rotation. Chessie, that leap, he knows it's on cooldown for quite some time as Loda's only level 4. The Sprout's in position. It's blocking Loda back, and Swindles chases forward with the tether damage. The Axe's Complexity will draw the first blood here. Great rotation.
Sprout. Chessie blocks, if he Sprouts surrounds him, Loda has a Tango, and he gets out, and the Sprout blocks Complexity's chase. But that Sprout was just incredible from Chessie securing the kill. And Swindles was ready for it.
He actually had a Quelling Blade and a Tango, so maybe he could have eaten his way through anyway, but you're not expecting that in that situation.
Suddenly there's like 6 trees in front of you. You're like, how do I get through this one? What's the play here? Like, you absolutely, in that moment, like it's so hard to make the right call there for Loda.
Well, this is still great news for Admiral Bulldog. Now an entirely empty lane. First they tried the old Swapperoo, and now there's nobody there. So Bulldog getting probably his most signature hero at this point. If it's not the Prophet, it's definitely going to be the Lone Druid. Already 32-7, uncontested free farm, and despite the death top, Loda still farming very well and actually ahead of the Gyrocopter mid.
Yeah, Gyro probably asking for that rotation fairly soon, and Enigma's just hit level 6, so this is kind of where, ideally for Z-Freak, he wants to pick up boots in the smoke and try and find that easy kill, be it on the Alliance off lane or the Alliance mid for S4.
Bulldog now going to be getting close to, in fact, has his level 6, he gets aggressive with the bear, moving towards Chessie. Has the phase boots to bring him back, and Ake, speaking of smokes, still has one up on his hero. Double Satyrs at the ready. Is he thinking about a rotation on the bottom lane? Right as he is, there's a teleport on mid. The homing missile's connected. They found S4. They surround him with trees and Complexity. Grab a second kill, and in doing so, may have just dodged a gank bottom that it looked like Ake was considering.
They're giving Bulldog free farm, but it's coming kind of at big advantage to the other Complexity lanes. Chessie's ability to roam around the map, find some kills, and it's not really coming at the cost of his own farm. He's still got 20 CS. He's about to hit level 6 minutes in the game. He's still in very prime position to kind of scale well going into the mid game. So across the board, Complexity with a pretty strong early game. They've got the Enigma free farm in the jungle. So I think this is a good trade for Complexity. It is the Bulldog Lone Druid. We're going to have to see what Alliance can do.
Hanskin, he goes splat, runs up the hill, and right into Ake. Feels very reminiscent of the moment we saw where he got the courier snipe and then Wyvern runs up and gets blown up.
Where's the root?
For Chessie getting pursued, and the root comes through at the critical hour, but a great Sprout keeping the bear away, not enough. Zeus slams the door in any potential retreat. S4 getting the kill there, but chase not over yet as the rotation comes in from Limp, but the bear is blocking him, allowing Bulldog to back away with the extra move speed here from the IO perhaps, but the tether breaks due to rage, and Limp having already blown the call down. It's going to be tough to get in. Good roar there. The savagery keeping the helicopter away and getting the bear out safely. Very nice reply here by Alliance, putting them back in the game. 2-2 now the score.
Yeah, they needed that TP just half a second earlier, and they get the punish onto Bulldog for that dive, but great juking coming out from Bulldog, and he gets away. He gets salved up as well, so he doesn't even have to go back to base to heal. He just stays in this bottom lane, and they may actually look for a secondary kill on Chessie. I don't know if Chessie realized Bulldog is still around with plenty of HP. He's searching around by the secret shop.
Has the TP scroll, and he's going to self-sprout and get himself away, but he's under a lot of pressure here, whereas Bulldog continues to ramp up the farm. 48 CS. The only hero ahead is the Enigma of Z-Freak.
Oh, Chessie takes a triple Hadouken bottom.
Oh,
he just TP'd back.
Aggressive place the TP back, and now he's going to get rooted again! Finished off by Ake there with the Test of Faith. The roots are coming at the right time here as we see Hanskin was trying to snipe the Radiant Courier, also drops a ward, but EGM's in position up towards the north side of the map. They get the stun. Hanskin looking for some sort of tether out, but it doesn't seem like anybody's remotely in the neighborhood. A pounce and a kill. They strike again. The Complexity retorting with a tier 1 top, but they are giving up a lot of kills now. 4-2. And Bulldog, again, free farming. 1,500 gold already. Pretty much has the Midas. Ake with a triple Satyr squad. They can push this tower if they'd like.
Yeah, well, Complexity have already taken a tier 1 and actually pressuring a tier 2 here in the top lane. With Enigma and Beastmaster, they've kind of reached this point where they're just incredibly strong. Even Limp coming in for this with max homing missile, so you can't go anywhere near this. This is just a straight up tier 2 tower lost for Alliance, and it's kind of scary. How far do you go?
In. Triple Hadouken from behind. Oh, is he going to get there in time? They're waiting for the setup. Preparing for the rotation. There's a haste rune on S4. When isn't there a haste turn on S4 in these situations? A triple nuke comes through, Swindles, tries to get off the roar, he can't do it in time, he's gonna go down, and S4 starts a juking. Z-Freak trying to lock him down, he's so low, the bolts keep on coming, the pain too much, they've given up another kill. 3 have fallen, and it's up to Hanskin to get away. Finally, S4 getting locked down by a homing missile, but Hanskin's in the river. He might be able to tether up to the high ground, a long range escape. The bolt follows him, but he's already out of there. Well, it looked like a free tier 2, but S4 with the haste and Ake with the nukes. making nothing easy for Complexity.
Yeah, great punish there. You lose the tier 2 tower, but for Alliance, that's well worth it. You've got Bulldog just farming away while all of that's going on. Already has his Midas and starting to work towards that relic, and that's a big concern for Complexity. I think it's a good kind of risk to make. They didn't have the mech yet, but they just felt they were incredibly strong. You have this Enigma with Max Eidolons, you have Beastmaster Roar. The Max, they have the Hawk Vision too, but it was the perfect time for Aki to smoke in, and he just had the perfect 3 creeps as well to push them back. They burst down Swindle, don't even let him get a Roar off because of the Lightning Bolt, and Complexity now, their lineup, it really feels like they're just going to try to take as many early towers as they can and try and beat Alliance before Bear gets raided. It feels like that is the window. If Complexity don't win before Radiance comes up, they're either going to lose the game or have to just completely go towards Plan B, which is going to be going much more towards the late game.
Well, and you look at the way that they've itemized here. A Max Homie missile on your Gyrocopter, no stacks really, just a single double Ancient stack on their side for him to farm up. Handskin's still not level 6. Your Prophet of Chessie nowhere near Midas. They haven't gone for the economy game. This draft maybe could have, but at this point, it feels like they are very much committed to the heavy push.
It's close to being all in. Gyrocopter going for it. Drum's a pretty standard gyro item, but he's not going to have like the Helm of the Dominator fall back on and farm Ancients.
There's 0 points in Flat Cannon. You know, it's just not the build if you want to farm.
Absolutely, and we're going to see Complexity 60 seconds later after losing a fight at top, they're going to push again. They're going to have another go. They're ready to fight. Hand of God actually on cooldown, but Aki's got a mech. He's actually hit his mech timing before Z-Freak, so that kind of makes up the cooldown. And Alliance, they're ready to defend once more. They're smoked up, looking for blood here in their own jungle, and not just the mech, they've also got Finger of Death on EGM, so they can again burst down a key hero like Swindles.
Check out the Radiant Vision. They just scouted Swindles here. It is daytime. They're stalking him through the woods, but he backs away to the safety of his own side of the map. We'll see him actually TP out, and it doesn't look like Alliance will be able to catch him in time.
Very good news
but
for
Bulldog,
Complexity. They
Bulldog also going to know it, and he will back away. They're not done just yet, moving forward, and they are trying to go at the same time onto Bulldog to finish off the Bear Chessie, but the more important gank, bottom lane, they've sprung the trap. Alliance, a bevy of nukes, grabbing the kill. Well, Complexity unsuccessful in their efforts to lock down the dog. He will make it away, and Ake now going to take this chance to plant a ward, and gods, you compare the two junglers. On the one side, you've got Enigma topping the CS chart, but Ake is 3-0-2. So what he's lacking in CS, he is more than made up for in the big rotations.
And that rotation, Todd, that's like one of those game-winning just plays right there. The Lions still not out of it just yet, but they've got a big advantage here. Even though it's just a 1,500 gold lead, it's the nature of their lineup. When they get that Bear Radiance, they just get that much stronger, and Complexity's ability to fight into Bear Radiance is very limited.
Swindle's posting up here over on the Dire, or the Radiant Ancient side of the map. He has taken a rather forward position now. Necrobook level 1. We'll see if he wants to go for that Bulldog build and back off into a Blink Dagger, or if he just commits more heavily to the push strat and continues grabbing additional recipes, but he's not that far. Meanwhile, an Aether Lens out for S4, amplifying the nuke damage this team brings to bear. And while they try to push in mid, Ake, the triple Satyr just closes off that option to Complexity. Creepway's nearly dead.
And this is the first time I think we're seeing the S4 Zeus this tournament, and I think a lot of it goes back to the fact these teams have scrimmed before. Complexity said they're confident. They've had some good results against Alliance in scrims, and I think Alliance know how Complexity like to play. They want to go group up, 5 men, push down a lot of towers early, and Zeus is just so incredibly good at defending high ground, even defending the tier 1s, tier 2s. His damage output from a safe range with Aether Lens is just incredible, and that's something Complexity, I think, have recognized now and have actually slowed down the pace of the game because of. They're like, well, we can't really push, we can't really risk fighting and going into this Zeus, so we're just going to have to slow things down, get a few more items, and maybe try and sneak something like a Roshan before we take another fight against Alliance.
Well, you can see bottom lane, Nature's Prophet dodging away. Looks like Loda was trying to set up there for a kill, but Chessie going in for the drums here, so there will be no Midas pickup. Complexity are not going to try to play the economy game. If we weren't already sure, we certainly are now. In fact, Limp also with the drums, double drums on Complexity. This is about as all-in as you can possibly get for that push. And, you know, usually, Gods, when we see a push strat like that, a lot of it centers around Roshan. At what point do you see Complexity going for it?
I think they could have gone for Roshan already, but the reason they don't is because they're not ready to push high ground. They actually want to make sure they have that first Roshan Aegis for the high ground push. So if anything, they're delaying taking Roshan for having probably the Necro 3 on Beastmaster, one of probably the more key items for their push. And that's probably the main reason. It's not that Complexity is scared of having Roche contested. They're scared of not having the Aegis at their key timing.
They're desperate to find a pick off here. Swindles has the high ground vision on Bulldog, but he's way too tanky to bring down in that position. So they don't force the tier 1 mid. They were looking for the pick into the push, and they get neither out of it. Alliance, great positioning, good presence of mind. They dodge it all. You know, it really just feels like Alliance are just outplaying them in the critical moments so far.
It feels like Complexity will have one chance, assuming first they can get the Aegis. There is good capabilities for Alliance to contest it, but if Complexity get the Aegis, they'll have that one shot to go for that high ground push with Necro 3, a Gyro BKB, and that's going to be kind of the key defining moment of this game. If Alliance defend it, then Complexity are completely on the back foot. All it's going to take for Alliance is that one hold. And if they have Radiance before that push comes, I think Complexity are going to be in a lot of trouble. That push gets a whole lot harder with Radiance online, and Bulldog's Bear very close to it, has 3.5k gold, about to pick up Relic, and there's definitely a timer kind of on the side of the Complexity here.
Yeah, and something that was touched on briefly during the draft analysis was the lack of single target burst that Complexity have. Not always an issue, certainly not if you're forcing the high ground, but if they can't easily gank and kill off the Bear, it's going to be allowed to cut waves freely, to push out the other lanes uncontested, and I'm not sure Complexity will really be able to bring it down. There's no Enchantress with Impetus in this game or an OD with heavy single target focus. They may struggle to stop Bulldog from cutting waves and ratting it out.
And the one thing we haven't really seen at all this game is still the Z-Freak Enigma Black Hole. Something you see, some of the other, I think he has the best team fight Black Holes of any Enigma in the tournament, but he's not as active in the early game as what we see from some of the other players. Players like Puppey willing to go for these one hero Black Holes. I think if this was Puppey, he would have hit level 6 and then gone for a kill either on the Alliance offlane or mid. Z-Freak just continued to farm up that mech and push down the top lane, but he never actually went for any kills, which is perhaps something that kind of defines a difference in the way he plays here.
Well, a slow and steady pace, I'm sure very much to Alliance's liking, seeing the items Complexity have gone for and the overall strategy they have in mind. Not finding pickoffs with the Beastmaster, not taking Roshan with the Enigma, the Nature's Prophet. Alliance are closing in on some items of their own, EGM up to 1,300 gold, so a Blink Dagger under construction. Ake with the Arcane Boots and the mech ready, but bottom lane Chessie gets hit by a bolt, almost dead, soloed S4, and it's gonna be Ake again! Guns him down from distance. The Satyrs quickly becoming MVPs. You might not be able to select these in the MVP screen, but I think we're going to need to get that fixed for the Manila Major.
We'll talk to Bruno, we're going to add some more variety to these MVP. People have been complaining a lot, this MVP vote. We got to make a campaign here, Satyrs for MVPs, LD, it's got to happen. Make Dota 2 great again.
Yeah, we're due for a spring cleaning, and this is definitely on my list. So Complexity now. The Limp BKB underway. Handskin, just the basics there. The urn and the bottle.
It feels like Complexity are getting more farm out of the map. You see where the Chessie Nature's Prophet gets caught out there? He's at the tier 2 tower. Swindles has been around the tier 2 top Radiant tower area. They're farming deep in the Radiant side of the map on both top and bottom lane. They're farming their own jungle. Complexity are actually getting more farm out of the map for the time being.
We see a Boar duking it out with the mighty Satyrs. No chance. It's a massacre. Complexity, though, do use this time well. They're going to stall off the tower defense, and they will, at long last, get the tier 1 mid. Very late for the way they've itemized and played, but they will get it. Oh, mid lane, Limp, getting nuked down. EGM just out of range for a potential finger there. You could see he saw nothing but red. He wanted the kill. So Complexity, as soon as that tower's down, moving towards the pit, but at this very moment, what could become an essential teamfight item now picked up.
Yep.
Bulldog, he's worked his magic, has the Radiance online. And instantly, without even a slight hesitation, Alliance into the pit. They know Complexity want this Roche, and it won't come for free. And in fact, it might come with no handskin. Zeus ult, as well as the finger, brings him low, but he is kept alive there. The mech turning the course of the fight. Bulldog gonna morph up.
Finger's
stronger
down there too, so Alliance...
It's a pretty big commitment there. S4, no ultimate, no finger, but Alliance still feeling confident to walk towards the pit.
I think best case for Complexity is try and disengage and just push out the side lanes here. Alliance aren't really able to go for Roshan themselves. It's not low enough for them to do so. So if you can force them back to defend the bottom, the top lane, that gives Complexity an ability to go for Roshan once again because Alliance are going to be kind of split around the map defending.
Swindles is moving in for a flank, but he's scouted by a ward across the river. Alliance are aware he's in the neighborhood, and Bulldog brings the Bear into position. They'll start dealing with these pesky boars. Gets a root on one, kills it off.
Ooh, very, very brave move from Swindles there, just walking through that mid
They
lane.
dropped a sentry, but it was on the wrong side of the hill, so they didn't actually get a D-ward off. In fact, you can see 2 sentries getting planted down. Neither successful. And Alliance are going to begin a siege of their own. So you mentioned the split push, but Gods, it's not coming as quickly as Alliance is pressure down mid.
Yeah, I think Chessie just needs to really shove this lane hard. He's not summoning, he's not using the Nature's Call for the time being. He's just kind of slow pushing this one, but at some point you need to keep this bottom and top lane pushed out to kind of prevent Alliance from contesting that Roche.
You can see he's a little bit unsure where to go, but he's TPing mid. Now he's going to find Ake. There's the Sprout. Then he brings in the Force of Nature. The Roar is committed, and it's on to the Noble Ake. He will end up going down. Meanwhile, Arut, though, on to Lip. Need to keep him alive. The mech gets popped, but the Io wasn't tethered to him. He ends up dropping, and now EGM running away while S4 volleys nuke after nuke in the complexity direction. He does finally get corralled a bit. Z-Freak dropping low, though, even with the hood. A little bit more damage. Bulldog almost killing him off with the main hero. The creeps cut him off at the pass. Z-Freak ever so low, and Loda will finish him off. A 2-for-3 exchange, but they've lost 2. I mean, you could argue 3 cores with the amount of farm this Enigma's been getting. A costly exchange there for complexity in the end.
S4 having an arcane rune for that fight just means he can spam out a huge amount of spells and damage onto those complexity heroes. The mech and the hood on Z-Freak just not enough to sustain the complexity draft. They desperately need a pipe. They're going into that mech plus pipe duo, and boy, is it getting hard to team fight into Alliance now.
Yeah, they did. Oh, mid lane into Chessie. Way out of position. It will get punished here by Alliance. But it was 3,000 damage there for the Zeus out of about 6,800 total. So, like you said, S4 continuing to deliver here in the clutch. And there's the pipe. But boy, they would have loved to have it in the previous fight. It will help deal with the Radiance, as well as the Zeus nukes, but at the same time, Alliance have so much nuke damage, and it looks like Ake's going to be building the Veil for the team that they might just blast right through the pipe's defense.
And Z-Freak actually saved up about 3,000 gold before buying anything there, which to me kind of speaks to the indecision of which direction Complexity wanted to go with their draft. If he wanted to go for a BKB and they want to fight around the black holes, because someone like Swindles could have tried to farm up a pipe, would have come much later on, but going for an early pipe now to me suggests Complexity feel like they're going to lose if this game drags out. They want to be able to fight Alliance now, take Roshan, and go for pushes, because otherwise I think you see Z-Freak kind of transition more into a BKB if they're thinking, oh, we're not in any rush, we're getting enough farm, we're doing okay here, we can beat the Lone Druid the Slack late game, and the pipe isn't going to be essential, but very different kind of ideas and kind of almost some uncertainty coming out from the Complexity camp.
Alliance continue to push their advantage now over a 5k gold lead, a 7,500 experience advantage, and they're doing it against an Enigma. Normally the team with the Enigma is way out on top. We've seen it from Z-Freak previously in the event, but Alliance have done an equally good job of keeping their farm up, finding the crucial pickoffs, and now they move into the Roche pit. More just to ensure Complexity don't try to sneak it. Doesn't seem like they have any interest yet in grabbing it for themselves. And elsewhere, Swindles, counter pushing this top lane, has opted to complete the Necro 3. No early Blink Dagger pickup.
And importantly, Alliance will de-ward a lot of this vision around the Roshan pit. S4 finds the ward and...
Smoke. Here they go.
Really, and something where you often will catch a team off guard because they just de-warded there. They know that, okay, they don't see us here anymore, and the smoke's going to bypass a lot of this Alliance vision. Oh, but perfectly timed Zeus ultimate. Scouts them out and immediately pinged out. Alliance know what's coming their way. But at the same time, there's pressure on this top duty tower. Alliance are actually in a pretty bad position here because of this, even though Complexity's been spotted.
They're willing to give up some tower damage. They want Complexity to come and fight, and indeed fight they will. Call down coming through. It's only going to hit Loda for now. The BKB gets committed by Limp, working on the Bear. Bear will be dropping here. Bulldog's got a resummon available, but he blocks himself back with his Bear. Now he'll pull it out the other direction. Then the hole coming in, locks down Loda, finishes him off. They get the first kill to fight Slark down, but a Hex onto Limp, keeping him back as EGM gets sent home to safety. Can they kill the Bear a second time? This could actually be very big. There won't be a Bear for 100 seconds. Complexity slowly burning down to the Radiance, but tanking it. It's a Bear beat down here bottom. They get 2 of them. And with no Radiance and no Spirit Bear for 90 seconds, can Complexity push the advantage?
They can definitely get a tier 2 tower here in the bottom lane, I feel. They're actually going to TP back Z-Freak, maybe knowing that they've got a bit of a window. They don't have to rush things here. They can heal up, regroup, take themselves Roshan, and go for a push. Even if there's one Bear alive, they have got great capabilities of actually bringing the Bear down. They've got Raw, Gyrocopter in the front lines, the Nature's Prophet Sprout. Malefice is incredibly annoying. The analysts talk about how good Midnight Pulse can be against the Spirit Bear, so I think Complexity are okay taking Roshan, kind of reassessing the situation, and then going for another push, another fight, once they've got some of their ultimates back. Whether or not they wait for the black hole is probably the big question mark, because once the black hole's back up, then you're looking at there being probably 2 Spirit Bears for Admiral Bulldog.
Well, it's just over 2 minutes until it's online, so they're going to have a solid 3-minute window or so with both the Aegis and the Black Hole available. But elsewhere, we see the top tower going down. Alliance will end up picking it off there. TP that Swindles went for ends up getting canceled. He has completed Boots of Travel. So no Blink Dagger still, just going for more mobility here, wants to take advantage of their global presence. That is a big advantage Complexity have at their side. They've got the Hawk to scout, the BOTs on Swindles relocated, and of course, Mr. Furion.
They're still a team behind on overall farm, so I think they are going to feel under pressure to keep going for this push. They may not realize like quite the position they're in farm-wise, but they do look at this going towards late game. Zeus actually gets better as the game kind of drags on. Gyrocopter's BKB gets down to 5 seconds, and there's plenty of catch on the Alliance side to deal with any kind of cheeky split push coming out from heroes like Nature's Prophet.
Just very cheap items being built up. A Force Staff picked up on Chessie here. Z-Freak did go for the pipe that you mentioned earlier. So nobody going for the big items. He's caught out a bit. Swindle in danger here. Goes down to the Zeus ult. And Loda creeping up on him, getting the last hit. And this, while this was happening, Ake took down the tier 2 tower in the top lane. So Alliance, even when it feels like Complexity's on the power play, finding and eking out every bit of advantage they can.
Just some individual misplays from Swindle. It's really hard when you're the captain, you're trying to control the flow of the game, direct your teammates. Suddenly he's like, oh, someone's going to defend top tier 2. Oh, that's me, but he's just TPing in broad daylight. And S4 actually cancelled his TP from the high ground of Alliance's base there. So just pretty bad misplay from Swindles, but kind of understandable. The captain will often make those bad plays because he's looking around so much and not kind of focused on the position of his own hero.
Alliance smoked up here, heading towards the top lane. They wanted to catch out Chessie on the Nature's Prophet, but he's already gone. They might be able to grab Z-Freak, so tanky. Pipe and mech. Not an easy kill for Alliance, so they will settle for dropping a ward here, at least for now. But Complexity's Black Hole about to come up. So you mentioned if there were a time to fight, it would be with the Black Hole and the Aegis. They have it now. Will they go?
Good time to use a smoke. They need to push out the lanes once more. The top lane and bottom lane in pretty good positions here, but they'd love to try and get some catches here. If they can pick off a core hero, even in the supports, like if you kill Chen or someone, it gets a whole lot easier to push high ground without the Veil, the mech, the Hand of God, all those heals that Aki brings to the table. So things getting very interesting here. It feels like it's right now, it's even, but if this game drags on past this current Aegis, then it's going to swing Alliance's way.
Well, they are farming a lot more here on the cores. You can see Bulldog up to nearly 15k net worth. Even the Slark surpassing the the Beastmaster as well as the Gyrocopter. So they are pulling ahead. There's a teleport coming in from Swindles in the top lane, though. He uses the Boots of Travel. He gets off the Roar here, and Ake summoning in the Necroarmy, but he's just gone into a lot of creeps. They will get the kill. Alliance was pretty close in position to try and turn this one. They've got a call down up on Limp. They do find their first pick off. But do they stick around now with that roar down?
Gen creep, so.
Oh, blink forward. A confident move by EGM, but the BKB getting popped out. Limp goes to work on Loda. Loda trying to finish off Swindles. The nuke's a bit too much. The Black Hole coming through now, though. Loda, again, the commitment here just to bring down the Slark, and it will be a successful one. He's down for a minute, and the Bear might be sacrificed as well, but again and again, S4, nuke after nuke. Incessant damage into him, and finally a big zap from the Lion will finish off the Gyrocopter with his Aegis.
There's no Bear here for this defense here. At least a buyback from Loda may be forced out from Complexity, but a lot of Complexity resources invested, so unfortunately for them, they're just not in a position to sustain this push.
It seems like an overall numerical win for Complexity. Chessie pushing out the bottom lane. You could see up to 3,600 gold now, so it does continue his farm, and well, it looked a little risky there for Swindles when he teleported in, but he had the relocate, and that made all the difference.
It's definitely a concern for Alliance how easily Complexity are killing the Spirit Bear in the fights, and Chessie's going to make it even easier. Picks up a Desolator for himself, and I feel this item is picked up almost entirely for killing the Spirit Bear, as well as the added benefit of, hey, once you're in a position where you go high ground, you're going to break the base of the racks that much faster, but to be in the position to take racks, you've got to win a fight.
Creeping up on Bulldog here, bottom lane. Swindles had a roar, but no mobility to get him in, just the Chessie Force Staff.
And you can kind of see the Complexity mid-game strategy here, and the Boots of Travel on Swindles coming into play. It's this TP onto the Hawk, and with the Aya relocate, there's such great synergy with the Boots of Travel Beastmaster, who can just TP anywhere on the map, use the Roar, set up a kill, Aya relocates in, and then you take out a hero like Chen, who is very crucial for Alliance's draft.
Complexity, not trying to be sneaky here, showing all their cards, just pressing down mid, Limp up in front, and they look for the tier 2 tower. The split push fairly non-existent from Alliance for now, as the lanes are reasonably shoved out. So Complexity, they will get the tower. It's the last outer structure that Alliance have. So now the sweet space, it's pretty open, but with an Aegis down and a black hole on cooldown, doesn't seem like Complexity are ready to go just yet. They're going to farm up their next round of items.
Yeah, the BK, like the probably triple BKB timing that comes out next for Complexity is going to be when they're next scary and hard to deal with, when they can fight into the Zeus very well. If they can get a BKB on Enigma as well as the Nature's Prophet, suddenly a lot of Alliance's damage up in this fight gets taken away.
Oh, smoke from Alliance. It's a pretty bold one. Waves are well past the river or at the river.
And they have all right vision in the dire jungle. While they don't see any heroes right now, they see where heroes are not on the map, which often gives you a lot of information about where to find them, where to go hunting.
Loda creeping around, heading towards the western boundary, but Z-Freak and Swindles are pretty well tucked away in the trees here. At least for now, they're going to summon a boar, as well as Eidolons, but they might just get caught out. Going to scout out Loda. Now the Zeus ult coming through, giving Alliance the vision they need. And EGM gets the Hex off on Swindles. Elsewhere, Loda working on Z-Freak. Both in a lot of trouble, but the relocate comes in to turn this one around, and suddenly S4 gets roared up. Limp's going to get finish him off, and now they turn for Ake. The Chen's got to back up. They've lost their Lion as well. This is 3 Alliance heroes getting ambushed. It's a trap. And it doesn't seem Ake will get out of here either. The Ghost Scepter actually amplifying the damage that Limp's able to dish out.
What?
Alliance got played.
That was just beautiful Dota and, like you say, a trap. They see a couple heroes bottom. Complexity only have 2 heroes in top lane, but 2 heroes becomes 5 instantly. Bootsa travel in from Beastmaster, Io relocate in, and it's not really 2 heroes. And that's something when Alliance throw that Thunder God's Wrath, in their mind they're just like, oh, we've caught 2 heroes, there's an Enigma. There's a Gyrocopter, they're alone, we're going to get these kills, but no. Complexity ready to respond, and they turn that one around. And Alliance suddenly find themselves in a pretty bad position here. They've just been losing a couple fights in a row. Their high ground starting to take damage, they've got no outer towers, and Complexity have complete map control using the wards, the Beastmaster Hawk, and with next Roshan coming up sometime in the next 3 to 4 minutes, it could be Complexity able to take this game 1.
Well, it really felt like Complexity were itemizing for the all-in type play, but because they've been able to win these convincing fights, it's extended their window dramatically. Again, Alliance on the move here. Loda swings up the river. Knows he can do this safely as he hasn't lost the additional move speed that comes from Shadow Dance, so he knows there's no vision. He might run into Z-Freak, but that could also be dangerous with the global presence we've seen so far.
And that's the crazy thing. Like, all I know is looking at this, I was like, I think Alliance are going to be kind of okay. Like, I completely underestimated Swindle King's draft here. It's this ability to be anywhere on the map. Look, man, Moon gave him the title, and I am convinced, I am sold. Swindle King knows exactly what he's doing. Didn't feel like he was under any pressure to end this game. He is happy to play at the Alliance tempo and just find these pickoffs, find these opportunities to get it, to just break open the game, and boy, has he done it well. And they're just not at all scared of the Bulldog Lone Druid. They're so good at killing the Spirit Bear. The communication and just general team fight from Complexity about when they focus the bear, when they leave it alone, has just been on point.
And with the Deso, they actually have that single target burst that maybe they were lacking before. Inner Beast, Desolator, blink forward from Swindle's top lane though. Looked like he wanted to have a crack. And Loda's going to scurry away.
I mean, typically you'll get Deso and picked up as a pushing item, but I don't think, I mean, that's the side effect, you know, that's like the added benefit for it.
This is the bear trap.
Yes. Absolutely, because, I mean, Complexity haven't been really pushing onto the high ground all that much recently. The only way they can do it is they win a fight, so they're picking up items to help them win fights.
Complexity, they pretty much know they're being pursued in the bottom lane. EGM blinking past the call down, but meanwhile the top split push. Complexity giving Alliance a taste of their own medicine, spreading the map and looking to bring down this tower. And it's dropping very quickly. Alliance might deny it. No, the last hit goes to Swindles. And instantly, they head forward. Hanskin and Limp, they're the ones on the offensive here. They don't have a call down, but they've got the tether move speed. Scouted out by Ake. An immediate response here. Nature's Prophet is going to come in, gets the Sprout up, trapping out Ake, who turns, chucks out a Veil, but very little nuke damage to come with it. EGM blinking forward, throwing out the Hex on Liv. Goes for the 2 hero stun. Only gets the 1. They will bring down the Nature's Prophet. And then we'll see Hanskin forced to relocate Limp away, while in the top lane, they are again killing bears.
Somebody called Peter. Z-Freak with this run of Atos is like, I don't need the Desolated Prophet. We can just do this with the 2 of us.
Back to bottom, Hanskin with the big jukes. Alliance tried to find him as he relocated in, but he's able to dodge away. The clutch Glimmer Cape.
Oh no, he revealed himself.
And he drops the ward now.
Hanskin.
Oh, this is awkward. Leave me alone. Mercy, please.
Glimmer in 2, Glimmer in 2.
Stunned, controlled. Do they have the Hex in time? It looks like they do. Alliance will get the kill, but it came at the cost of a bear death top, a tier 3 as well. Not a total loss for Complexity.
If there was ever someone who wants to advocate for not using auto attack, use that play there. That
Meanwhile,
auto attack after Observer Ward, unfortunately costing Hanskin his life.
Yeah, Limp also forced to pop a BKB here. He was herded back. Oh, top lane. Swindles being chased down a bit by Bulldog. He's going to turn. He actually roars the Spirit Bear. So Bulldog says, I'll do it with the main hero, damn it. Whatever it takes. Bear getting controlled and slowed down. S4 going to snag the kill with a blink forward. Complexity getting a little sloppy here. It is costing them some gold.
Like you say, sloppy, but I feel like that's the gameplay of Complexity is sometimes going to lead to those sloppy moments where they're trying to split the map so well, find these pickoffs where there's a couple heroes ratting in the top lane, there's a couple heroes in the Radiant jungle, trying to find those pickoffs. And
mid lane, Loda hunting out Limp here. Not really a kill he can get on his own on either of these heroes, but he's getting more aggressive.
Like that sequence of plays goes well for Alliance, but I like that the strategy, strategy for Complexity is they're playing this game in a very effective way that's keeping Alliance away from any ability to five-man around the Chen.
Oh, the hole's online. Limp's got his BKB in 3.
No Blink Dagger though.
And they're moving into the pit. Alliance committing for this one. We're about to rumble down in the river. The BKB comes out early from Limp. He gets off the call down. EGM's going to get blocked down up the bat. He doesn't get off the finger, but Aegis is going to be grabbed by the Lotus Lark. And now things get interesting. Z-Freak looking for that hole. He's going to find it. Locking him down and chopping him up. They're going to lose Bulldog as well. But now the Centaurs, the Ake army looks to turn it. Lotus survives, still holds the Aegis. Swindles to be next. They finally crack through it. Swindles having to back out here. Io coming back with the relocate. Can they turn the fight? They bring down Ake. Now lurking on Loda. Can he leap out in time? He's got the pounce soon, but not soon enough. 2 deaths for Loda. The bear killed off as well. And then to the bottom lane, a flurry of ping. Swindles sounding the horn. They want to go for it.
They can go in. They've got Nature's Prophet Life. He can actually...
The homie missile coming in. Looked like a courier flying forth. But Lip is coming.
And when Complexity kind of, if they get a chance to get into the high ground, realize there's no buyback, suddenly Alliance, this could be a lane of Rax here. Top lane's exposed as well. Here comes Nature's Prophet.
I don't think they know.
Chessie's with a BKB. No, he's going to just TP towards the top lane. Showing respect to the Alliance, and Bulldog did manage to have his buyback, but Loda without one.
It's pretty risky there. If you overcommit, EGM has the finger. S4 with an Octarine complete is going to have his ultimate online again, and you give up that 1 kill, you're probably on the run, maybe hemorrhage 3 or 4, but still, Complexity dropping pretty heavily in gold lead overall, now down 5,000. It felt like a great Roche fight for them, but it did cost them as far as the numbers go.
Yeah, they had to commit a lot of buybacks for that, but I think still overall worth it. They take away the Aegis, they kind of slow down any momentum Alliance had from those previous pickoffs, and they can go back to kind of resetting the game, getting map vision, controlling the map, using the wards, using the Beastmaster Hawk. I'd love to see them actually pick up a gem at some stage just so they can deny what little vision Alliance can get. And I think Alliance are going to struggle to move out on the map fairly soon because they don't really have the best heroes to split push with. We've seen the Lone Druid, the Radiance Bear, normally like one of those heroes that can split push, but if they keep killing the bear, Alliance will find themselves in a position where they can't team fight. With 1 or potentially 0 bears, you're in a terrible spot.
At some point, maybe you even start putting the items on the main hero. We'll see. But we're not there yet. 38 minutes in, Bulldog still in the lead by a significant margin here when it comes to net worth. And Gods, I want to ask you about a very unusual Slark pickup this game. We see Loda going into a Linked Sphere. Obviously, great against the Roar. Is this the item? And if so, why Linked Sphere? Top lane, looks like a bear gank again. Bulldog is feeding a lot of gold with this thing.
And they just position so well around it that he can't get a Savage Roar off to save it. But yeah, the Lincoln Sphere primary reason is for the Roar, since that is one of the big ways he's going to go down, but doesn't help him when he's getting Black Hole.
Blinking from Loda, he's got a BKB, but the pounce won't connect as Limp pops his own BKB in time. So Loda with the double damager and unable to find a kill there.
Complexity pressuring bottom though.
They are ping-ponging around the map. Bulldog, 25 seconds until a fresh Spirit Bear. Swindles, not knowing that, but they're going to hammer with the Zeus ult. Try to see exactly how many Complexity heroes are lurking bottom. And while that was happening, Hanskin does end up going down. It feels like there's some windows here for Complexity, but they're very tight. And they're just not sure they have the window to make the move.
Exactly. I mean, it's so easy to say, oh, they could have maybe gone for a Rex here after they win that Roche fight, but we have all the information. We know who has buyback. where the position of the heroes are, whose BKB's on cooldown, all these little things. So Complexity playing with what limited information that they have, and they're just trying to use and take advantage of their just huge global presence with 4 heroes that can kind of be anywhere on the map at any time. The only 2 that can't really, well, it's the IO +1. The 2 that can't move around the map is the Gyro, the Enigma, but they're always, actually Enigma's got boots of travel also.
Yeah, this is pure mobility from Complexity.
It's full-on global.
All 5 can be wherever they want, whenever they want.
And they're just going to use that to their advantage. Like when they get caught out at top lane, it exposes the bottom lane. Bulldog's in a very precarious position there because Complexity are ready to jump in. Even if they lose the IO at top lane, if they get a Bulldog kill for that, it's well worth it. Not to mention, Complexity have so much room for error. They lose a pick-off on this, somewhere on the map, the lanes are pushed out. Alliance lose a key hero, they lose a lane of Rex. It's so much more forgiving on the side of Complexity, whereas Alliance, it's one lost fight and they could just lose the game.
Yeah, Chessie perhaps having learned a thing or two during his days with Alliance here. We'll see if it pays off, but they have very heavily geared up for the mobility. Early game, it was all about the R's, the push. Now, it's all about spread the map offense. Complexity, though, still trailing here by a moderate margin. 7,500 gold down, 5,000 experience. But when it comes to structural damage, they hold the edge. They've still got a tier 2 in the bottom lane, a better place to project force towards the Roshan pit, and they have taken down the tier 3 top in the Radiant base. So when it comes to overall progress towards the throne, they are a bit closer for now.
And I just feel like, I mean, you look at the kind of net worth discrepancy between the 2 teams. The gold lead is just...
Gonna have a Hex here, starting to fight up at Swindles, and he is the gem carrier. EGM trying to grab it, he's gonna plant a sentry, but the cooldown's still afflicting him. No follow-up.
And despite Alliance having this pretty big overall net worth lead, we're not seeing them get value out of the Lone Druid. It doesn't feel like we're looking at a 23k net worth Lone Druid who's out-farming everyone in the game because of how easily they deal with the Lone Druid there, and there's no real item that makes it easier for it to fight. It's going to go into a BKB, and I was just about to say, that if you want to keep this bear alive, BKB is essential, but it's just typically not an item you want to get or go for.
Oh, in the Radiant base, Chessie with the deep TP, snipes the courier. He gets out, and it's right as Loda completes a basher, so better sometimes to be lucky, I guess. That would have been rather sad had he given up his life for it.
It was a 10-second BKB, so I think overall not the best trade for Chessie. But hey, it just goes back to the Complexity playstyle. They want to be going for these cheeky plays. They want to be splitting the map. They want to be kind of resorting to some of that ret DOTA and
get in Alliance's head.
Yes.
If nothing else, it's a little psychological warfare.
Yeah, in Chessie's mind, like it was a mental victory, even if it wasn't like a statistical victory for Complexity. It's like, we just got your courier. You're worried about where he's going to TP next. You're worried about the split push. So psychologically, that's like the right kind of play to go for, even if it wasn't the best, like kind of gold versus kind of the opportunity of having a 10-second BKB against a Zeus is really valuable.
So looking at Chessie now up to 4,200 gold. He continues to farm quite well in the Nature's Prophet. In fact, Complexity more with the even spread 4 cores, I guess you could say, but it's still these Alliance heroes with the most overall net worth. As Loda blinks up onto the high ground, it's his turn to snipe a courier up towards the top rune, and he gets out freely. Handskin forced to run. Loda with the basher now, 2,300 gold up as well. So going to have that first big item relatively soon.
I like the basher pickup. He realizes like, okay, I need to have some capabilities to catch and pick off these heroes who are constantly spread around the map, split pushing, often alone in the case of heroes like Beastmaster, Nature's Prophet. So
lets you man fight the Gyro very well.
Yeah. And this Gyro, I feel like we haven't really seen him do that much with his carry items yet, but it's going to reach a point where he's got enough items. Like when he hits the Satanic, I want to say he almost feels like he's going to need a Butterfly as well. The evasion against the Slark on top of the Lone Druid going to go a long way, but Zeus just shreds everyone apart. He's been on a 5-second BKB for a long, long time, which is where it's good and bad. It means whenever Slark goes in him, it's not really any loss to BKB just to dodge a pounce, which we've seen him do a couple of times, but alternatively, when you get to those big team fights, Zeus is going to do a huge amount of damage.
And especially when you're running an IO, not exactly known for his big HP pool, and Hanskin isn't far much. He did grab a Glimmer Cape to go with it. Z-Freak has the pipe, but there's a Dagon on the Zeus. You're looking at an Aether Lens. They also have a Veil on the Chen, so they're going to be able to punch through this puny IO's armor very quickly if he's not careful.
Big fight brewing here around the mid lane, though. Next Roshan coming up soon. I think both teams using this opportunity to try and posture around, push out the mid lane, push out the bottom lane of your Alliance, just so you can try and control that next Rosh fight. And also, it looks like Alliance may even try and threaten high ground because they've got the BKB on the bear.
Angry Bear spotted in the middle lane. Time to call animal control. They're shooting missiles at the damn thing, but it's still only taking a scratch. Boy, I'm glad no Park Rangers have to deal with this. Complexity do hold back for now, and they're going to let the Treants work out the bottom lane. Slowly shoving it in. Chessie, no ultimate at this stage. He has picked up a Void Stone here. Looks like quite likely building towards the Hex.
Yeah, he's got the money for it, but Chessie is one of the most valuable heroes to have buyback on at this stage of the game because of just being able to TP instantly back in. I mean, a lot of the Complexity heroes just benefit so much from buyback because of their global nature. So any fight, even if you're around the Roshan pit, that's where Complexity have a huge Rosh advantage because you lose like the 5v5, if you slightly lose it, you just buy back, you can TP back in, you can use your boots to travel back in, you can relocate back in. For Alliance, if you lose the fight, you're limited in your ways to get back in. Only S4 has boots to travel to TP back in on something like a Spirit Bear.
45 minutes to go here, but Alliance...
They've seen it.
Taking the smoke opportunity. They're going to move into the Roshan pit currently. Dire vision, rather limited.
Gotta send that, get that Hawk there if possible.
And it is there, but Alliance are not going for the Rosh. They actually move into the pit.
Importantly, they know they're not at Rosh, though. So like you see the smoke, you're worried if they're just trying to 5-man Rosh or not, and then they get the info, then they're not.
This is a great angle for Complexity, but then they start to creep down. Alfredo grabbing his Abyssal Blade. So Bulldog getting the big items up on the bear.
And it's not just the Hawks, it's the Treants able just to keep scouting out, get information about where heroes are on the map, and making it very hard for Alliance to maneuver.
And they now see Loda. They're starting to sneak around from the back. Swindles leading the charge. He's got the Blink Roar ready. Who's his target? He's closing in. They creep up.
The Hawk leading the way. That's
Beastmaster, inch by inch, moving forward. Trying to get vision here on a crucial target. Who's the roar going to come out? The Zeus Zone! He's just a bit too quick! Couldn't get it off, and now the hole! Locking in EGM, but it will get cancelled here. The Bear's going to turn on to Z-Freak. Chessie trying to slow down S4, but he keeps on volleying out the nukes. EGM will be finished off, but at the same time, Swindle's nearly dropping. They have managed to grab 3 through it all. They got that Zeus down early. They killed off the Bulldog Bear. And with those two go the vast majority of the damage, but not Loda, who comes back in. The Bear pops its BKB, and now it's Complexity being routed. Z-Freak on the run. Chase goes on to him, tries for the TP out. Will they get a batch? No, they've got a Savage Roar, and they force him back towards the well, but no chance he gets far. And after this fight is when we see the Butterfly on Limp. Probably could have used that damage previously, so Alliance, when the dust settles, they lose a bit of gold, but they are on the precipice of taking this Rosh.
Yeah, it does cost them an S4 Zeus buyback, which means even when they get Aegis, it's very risky for them to push and go high ground. And the key thing there for Complexity is they recognize how much damage Zeus is dishing out in a team fight. If left alone, he will deal more damage than the carries. He'll do more damage than a Lone Druid, more than a Slack. So they're killing him first.
He lived just long enough, it felt like. He got off the ult, kind of interrupted their initiation, gave the team a chance to react.
Cancelled the whole.
And he's tanky as well.
Yep, and the whole cancel crucial for S4, but the initial fight goes well for Complexity. It was just once the Zeus buys back, they get they reset, then Complexity are going to lose the subsequent fight without that black hole. But I think overall, it's kind of both teams end up with a kind of neutral exchange. The Aegis being in the hands of Alliance as well as the Cheese, probably a slight advantageous position, not to mention the Aegis on a hero without buyback. So I think Alliance may actually be able to push because of the fact they get an Aegis on S4.
On the side,
kind of similar to the way Zeus works, so I really like that as a nice round-out hero for Cole.
You know what I think the coolest thing right now is about when you get to the biggest difference between best of ones and best of threes is you get to see their own meta develop.
Yeah.
Like neither of these teams pick or ban Earth Spirit. They're just like, okay, that's not going to be in our either side's wheelhouse, and they kind of just figured out for themselves like what works and what doesn't. Because if they played against, for example, any team that just has a like MVP Phoenix, you'd almost just see Earth Spirit banned out every time and a different set of heroes picked out.
I mean, I think it's actually still pickable for both teams, right? Because EGM plays Earth Spirit for Alliance, and then Z-Freak would play it for Complexity.
Yeah.
So it's still actually doable. But I totally agree. It's really fun watching the way that every single team kind of has their own take on what is good. And I think you guys were talking about earlier on the panel, maybe not you two in particular, but how they were saying that this patch still doesn't feel fully developed yet, like it's in its adolescence phase where teams have some idea of what's good, but they haven't really figured out the best way to accomplish those goals just yet. But
I was thinking about that for a while. I don't think it's that so much, but I feel like teams have figured it out for themselves. Does that make sense? Like for all the other metas, it felt like there was just like a pre-established, this is the best thing to do. But in this patch, what makes it so fun to watch is that every team has a different idea of what is broken. Like I know Liquid has a different idea of what is broken, and so when I see a team draft, I'm thinking of it like that. From my experiences with them at bootcamp, I'll say, oh, if we were in this position, this is what we would pick. Whereas I see a completely different team will just say, oh, those heroes are bad. We're going to do this. It's really odd.
Yeah. When I was talking to the teams during the group stage, it was insane the difference of opinion that they had on each other's drafts. I'm like, ask about a draft, and they'd just be like, oh, that hero's terrible. Like, oh, no, this item build is awful. And then the others, like, I would talk to a third team, and that third team would be like, swear by it. They'd be like, yeah, that's the best way to go.
Except we all agree Jakiro mid isn't a thing.
Even though you lost against it, right?
Like
All right, good.
We all agree.
So we think that this patch is just be yourself.
Yeah.
Really, that's all it is.
It's so neat, though. You get to see individual identities.
I think it's awesome. I like the fact that a patch is being played and it's not, the same 20 heroes every single game. I mean, there are some consistencies. Like, we've been seeing a lot of Sven, and we've been seeing a lot of Nature's Prophet attention as well. But, I mean, Darkseer has only been starting to be picked a lot today.
You very likely knew that the Sven was going to be picked up by Complexity. You went for Juggernaut. You have the Warcry to deal with. I feel like that Juggernaut wasn't necessarily the strongest carry, nor needed to be picked up just yet.
But it fits their lineup.
But yes, it does have a lot of synergy within their own lineup, and I guess if that's going to be the theme of this patch, be yourself.
Be yourself. I don't think you could go for as Radiant. I think Gyro's kind of weird. I don't know if you could do Slark twice, especially if Darkseer's there. Anti-Mage would have been actually okay-ish.
Yeah, I don't think Complexity... Well, I guess the Invoker could go Exort, and that could give him enough push to maybe pressure the AM pick. But I do agree that AM would have been really...
Why Rubik over something, say, like Tusk?
It's an EGM hero.
Yeah, for sure.
But is it really Is this really a Rubik game?
It's good. It's better against Darkseer in lane 2, I think. The pickup is so good in the middle of Surge. I think Jerry's just comfortable playing a certain set of heroes, and you kind of have to let him do what he wants. I think if you take Tusk, you have almost no lane presence against a Darkseer.
If you're talking about lane presence against Darkseer, would Oracle not be a hero to go for, or would that be too passive for them?
I think it's too slow for them.
Too slow.
Actually, doesn't EGM also play Disruptor?
EGM plays...
I mean, he plays a lot, but I'm just saying, like, he should feel comfortable on that hero as well. I wonder if that would have been a good choice, too.
They needed something. I do kind of agree, though, because the Rubik, the one downside of it is it gives you better kill potential than, say, what was it, Tusk, but I don't think Rubik is the best at harassing a hero like Darkseer, because you have
definitely not.
Bad base attack and or damage, I mean.
And he's better for the all-in.
Yeah.
You're also not going to be a very good controlling hero when the Sven is online with his BKB.
You play Space Game, though, right? At that point. Like, hopefully you have some items. Although, it seems like when Ake plays Chen, he just gets, like, shoved into playing 5.
10 seconds remaining.
I think this is definitely one of those games where Alliance are going to be relying heavily on Ake again. Although, I suppose having Bulldog's Prophet kind of takes a little bit of that pressure off because you have more mobility. You can kind of control the early game a bit better. So maybe this will be an easier game for Alliance to control the lanes. I mean, last game they still won the lanes. But this game, it's potentially going to be even harder for Cole.
Do you go for another farming mid then for S4 on Alliance and rely again on Chen and plus Admiral Bulldog to control the early game?
Oh.
And if so, what's left? Because
I want to go
a
back,
lot of bans
blast from the past, man. Give me some Dragon Knight. Let's go.
I was thinking about Dragon Knight as well. Just a big tanky hero that, but Invoker would.
Yeah, he would. Well, I mean, you have like insane Dragon's Blood now. Maybe it's not super bad, but I like you said, there's not really a lot of options left.
You could take OD.
They could Zeus again.
I think OD's okay here.
Yeah, is that an S4 hero?
That's
my question. Like, I don't know if he wants to play it because it's not like it doesn't dictate the pace of the game.
Yeah, Zeus is okay. It does okay against Invoker mid.
But you are going to be dealing with an Earth Spirit roaming onto that mid lane.
Yeah, if you're Zeus,
that's pretty
life
rough.
is pretty. That's why you see Cole ban all the mobile heroes that are difficult to gank in the mid lane. Even DP is really annoying.
Yeah. Earth Spirit Invoker, particularly if it's Quaswix Invoker, is super tough to deal with if you don't have a mobility.
I would really prefer
There's the DK.
Nice call, Draskell.
I'd really prefer Exort though.
Okay, instead of asking you who's going to take this game, I want to know from you guys who is going to take first blood.
I'm going to say Alliance are going to get first blood.
Why? Chen rotation?
Chen rotation, they're going to kill off laner.
What about you, Cap?
I'm going to say Complexity because Earth Spirit's a dumb hero.
Blitz.
I think S4 knows what's going to happen mid. He's going to avoid it. He'll play traditional safe. I think Complex or Alliance get first blood.
Okay, we'll find out who's going to take that first blood, and of course also who is going to take this second game. It is time for Alliance versus Complexity, Game 2 with LD and Gods.
Thank you very much, Shiver. That's right. We're live here on the floor of the Mercedes-Benz Arena. Complexity Gods, they had their moments in Game 1, but it felt like they were always playing from behind after the early laning stage. This game, they've got Earth Spirit, and they got him 5th, last pick for themselves, 9th overall. I remember the days long ago when Earth Spirit was a first pick ban, but not the case anymore.
That's some value, man. You're like, all right, 10th pick. They've got no real good mids that can escape against Earth Spirit. Let's do it. But it's kind of like the panelists mentioned. It's very interesting how a metagame kind of comes to exist within a series itself, and that's kind of where the Earth Spirit got mostly ignored. But we'll see.
Swindle's pleading for mercy. Alliance unlikely to show any. If they can, they're going to close them out here 2-0.
Showing his inner NA Dota with a bit of all chat, saying this is not a game just of Swedes. We've got a couple NA players here.
I'm still waiting on the BM pauses, though. That's when you know that Complexity are confident.
Save that for the Complexity EG rematch, maybe.
Although I will say, BM has a mixed track record here. Moon tried it earlier, and it ended up backfiring
I mean,
on him.
Bulldog, he kind of ended the game with a bit of Savage Roar by the Fountain, you know? Maybe that's...
But they haven't won the series yet. Moon won Game 1, too.
Exactly. So what I'm saying is, based on that logic, Alliance could be in for some trouble here.
Yeah, maybe Complexity will bring the pain. All right, let's get into it here. Game 2. Looking at the drafts, Gods, Alliance getting their bread and butter to open things up, the Nature's Prophet Chen. They were very limited in options for S4. They picked a really tanky mid, someone who used to be very popular in pushing strategies, especially in China in the Dragon Knight. We'll see how it works out. They're going to contest here for the Rune. Limp up on the high ground. Both teams know what's up, and it's going to be Z-Freak who starts it. A quick roll in, instant Blade Fury out from Loda.
Run to the bottom, Bounty
Rune
guys.
race, here we go.
This is like the 100-meter sprint
they have Earth
here.
Spirit, dude. Of course he's going to get it first.
He's not running there.
Oh, he could roll into it. I guess
Loda's got no spin. It's quite risky for him to get it.
Looks like they might get their first thing. Yeah, there's the roll.
Z-Freak knows what's up.
Earth Spirit.
The dream.
Pretty dumb hero to quote Cap. I think that's an accurate way to say it.
And what a nice guy captain. Swindle's the elf lane of the core is like, no, you take it. Your early game, you can dictate kind of the flow of things better. And I like they give the bounty rune to Z-Freak to get that fast to level 2.
So he TP's top, he rolls into the river, he gets a really aggressive ward down. He then uses a double roll to secure both runes. Earth Spirit already paying for himself. Yeah. And now it looks like he wants to camp out mid.
We're seeing this again, though. Alliance really want to give this Bulldog versus Swindles matchup. They're going to put Nature's Prophet against Darkseer, which isn't a particularly favorable matchup for the Nature's Prophet. It's okay. Like, you kind of trade farm a bit, but Darkseer, in theory, free farms. I think it's just Alliance looking to kind of exploit the weak laning of Swindle. Swindle, great captain drafter, but not known for his particularly strong laning.
Yeah, do keep an eye on the top lane where Io not helping out Limp. Actually got a double stack off in the Dire jungle. So Complexity, very different approach here already. Not so much about items, but they are really focusing on the heavy economy. Earth Spirit, the man who's sacrificing himself here to try and set things up for the rest of the team.
And the other thing I think, going back to like Earth Spirit as the last pick, is because Earth Spirit doesn't work well as a support partner for either Io or Chen. Io doesn't have much laning presence. Chen's in the jungle. So if you pick an Earth Spirit, your safe lane farmer often struggles, which is why it kind of got to ignore it a bit until Complexity aside, okay, we can make it work. We'll do Io with Sven's good in the lane. He can deal with what they expected to be a Nature's Prophet, I guess, but now it's still like a Sven Io lane against a Rubik Jug, so I think this lane's still okay because Rubik's a pretty weak support in the laning stage.
So back in the day when we used to see Darkseer versus Nature's Prophet, Darkseer more often than not would get kills on him around like level 5. Has that changed with the Treant increased damage, with the extra move speed? Do you feel like this is still a Darkseer favored matchup, or is that no longer the case?
I prefer Darkseer in this matchup. He can get a lot more farm. He can tower skip. He's actually denying farm away from Bulldog using this neutral camp here in the bottom lane. And like you say, you have some kill potential even around that level 5 stage. If not kill potential, you can force Bulldog to teleport back home by just going on him, getting him low. So.
And it might not be a fair fight because there is an Invoker in the game. And he is going Exort build here for Chessie. So I know that was a question Will it be Quaswex? Will it be Exhort? Looks like it will be the Exhort variety.
Yeah, that's the big question mark, is where those Sunstrikes go flying.
Z-Freak, he's moving on top here. This could be a first blood opportunity. They're going to get the Sven stun to start. Sunstrike to follow it up, rolling on top of EGM and slapping the support down. Quick first blood for Complexity. Last hit goes to Handskin.
And you know,
very clean kill.
And the Earth Spirit on the rolling, his rolling boulder actually last hit the Hellbear at the big gap. There was a Radiant like neutral pull there that was going to get the Hellbear, and then he's like, no, I'll get this as I hit the hero with the roll. Maximum efficiency coming out.
And now he's already bottom. Speaking of efficiency,
Oh,
they've
looking
got the
for a
double
kill.
ion shell. Remember,
This
they also
is-
have the Sunstrike available fairly soon for Chessie.
He's not in vision yet. Okay, he's going to come in. Bulldog seen
Bulldog, he does a phase boots, though he's very fast, but they get the stun off, or the slow to start, now going for the deep down. Sunstrike coming through, there's the
Not
level
needed.
1 vacuum. Swindle's holding the skill point there and will secure the kill. Really heads up play, but Alliance back to top where they're smoked, and they're moving in, limp, into the trees, no teleport scroll. This is a sad Rogue Knight. He gets pulled back. The tether's there, though, to try and keep him alive again. Ake doing the damage, limp low, not dead yet. Handskin, bottle after bottle charge, keeps him in fighting shape. Then the salve up. He will live to tell the tale. And it's after a smoke commitment. Alliance not able to find the early kills. Another barrage of nukes, though, from the Satyr.
TP top from Bulldog, though. He really wants
He's
Limp.
got the phase boots, and Limp off on his own for now. There is a tether forward. Overcharge maybe will make the difference here. Limp stays close. They're going to break the trees. Teamwork from Complexity. Great stuff.
Oh my gosh, they
Gets them
avoided.
out.
Like, the Aki Chen ganks were going to be what was going to fix the lanes. Alliance were having a rough laning stage. Aki with the smoke is meant to try to find kills, solve the early
Mid
game
lane.
problems.
Z-Freak's moving in. He wants to go on S4 here. Here comes the roll. This time it's not a connection, but still they're going to try to go to work on him. S4 does have to commit a stun, but Alliance, they'll get an objective. Tier 1 down. They may have missed on both kills, but they still get the tower gold.
I mean, it's still okay for Alliance, like you say, they get the
another
tower,
roll
but-
mid. They keep on pressuring S4 here. Chessie out of mana, though, can't use a spell. An angry kick from Z-Freak. Probably wishing that Chessie had a little more regen at this point.
Just getting some value out of his Arcane Rune there, just getting multiple bowls in quick succession, very low mana cost as well, so.
Aquila Invoker. It's actually upgraded it.
I've seen a few players do this, more so in the pub games, but I guess Chessie is the one who likes to go for it here. The bonus armor on your Forward Spirits when you go for a push can be very valuable, and just kind of a stat efficient.
Lane, EGM now camping out to protect S4. And the Earth Spirit, well, he's trotted back to base. We'll see where Z-Freak wants to go next, but Alliance have gotten some deep wards up. So they should have a better idea of where this Earth Spirit is.
Swindle is owning right now. He's the most farmed here in the game. He's getting so much right now.
He's a TPing top. Rather early rotation.
What's the play here? They know where Aki is, but a really good ward from Aki is going to spot this out, and they're trying to secure their jungle stacks. Okay, this...
Who's going to get the
makes
last hits
sense.
here? Looks like it's all going to Swindles thus far. Ake maybe going to try to grab some. Z-Freak arrives, and Limp comes for the ambush from behind. He does have a stun available. Handskin with the tether in, the slow onto Ake. Sunstrike's going to connect. Z-Freak rolls forward. They'll slap him down. Another pick off there.
Yeah, good response. Swindle's TPing just to secure a bit of the neutral stack farm and also the kill on the Chen. So overall, they recognize Sven's having a bad start and they want to try and secure him a better game because overall Complexity, they don't play around Swindle. Like, Swindle doesn't need to have a great early game because he is that tempo controller. They need to have the farm on Limp as well as Chessie.
Yeah, Swindles with a significant edge here. Z-Freak rolling across the river. He plants down an Observer Ward, and as it's nighttime, this will not be scouted. Really eking out every extra bit of advantage that the Earth Spirit brings to the table. We saw it at level 1. We're seeing it again now. Big stuff
Z-Freak's
from
just
him.
insane. This guy has been the MVP player for Complexity throughout
Mid
this
lane,
tournament.
S4 is in Viz. He's level 6. He goes with the Dragon Tail to start, but reinforcements are arriving, and Alliance got to turn and run. Breathe Fire. S4 committing further. It's only a level 1 stun Olymp. Not too much damage here. He's actually taking the 2 points in Warcry, not just maxing the cleave straight away like we see on many Svens.
It does give you a fairly, slightly shorter cooldown against, like, you maybe need that lower cooldown to deal with the Jug Blade Fury.
I guess you look at the way it scales, you get double the bonus armor for the second point, and then after that, it's only 50% more. So it's a pseudo value point, but the speed's the same.
Well, and the funny thing is the level 2 Warcry has the exact same cooldown as level 3 Blade Fury right now, so in theory you could always have Warcry up to try and run away from the Blade Fury Sven.
Look at the experience department. That's where Complexity have a big lead as they look for a pickoff here. Bottom lane, again it's Z-Freak making the move forward. Swindle in support. He backs him back. The Bulldog likely to go down again. One last swing will finish him off.
And this is where the lack of...
Earth Spirit 1-0 and 3, and that's not even counting the wards that he's managed to plant down. Is actually going to see EGM dropping a ward mid.
Yeah, the lack of mobility for like a hero like Dragon Knight is what's kind of costing Alliance here. Even like a TP in from S4 doesn't necessarily set up a counter gank. He's reliant on
They're
getting off
diving
the stun.
bottom,
So
it looks like Swindle's cutting the wave. Z-Freak in position. He's almost got magnetized. Man, that's a farmed Earth Spirit. Arcane Boots are up, Orb of Venom at the ready, already level 6. This guy's basically a core.
they've also got a mech now. 8 minutes in, they're ready to dive this one. Have to be somewhat wary that Loda can TP in with Omni Slash. He's got plenty of mana, a Mango in hand, so that's Blade Fury and Omni Slash mana.
I'll give you one guess. Who's got a haste rune right now? Too late. It's S4.
Damn it, LD.
That should have taken you like a quarter of a second.
Man.
Come on.
Gotta give me more time on these ones. Like that wasn't fair.
He's trying to set up here. They do have the Nature's Prophet ult. He's going to stun Handskin off in the Dire Jungle, but the quick reaction might be enough to net a kill the other way. God, strength, no, S4, a bit too tanky. In fact, he's going in. Oh, the Earth Spirit kick just off the mark. He turns, but Limp alive for now. EGM comes in, only a level 2 Fade Bolt. S4 creating space while the mid lane gets pressured by Bulldog. There's going to be another Sunstrike here in 5, but it's not enough to get the kill on its own. Are they going to look to cut S4 off? The haste rune actually has worn off. They've got a Cold Snap at the ready. Need to lock him in position. Z-Freak rolls forward. This will be a big kill, and they're going to completely change on S4. They punish the dragon. Well, in the end, doesn't actually use the ultimate to damage a tower. Sort of like a Shadow Shaman in that way, where you normally want to see some chip damage whenever it gets popped.
Soaks up like a lot of the complexity aggression. They had to commit kind of 3 or 4 heroes around him there, so even though it looks like a DK for an IO, the farm that like Alliance get across the board for that still at least make it an alright exchange for them.
And it seems, I think they know there's a ward here now. There was a ping coming out, but it's close to expiration.
Yeah, they've got so much value out of that ward. Still not looking like Alliance are going to hit a time anytime soon where they're going to be that ready to fight and push. They need the mech on Chen more than anything.
Hanskin did scout out Loda, but both teams eyeing each other across the way. The ping comes out from S4. Maybe saying Bulldog can assist. Does have the Nature's Wrath ready. That little IO, the easiest target to take down here right now.
And Chessie, level 8, has got double forward spirit, so anytime S4 kind of leaves this mid lane, that mid tier 1 tower will take a lot of damage. It's full HP for now, but that's, I mean, S4, when he has left right now, they're leaving EGM, but I imagine that's something Complexity will look to start punishing.
So what's the timing here for Alliance? You know, last game it looked like Complexity was more of the timing-based draft, the push-centric lineup. Complexity, they've got the IO, the hardest carry in the game, likely, and the Sven, and they're farming well. Is this it? It looks like Alliance say, now's our chance.
Yeah, this is more like a pick-off and push kind of strategy for now for Alliance. They can't just 5-man fight into the Darkseer mech. Like, the mech advantage goes Complexity's way. They've also gone for 3 early points in Vacuum. You often see at least 2 in Surge, but Swindles is actually in a pretty good position to team fight right now. So for Alliance, if they can get pickoffs with smokes and take T1 towers, that's what the plan right now. And then once they get mech, then they can group up and take play more objective-based Dota.
Bulldog cutting a path through the trees here, and Limp is going to throw out a stun. They quickly relocate out.
Good save play.
They're going to sacrifice the IO, but that'll be the extent of the damage here.
An IO for a tier 1 tower. Complexity pressuring bottom.
Well worth it. As well as a smoke commitment here from Alliance.
Yeah.
Hanskin, you ain't going anywhere, buddy, but it was a noble sacrifice for the greater good.
Absolutely. Swindle not lasting the tower for whatever weird reason. Just Swindle King things. You know, he's like, I'm just gonna help him out a bit.
Is it too early to call that BM?
Yeah,
BM like, not last hitting tower plays.
Absolutely.
He's the king for a reason.
We'll go with that. It was a bug, LD. take one out of the moon book.
That was somewhat believable the first time, not so much the second here. But elsewhere, up in the Radiant Jungle, aggression as S4 gets clipped by a Magnetize. There's a quick roll away from Z-Freak. But the real defense comes in the top lane where Swindle's already on the rotation. And you mentioned maxing the Vacuum out first. He's going to have the Blink soon. Yeah. 1,650 gold. So we look at the potential for that magical combo. The Vacuum into a Deafening Blast Meteor with the Sven stun and the cleave over the top, maybe a Magnetize getting dropped. If Complexity hit that combo, Alliance are going to get exploded.
And that's where scouting and vision becomes key. Bulldog actually scouts out Swindle, TPing a tier 3 tower with Treants. To spot those Darkseer initiations is going to become a very key factor for the Alliance draft overall. So we'll see what Alliance look to do. I think really at all costs they have to avoid any big 5v5 engagements. This is a time to use those smokes, find pickoffs, try and get these maybe T1, like a T1 tower at bottom. You could make it a lot harder for Complexity to go for Roshan without that T1 bottom tower. They also just want to set up for aggression in the Dire jungle. That one ward expiring now really limits Alliance's options out. They haven't really got much in the way of vision up on the map.
Well, as for the Alliance side, Ake, a much slower mech timing for him. But he is going to be working towards it likely. Up to 1,500 gold. EGM just cracked level 6, so has access to the spell steal. Some big grabs here, potentially. The vacuum, the level 2 wall now. Potentially, I guess those are the main ones. Maybe one of Invoker spells after that.
I think Alliance really need to take, there's like one of two approaches they can take. They either need to be contesting this bottom lane, the tier 1 tower and the Ancients area, because Sven with Helm of the Dominator is going to be stacking those Dire Ancients, or they contest the Dire jungle. They can't give Complexity the Dire jungle farm and the Ancients farm. Otherwise, I think they just lose. They're already, the 3 cores on Complexity are out-farming their counterparts, and I think it's just going to get worse unless Alliance applies some aggression.
Well, the aggression comes in the bottom lane for them, but at the same time, Complexity, they can defend and attack in a single moment, courtesy of the IO. Relocate online, Limp is going to work on the tower here. Swindles in position. He's got the Blink Dagger. Has not been scouted yet by the Radiant side, but they're sitting rather far back. This could be a huge opportunity. Invoker's coming in. Blade Fury back.
Now, yeah.
S4 looking to run. Swindles, aggressive move forward. He gets stunned off the back. Can they lock him down and finish him off? Relocate coming from behind. They're going to stun EGM. Swindles back into the wall. He's caught 2. Omni slash through, but over the top comes Z-Freak rolling forward. And Sven is angry. Out for blood. Can he start getting that cleave damage off so far? Rubik down. The trade is the Earth Spirit. And now the combo! Beautiful stuff by Chessie. Blasting Alliance and forcing the back. Bulldog arriving though and trying to finish off Chessie. The Chen creeps have been ignored. They're doing a lot of work here. 3 down the other way. Somehow through it all, S4 is going to survive. They lost Handskin and it might be a 5th. Limp trying to backtrack, but again, DOTA with the Blade Fury dodge, avoiding the Stormbolt and a TP forward. Alliance, while they may have been behind in terms of the numbers, they've outfought Complexity here. They will win the fight, they'll get the tower, and they never even took much damage on that tier 1 top. Pretty catastrophic losses for the Complexity side.
S4 is just the master of the rune. That entire fight, he had an arcane rune. He has such low
bottom lane still
cooldown
moving on
spells.
Bulldog. He wanted to finish off the tower. He got rolled on, then kicked back, but they can't do enough damage here. Loda even spinning again. The Sprout's going to prevent Z-Freak from juking. Loda might kill him off as well. A wild smoke gets popped and Limb might go down, rolling to the south. Complexity are crumbling in every direction. Can Z-Freak even make it out? He's got no TP. He TP'd in bottom. Alliance should know it too, and they're hunting for him. Bulldog looking to exterminate the Earth Spirit. He gets that kill as well. Make it 7 kills in a row over the course of that exchange. And now S4 with a double damage rune to push the tower.
He goes like from having key haste runes to having a key arcane rune. Actually, I think without an arcane rune, Alliance maybe actually lose that fight. The lower cooldown on Breathe Fire, the lower mana cost meant he just got more Breathe Fires and more stuns off. He used multiple stuns. And DK is a hero with a lot of mana problems, but Arcane Rune completely negated them, and then he comes back with a DD Rune to push towers, get a couple of kills there. S4, not just the haste rune, the rune master in general.
He got the tower denied, but was it worth it? Surged out by Swindles, kept alive. Z-Freak looking to move in. Limp comes from behind, together with Handskin, but they're both fairly squishy, especially Handskin. Nice Stephanie blast, the Magnetize going. Z-Freak giving them that extra firepower. Handskin, will he make it back? Just barely relocates out to safety, and now a Stormbolt. It'll lock down EGM towards the river. He heads on in, looking for an escape, has a lift available, hanging onto it for now, but the roll forward from Z-Freak, he'll get stunned by the drop. Swindles continues pursuit. Looks like they'll be able to burn down the little Rubik, trying to survive through it all. He can't. Swindles will blink in, and one last karate chop together with Limp.
Jesse mid.
Salvages a little, but they've lost another. Complexity just can't get clean counter kills.
Yep. Chessie was chasing down the Chen there, knowing he, like, oh, I can kill this Chen, but he chased for too long, and the tier 1 mid tower just gave Alliance a counter gank opportunity, and losing the Invoker there kind of negates a lot of what Complexity got out of that return counter gank.
It was a dead even game before the 7 kills. That graph shot up so much for Alliance that 2-for-1 losing an Invoker gave them 1,200 back the other way. But they might be losing some here. Z-Freak rolling out, but it's not the longest roll, and EGM's in position here to potentially lift him, does get the vision, pulls him back. Z-Freak punished again. Complexity hemorrhaging at this point.
Yeah, kill after kill. But
they are getting the Ancient stack now, so that at least not stolen by Alliance. Limp is accelerating this farm, and man, they're going to need this gold.
Yeah, and a lot of it goes back to kind of what I talked about. Alliance need to apply aggression then, there, and now, because otherwise they're going to lose the farm battle with how fast a hero like Sven can farm. He's got his Ancients, he's got his own jungle. He's going to take much better advantage of the map and the farm accessible to him. Similarly, Chessie with the Midas, Alliance cannot play a farm game, and they recognize it. They push down the bottom lane, win a fight, take 2 towers, and put themselves in a great position for success. Bulldogs, Aghanim, Scepter coming up and coming up soon.
I mean, going back to what started it all, that huge team fight bottom. Swindles has Blink, he's got level 2 wall, max vacuum, and it looks like Alliance are 5-man at a tower. It's understandable that he wants to take the fight, but Invoker wasn't in position. Alliance started backing off right when he chased in. It feels like they just got a bit overeager, and had they been either more patient or had Alliance stuck around, then it could have worked, but
it's
they
not
just
that
forced
clean
the issue
initiation where typically like a good Darks initiation, you see the instant blink, vacuum wall, everything comes like all in the span of like half a second. With him, he blinks in, he walks a little bit, then he gets stunned, then after the stun he has to kind of surge himself in, look for it. Eventually he gets a good vacuum wall, but it's not that instant surprise factor followed up by the Sven Aya relocate in cleanup. It was just kind of a bit kind of lacking kind of coordination from the Complexity side.
It wasn't burst damage either. The Chen gets off his heal there. He's able to send heroes back, and they didn't immediately delete a hero from the fight. Well, Complexity, I imagine right now the call is let's settle down. We had a couple of bad exchanges, but we're still farming really well. We've probably got the better late game, or at least are on par with Alliance. We don't need to try to win this game now. We've got the option to take it late.
Yeah,
it seems that's the call.
Well, Alliance, they're going to immediately smoke back up. There was a Dire Ward very close to it. I'm not sure if that one quite was in range to spot it out.
It looks like they might have just missed, but Complexity also at the same time have great deep wards of their own anyway, and all they're seeing is Bulldog bottom. So whether or not they actually saw the smoke, they're definitely suspicious. They'll go for the smoke of their own. Also not scouted. Who's going to get the high ground advantage? It's S4 in front with the BKB. They don't really have a counter to this aside from Chain Stun, but well, both smokes going to break in vision of each other. So S4, the jig is up.
And this kind of standoff situation is always going to look pretty good for Alliance when you can have Bulldog elsewhere on the map farming, pushing out lanes. Complexity can kind of do the same with the IO relocate, but if you're going to be relocating in with the IO, it means you're not going to, after that, if the fight drags on longer than 10 seconds, IO's gone. So Complexity have to be very careful about how they look to take these fights.
Swindles.
Off on his own.
Yeah, he's feeling very confident here. Notice has a
take that DD away from S4. Like, no more runes for him, please.
It did come at a nice moment. And, well, for Alliance, they are also going for farming items of their own. Loda grabs the Battle Fury. Bulldog did go back for the Ags. He's had it for a couple minutes now. And S4, the key initiator for the team, well, with the BKB up, now he maybe builds towards some damage items of his own.
Oh, Loda! Sunstrike! Oh! The lane ward!
And you know what's great is they've got 2 sentries here to try and prevent that vision.
Oh, he was farming Ancients. He realized, oh, I don't have enough HP. My healing ward's on cooldown. Let's go farm some neutrals because 20 seconds from now I have a healing ward. Then I can kill these Ancients. Nope. Chessie says, I see you. You're dead. And
crucial kill.
Roshan 2. Oh my gosh.
No buyback up. This could
MVP
be huge.
Ward. You know, we talked about adding Satus to the MVP vote.
Damage is already done. And it looks like Alliance still want to fight this one anyway. Roche is low. Complexity down in the pit.
This is just
Are they actually fighting
I
it?
don't think so.
S4 maybe trying to find heroes on the way out, but Alliance, the second guessing that movement, will blow a smoke and
again,
not commit.
S4 is, like you say, trying to catch a hero on the retreat. He has a DD rune and a Nature's Prophet ultimate to back him up. So
he can blow up this IO for sure. Handskin's down in the pit.
There's a lot of heroes on this map he can kill. I mean, Hanskin doesn't even need the backup.
A poor, unfortunate soul. And dead.
And Alliance can actually now apply pressure. Despite Complexity having Aegis, you've taken IO out of the picture. You've got all your kind of key items and levels. You've got, I mean, Battle Fury, a farming item, but also a good DPS item.
Z-Freak, big dive. He got the kickoff on the Bulldog. Magnetize to follow it up. Then they drag him back towards the wall. Z-Freak and Swindles, the brothers finding kills, but they are losing their mid tower at the same moment.
But very important pickoff, because otherwise this mid push is going to be very dangerous for
Loda could be in trouble here. Stormbolt from the high ground. Limp doesn't have a God Strength though. There's the kick. Can't get off the Omni. Wouldn't matter anyway. Complexity striking right back here.
Really just great movements around the map.
What a brawl this game has been. Look at that graph, up and down.
Like Alliance, that push mid is a push that could threaten high ground or have a very successful team fight. And I think Complexity recognize that, and that's why they go for the Nature's Prophet, who's alone at bottom lane, and then they can come back and take a 5v4.
DD Rune's going to start it off. There's a stun onto S4, but the chain nukes from Ake might be enough to kill off Limp. Handskins there, has the relocate, gets off the Stormbolt. Sunstrike coming through. S4 hanging on to the BKB, and very tanky at that. They don't quite have the firepower to finish him off. Chessie hanging on to the Deafening Blast. Doesn't have the Meteor invoked for 5 seconds here. This is dangerous to stick around if you're Complexity, but by golly, they want to. Now the back, the Deafening Blast follow-up. EGM gets cleaved through. S4 driven back. Pop that BKB, they say. We dare you, and finally he has to. Turns with the Breathe Fire, but the tower down. A buyback from the Rubik. EGM, big commitment to try and hold and turn this. Chessie has a Yule Scepter. They might go back in. Ake's out a bit too far, or maybe it's S4 they want. They're going to find the Dragon Knight. Rogue on Dragon. Who will prevail? It's the Meteor that crashes through, but S4, tanky as all hell, just won't go down easy. Now Z-Freak moving in, a fresh Magnetize ready. Loda's got the Omni. He moves onto Limp, but with the overcharge, they can't do enough damage. Everyone disengages, but a wasted buyback thus far from EGM.
Wow, both teams with incredible
and they'll get out
sustain
cleanly
there.
after that.
Like Io keeping that Sven alive. The amount of healing that Sven received, that team fight was just incredible. Keeping him alive on the front lines. And very, very good fight there for Complexity. Taking the towers, buybacks being used, Swindle just with some... That was the initiation. He didn't even have the wall there to back up the vacuum, but it was just that instant blink vacuum followed up by the Deafening Blast. That's what you need. These just like instinctive plays where you just go. When you use your blink, you have to already be ready to cast your vacuum. You can't be thinking blink and then assess the situation, then decide if you vacuum. You've just got to go for it. And
I do want to point out, Limp had an Ogre Frost Mage on him in that fight, so he's already got 25 armor. With Warcry, he's sitting on 45 armor before the overcharge damage reduction.
And that's where Loda just doesn't want to
unkillable.
He's often like, Loda is in range, could Omni Slash the Sven, but he probably just realizes like, what's it actually going to do? He'd much rather try and find like an Io or an Invoker behind.
They need to kill the Io or nuke him down, but they're a bit light on the nuke damage. It's much more of a physical damage lineup, at least at this point.
Yep. Well, Alliance, they've always got a plan B, and it's plan Bulldog here with the Aghanim Scepter into Octarine
top
Core.
lane, they're making the move in. S4's going to engage, has the Blink Dagger. Handskin going to get caught out. They're going to sack the Io, and now S4 chases forward. Another stun up in 3 seconds time. Limp might need some help, but that Ogre Frost Mage keeping him in fighting shape. 25 armor. Loda with the Omni Slash. He's going to pop the Warcry. 45 armor. Of course S4 has a haste turn to continue chasing, but Swindles has the Shivas to usher him back. So they do settle for an Io kill, while Chessie going to push out the mid lane here.
Yeah, this Blink Dagger very crucial for Alliance. At this stage, they just need that more reliable initiation.
S4 already moving on mid, but Z-Freak's there to greet him. Gets eyes on him, the Blink stun to initiate. Ake coming into position, the Chen Army's there. Decent stun from Z-Freak, but Bulldog's going to arrive here. Has the Tornado ready, no, cancels the TP. Opts to stay in the top lane and finish off the tower. And now Invoker. Aghanim's complete. I was wondering where the gold was, but now we have our answer.
He's got Aegis as well, not for much longer there, so I think that's the big reason why Alliance don't even try and chase for that kill. But the big scary point, I think, is going to be Limp's BKB, which he's actually only 200 gold away from. He's got 2 components on the Courier, and he's going to hit BKB. They've got Veil on Earth Spirit, and the Aghanims were freshly picked up for Invoker. The only thing they're going to be missing is the Aegis, which is about to expire. But even without Aegis, Complexity just got a whole new line of items, which are going to be very problematic for Alliance.
Towers not looking so hot for Complexity. They've lost them all. You're up against Prophet, Juggernaut, Dragon Knight, and Chen, a great pushing draft, but if Complexity makes mistakes, if they get caught without buyback, there's that potential for Alliance to instantly move on to a tier 3 tower, potentially a Rax, whereas for the Complexity side, there's a tier 2 in every lane, and even a tier 1 still at bottom, or top lane, I should say.
Probably looking at a longish game here, just because of how much pressure Bulldog can continually apply, how much split push he can use to prevent Complexity from being able to just team fight, go for this 5-man push, team fight, and it's going to be very annoying to deal with. They haven't got the best answers for it. They're going to need multiple boots of travel on heroes like Sven, the Invoker, maybe even the Darkseer. They've got Relocate, but I don't think that's going to be enough. They need to keep the lanes pushed out. And Nature's Prophet, the best hero to prevent that.
S4 hiding off in the mid lane. He's going to show himself with the Breathe Fire, and it's right while there's smoke, but they assume there's someone behind him. They're like, there's no way this guy's on his own.
Guys.
He's got a BKB, and instead they're going to find the Chen, who actually was in the neighborhood. The combo just destroys Ake, melts him down, and sends the Holy Knight packing back to heaven where he belongs.
They're actually in a position where they can group up now towards this top lane, but Alliance, good news for them is they're pushing and reaching the Dire base faster than Complexity
and there's a double damage rune again on S4. This push is coming hard and it's coming fast. And the kick through.
There's no TPs on Complexity. They're going to have to rely on Relocate and the surge back from Darkseer.
He's got the Blink Shivas, though. This is a big combo. They're going to deploy the Veil. Swindles driving forward. He is going to manage the back, but it's only on Loda. Now Limp arriving. Already popped the BKB. Can he bring him down in time? No, he gets the TP out. It looks like EGM will be the sacrifice here. Stormbolt, heavy commitment just for that. But they get the Rubik kill. They are going to find the IO on the Relocate back to the top lane, though. His Handskin will be finished off. So in the end, Alliance, they do force out a very precious 10-second BKB charge from Limp, and they trade 1-for-1 on the supports.
They even get good damage into the tier 3 tower, so I think a fine trade for Alliance there. As we'll see them attempt to go for the Chen army in the mid lane, but Alliance's ability to keep lanes pushed out, and it's not just the Nature's Prophet. Chen actually becomes like the kind of a split pusher in the mid game who can split push using the creep army at no risk to any hero's life. So you send the creep army to a lane, if they get engaged, you just bring them back into yourself. Maybe the Sven can pop his ulti and just kill him off, which is kind of maybe a suitable loss in some situations, but this game gets very tricky for Complexity because of the fact they've lost so many towers and have to deal with this split push.
Oh, they are chasing, though. This hate onto Ake, the combo again. He just doesn't stand a chance. Crushed beneath the meeple. The sheer weight compacting him into the earth.
Again, we'll see them try and group up, go for this push, but quickly again, I imagine we'll see Swindles and Complexity realize there's split push happening. Top lane, Loda's already there in position, and Bulldog, he can be there at a moment's notice.
And you can tell Alliance, they're not really looking for the fights right now. They're looking for the split push. Loda up top. It is S4 down bottom, albeit the Dragonite a bit on the slow end. And Bulldog ready to TP in at any moment. Completes the Octarine. Enter rat mode. Alliance, they do it better than anyone else in the business. Mid lane, Bulldog, he's looking for a courier.
He knows where he saw it deliver some items, but...
Oh, he's even hunting for it further with the Sprout there.
Complexity wary of his tricks.
They did get a deep ward down here while that was going on. May be able to set up for a future kill with it. But you got to admire the way Alliance are able to spread the map, even when it feels like Complexity are much stronger in the fights. They still keep on eking out their farm. They're not giving up too many kills. Only a Chen here or there who, I mean, let's be honest, at this point, Ake is a very hard support.
Yeah. I'd love to see Limp just pick up a moonshot here. I think going for the AC is just unnecessarily defensive. Yeah, the item gives you some attack speed, some ability to push, but the problem is being able to catch and just kill heroes quickly. I mean, even killing off Loda, when you take that fight bottom lane, if he hit a moonshot, Loda just dies during the Blade Fury TP. He's not dying when he's got this IO Sing behind him. So I think just going for pure DPS mode is going to be the best answer here for Lim.
Yeah, he picks up the Hyperstone, likely Assault Cuirass, possible Moon Shards. I mean, if he keeps that Frost armor creep, maybe he doesn't really need the armor.
Yeah.
But either way, will amplify his damage output. We're going to see a gem grab now by the Earth Spirit of Z-Freak.
The one annoying thing for him is always going to be, saw it with our TZ Sven, dealing with Sprout. He's got no items to get out of the Sprout. It's just the nature of Sven. When you get this farm, he's going to have to entirely rely on his teammates.
Well, that's where Swindles comes in handy with his Quelling Blade and his vacuum, potentially.
Oh, Bulldog, we all love you. And he's pushing and chipping away at this bottom tier 3 tower, keeping Complexity on the back foot. I think Complexity, it's not these aggro wards they have, they actually need wards like near, they need wards to catch out the heroes who are split pushing. They need wards around their own base.
Roche is up, but a well-placed, dominated range creep is going to scout Alliance walking into the pit. So it won't be a free Roshan. There will at least be a chance to move towards it for Complexity. But as the lanes keep on getting pushed out, it's difficult to control that area of the map.
Yeah, absolutely. So
look how careful they're being with this courier. It's just hugging the northern tree line. They're showing Bulldog the respect he deserves.
And see how much the two teams prioritize Roshan as a major objective. For Complexity, even with Aegis, like they still suffer from the same problems that we're seeing now. They can't really deal too well with the split push, or they've got to find an opportunity where they're going down a lane and there's no threat to their other side lanes. If Alliance get an Aegis, though, maybe it sets them up to make some riskier moves forward.
Another cheap aura here being grabbed. Ake with the Vlad's pickup will definitely be nice versus the Sven and his physical damage output. And as the game slows down a bit, do you feel like either team has a clear late game advantage? Nobody's lost Rax yet. in terms of gold and experience. Complexity with I'd say a modest lead, 7,500 gold, 10,000 experience. Is that enough?
Complexity have the better late game draft in a team fight scenario. Alliance, they don't team fight in the late game. Not with Bulldog's Nature's Prophet. And it's going to come down to execution, LD. I don't think you can just say one team's got the straight up better draft. It comes down to Alliance having their best kind of late game playstyle like opportunities for them. The Bulldog Nature's Prophet. For Complexity, it's going to be a matter of how well they can find the pickoffs, catch out heroes on the map, and they've got relocate, so they've got a pretty okay way of getting back consistently, trying to catch, like they just have to send one hero to try and find Bulldog, and then they can have the relocate in to follow up and secure the pickoffs.
Well, there's the Assault Caress. Accelerate his farm, and he might run into Loda. Actually blinks away from the IO of Hanskin, who's going to get instantly.
That
bit unfortunate.
Vision, yeah.
Just the second that Limp blinks away, the Juggernaut is there. Good punish by Alliance.
And even just having, I think without that ward, maybe wouldn't have had vision of the IO, but not a. It's definitely a nice skill for Alliance. Gives them a little freedom to not worry about the relocate. They can show on the map pushing a bit better. But relocate, one of those just split pushes nightmares, and that's where we're not really seeing Bulldog do so as much.
They're smoking. They don't have an Omni Slash. They don't have a rune on S4 for once. But Alliance still feeling like with the 4v5, they might have the edge. Complexity blinking away. Load up on the high ground. He's going to get revealed now. Have they scouted him out yet? There's the spell steal. And he grabs the war cry. Very nice to have against the Sven.
Yep. I mean, it's funny because like his ultimate's the one spell you really don't want to steal as a Rubik. Any of the other two spells is fine. Even a level 1 stun is still a 2-second duration stun.
For Complexity, they just walk right into the pit. They've got Hanskin back now. Roshan up. Alacrity thrown onto the big Rogue Knight. And a feeble Satyr. At this stage, not the threat it was early last game. Tries to usher them away, but this will be what looks like a totally free, uncontested Roshan. So, an Aegis now for Chessie. Maybe trying to last steal it, the Roshan kill, but that Satyr can't even get that. Dire get the kill as well.
Yeah, Alliance not in fighting shape. Do not want to be taking Complexity head on, and even just a couple of heroes holding on, like S4 holding on to a low gold, picks up a Hyperstone now. Assault Caress isn't there.
He's got an Invis. Swindles is moving on top. Chessie hunting. He's going to find Bulldog, trying to TP out. Sunstrike, the combo comes through. Bulldog in a lot of danger. Got the Blink Dagger, but won't be allowed to use it. They vacuum it back in. It's a dog pile. 4 heroes. In fact, Z-Freak was even in the neighborhood. So call it a full 5-man hate train.
Yep.
And they ram it straight at Bulldog.
And you can, I mean, Bulldog knows what the game plan is. That's why he goes for that Blink Dagger. So in theory, he sees the relocate coming in, he can blink into the trees or at least blink away from it, but he's already taken damage and being caught out by Complexity in that situation. And this is a huge pickoff because you don't have to worry about the split push unless Loda can find his way deep into a lane. Ideally, Loda wants to be top lane right now, but he's not there. He doesn't have a TP as well, so he can't even make a beeline towards top without a teleport. And Complexity, 30 seconds to not worry about Bulldog may mean that they can find a fight or at least take it something like a tier 2 tower at bottom. Finally, like it feels like Complexity have been the stronger team for a while draft-wise, but they're unable to push, unable to take objectives.
I do want to point out Bulldog managed to spend his gold there as he died, got the Perseverance, so didn't really lose anything aside from farming opportunity. So are we seeing the full-on refresher build here?
Or Lincoln? Lincoln, there's not the catches.
It's
only if
Tornado
there's
as
like,
well,
yeah,
right?
exactly. The catch is not single target. So yeah, this is going to be a refresher coming out from Bulldog. He wants the ultimate rat build here, as we'll see Ags, Refresher, Octarine. I can only imagine.
Is there anything worth Lotusing off, or not really?
Particularly. There's no Hex yet. Like eventually we will see Hexes on heroes like Darkseer as well as Invoker. So
these friggin' Treants, if you're Complexity, you've just got to be clawing your hair out right now. But they had a reprieve, right? With Bulldog dead, they can actually get the lanes pushed out, but he wastes no time in shoving this top lane right back in.
They didn't even get the tier 2 bottom tower. They do a bit of damage to it, but they can't even fully bring it down.
Got to be frustrating.
Yes.
How do you break the contain? They got 1 pick on Bulldog.
They just keep looking. At this point in your Complexity, you're saying we can never actually push or group up and try and take their high ground unless we found kills on Bulldog. So they've got to set up more wards like in their own jungle, which is kind of counterintuitive to when you're the team who's ahead, winning to set up wards defensively in your own jungle. But they're kind of they're the rat traps. They're what you're using to try and catch out the split pushes, even when be it Bulldog, be it Loda, be it even the annoying chain creeps. They've got to deal with this first and foremost, and they're going to itemize to catch out split push. You've got Limp likely to pick up something like a Boots of Travel, Swindles to build a Hex.
You can see them even painting out the hill here. Z-Freak, you mentioned Rat Traps. That's one that he's just prepped in the top lane. And I imagine we're going to see more. Maybe the Blink Hex on the Darkseer will be next. As Z-Freak actually rolling forward, trying to isolate Loda. Swindle's still hunting him, but Loda safely ensconced in the trees away from that dangerous hill.
And he's going to actually go into the Manta style now for the Jug. Going to see it disassemble onto SMY. So really wanting to have that
every
kind of
bit of chip
tool.
damage, like safe, just tower poking.
And even like a Z-Freak silence can just ruin him. So
and he comes right back out. Peekaboo.
Where level 2 Boots of Travel could become very valuable, but no cancel. No way to cancel.
Unless they get an Abyssal Blade on Limp, which isn't normally a Sven item, at least not at this stage.
Yeah, it's...
if
I don't
ever.
know, maybe you consider something as crazy as that, but it's more than... The Nature's Prophet's the more annoying split pusher. That's just like a bit of, oh, we're going to creep skip and... Like Loda...
Well, they find Z-Freak. He was actually rolling forward, looking to maybe plant a ward, but he's the gem carrier. This is costly. Oh, great relocate out there. So they do save the gem. They may lose Handskin.
Can Limp get there in time? Limp's nearby.
Swindles is also somewhat in position.
Limp's
it seems like
being
they're debating it, but right at this moment, as Soul Karis is
Double
going to be
damage.
completed. They want to fight. Limp's ready to rock and roll. Comes in, looks for the cleave. He's chewing through S4. Can he finish off the Dragon Knight? The Shiva's getting popped. A roll in. The whole complexity gain is here, and they've got Bulldog on the run. He tries to make his way out of this one, but he gets chopped to bits, and now Ake could be next. Ake backing off and trying to survive. He'll go down. Bulldog TPing away to the bottom lane. He actually bought back just to shove these lanes out, but the mid lane's exposed, and I'm not sure Bulldog can do it quickly enough. Limp, with the DD rune still active, the completed
He even has
moon charts as
BKB.
well.
He didn't
is
have to
going right
BKB.
in.
He can actually take a subsequent fight. They could go for the throne.
Bottom lane as well. Jesse's going to fight Bulldog, who just bought back. This could be a dieback of Bulldog. There's the Deafening Blast up to the cliff. Roasts him to bits. And down he goes again. No profit for
15 seconds
80.
and Invoker can TP back in. The Boots of Travel Octarine just allows him to move around the map so quickly, and Complexity are in prime position to take multiple lanes of racks, possibly go for the throne here.
Well, not many people gave them a chance at this major, let alone on the main stage against Alliance, but right now, they have beaten the crap out of their fellow Swedes. And they will take 2 full lanes here. Chessie, does he move on to the throne? They know Bulldog doesn't have buyback, but if they want to be safe, they can either back off or look for the Megas. And it seems Complexity make the call. Safety first.
Well, Swindles asked for it. He said the fans, they want a Game 3 LD. We casters, it's always fun when you have a Game 3, but right now, it's Complexity just playing their way into it. They're playing amazingly against what is one of the best teams in the world right now. Alliance haven't made mistakes this game particularly. They're playing some good Dota here. They're playing Alliance Dota, but it seems Complexity, at least as far as Game 2 goes, have an answer.
Loda, this is dangerous. Does have the buyback, and in fact, reinforcements are coming in. EGM and Ake together, but Z-Freak just sitting, waiting for his opening. They might look to take this. Swindle surging forward through the river. There's the roll in right while Loda's shopping.
He's got a Manta.
And no, Sanj hits the deck, but more importantly, the hero's going to go down. 80 seconds on the sidelines, and they're not done yet. Chessie explodes another, destroying EGM over
There's
towards
no
the
split push
Ancients.
too. No split push to worry about. They may be going straight for the throne, and it looks like that is the plan. That's the call.
And they actually saw S4 up top, so they know even Dragon Knight's not home. It's straight onto the throne. Limp just hammering away at tier 4s here. S4 with the stalling tactics. The Omni Slash completely futile. Only onto the Ford Spirit from Loda. I'm the real man
There's
here,
no
says
IO to
Limp.
sustain. A bit
Stands
of a
his
worry.
ground. He's fairly low, though. As S4 works on it, might be able to force this Ven back. He will do so. They hold the line, but it's another buyback on another core hero. Complexity knocking on Alliance's door, ready to kick it in and punch this to a Game 3. One more mistake, be it from Loda, be it from Bulldog, and it's likely all over.
Yeah, and luckily for Alliance, there was no IO there to help back up the Sven as he hit the towers and got engaged on, so he took a lot of damage, but even so, Complexity still, they're the ones in control right now. They're going to push down this bottom lane. The last lane of Rax does still have a tier 2 tower deeper up the lane to protect it.
Oh,
But
look at this. You know, we were talking about this earlier during a break around the panel. The Air Spirit Eggs, it got nerfed. We weren't really seeing the item anyway very much, and by the time we did, usually Air Spirit's team was already winning very heavily, but we're going to see it now. Good luck killing the Sven when you've got this item as well as the IO, and you better be careful if you're any of these Alliance heroes.
Well, that's the thing. You still get that geomagnetic grip onto teammates. while the Enchant Remnant has that tiny little cast range, being able to just save teammates, pull them out of trouble. Like, you could have pulled the Sven away from that T4 tower just to let him reposition, then go for a Blink Engage there. So, very useful tool to have on the side of the Earth Spirit. And
Complexity are going to slow things.
Refresher Invoker, okay. The late game secured for Complexity. This is where they have the much better late game lineup unless they get split push down.
I do want to point out there are 0 buybacks available in this game right now. They have spent all their gold.
They've got to, yeah, like you say, they've got to wait for some buybacks here. They're close to a couple. Darkseer Sven within 100 gold, Io within 100 gold, so it's definitely the plan to farm buybacks before they go for any kind of risky plays here.
Yeah, and
Alliance obviously not wary of they're probably just expecting there to be buybacks, and they're not going to go for any desperate plays right now.
Complexity starting to cinch the noose. They'll push in the bottom lane now. Sven, pretty much max, could maybe replace this on Yasha, but essentially Limp as big as he's going to get. This is about as late game of an Invoker build as you'll see, aside from maybe getting a Scythe device. Z-Freak, very farmed as well, and even Mr. Swindles, double boots for him. So he is mobile with the boots of travel as well.
Complexity go from no buybacks to 4 buybacks. Io's got buyback now as well. So they've got 4 buybacks, and including a buyback with relocate. They've got boots of travel on a couple heroes, so they can instantly come back into the fight.
And there's no split push really at all. Just the top lane slowly moving out. Mid lane's at the river, but Limp wastes no time in forcing the issue. He sprouted and slowed down Chessie. Blinking, now a Sunstrike mid Deafening Blast Meteor combo doesn't really do much at all, but it does force out a BKB on S4. Now that's down, still the tether, keeping him healthy. Limp is essentially gone right now. He just will die, and now the second Deafening Blast. Another Meteor from Complexity rushing in, forcing them back. The Omni Slash committed yet to get a kill. They've lost the Dong. No buyback for him. That's the Megas, and that's GG. Complexity. It may have been heavy underdogs, but they've got Alliance on the ropes now, and we are going to see what everybody wanted, what they were begging for, a Game 3.
And this has been a true underdog story. Complexity, the one team left who started in that round 1 lower bracket. We saw last major OG make the run, and right now Complexity looking to make a name for themselves. They still got Game 3 against a team like Alliance, so it's still such a big uphill climb for them. An Alliance, a team who's been in these kind of positions before, but what a fantastic game of Dota 2 LD.
We're going to have a chance for the panel to break it down more fully, but very quick thoughts from you, Gods. Anything you would have liked to see differently, draft or play from Alliance here in Game 2?
I think they just ran out of options. Like, for the mid lane, like, the DK pick was a bad pick, but it was the best pick available in that 5th slot. That's where Drasko's looking at this. He's like, they might pick DK, but DK's never a good pick.
You would have
it's
loved
never
to
a
have
hero you come into the series like, oh, we're gonna 5th pick DK this game. It's gonna be some good shit, LD. It's gonna be fantastic. 100. No, you're like, we don't want DK, but you get to that 5th pick and you're like, oh crap. There's no Puck, there's no Bat, there's no Queen of Pain. What do we pick S4? DK, guys? Yeah.
Well, it was some good shit, but it was for Complexity. So to break it down further, we're back to Shiva in the panel.
Thank you very much indeed. And when you play against the Lions, you do not ban Nature's Prophet because you can counter it. And Complexity definitely countered that Nature's Prophet. And not only that, they countered all of Alliance. It felt like Complexity, after surviving the early stages, they did
what a
really
rough
well.
early stage
It was a really
yeah.
rough early stages.
Ooh.
That is definitely true. Let's start from the beginning. Why were the early stages so rough for Complexity?
I think we talked about it during the game, but just the fact that the 1v1 matchup, the more I think about it, I was talking to Will before we came back, and I was questioning the fact of putting the Juggernaut in the off lane, but if you put Bulldog in a 1v1 against Swindle, you kind of have to assume that Bulldog's probably going to win that lane, right? He's a very experienced 1v1 player. They were talking about sometimes how Swindle doesn't necessarily do very well in his lane, and I think in that kind of matchup, as Gods was saying, they did run out of options, but if you give Bulldog the best start possible, I think it also puts you in a position where Alliance could technically just take the game as long as they wanted because of the Fury, and it just ends up that the Sven became a little bit too much for them. Chessie had a great game on his Invoker, and on the back of that, Complexity were able to steamroll.
What was the story of the game for you, Blitz?
Probably just Chessie's Invoker went absolutely insane. Something I talked to Gods about at length is, I think for you to win a major, you need to have a star player. Like, you just need at least minimum 2. And for Complexity, Z-Freak has stepped up throughout this entire tournament so far, in my opinion. But finally, Chessie, you know, when he first got into Dota, he had those like star-turning performances. Then, you know, his injury, and he's been trying to get back into things. But this was the first game that I've seen him play where I was just like, that is the Chessie that I expected to see when I first saw him get into Dota. He's been missing that for a little bit, but when his team needed it the most, he turns up big.
Cap, what about you?
I completely agree. I feel that that Chelsea's performance is definitely one of the outliers here. He was insanely good. But I would also go back to the fact that Complexity, it kind of got them in a bad position in the first place. That bottom lane fight where they lost like 7 people in a row or something insane. It was like Complexity was like, teamwork, go, let's work together. And it was just instead chain feeding, right? But at the same time, like they didn't actually give up past that. And they still managed to have some really good engagements. Part of the problem was that they got really greedy. They went for more. Like they got EGM and then they were like, oh, we got this vacuum wall combination, but Loda in the background, like they're talking about how like Chessie was going ham there, but Loda in the background just had free reign to right-click people.
This is, I believe, the fight you're talking about. Loda is just running around hitting people.
Something absolutely huge too in this best of 3 is that they gave Alliance once again the Chen, and they gave the Bulldog Nature's Prophet for just the second time in this tournament. And if you look at the draft, you'll say, what is Complexity doing? Like you're giving them comfort hero after comfort hero, but it's so big for A, the draft going into game 3, and B, your mentality that you can beat these heroes convincingly. It just opens up a lot of options for Complexity overall.
Yeah, one thing that I noticed, I mean, obviously Complexity is on their side here this game again, and it really made a difference, the fact that they could take Roshan multiple times in a row. Do you feel like Alliance should maybe prioritize that if they have the chance, because we don't know if they do? Because they've prioritized first pick in the first 2 games here.
I think that Alliance are one of those teams who kind of play their own game. A lot of teams in Shanghai have been prioritizing going for Roshan, but I think Alliance are at home when they just pick the heroes that they know that they're comfortable with, which again, as Will was saying, is just an ode to the fact that Complexity played a phenomenal game. And anybody, if you asked me if they gave Alliance Chen and Furion in the first 2, if they were going to win, I would be like, probably not. And Complexity still somehow, some way just managed to eke through. So I don't know, man. This has got to be a little bit of a hit for Alliance, because this is probably some of the most notable heroes that they have. Even EGM on the Rubik, maybe not the hero that could do the most in the endgame team fights, and I think that was also something that Alliance suffered from when they were referring to Alliance not having any options left. But the guys played Rubik probably more than most of the other competitive players in the scene in general, so they got to be feeling a little bit shaken right now.
Yeah, we did have the Dragon Knight for S4, of course, and all his other heroes, most of them, were removed. That would be the one that I would be looking towards, maybe picking S4's hero earlier in the draft next time?
I think it was
instead of the Rubik.
Yeah.
I think they should have picked up. The last ban was Puck?
No, Puck was like 3rd or 4th ban.
Last ban was Death Prophet.
DP, yeah.
Death Prophet. Yeah, I think that's a pretty acceptable mid at that point in time. I think it's decent versus Fen, just because it's Sulfite Siphon. I don't know. It's maybe a little bit questionable, but you know, watching back through that replay though, it made me think of it kind of clicked for me what Complexity reminded me of. One person we haven't talked about is Swindemullins, and his performance on the Darkseid was really good.
Yeah.
Like he had some really standout vacuums with the wall combinations, but it wasn't just the vacuums that he got, it was the coordination that the team got around those vacuums. And I realized what it reminded me of. It's Virtus Pro when they have Vengeful Spirit. They are the best team to coordinate around Vengeful Spirit swaps. And for me, I was like, these beautiful vacuum combinations, it's like, that's what it is. That Complexity actually have the same kind of team fight coordination when it comes to that.
Yeah,
yes, Blitz.
Sorry, I was about to sneeze, so I
was wondering what you're like.
Somebody told me if you stare into a light,
you will sneeze, or
you won't
you
sneeze.
will have more chances to sneeze.
You can like tilt your
I
head
thought it was
back
the other way around.
The light, and then you
sneeze. No. The trick, take the finger, put it hard up against the nose.
And then you
there
don't
is a nerve
sneeze.
right there.
I stared at that light and it for like way too long. And so I was
just staring into a light.
I'm literally
the whole
still
time?
seeing spots. Yeah, I was staring into the light for like 20 seconds, not trying to sneeze, and now I'm blind.
You also have to breathe
This
in
is
while
why I
you
have
look
to
at
take
the
care
light.
of him.
Oh god, this hurts.
Finger under your nose.
Heroes aside, all heroes aside, like, I don't even care about the heroes. I know this tournament, drama, a lot of production issues, etc. Everybody doesn't want to focus on the games, but this major, for me personally, like for as long as I've been involved in Dota and working events, when it comes to storylines, the actual tournament play is by far the most hype for me. Like the teams that are left over are teams. There's the mix of the great teams, the underdog stories in Complexity and MVP and Fnatic. You've got a lot of the tournament favorites already knocked out, which adds to the hype. You've got a team like Liquid, who not a lot of people predicted to be in the top 3. And on top of that, the games, you can just feel how desperate people are to win these games. Like, you can see how badly Complexity wanted just to at least get it to that third game. I've never quite seen a major like this. Like, it just feels like every single game is just being like clawed out to the end. Even the games that are 100% won, teams are just like, no, we refuse to accept this result. Like, we're gonna play on until like the bitter end. And I'm just loving it right now. Like, the fact that Complexity of all teams, after they lost Moon and Fly, everybody was like, this team is like done for. They're not even going to be top 2 in NA. And all of a sudden now they're 1 game away from knocking out who I thought was going to be the tournament favorite. That's absurd.
Yeah, some of the lesser regions really being able to step up here. You have Complexity, you have MVP, and Fnatic. Like, those are all 3 big underdog stories from 3 different regions. But we also talked about it before, right? The different playstyles that are coming into all of this. The playstyles that each team is able to adapt. And it's not just like one team standing out as like, bowling through everybody. Normally it's a meta that's adapted by like one team that they've mastered and everybody else has to try and adjust to that. Here you're seeing like every team have their own play style and really being able to stick to it.
Yeah, I think the coolest part by far too is when you look at a team like Complexity and you compare them in terms of individual skill against a team like Alliance, you'll almost always take every single one of Alliance's players, right? But Complexity are proving, I think, to just like even the amateur teams, like, it doesn't matter when you started, it doesn't matter who you're playing against, as long as you work really hard, it doesn't matter what your individual skill is, having 8K players, as long as you work really hard and you can unite under like one voice, like Swindle, that you can do this. And I think that MVP is proving the same thing. Like, that was kind of a fractured team. They didn't even make it to the last major. And look at them now.
What creates a meta, a major such as this in terms of storylines? Is it the patch, right timing of the patch, and when it all comes together and when everybody is still half figuring it out, half knowing what's going on, but still new paths to be taken?
I think that's a big part of it. I think the longer a patch is out, the more tendency teams are going to have to gravitate towards one style that they find is dominant. Like Will was saying earlier, that teams are kind of doing their own thing. And I do feel like a patch is very seldom figured out fully. You know, like TI3 would probably be one of the only examples where obviously Alliance were just unbelievably dominant, right? But I don't think we're going to ever see a patch like that again. It's just so hard because the level of teams also rises. So I think it has something to do with the level of competition is much closer than it ever has been, especially with the introduction of the majors, because it's a more consistent basis on where teams can prove that they are the best in the world. And also because of things like roster locks, makes the teams more stable. That leads to teams developing their own styles, and then once they come onto LAN, they can decide, I'm going to start to conform. And like Cap was saying, no team is crushing. It's kind of just like everyone's taking games off of each other, and that means that they're going to be more confident in their own style. Because if one team's just destroying, then it's like, oh, well, what they're doing is probably good. Let's just do that. But that's not the case.
Blitz, are you ready to see if your little speech in the game before this game made a difference?
Wait, what?
On MVP vote?
Oh. Okay, here's who I think should have won it.
Okay, go.
For once, the core should have gotten it. I think Chessie deserves it.
Yeah.
Let's see. We have the results of the MVP. Yes, there you go. Not by as much as S4 won the previous one, though. S4 previous one at like 64%. So Limp got a lot of love in this one as well on his Sven.
I think that's the runner-up should have been switched. But Chessie went insane in this game. The sun strikes, the combos. I've never seen Ake been shut out like so hard by one player before.
It's just that feeling when you get Yules, and then you might as well just take your hands off the keyboard. You're like, all right, I'm done. I'm just dead. 100%. It's kind of a bad feeling, but going into the next game.
Yeah, your Alliance, you just got beaten at a game where, you had your Chen, you had your Nature's Prophet, you couldn't do it. What are you going to change? How are you going to focus?
I really feel like the Nature's Prophets that we've been seeing, they always have trouble against Sven. Like every single game that I see Sven, I see Nature's Prophet struggle. I think the only exception was the series before this.
The secret EG
Yeah,
game?
that was like the only series where I actually saw Nature's Prophet be successful in that particular. I don't know the exact stats, but I really feel like a hero who has that kind of natural durability, you get the war cry, you have good deep push, you have initiation potential because you can buy blink, and you transition into late game, is just ridiculously good against that hero. I don't know, maybe Alliance second phase ban it, maybe they don't. Maybe they don't pick Juggernaut third. I think that was also something that was a little bit weird, but who knows.
And we had Ursa and Brood banned out in the second phase for Alliance this time. Which one of the two would you leave in? Instead of
I think
Sven?
you can leave in. I think you can leave in Brood actually. I think it's manageable.
Okay.
With the way that people are picking like Complexity, they want to play heroes like Darkseer, they want to play Sven and things like that, who are obviously naturally good against Brood, and I think that Tidehunter is also a hero that they would go back for. So I think that you can definitely leave it in the pool, because you're going to be playing against counters no matter what.
And one thing Complexity has always been praised for is that they have strategies prepared for every single team. They know what a team's going to do, and they create a strategy just to counter that specific team. And they play it, and they execute it, and it works. Now, if you're Alliance, fairly predictable in terms of heroes. Is this the time where you switch it up, Blitz?
Definitely not. You're just like, you're one game away. No, but the scary thing, though, is I'm trying to get into the head of Alliance. You ever watch Rocky 2? Where after, he fights Apollo Creed and his manager's in the room and he's like, that's a bad fight for you. He's like, I saw you beat that man harder than I've ever seen any man beat before. And, you just kept coming and coming. And that's what Complexity remind me of, honestly, is game number 1, they were getting dominated, but they just kept running at Alliance. And they're like, we're eventually going to break you. They didn't do it. Game number 2, they give them the Chen Prophet. And they're like, we're going to run at you again. It eventually works. Game number 3, honestly, if I'm Alliance, the number 1 thing that I'm worried about, even more than the picks, is not letting self-doubt or that fear creep into your mind. Because that's what really kills a team, when you start to think, wow, we couldn't win with those 2 heroes. Well, what are we supposed to go to next? Stick with your guns. Stay confident in what brought you this far. Try to just relax and keep things going.
But Alliance is a very experienced team. Don't you feel like they would be able to let go of the second game and just continue to build on their strengths in this case?
For sure, but any team, you're 1 game away from elimination in a match that you weren't even supposed to, it wasn't even supposed to go this far. Most people thought it was going to be 2-0. If you're Alliance, you're a really talented team, you probably thought this was also going to be a 2-0. I just don't think that they expected it to be this kind of fight.
You're going to be regretting it a lot if you don't actually stick to your own guns and play your own playstyle and end up losing game number 3. It's much better to go out the way that you want to go out.
Okay, what do you look forward to seeing in game 3 in that case?
I think the first 4 picks are pretty interesting. I wonder if they're going to go back for the Furion again, and if so, if Complexity then in turn try and pick up the Sven in the 1-2, because I would say that's absolutely a ban in 3-4 area for me.
Drasko, what do you want to see? Because you whispered something. I'm not sure if people at home heard it.
It's just like a thing that I noticed in the past. Like when Alliance have their backs up against the wall, they tend to go for like a Naga Siren or something like that.
Yes.
Just something to make the game really long, put them in their comfort zone. But with the pace that Complexity play, I think it would actually be kind of hard. You have to see the first 3 or 4 picks before you can say, okay, we can pick Naga, or no, we can't pick Naga. And the way that Complexity are also banning, they hard focus S4 last game. So maybe look to secure his hero a bit earlier. Think about maybe getting rid of the Sven if you're going to get your hands on a Furion. Or heck, just pick Fury and Sven if you have the second pick, if it's open to you. Why not?
What would be the safest early mid hero to pick up at this point in time?
For S4.
Puck, maybe?
Yeah.
Puck or Bat, because you're so stable around both those heroes.
Bat's always going to be banned, though.
Yeah, I don't think Bat's going to ever get through again.
Just like Enchantress, we're going to see the same bans again, you reckon? Bat, Enchantress, Bounty Hunter, Tiny?
I mean, they just proved they can beat Chen and Nature's Prophet. I think they're okay with what's happened so far.
Yeah.
Is Alliance going to switch it up, you think?
Ban-wise,
I think dealing with the Invoker would be harder than dealing with the Tiny if they become scared of it after seeing what Complexity did in the second game.
That's just odd, because you banned it, throughout, and then all of a sudden you're like, well, let's try playing against this new tempo. I know we're hyping up Cole a lot, but that's just because it's an underdog story.
It's a good story, yeah.
Alliance is still, make no mistake about it, I still think they're the favorite in this match. I think they've got the veteran experience, like you brought up. They've been to a TI. Once you're at a TI 3 finals, that was maybe the most pressure-packed situation ever, and they found a way to win. And that's what, even Charlie, EG's manager, he says the one thing that distinguishes S4 is that this guy's a winner.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what the circumstances are, what the pressure is, this guy will figure out a way to win. And I think that's going to be what sort of gives Alliance the edge coming into this next match.
Okay, so in the next match, Complexity in the previous game had a rough laning stage. We talked about that already. What do they need to change in order to make it easier for themselves to survive through that laning stage and through the early stages of the game entirely?
I don't know if they need to change that, actually, because it's an interesting thought. Whenever you have a bad laning phase, you think to yourself, okay, we have a bad laning phase, all of a sudden maybe our mid-game plan's not really going to go the way that we want it to. But I think Complexity's strength has always been the mid-game, and it will continue to be that regardless of whether or not they win the laning phase. And they often pick teams that aren't reliant on dominating in the early game. So if they go even, I would say against most teams, that Complexity are probably going to be feeling comfortable anywhere from 15 to 35 minutes. That's their best timing, I feel. And they also pick around that very heavily. So if you can make a situation like last game where Swindle actually had a standout performance, which is, I think, also attributed to Z-Freak and his rotations on the Earth Spirit. I think if you can have that situation happen, it's just a bonus. Like, you don't even need it. It's just something that would be nice.
Okay, Cap, you agree?
Yeah, I think so. I think that going back to complexity, I wonder if they're. I'm not a fan of the way Swindle necessarily runs it, but I wonder if they can't get their hands on the Darkseer again, if they go for a different teamfight hero in the Tidehunter.
Well, so far they've been able to secure IO in the first 2 picks, which basically forced Alliance to ban out more IO combinations. And in that case, they should be able to get the Darkseer if that's going to be the same thing. But are we going to see IO in the first 2 this game again?
Maybe Alliance actually, if they get first or second pick, they decide to pick it up themselves at this point. Because Alliance is a team that originally was known for the IO, if anything.
They were like the IO team.
Yeah, they were
actually
the IO team going into TI3. EGM still plays it quite often.
Yeah.
And just pick very safe lanes, because at that point in time, it probably means you're giving up the Furion, but you know the style that Complexity are going to be running with that Furion, the whole safe lane situation.
Yeah, because I don't think
that was like the
plays
one game. That was was literally the one game that I thought I was like, oh, maybe they're not going to run the safe lane Furion mid gyrocopter, you know. So I think in that case, you do know how they're going to be running that. I think that is a bit of a risk. There's a reason that many other teams are not going to be running a safe lane Furion the same way that Complexity does, right? And I think that if you can just exploit that by running yourself very safe lanes and also have yourself an off-lane hero that will be able to match up against Furion just fine, a hero that's going to be able to farm against it, I think that you can actually secure yourself a small strategic victory in the laning phase at least.
And we're going to find out what is going to happen exactly with those first bans and the first picks, and who has first ban and first pick, because we are in the draft. It is time for the 3rd game. Alliance and Complexity with their backs against the wall, and there's only one team that will be able to continue here in the Shanghai Major, and Alliance once again are going for Bounty Hunter as their first ban, and once again Radiant, once again first pick, once again Complexity on the dire side, and Bed Rider once again banned out.
I like Complexity on Dire Side a lot. I think it's one of those teams that the way that they play tempo is just so favorable to have Roshan in their advantage.
Something I want to bring up too is I think part of the reason why Cole decided to pick the safe lane Nature's Prophet in both the tournament games is because they knew that the teams they were playing against really like NP, and I think they didn't want to waste a ban on it, but it felt a little bit awkward both times I've seen them run it. But I think, especially with the fact that they were able to beat Bulldog's Nature's Prophet, they knew at some point they had to give up something. They're like, okay, well, let's just see what happens. They were able to beat it. I think they're kind of comfortable now giving it up, and maybe that makes Alliance think twice. Maybe they take the IO first for themselves this time around. Or
but yeah, if you give up, if Alliance do choose to say, okay, they go for Darkseer or something different. But
you give up the IO then?
They Complexity did change it up a bit. They leave Enchantress in the pool as well, so both Chen and Enchantress still there.
There are a lot of heroes open in this pool.
Yes.
Yeah,
but they switched it up, so that's good.
We talked about this while we were watching the game, right? We were going back through the draft, and we were talking about how Wisp plus Jungler is kind of an awkward opening. Wisp, Enchantress, Wisp, Chen.
Yeah, for sure. You can do something like Io Furion though.
So what about Beastmaster Enchantress for Complexity?
Beast Enchant is pretty good, but wasn't it Cole that said that they don't like it as a combo? Like they're like never again or something like that? Swindle is making some meme about it. He was joking. But IO plus... I'm a fan of IO Beastmaster, IO Enchantress openings, because you know that Alliance will take the other then. But there's so many heroes that Alliance have to choose from. They have Nature's Prophet, they have Chen, Enchantress.
With the Darkseer picked up, hero.
Yeah. That's true.
I'd like to see them pick up the Enchantress actually over the Chen. Throw it a bit of a curveball. I know that Ake is more known for his Chen, but with the way that they were able to go late game with the Enchantress last time, and then Ake was able to have a really big late game impact, I think that's a nice way to change this dynamic against Complexity.
You know what a fun pattern is too? Is I almost was certain that they weren't going to take the Nature's Prophet, because I think in some ways they'll pick it just to intimidate teams, but you notice that in the third game they're just like, no.
Yeah. Once that intimidation factor
like
isn't there.
Cole is like, okay, pick it, go for it. And Alliance is like, no, there are better teamfight heroes that we can pick.
And that goes back to our original storyline about this match where you can't be scared against Alliance.
At some point you have to let something through. The IO Enchant or IO Beastmaster, then I think Alliance, again, I don't think you should be afraid. Either take the Enchantress or the Chen. Live with it.
Would you ban out the other one?
I mean, if you take one, then...
No, I don't think Complexity would pick Chen IO.
Yeah. Oh, they actually go the opposite direction.
Yeah, but this is also obviously a counter pick to Chen or Ench if they don't decide to ban it. So maybe they want it as like a safety net to not have to actually spend bans on those heroes.
Witch Doctor's like the best hero against both Wisp and Beastmaster, though.
Yeah.
It's so annoying against Beastmaster players.
And it's really good against the Wisp combinations as well.
Yeah. This is a good counter pick in general.
It also makes it, it's good against Earth Spirit as well, who is still on the pool.
There's the Chessie ban.
I don't think you could let that through.
10 seconds remaining.
Not after what happened last game.
So far Alliance is pretty heavy in on the team fight. Is it time for an Enigma to be spotted in the wild on the side of Complexity?
I think it's a good way to add pressure. Like when you have an IO and a Beastmaster, you obviously want to control tempo, and if Alliance pick up an Enigma with the 2 heroes that they already have, they have very stable lanes. Like Darkseer off lane is very hard to punish with just an IO, depending on what Complexity they go for in terms of the safe lane. They do ban the Sven this game, which means I think that hero is actually just super strong right now with the current style that people are playing. Just a frontline hero that can deal ridiculous damage, initiation, good late game. He pretty much has everything. The only downside is he can be kited in some situations. So I think they've opened themselves up for a really nice draft this game, Alliance.
Wonder what Complexity picked too for the safe lane, just because you are against the Darkseer. It's quite irritating to play against. When you show the IO as well, you know that you're not going to have the most lane presence in your safe lane.
You're leaning towards Gyrocopter at that point, aren't you?
Gyro's
Teamfight hero
okay.
that still works with Wisp. I think it works pretty well with Beastmaster as well. It's just maybe not a hero that you want to pick up right now, since you don't know what Alliance's mid or carry is.
Yeah. Well, if they think that Earth Spirit's a possibility, Juggernaut is much better, I think, this game than he was in the last game. I think Jug against Sven is terrible for Jug.
Yeah, I agree. That's why I thought it was questionable last time.
There are a lot of heroes in the pool still for S4 compared to previous game.
Yeah.
Because Complexity was forced to ban out.
I think he'll probably end up getting something like Puck. It has amazing synergy with Witch Doctor, Darkseer. They're going to take the OD. If they... Actually, they don't have to pick his hero now, like you said, because he has such a wide open pool. The only way they pick it first is if they want to make sure that they get the best position 1 for the situation. I still think Jug is a pretty legit choice. They could also, if they want to go for like just mass tempo control, they could go back for something like a Spec. I think it's alright here. And I don't think that Beastmaster can pressure the lane very hard just having the Witch Doctor there. Ah, the Brewmaster. You know what? I think last game Brew would have been way better. I forgot about that hero. Brew would have been much better, I think, than how DK worked out.
You can also mess with the IO a lot.
Yeah.
And before the OD gets his own BKB, you can do quite a bit against him, but it's kind of like a weird thing. If Complexity get the jump with the Beastmaster onto the Brew, then the OD can just drain all your mana and instantly blow you up with his ulti and get rid of your mana really quickly. But I love this combination. We see it primarily in the NA scene, the OD plus Mirana combination. Really strong laning phase overall. Really good setup as long as you can time it pretty well. It kind of just gets rid of the idea of Shadow Demon as a hero entirely. And you've got an even better hero that can set up.
Poor Shadow Demon, man. That hero needs something. He needs help.
I sort of think he's cool, but awful.
It doesn't help.
Cool, like,
but awful. Yeah.
The hero concept in my brain, when I think about it, I'm like, that's okay.
So now that Typical.
Guys, let's try to Baidu what happened. You wanna watch GIF recipes with me?
I wonder if we have too many
I
air coolers going on.
It's very possible because they take a lot.
Give it to one of the child. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Alliance's turn to pick.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are live for Game 3 here at the Mercedes-Benz Arena. It's an elimination match between Team Complexity and Alliance. The winner, gods, they will move on and they will be facing the boys in blue, Evil Geniuses, who got knocked down earlier today in a very tight match versus Secret. That's a really staunch opponent to face, but first they got to get through each other.
Yeah, Complexity have put up a hell of a fight doing NA DOTA proud, but it's a story of 8 Swedes here. Alliance, the big name team, they've shown some incredible performances throughout the tournament. They've got to do it once more, and, well, they're going to go out or go forward. It's the Bulldog Nature's Prophet, 10th pick, LD. 10th pick Nature's Prophet.
They wanted them to take Profit. If they didn't, they had plenty of time to ban it, so... All right.
Well, it's a Darkseid pick. It's a bit of a bait where it's like Alliance like, oh, we already have our offlaner. Nope, we're doing a support EGM Darkseid.
Well,
EGM going back to his roots. He's going to play that greedy style.
All right, let's see how it works out and if there's any sort of punish coming out. At the same time, although they get the Prophet, there's a Hawk to scout him, the Relocate to punish him. They've got a great mobility ganking hero in the Ember. In theory, Bulldog will have his full repertoire of Prophet skills tested this game.
Yeah. It's a much better offlaner, though, because against the OD Mirana, the plan may have been initially to send someone like the OD towards the safe lane and punish the Darkseid, who doesn't, like, level 1, you can't really escape from that. Or even later on, once you have Surge, you can't escape from the Astral plus Arrow. But as a result, Nature's Prophet, you can use Treants to block the Arrow, you can use it to pull creep waves. It gets a lot harder to deal with. So Limp's going to be mid on the OD, it's going to be Ember in the safe lane. And we're going to see Chessie get tested here. This is going to be a very important game for Chessie to once again perform spectacularly.
Alliance, a confident move here, trying to head up the ramp. A Boar will greet Loda. Hey, buddy. And Loda will back away. Looks like Alliance are going to secure the bottom rune, while Complexity, under cover of an Alliance ward, will be looking to grab the top. You notice there are 2 wards around the runes. Very important to have against Mirana, to be able to see those arrows coming, to see her rotation. So definitely not the normal warding setup, but I think given the matchup, this is a great way to go if you're Alliance.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a big fan of this, and we've seen
Speaking
what
of that
Mirana's gonna
Mirana,
do.
look at the angle Z-Freak's taking.
No. Oh, Korea, it's going around. And it was even Z-Freak even like pings it out like, I can't get this.
And that's important. It's got an Iron Talon. So it's a naked Iron Talon, level 1, Jungle Darkseer, 4-position support. This is the old Alliance coming back.
Can they get the courier on the way back, though? It just delivers S4's bottle, and if they don't send it around, this actually may be a dead courier.
Oh, Z-Freak, this could be huge. He's already taken the arrow. He needs one more auto attack. He's taken the arrow. He needs one more auto attack. He gets it, too, off to a hot start here. It did manage to deliver its payload. The bottle to S4, EGM with the Iron Talent, so not for Complexity.
Yeah, just that. Won't get boots when he can first afford them in the mid lane, but it's still a very manageable lane. He goes for the early Drunken Haze. He's going to look to cause Limp as many issues as possible by spamming this out. The important thing now for S4 is that he's able to secure runes, because otherwise, then he struggles in lane without the ability to just keep on spamming Limp.
So we can see bottom lane. Ake is going to grab Maledicт, goes in on Swindle. Some heavy harassment here, Loda. The level on Desolate, but elsewhere, action on the mid lane as S4's been caught out, almost finished off. The Astral into the arrow. He tries for the Drunken Haze lob. It ain't going to get the job done, so Z-Freak, not only does he grab a courier snipe, but now he secures the mid lane, giving Limp a much-needed first blood. Complexity, having that hot start you'd want against Alliance in a Game 3 decider.
And able to do it around the ward. I'm guessing he was probably on the high ground, because otherwise S4 likely sees that one coming, but... I'm going to change up some settings here, but really nice start here for Complexity. First blood making a big difference here, because Alliance have pretty strong lane setup. The Brewmaster matches up well against OD. Nature's Prophet already getting some CS and a lot decent XP out of the off lane. The safe lane Spectre's doing well. They're trying to punish and zone the Beastmaster. So this Marana needs to be effective considering the Alliance lanes are very strong.
Yeah, in spite of that slight early CS lead, they're still up 1,000 gold. Just shows you how big an early courier kill and a first blood really is.
No, S4's going to get it.
He's going to grab it, and it doesn't look like they'll be able to punish. So S4 grabbing the early point of Drunken Haze. Don't always see this build, but versus an OD, very nice to have a shot to avoid those punishing Arcane Orb attacks. So I like this pickup by S4, and I think it's definitely the way to go in the Brew OD matchup. Meanwhile, top lane, Bulldog, how's he doing so far? Looks like it's okay, but bottom lane, Swindles getting pursued. Okay with the DD rune, but no boots, just slowly limping after his prey. And so yeah, we do see Bulldog getting his levels in the off lane. EGM doing well on the Jungle Darkseer, already level 3 and change, close to 4.
Oh, mid lane, Arrow coming in again.
Oh, they got him again. S4 though evades the first orb. One miss. If he gets the second, maybe he's got a shot. Bottling up, trying to survive, backing away to the tower, has his own bottle charges, not enough. The extra int secures the kill. Z freaking limp on point, while top lane, you can see Bulldog getting hounded back by Chessie and Handskin. No points in Slight yet, so they don't have that easy initiation for a change, but they do manage to get a change anyway on Bulldog. Can he punish? He has a surge available. He's going to turn back towards Handskin, tether up in 3. I think Handskin just tethers out of this one, Gods. It's going to be close, Arrow. EGM also going to drop. Bulldog is TPing in. Oh, he thinks about it. There's the tether out. Handskin straight back to the last ranged creep. Just enough buffer to keep him alive. Chessie will tank one last pot shot from the tower, but a 1,200 gold swing when you're already leading at this stage. Oh, by golly, and now mid again. Astral, they're styling on S4 mid. Another arrow here, another kill. Complexity. Z-Freak, the gift that just keeps on giving. 0, 0, and 4. We already said he was the high-impact player on the Enigma in Game 1 in defeat. He's stepped it up here on the big stage.
I mentioned how he's kind of been the Complexity MVP to get them this far, and boy, is he showing it here against Alliance in the early game on this Mirana. This is like what you want to do as a Mirana in the early game. It doesn't get any better than this, and yeah, a couple times it's with an OD Astral set, but it's the positioning where he's always out of the ward vision, he's in the right position to get those arrows on mid, and he hits a amazing arrow on top lane.
Not sure what's happened here, but Chessie has 2 boots right now, so I think might have been a panic buy. But he is chasing top lane. The arrow's coming in. This time it will be a miss. Yeah, so Complexity.
You missed some.
I think very exuberant, very excited here.
Yeah.
Maybe just panicked in the moment, bought the boots thinking he was perhaps going to die, but that will slow down his next item. So that's good news for Alliance, I suppose.
Yeah,
a little too early to be BMing if you're Complexity.
Yeah, the
game's double boots.
Z-Freak swooping in towards mid again, but again, this is being scouted out by Radiant Vision. This should not be effective.
The thing is, they have the ward, but if you Astral Arrow correctly, how do you actually dodge that as S4? Like, he knows it's coming, but it's going to hit if he's on the mark and times it right.
Yeah, they're trying to actually go onto Z-Freak here. He'll be forced to leap away.
Oh, space created. 3 heroes trying to chase down this support Mirana. At the same time, Lota farming exceptionally well here in the bottom lane for Alliance. 35 and 13. Swindle struggling a bit to get his levels. So this is not coming without a cost elsewhere on the map, and we all know just how fearsome a Spectre with early farm can be.
And when you're against like a jungler, be it like an Enigma, or in this case it's just a straight up Darkseer with Iron Talon, you need to be kind of getting an advantage out of the lanes when you're running a roaming hero. So Beastmaster not getting a huge amount in the off lane. Overall, it's still like very doable for Alliance, despite the kill score looking kind of grim.
2,000 gold lead, but only a 500 experience lead as S4.
By the way, look at his mid lane, just shared tangos. This is actually like a bait for the Astral Arrow combo, I almost feel like. Here, want some tangos, S4? Come and get him.
Bottom lane, making a move here onto Lota. They want to catch out the Spectre. The chain's coming through. He tries to dagger. He won't make it out. Z-Freak again finishing the job. I mean, almost kill stealing at this point. Gets him with the arrow there. But another kill, 6-0.
6-minute Arcane Boots on Miranda. He saw Fear play Miranda earlier today, and he's just like, Swindle, dude, everyone's talking about how good Fear's Miranda is. Let me see if I can do better. And
he might even go for Ake. Sometimes you're just on fire, and Z-Freak is feeling it right now.
This is such a good position to be in.
He just had vision on him, and they haven't seen him sneak in here. Teleport is coming from the Spectre. They're going to get eyes on him, and now they make the move onto Swindle, but creeps are in the way. Oh, the range creep's going to block it. Unfortunate. Swindles may go down here, and it looks like Z-Freak won't really be able to save him, even popping the salve. But Chessie arrives, gets the chains out, and it hits both heroes, even with creeps there. It's a double for Chessie. Complexity, more and more momentum in the bottom lane. The Spirit's pounding into Lota. Will force him away.
Another arrow available. EGM,
It's going to be a longer shot, and
he's going
just off the mark. Okay. So we see an abandoned middle lane, meanwhile. At Limp's just like, hey, where'd everybody go? Farming the creep wave. S4 is taken over top, does have the brew split ready.
And they have such good sustain with this push. Chessie used up all his mana, gets tethered, and the Arcane Boots gets the double Arcanes to heal him back up. Does get forced to Remnant out defensively, but Alliance having to commit a lot of heroes down bottom.
And they are getting closer and closer to that relocate for Hanskin. A lot of early movement, but he's done a pretty good job of keeping up his levels. We'll see Swindles now that they've had the pressure bottom applied. He's going to back off to the jungle with the completed Iron Talon, so wants to get his Roar online, grab his level 6. But if you're Alliance, you have to be reeling on some level. I mean, it's one thing to give up a lot of kills early, but the way they've given them up, and to something like a Mirana arrow, how do you recover, Gods? What's the game plan here?
They've got 2 good global ultis to help get them kills, and then Spectre Haunt with the Nature's Prophet, and they're going to go for it now.
They're going to use it now, moving on to Limp. The OD does have an Astral ready, though. Hanskin pretty far back, tethering to break the trees. They can't make their way into this.
Yeah,
and they have blown the Prophet ult, but no kill.
They've got to find a way to get S4 in with a clap and a Primal Split, and I think that means EGM has to come. So they're going to have to get kills, to turn this one around, they have to commit a lot of heroes. It's like a Surge Brewmaster going in with a Spectre Haunt follow-up. Now the Spectre Haunt's on cooldown, so maybe they try to do it with the Surge Brewmaster and a Nature's Prophet, but Alliance can't just play. They need to kind of meet Complexity's pace now.
Keep your eyes on Z-Freak. Now it's top he heads to, and this time he's hunting bigger prey. The carry,
is just
the
always
Spectre.
there, scouting for him, giving him vision.
You can see they've got a ward, but again, this ward doesn't really scout the Mirana's movement.
Yeah, they planted it when Mirana was just camping at the Ancients, firing arrows at mid, but at this point, Mirana has other ideas.
It's just one of those tenuous things where sometimes the ward will see every movement, sometimes it just doesn't catch any of them. And right now Z-Freak is undetected, but the Alliance trying to stick together as much as possible. They're even going to bring S4 top. Looks like they may want to mount an offensive, or at the very least maintain a disciplined type ball. But this gives Chessie a free tower bottom. Alliance not even going to defend that.
The Hawk sees both these heroes coming top lane, so Swindles should not be going down here. They'll back off. Alliance are grouping up for a smoke play, it looks like. Witch Doctor TPing in, and
it's a deep smoke. S4 no blink. They do have the Surge, as you mentioned, to maybe start this off. Haunt's still cooling down for 30.
It seems like a readable, but also at the same time, Swindle sends out the Hawk, sees no one behind.
This mid lane, let's see if they get a good initiation off. If they head to the south, they might just be able to live. Smoke's going to break. There's the Surge, but the Witch Doctor slightly body blocking. Out comes the Cask. Oh, and the Brew Split applied as well. So they'll get the Limp kill, but they really would like to get more for this. Cyclone onto the Ember Spirit. Chessie going to lose his Flame Guard right away. He's fairly squishy with this. Hanskin there, tries to keep him alive. The Remnant out. Hanskin now taking a lot of damage. Chessie low, a next Boulder Toss coming through. They're going to hunt forward. There's the Ember Spirit Sleight of Fist. They bring down Hanskin. Alliance turning this one back around, but a nice Remnant juke up to the high ground. Chessie try to survive. Now down to the low ground. Now you see me, now you don't. And he will make it out. Alliance using their flurry of ultimates, though, and do grab a couple of very important kills.
And just what they need to do, meet Complexity's pace. And you've got an Ember Spirit who goes for treads. This is not your typical Ember build where you normally see the boots of travel. He wants to play fast pace. He wants to use the extra stats and attack speeds he gets from this to keep on fighting, taking the game to Alliance, and Alliance say, enough is enough. Let's go and meet them. We've got Brewmaster Ultimate. We can actually deal with the Ember Spirit through the Cyclone Dispel, getting rid of the Flame Guard, and Alliance find themselves a good exchange in the mid lane. Unfortunately, they didn't quite have a big enough advantage to go for the tier 1 tower afterwards, but it's still very much needed kills for them. Now it's Complexity's window, though. 3 big ultimates, Brewmasters, Spectres, and Nature's Prophet, all on cooldown.
Yeah, 1 minute until the Spectre ult, 15 seconds until the Prophet, and another minute for S4. So they've got about 60 seconds to take advantage of the key teamfight ults being down. We'll also see Z-Freak roaming around on the bottom side of the map. Looks like Lota and Ake want to try and lock him down. They're going to bring in the Prophet. He's already committed a leap. Oh, this looks to be the death of Z-Freak. No way out of the Sprout. He's going to turn. He throws out the arrow on Bulldog, but it's simply not enough. Down he goes. So they sacrifice Mirana, but they did get the mid tower, and it went to Chessie with the last hit. So probably their most important late game hero after the OD, getting some nice gold.
Yeah, Mirana just trying to go on a warding mission, but I think even the ward being planted kind of known to Alliance, who should be able to de-ward that jungle spot. Overall, that's like in some ways, scout out a deep ward while you have none of your ultimates. That's a good exchange for Alliance, even though they lose their tier 1 mid.
Chessie feeling very confident, just marching up the ramp. And, you know, that is something that you have to look at this draft and say, Gods, is that Complexity's Ember Spirit, there's really very little catch for him this game. What do they really have? A boulder toss? A cask?
He can have
free reign here.
Yeah, they can shut down his aggression as far as taking away the flame guard and not allowing him just to run in. But as far as when you go towards the mid game and he can play that split push style, there's no real way to fight him. And that's where Bulldog's actually rushing an Orchid this game. This is not your typical Bulldog Nature's Prophet build. This is not a build he'd normally like to go for, but it's a necessity because of Ember Spirit.
And that's where having the IO in the correct position or scouting those ganks will be very important for Complexity. So Alliance, they're going to farm up some Ancients here. We see Aki and Bulldog tag teaming them. S4 hanging back. Still trying to get that Blink Dagger, but you can just see how scared Alliance are. They're not playing their normal brand of Dota, where they're very focused on farming efficiently and spreading the map, but they are smoking instead.
Ulti's back up. They want to take another fight.
They've got earned charges on Loda. Does have the level 2 Desolate available now. A lot of damage to come out from him. But
Look
how
at
do
these
they,
Hawks,
how
both
do they
positioned
initiate?
on either side. Swindles is just like, he wants to see and know everything.
It's a surge for S4. I guess that's the only way. They run him in, but already they have banished one. Limp, arrow coming through. It's going to connect it. It hits Ake as he's looking to back up Loda. Then the reinforcements arrive. Handskin, though, getting sideswiped by Bulldog, and they're going to combine to look to bring down this IO. Handskin will fall, and now the Ember Spirit of Chessie simply has to run. The Brewmaster ult deployed. He goes back up to the high ground. Limp starting to hit harder and harder, though. 15 stolen in. They need to control this OD, or he can turn the fight. One more boulder toss, locking him in position. EGM with the level 1 back. Another arrow. It's another connection. This one on S4. S4's going to drop, and now OD with the ult ready to rock and rumble. Might be turning it, but the cask bouncing everywhere. Could be enough to save the day. Ake going for the TP out. They get vision. They're going to prevent it there with the Astral. Looks like Ake down. The rest of Alliance will make it out. But they expended all their big ultimates, and when the dust settles, you can't really call that a win.
Yeah, Alliance need to, well, they need to win fights when they use all their ultimates, and they lose that one, and now their ulti's on cooldown, so this will transition Complexity into the tier 1 tower, and even after this tier 1 tower, they can look to maintain their aggression until the Spectre Haunt, the Brewmaster split is back up, and Complexity are doing so well now. Even the fact, not just, even when Brewmaster split comes back up, you're still looking at a level 1 Primal split, and you're kind of reaching that 15-20 minute stage of the game where level 1 split isn't really all that potent. You really need to be hitting level 11 on S4, not to mention his Blink Dagger timing really going to be very late.
They also just have a lot of disengage. You've got the Astral Imprisonment, the Remnant out, the Leap Away, the Tether, and just move speed save, potentially the Relocate. So Brewmaster splits, if you really don't like the fight, most of Complexity can just run.
Yeah. Alliance will be working towards mech on EGM, which is going to help a lot against when they take those fights around their ultimates. I feel like a mech in that last
S4 is
fight
being
makes a
hunted
big
here in the top lane. There's an Astral to start. The creep wave being drawn by the board. Aki's going to tank it. Takes one for his friend Gustav. And now Z-Freak holding the leap is going to back away. But this forces the rotation. Even Loda having to come to these fights. Limp, Hanskin, and Z-Freak, they'll all back off. And while they're doing that, Chessie's taking advantage of an opened up map. He moves into the Radiant jungle. Can see also Swindles farming towards the Necro Book. I think more than anything, what worries me for Alliance is they're just not farming as much as you normally would like to see.
I think they're going to, when they hit Bulldog's Orchid, they need to find big pickoffs on Ember Spirit mostly. I mean, really, anyway, Ember Spirit OD, it doesn't matter too much, but they need to play this pickoff game. They need to go for the kills. They need to just go for this less kind of teamfight-oriented play, even though they've got the big ultis. Like, they've got the Global Spectre Haunt, the Nature's Prophet, Wrath of Nature, they've got the Brewmaster split. They're just not matching up in terms of raw items, so they've got to kind of go for pickoffs instead, which unfortunately for Alliance isn't really what they planned on doing.
Well, a crucial item now, S4. He's at long glass, got the Blink Dagger. It's not really the timing you'd want, especially when he rushed it, but
they know
he does have it.
They scouted with the arrow.
Hunting him out. Top lane. There's the Drunken Haze to start. S4 thinking about a move in, but they're going to pop the Mirana ult. I think expecting he had a little more backup.
S4's kind of baiting it.
Than he actually did, but now the backup arrives. They're going to Ion Shell S4. They surge him. They say, go, go, buddy. But S4 a bit hesitant. Remember, Spectre and Prophet can both be here at any moment, so it is effectively 5 Alliance heroes making a move on this
Watch
top
out
lane.
for like a raw relocated bottom lane. Something Swindles has to be very cautious of.
Or Loda.
Loda, yes. Loda needs to really respect the ability for this relocate just to get a quick pick off on him, but Necrobook already being used, so Swindle's missing a bit of his necessary DPS.
Oh,
Relocate elsewhere, though.
Biding his time and looking for the arrow
gone
from
on
the rear.
Bulldog.
He's going to cancel the Ake TP here. Direct hit. Does EGM stop to try and turn this? Well, elsewhere, there's a huge fight brewing with Chessie and Hanskin relocating in and getting punished for it. Oh, they thought they had a freebie, but that's not the case. Now Ake, after getting arrow, just walks away top lane. Bit of miscommunication there, it felt like, from Complexity, and just not expecting that quick Alliance response.
Yeah, they relocated on Bulldog. Ember kind of found Bulldog, then they relocated in, but he got a great Sprout block off, and they couldn't quite latch onto him. It wasn't like a clean Searing Chains and initiation into relocate. He stayed alive, but it wasn't even that he stayed alive, it was that he just didn't get caught at all.
Oh, Swindle's caught out bottom. Is he going to make an on-time close call on the TP, but does live to tell the tale.
Really important couple of kills for Alliance. That gets them that jump to the next few items. Bulldog now more or less has his Orchid. He just needs 150 gold, and Alliance going to be very happy about that. S4 also about to hit level 11 on Brew.
And remember, Alliance are the ones running the Iron Talon 4-position Darkseer, so EGM is effectively a 4th core for the squad. It's only really Ake playing that hard support role. And now you can see EGM completing the mech. Arcane Boots also up. Big items are coming, but here's the TP. Looks like they want to punish. Ember Spirit off into the trees. They really want S4!
Oh, no!
S4!
And Chessie went for S4. Like, he could have gone on Witch Doctor, but he's like, this is the bigger kill. I'm going to ignore
that was
the Witch
at
Doctor.
the buzzer. At the buzzer, S4 makes it out. He did the math. And the math was very slightly favorable. By just the narrowest of margins, he will survive. Crucial escape there. It's also giving Loda time. In the midst of it all, Loda has quietly become Alliance's most farmed hero. 2-1-4, 97 CS, very impressive given the circumstances, and he's up to 2,500 gold.
Yeah, Loda's played a very polished game. Not getting caught out, just farming wherever there's space to farm. Always getting involved when Alliance have needed it as well. When they fought around the ultimates, he's always been there, hasn't overextended, and has put himself in a great position to still get a Radiance at a very respectable time.
Yeah, and it might turn into a bit of a farm war here with Chessie. He had saved up to 4,200 gold on the Ember Spirit, but he drops all it now and has essentially the completed Battle Fury ready to go. Just needs a little more for the Void Stone.
We'll have to worry about the Bulldog Orchid, though, which is online, so...
Do you think he was debating going like a Manta or a Linkage first, or...?
Probably some consideration. It's like, we've got damage coming out from OD with the Beastmaster Aura, like... how important is just staying alive versus... But I think he realized this game is going to slow down and they may have to scale well, so the Battle Fury is going to help him farm better, and ultimately, you can still fight around this, you just have to play a lot safer and rely on the Wisp to save you.
That's for a little preemptive there on the clap. They did scout the smoke with their Observer Ward over near the Ancients.
Swindle King.
And you can see Limp trying to break it, but apparently they didn't realize it would come all the way to the bottom lane, so they're going to use the Moonlight Shadow. Look to get Swindle out. It's not happening. And elsewhere, Bulldogs looking for Limp. He almost gets eyes on him. They're going to ping him out. Can they move forward? Haunt's already committed. Prophet TP on cooldown. So they don't get the prized OD, but they will again strike on a core hero, bringing down the Beastmaster Alliance. Showing great poise under pressure. I mean, that start, a lot of teams would have just crumbled.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of
right
look at
back
that
in
like, oh, Complexity cut their losses just to lose one, but realistically, they're not getting anything elsewhere on the map. They're not pushing out or split pushing. They're not finding farm in their own jungle. They're just setting up to defend the tower. So it was a kill for Alliance. They transition into Darkseer, TPing top farming the map. Alliance are steadily coming back into this game after a 5k gold deficit. It's almost back to even now. Really strong mid-game play, and this is all before the Radiance. This is Alliance achieving this with a lot of stocked up gold that's not really going to use as far as their fights go. And once that Radiance comes online, it only gets harder for Complexity.
So do you need to have a sense of urgency here if you're Complexity? Is there a certain objective they need to go for soon, or are you okay trading farm? Obviously the deaths are not good, but beyond that.
Not urgency, but you need to have a sense of what Alliance are looking to achieve right now. Even that, I think Complexity looked at this game like, okay, they're trying to farm up Radiance on Loda. We can play greedy, we can split push, but Alliance, they're going to farm up that Radiance by getting kills if Complexity give them openings to do so.
Oh, Complexity. They're going to go for the Roche here. Alliance are so far away. I don't even know if they could stop this if Complexity just went right now.
Yep,
they're just gonna kill off the creeps and go to work.
Call from Swindle.
15 seconds on the Haunt. Prophet ults up.
There's no tier 1 towers for EGM to TP to, so he's very far from this, and they're going to get it.
Oh, Gutsy call under pressure. Complexity with the DD root on Chessie. The OD orb smacking down Roche. We'll grab the Aegis here. They needed that injection. Yep. It was feeling like Alliance are on a huge climb back, but now we'll have to see what Complexity looks to do with this Aegis.
And Chessie having an Aegis means he can just play a lot more aggressive in these fights, and while he can die to the Orchid, he'll have that second life, and if they have to commit the Orchid as well as follow-up damage to kill off Chessie, on that second life he's going to be untouchable and just clean up the fight. So very good position for Complexity to try and fight around this. They're also going to have Mech soon on Handskin, which maybe is an item they want to wait for.
Yeah, at the same moment, EGM is outpacing him dramatically here on the Darkseer, as you'd expect. See a dagger onto Swindles, the blink forward from S4. They're going to commit a Primal Split. They really hate this Brewmaster. Swindles shown no love. Will go down again.
Yeah, similar death to last time, where again, Complexity just being a bit too greedy, trying to get so much farm out of the map. It's not the most costly death because Alliance are so far on their side of the map, they can't transition into towers off of this, but it's just, it feels a bit unnecessary from Swindles.
Yeah, he had the Hawk up in the tree line, so maybe assumed he'd be able to scout any sort of initiation, but was not the case.
And S4 recognizing that he needs to use the split to cancel the TP. If he doesn't split there, EGM's too far away to get off the vacuum to cancel. And I think that's what Swindles is looking at that situation, like, well, what actually cancels my TP? If you see the Witch Doctor on the map, if you see, I don't think he saw the Darkseer, but Darkseer wasn't going to be there. He probably thinks he can just TP away, but Brew commits a Primal Split.
What do you think's coming next here for Alliance? Bulldog, 2,200 gold banked up. EGM just completed the Greaves. Spectre Radiance soon. What's their game plan moving forward?
I'm really curious to see if Bulldog goes for the Aghanim split push build. I feel like he may be... There's a lot of arguments to make going for like a DPS carry type build this game, and even more so because of how much Complexity showed they can deal with split push, and not just last game, but even going back to game 1 on the Lone Druid. It feels like split push, if you look at all the games where teams have had to resort to split push or that's been their strategy, it's been losing. It's not been a winning strategy. Looking at this tournament as a whole, regardless of what teams you look at, so possibly just see him go into like a BKB Maelstrom type build and try and fight head on. I think that may be the way to play this one.
All right, let's see if that is indeed the choice that Bulldog makes. Vlad's coming out now for S4. So may even end up slipping further here in the net worth chart. Already behind EGM, but he's got his key items and levels to be a huge presence in the upcoming team fights. And, well, it is a Blink Dagger. Still no real tell overall.
Yeah, if you wanted to, I feel like if you want to split push, you maybe go for the Ags. But, again, Blink very good against Relocate. Much like last game, the same kind of reasoning behind this item applies.
Well, and over on the side of Complexity, a big item now for Limp. He's going to grab a BKB, so no longer has to worry about the Radiance, the Dispersion damage, the Prophet Ultimate. I mean, if you look at Alliance, it is the vast majority is magic damage at this stage of the game.
Yeah, Spectre Horn Radiance is still, he's not going to be right-clicking all too much, so it's still going to be a period of time where Loda is not able just to go running into a fight with Horn and expect to be invincible. Necrobook actually can be used to punish him. If you just stick it on him, you burn his mana, and if he kills the melee Necro, he's going to take a huge amount of damage from the last will damage, and something Loda only has 1,300 HP against.
I'm wondering if Complexity look for anything more out of this Aegis. They have been farming, relatively uncontested, but Alliance trading effectively. Haven't forced the objectives.
They've smoked up once more. This is before, Chessie, like you say, has the Aegis, but going for a Manta style now, and this is often the follow-up, like when you're against an Orchid. You give a window where they can kill you, but then you go back for the Manta style afterwards.
Still a minute and change here on that Aegis, so unlikely to see the Ember Spirit going down. And in fact, Chessie really pressing the issue against his former teammates. He will get silenced, but he's so far forward. The flank that's coming isn't going to be near him. Instead, they're going to find Z-Freak on the Mirana. Off in the tree line, pops the Moonlight Shatter. But S4, if he can get up the split, would really turn the tide. No, he's out of mana! The uplit! Can he save the day? Limp with the Self-Astral into the Blink, killing off the Pandas, but still the Ember kited, controlled, and dealt with. Another Chains crashing through. Chessie still, he gets down one. Gem hits the deck. S4 wants it, and he wants it bad, but Chessie finishes another. 4 down, Remnant forward, out for blood. S4 frantically retreating just in Chains range, I do believe.
Oh, he
misses it. Oh, it was close. It was almost a team wipe.
5 for 4.
With an Aegis, so a 6 for 4.
Kind of a, yeah, well, no, 4 for 4, really.
Yeah, it's counting the Aegis.
5 including the Aegis.
4 for 4.
The Aegis was about to expire, so you can't even really consider the Ember a kill there. He almost died with the Aegis expiring right before it.
That Arcane Rune, not often an item you think for Ember, like, Arcane Rune, that's the best Ember Rune, but that time the extra sleight of fists, Made all the difference.
Yeah, the extra slider fist, searing chains, the cooldowns more than anything was what allowed Chessie just to go ham that fight and almost able to save the OD there. Every Astral he gets off, he pops on himself. If you hover around that, you're taking the 300 damage. Just bought Ember time to keep on cleaning up. And
well, I guess we have our answer if they're going to use the Aegis. Maybe not the way they were planning to, but
yeah,
it ends up paying off. In good news here for Alliance, though, S4 did recover the gem of EGM and get away. Giving that away to a Beastmaster lineup, absolutely devastating.
Yeah, it really looked like Complexity were going to be able to miraculously turn it around, despite the fight starting off like 1 for 3 against them. And Chessie already completes Manta and has 2.2k gold after that. Suddenly he is just farmed out of his mind.
It feels like he has to overcommit to kill him. How else are you going to bring him down? He can Manta out of the Orchid. They have no Hex. They have no reliable stun.
Speaking of which, Bulldog picks up a Void Stone, so he wants to go straight into a Hex.
I think he has to, honestly.
He's playing like he is the Ember counter, and he is. He's the only way of dealing with this hero right now. They've got no other insta-stuns apart from Vacuum, I guess, but you don't want to Vacuum just to try and initiate into, like, Vacuum into what? Into a cast?
Mid lane. Chessie just toying a bit there, but he takes some bit of a beating from S4.
A big question for Chessie is, like, if he sees the Hex being built, how defensive does he go?
He's using the Moonlight Shadow. He's going deep, but Bulldog blinks into the trees. Is he going to find him? Now he TP's out.
I'm wondering if Chessie, like, goes Linken's when he sees the Hex, or if he's like, well, I may get Hex, but I'm just going to play safe, and I need damage. Because Linken's means he's going to really limit his late-game damage when he's got 3 defensive-ish items, Blink, Manta, as well as Linken's, but it also means he's almost unkillable.
It's kind of a question about the overall game plan. Do they want to just take it late against the Spectre Prophet?
And we're seeing the same build from Swindles, by the way. Going back to game 1, even though they lost that game, one of the probably best kind of parts of the Complexity strategy was this boots of travel onto Hawks, and then...
Well, worth noting for Alliance, they are very light on smokes here. They blew a bunch in a row, currently none available, and the one that they could buy on cooldown for 2 minutes, whereas Complexity... They already have one on their heroes, and they can also purchase one more at the shop. So they have the initiation advantage for now. As Loda is going to get scouted out here. Nature's Prophet TPing into the tree line. They're going to back away, but meanwhile, bottom lane, EGM. TP's out. They were trying to go on him here, but couldn't quite finish him off.
And both teams making very similar plays. Alliance is like, okay, there's a couple heroes up top. Let's try and catch them and punish them. And Complex is like, oh, they're TPing away. Let's try and catch the stragglers and punish them. But very clean Dota from both teams, not giving any openings to one another. And again, we'll see Roshan very fast respawn and very much favoring Complexity. They're the ones with pretty good map control now. The Beastmaster Hawks just controlling the map. There is some good Radiant Observer wards up, and Complexity very likely going to be heading for that Roshan soon.
It feels like that fight could absolutely go either way.
Oh, by the way, LD, another Arcane Rune.
Oh, Chessie, big jump forward, and it's on to Ake. He's just eviscerated. They do Brewmaster Splitting come in, but the BKB's up on Limp. Can he even kill off Hanskin, who jumps down to the low ground, gets banished to safety by Limp, and the wall deployed by EGM here to try and finish off Swindles. Doesn't get off the roar. Limp now, no BKB. He is kind of surrounded here. Loda moving onto him, has the hammer ready. The Io's going to go down, drops it, self-banish, will end up surviving for now.
He dodges the clap.
And Chessie gonna make it out. Both cores out juking Alliance. Can they survive longer? The Moonlight Shadow keeping Limp safe, but now banishing again. Will he blink out again? Doesn't get it off. He'll end up dropping. A 2 for 3 there, it appears. But they lost a critical hero in the OD.
Yeah, the Spectre going down, but I think ultimately Alliance happy with that exchange. They gain decent amount of gold out of that. Huge damage dealt by the Spectre. And one of the interesting stats kind of I saw during the draft is that Complexity are actually 0-4 with the Beastmaster of Swindles. They're yet to get a win with it. It doesn't ever feel like, oh, Beastmaster's been a bad pick for them, but we've seen them struggle to get off roars in a lot of these fights. Another fight where Swindles is kind of the first target. His positioning often with this hero is such that he's getting initiated on rather than being the one initiating these fights. And I've seen so many times in these Beastmaster games where he doesn't get off the roar or he's used it very defensively.
Ready. They want to go bottom. S4's the target. Ake behind, but he's rather far back. Here comes the relocate. No OD, no problem. S4, no ultimate, and no way in hell he gets out of that one.
And that's the gem as well, actually. So
that's big.
Bit of a misplay from S4 getting caught out there on the map, but
yeah, he was way out. I think with the OD dead, was assuming that Complexity would sit back, but not the case.
And it was the Beastmaster just having the boots of travel to be able to get back onto the map incredibly fast.
Well, they can buy another gem in a minute, but the gold impact is still significant either way.
Yep. And you've got Beastmaster who can benefit from so much from having a gem.
And what a time for that kill. Now Roshan's up. Complexity. Just perfect for them.
Yep. They'll secure Aegis. Probably going to Chessie. OD as well, there's Nagin to be said, but OD is building very defensively, and I feel Chessie being able to play aggressive in these fights, he'll drop his bottle, just goes such a long way. Even with the Mant and the Blink in the last fight, he wants to go aggressive, get in there, and then he takes a lot of damage just from the Spectre, the Haunt, the Radiant, so having 2 lives on this hero is just incredible. A lot like one of his brothers, the Storm Spirit. You come back, you have full HP, full mana, and you can just do so much because all your spells have such low cooldown.
So with fresh Aegis now, Chessie going to back off to the woods. He's almost got himself the Daedalus, assuming he wants to complete it. At the same time, Loda closing in on a Manta style here. Just needs the ultimate orb, so... I mean, basically a full item behind Chessie, but it is a Spectre after all.
I just wonder how much, like, Complexity is very much sticking to the exact same thing with this Beastmaster. We see Beastmaster always alone on the bottom. He's pseudo-split pushing, but he's also looking for pickoffs, knowing that Alliance aren't going to send more than 1 or 2 heroes down bottom unless they're trying to gank him, so... He's kind of playing that like Space Creator type role, but at some point this becomes predictable.
They have a Hex now on their Nature's Prophet. Fresh pickup, Chessie.
Oh, Bulldog.
Jumping out, and now they've seen the Hex.
Yeah, they knew, I guess he maybe had on his mind like Bulldog's building it. He saw the Void Stone ultimate orb and gets away.
Wow. It certainly helps to know for sure.
Yep. And Swindane trying to find what he can for his team.
Complexity respect this Alliance team fight though. Even with an Aegis, they don't want to just blindly run at them. They're looking for the clean initiation here. Hawk's giving some forward vision. There's the Daedalus.
Speaking of respect, a lot of respect shown to this Ember. EGM going for a Hex before he even gets a Blink Dagger up. Has an ultimate orb in his hands, but they're really worried about dealing with this Ember.
Oh, Loda's out fairly far here, bottom lane. Swindle's running forward, but they've seen the trail. The dagger, the dagger reveals all.
Dagger. Oh my gosh, what a time for a Spectre Dagger.
Whew. You call Swindle a king. Some call Loda something greater. Defending the tier 2, Limp will go. And Alliance will push out the lanes back out. But it seems, at least until the Aegis is down, they're hesitant to make too many bold moves.
Items coming Complexity's way. Shiver's Guard for the OD. Gonna just help deal with some of the physical damage output. The Treants just give you some more AoE team fight on the side of Complexity. And similarly, Swindles has the money for a Blink Dagger.
Bottom lane. They're trying to catch out Loda. He's a bit away from the herd. Now the relocate coming in. Chessie, chains available, is going to try to catch him, but Loda running back towards the enemy team, tries to turn and fight. Blown up with these. Now Limp pumping the BKB. The wall's been dropped. Spectre with the buyback Haunt. They've got to get something big out of this Haunt turnaround. Brewmaster split also used. Chessie's still in the thick of it all. He's now sprouted up control. They want to ignore the Ember, kill off the backliners, and they are dropping low. Z-Freak with the long range arrow. It's only going to hit the Wind Panda, but now the Brewmaster split ends, and perhaps the turn can begin. They isolate Swindles, going for the TP out, just barely makes it. They have cracked the Aegis. They dagger onto Z-Freak. No, it didn't quite hit him. He's able to Force Staff away. Leap coming soon. He goes for the TP, and Ember Spirit also trying to make it out of there, but Chessie, Hex now, surrounded by Loda, being controlled, silenced and dead. They do get 4. Only a Spectre kill.
What
a huge swing of momentum.
Loda, like, it just looks, when he turns and just runs into those heroes, he's effectively suiciding. He realizes, like, I'm dead here. They're going to catch me out. I have no escape, but we can turn this into a great situation. They roared him. They committed so much for that kill, and when he buys back and haunts in, Complexity have completely overextended in a way, and Alliance punished them for their aggression in the bottom lane.
Normally, you don't really think about the Spectre buyback until the late game. Loda isn't all that farmed for this stage. He hasn't completed the Manta style at this point, but it looks like it's finally coming out after that fight. He got quite a bit of gold. He's still an Ultimate Orb shirt. So he still doesn't even have it. You're not really expecting it, but like you said, great game sets, great decision making here. And now they've got a double Hex, so Ember Spirit, his life gets a lot harder, gods.
Yes, tricky times. We'll have to see. Lincoln's a possibility, but you generally, late game, you don't want to have Lincolns with Manta style. It's one or the other typically. And ideally, late game, you want to have another DPS item, be it the Rapier and MKB, sometimes against heroes with evasion like Brewmaster. So I don't even think he can really slot in a Lincoln Sphere if he wants to scale as a late game core. And Brewmaster is such a good pick this game because even heroes like OD, they're not natural MKB buyers. They don't want to pick this up. I don't think you'll ever really see an OD with an MKB, so Alliance will be able to cause a lot of problems to the Complexity side as we go into the late game.
Well, what was once a pretty modest lead here for Complexity is entirely gone now. A very slight gold advantage for Alliance. Experience there as well, but I guess the bigger question is, since the numbers are so close, Gods, when you look at the drafts, do you see either team pulling away late game?
It's just so hard to say one draft is just going to beat the other because it doesn't come down to any head-on-head engagements. There's such great maneuverability from Complexity, such great vision from the Beastmaster Hawk. You've got the IO Relocate as far as maneuverability goes. You've got the Ember Spirit who's so incredibly mobile, but Alliance, they've got the carries, they've got the farm, they've got the hexes.
They want the Bulldog, he's got a blink, he's quick on it, but Swindle's blinked forward enough that he still gets off the roar. Arrow's going to connect, they relocate for good measure. Well, that's some hate.
I mean, Zefik just reminding people he's in this game. He's the one who gave Complexity the incredible early game and has been very quiet since, but that's the nature of Mirana as a hero. And that's one of the things where I look at this and I want to say Complexity struggle in the late game. Heroes like, I mean, you've got Mirana as well as Io. These heroes both don't have much farm and both, well, Mirana doesn't scale great. Io can just because of like being able to save people in the late game as well as relocate still being great in the late game, but farm-wise, the supports aren't going to offer much, and Complexity are going to have to rely on their ability just to move around the map, be anywhere quickly, have global presence to match Alliance's global presence, as well as just their incredible team fight with the Spectre, Darkseer, the Brewmaster.
Well, things will settle down for a moment. Roshan, at least a minute and a half away from respawning, potentially a couple more. Chessie still working towards that next big item. We'll see what he wants to go for here, but Complexity have purchased another smoke. Could be a big time to use it, but we saw the power of buyback in the last fight. They know Loda won't have it for 3 minutes here, roughly, but the Nature's Prophet could, and even a Hex could make the difference as well. So they're thinking about it, but they're not hugely confident either.
Both teams slowing things down now. This is where buybacks become oh so important. That's where Alliance are actually not going to be making any aggressive smoke plays or trying to take fights. Like a Loda death without buyback is just game over. Well, maybe not game over, but it's pretty catastrophic. Like very likely a lane of racks, and Complexity's vision is actually looking really good right now with 2 deep wards right outside the Radiant base, one kind of protecting the Roche area as well.
It all goes back to the gem. Alliance at this point could buy a new one, but
yeah, they kind of almost need to because of the Moonlight Shadow. Relying purely on sentries and dust is maybe not the best plan when Witch Doctor is as squishy as he is, and that's the only hero right now with detection.
And to your point about the Mirana being quiet, that is the one thing that Z-Freak has been able to bring, but as we say that, EGM realizes it too, and he'll buy a gem of his own.
I mean, Z-Freak he's the one who's kept the map completely warded, and Swindle's raw bot top lane, he's found it with the TP onto the Hawk.
S4, he's got a fresh BKB, not going to be able to use it, he's dead for 70.
That's the play.
Oh, Roshan.
That's the late game play for
not
Complexity.
up for 2, and having seen that BKB, they might suspect he doesn't have buyback.
Chessie pushes out the bottom lane just with one TP Sleight of Fist, and then he's instantly back top. He says that's enough to deter Nature's Prophet. Let's see what else we can do.
Oh, the buyback kings here, as Scat points out. They've had some very stressful back and forth games. Chessie gets to work. He looks for the chains. He's going to blink in.
Oh, he baits the buyback too. Whoa.
Oh, what a play by Chessie.
They're already
the
out. Look how far
insta-smoke.
back they are.
Oh, my goodness.
This team, like, they weren't even, they're almost like playing into the fact, expecting, like, that was kind of what we saw in game 1, and that almost cost them, where they didn't go for it when Alliance didn't have buybacks, but it's because they know it's Alliance. They're always expecting them to have buybacks, and that play there was, he has buyback, let's try and bait it. They bait it, no one else even is nearby, and then they're instantly out.
That's the beauty of Dota. It's one of those moments where nobody dies, no towers are killed, no throne is taken, the game's not over, but in its own weird way, it is a massive play for Complexity.
Yep. And
great decision making.
Really opens up the next Roshan as well, because it gets a lot harder to contest. And Alliance have smoked up early, expecting maybe a Roche play. It's not up for another minute, and
it is actually on the earlier end of the potential Roshans.
S4, if he gets Rawd and died, it's catastrophic. He has to make sure he gets off his BKB.
They have an arrow here. S4's the man in front. He's going to start it off on Swindles. We've seen this before, but a BKB, TP. They instead are going to hex Z-Freak, try to control him. So Limp is left free to do whatever he wants in this fight. He's going to drive EGM back, destroys the Darks here, but it's going to cost them Z-Freak's Mirana. So a lot expended here. Can they get the OD, or will he blink out of time? He's pretty quick to do it, but they cyclone him, control him, drop him down with the Organ. Now the cask, and it just seems Limp has no way out. Surrounded and beaten, he too will fall. And I believe Alliance will manage to recover their gem after all that.
Yeah, nice play from Alliance. They just instantly go in the aggressive.
They've used so much, but Complexity, their turn not to have buybacks. Nothing on the IO, nothing on the Mirana.
Alliance would love this Roshan. It's actually going to respawn while
they'll leave a
Heroes are
Triad
still
in
dead.
there.
Yeah,
They're going to know. But it also means time for Complexity maybe to contest.
The OD has buyback, and you could buyback and then instantly relocate in, so it's a very
they know.
legitimate possibility to contest this.
And Alliance are going for it. There is a buyback on OD, but there
All
is...
gets taken out, but they see this.
That sleight of fist.
They may just buyback OD and relocate in. That's like the kind of call I feel Swindles will make.
He doesn't have his ultimate, though, so he's a little bit less effective here. Does have the BKB, and the Orb still pack a punch.
Io's going for the relocate. He's sitting in the fountain. He's precast the spirits. He's going for this.
They're looking for it. The Roche dropping very slowly. Alliance aren't the best at killing off Roche. Now the chain's coming through. The BKB committed from Chessie. Swindles initiating. He gets up the roar. It's on to Aki. Loda getting hammered down by Limp. He too is buyback. Dead for 100 seconds. Nature's Prophet. Instant buyback as well. But he's going to TP to top. They will not contest this Roche.
Bit of a rush by.
And they get the cheese as well.
Bulldog's thinking, like, if this fight looks okay and Loda doesn't die, his buyback, he can TP in and they win the fight, take Roshan. But what a jump there. What a great call from Complexity. They knew they could relocate the OD in, and that's something the Alliance probably thinking, like, oh, OD's dead for a while. Even if he buys back, he can't get to Roshan. But Io just respawned and never left the fountain, just waiting for that play to happen. And again, the vision comes into play. Complexity see them go into the Roshan pit with the Hawk. Even when the Hawk dies, Chessie's just sitting nearby spamming side of
deep. He wants EGM. The arrow comes through. EGM almost runs back into it, saved by the Triad. And now Chessie, ooh, close call. He's going to jump away. He doesn't even have BKB. The Brewmaster split comes out. They're diving onto Limp. The buybacks have been thoroughly committed here. They need to get something big. Alliance, this has to be a successful fight for them. Swindles has a roar soon. He's got a BKB. Limp has his own BKB. Stalling and waiting and biding their time. There's the tether keeping Swindles alive. The roar's up in 3. He's got a BKB. If they can kill off Loda, this could be the end for Alliance. It's a roar into an arrow. But can they finish him? Crashing through with the OD orbs. They will get the kill. It's a dieback for Loda. Chessie surviving. He's juking away. He's still got a BKB. Complexity. A massive pick there, but it's instantly Bulldog to top. He's ready to go while they're busy trying to chase. He stalls this game out. He won't give up hope yet, but EGM doesn't have that level of mobility. They've lost Dooney too. Complexity so close and moving in. Although Bulldog wants to split push, it's going to be slow going for him. The buyback status is very grim for Alliance. 3 up for Complexity, 0 for the Alliance. And instantly, they start to take out the melee racks faster and faster, hammering away. The Inner Beast helping. Every little bit counts. Complexity coming into this tournament. Swindles said that North America and Southeast Asia would surprise, and so far, we are seeing it. This band of Swedes and Americans doing work against Alliance, bringing down the melee bottom, working on top. They want the world. They're close. Alliance are on their last leg, still waiting 30.
Bulldog
Spectre no buyback. He's not even trying. He's desperate. They're going to pop dust. Chessie just walks in. BKB connects on 2. Roar's there as well. S4 is about to fall. Down goes the Brew. Ake almost finished off. Chessie, no mercy, savaging his former teammates. And with that, Complexity have done the unthinkable. They are officially the dark horse story here of the Shanghai Major, marching towards the fountain, working on the throne. It's all coming down to a massive hold from Alliance, but with Chessie in front, it's going to be tough, and they won't even try. They call the GG. Complexity has done it. They survive, and it will be a showdown with EG that awaits them tomorrow.
Well, there's a time for some vengeance for Complexity, but right now, these guys are ecstatic, jumping up in that booths. They've done the unthinkable, taking the road through the lower bracket, taking out your TI3 champions. They've won over this crowd, LD.
Yeah, the crowd loves a great underdog story. They love this Complexity team, and with the way they played against Alliance, you just have to take your hat off to them. That was some sensational Dota. Alliance played well too, but it just wasn't enough here. Tough way to go out. Very close series in both of their matches. First to Liquid, now to Complexity. Both 2-1. Felt like they could have won every game in both series and just didn't have it in the end.
It's just been a story of underdogs this major. I mean, we've seen like one underdog go well in a tournament. Like you look at CDC at TI. This one, it's been Liquid, it's been MVP, it's been Complexity. You look at this bracket and you're just like, what is going on here?
Oh, the hugs are coming out. Complexity is feeling the energy here in the Mercedes-Benz Arena. We hope you guys at home are too. And with that, to break it down and get ready for our final elimination match of the day, it's back to Shiva in the panel.
Thank you very much, LD and Gods, and what a game, what a series. If anybody had actually predicted this in their compendium, well, hats off, because that was just mind-boggling. An amazing gameplay. First of all, what is going through the mind of Alliance right now?
They have to be at least a little bit shell-shocked. Like right now, this was a major that almost everybody said Alliance, like this was the major for them to win.
Yeah.
If they were going to win any major,
yeah,
right?
it's like this was going to be the major.
Their
Leading up
patch.
to this, they were winning everything. Even in the Liquid games, they looked a little bit shaky, but they crush home. Then they get to this game, they win game 1 semi-convincingly, I'd say. They had a late game draft. Then game 2, it goes wrong. And then game 3, all Cole. I'm really good friends with EGM, as a lot of people know, so I'm just like, but man, Complexity. You just have to tip your hats to them.
They brought their A game. Hugs
The-
being shared around.
The craziness about that game, and I think I said this to Will when the draft was over, they did something completely different.
Yeah.
It was like not what we've seen from them at all, and it seemed to be something that they were insanely comfortable with. We were talking about how the draft in the second phase, they take out the Ench and they take out the Chen. Obviously, Alliance opened their draft with a Witch Doctor and a Darkseer, so they were taking kind of a page out of what Complexity were doing for the better part of the best 3. And then it gets to a point where they open up this OD Mirana that they were not expecting at all, and it destroyed. Like, Z-Freak played like an absolute beast that game.
I love it. I love it so much. The fact that they were able to bring that NASA flavor into this international major and actually win the biggest game that they've had so far. It's such a beautiful story.
There were a lot of people that said that they had the easier bracket, and that's why they got as far as they did. But I think here with playing against Lions, they proved that they absolutely deserve to be top 6. And well, hopefully for them and their fans, they're going to continue on. And against EG, it will be difficult, but I mean, anything can happen at this point. Who knows?
That's
right?
what Swindles wanted all along, right?
Yeah.
He wanted to be able to face EG. He's now going to have his opportunity in an elimination match.
Now, there is an interview with the winner, so let's hear from them.
那你们以2-1的总分击败了很强的 A 队，你现在有什么感受？
So you've just beaten one of the strongest teams, Alliance. How are you feeling?
I mean, it feels really good. I'm a little bit sad that they're out of the tournament. I would like to see them go further. They're definitely a team we have a lot of respect for, but it feels good, of course.
很开心，但是其实有一点点的不开心，因为我觉得他们可以走得更远，然后我们也很尊重他们。
据了解，你们战队的练习制度跟别的欧美队有点不同，因为你们有专用的基地。那么，请问你如何评量你们这样的就是练习制度？
So unlike other Western teams, you actually have a game house. How is it different in your daily life?
It just makes you we talk about Dota every day, all day. It's just more Dota really, and we get closer to each other for sure. We see each other every day. We can get tense at times, but I think it's definitely a benefit for us. It creates bonds, you know.
我们每天几乎都是在聊 DOTA， 然后生活几乎就环绕着这个。其实我觉得对我们来说是一种优势，因为我们会比较团结，虽然有时候会有些意见的不一样。
那你们下一轮的对手可以说是你们的仇敌 EG， 他们在小组赛时打败了你们。那你们明天在主舞台上如何做调整，为他们做准备？
So tomorrow you'll be playing against what could be called your nemesis, EG, since they've beaten you in the group stage. What preparation are you planning to make for them?
I mean, we're gonna do the same prep that we do for every team. but we're probably going to have a look at our old games, and like we probably learned a lesson or two since we played them last. And we have a lot of games to watch, a lot of footage. Like they played a lot of games, so we have some stuff to look for, and yeah, just going to prepare hard as usual.
我们会按照平时对每个队伍的时候做准备，但是他们有打了很多场比赛，然后他们也之前跟我们打过比赛，所以有很多可以看的录像，但是我们会尽努力做准备的。
谢谢 Helen， 谢谢 Hansken。现在我们把画面交给风喜达。
Welcome back, and indeed Hansken, IO player for all 3 games, and we just witnessed him giving the interview, and I was actually really curious because there's Complexity, Team House, MVP Phoenix, Team House as well. Are we going to see more Team House popping up? Because it does help in terms of...
It depends on the team's personality, I think. Some people are, they need their space from time to time, and being in a Team House can be not the greatest for some personalities, but I think for them it's really good because obviously 4 of the members on the team, like 2 are brothers, right?
Yeah.
So I think that helps. So a team
You
like
live
that
with
where you're
them
like,
your whole life?
if you're related to each other, it's
Yeah.
great because, I mean, even if you get into a fight, he's still your brother at the end of the
Yeah.
day. And I think that the leadership role is also very important. Like you need a good mediator on the team to prevent internal conflict. A lot of teams have had that problem in the past. And you just have to make sure that people, first and foremost, get along. And I think the Complexity are that team.
Yeah, Hansken is not one of the brothers, though. He would be the one to get in most problems, I would imagine.
He's a really laid-back guy, though.
Okay.
I think that he's not going to be having any issues whatsoever. But I also want to add the fact that I've talked to some players who have had the opportunity to do a Team House, and I've actually had that conversation with them. Like, why don't you do a Team House? And a lot of them just it's not really for me. I don't really like the idea of actually having a Team House. But I think that it says a lot if you're actually going into a Team House and you're fully invested, right? That is you are living and breathing Dota at that point in time, and I think that says a lot about how hungry you are.
Yeah.
Not that necessarily the teams without Team Houses can't have that, but I think the teams that do fully invest in that, it says everything about them.
You just sacrifice maybe that little bit of extra freedom that you would normally keep otherwise.
You're going outside of your comfort zone
Yes.
for the sake of your career.
If there is, the difference is with MVP is that they had a strong central leader, whereas
Mhm.
we didn't. With MVP, I can already tell you their power structure or whatever that makes them unique to the other teams is when the oldest guy on the team, or one of the oldest guys on the team, Dubu, who looks super young but is one of the oldest,
Yeah.
the Korean culture is kind of just this guy tells you what to do. It doesn't matter if Dubu isn't as high of an individual skill as the rest of the players, you're going to listen to what he says. And I think that helps quite a bit. And now we've seen we've got this guy named Swindles, who everybody kind of laughs at, but he makes these outrageous statements oh, my team is going to show up at this LAN and play. And we see his kind of captainship. He tells me before TI5, he's like, I've got these chants prepared to pump my team up, and he does all these things that nobody else does. And you start to realize wow, it paid off. And I guess what it comes down to is he's a strong leader. MVP has a strong leader. I think that's what it really comes down to.
Okay, now talk to me about Alliance, because obviously they are now out of the tournament. They do get top 8, and they still go home with over $100,000, which is definitely respectable, but not what they were hoping for, not what they were expecting, not what they worked towards. What does the future hold for Alliance?
I think they're a team that still looked really strong into this game, or coming into this tournament, and I think it was just a matter of they didn't get hot at the right time. Whereas a team like Complexity, they're feeling momentum.
Mhm.
This is a team that Group D, they're just shake it off. It was the hard group.
Yep.
And then they just worked their way up, whereas Alliance, there was a lot of pressure on them coming into this tournament. They were expected to be the favorites. I think Complexity was just on their game, and I think Alliance they were probably prepared for it, but it just looked like things were a little bit off. I'd expect them to do a lot better at the next major, but for sure this is going to be a disappointment for them.
And ultimately remember that these majors are a stepping stone into your final goal, which is TI. Just because you lost out on this tournament doesn't necessarily mean that everything's been forsaken.
Everything's
You're
falling
still
apart.
moving forward. You're still focusing on improving for your main goal.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, at the end of the day, Dota is sounds corny, right? But it's a journey.
Yeah.
Right? You have these different iterations of teams. You get back together. Everyone's hyping you up. You feel like you're going into it. And like Will said, that's all the pressure in the world. I think that they've learned from their experiences, though. We talked maybe it was longer than a couple days ago, but just about the fact that they've all had their different experiences on different teams. They come back together. They realize that this is where they want to be. And I don't think that this tournament is going to break that.
Okay, now talking about this is where a team wants to be. Complexity wants to be up against EG. Well, they got their wish. They're going to do that tomorrow, and that's going to be a very exciting match, and it will be on a Saturday, so everybody wake up. No matter what time zone you're in, you're going to watch that one. But I want to hear quick thoughts about that matchup, because we've seen EG, we've seen them do well, maybe not as well as we were expecting them against Secret today. We've seen Complexity, and they did really well. They looked on fire. What do we make of that matchup?
No matter what we can say, I think now safely that we got 2 Tier 1 NA teams, right?
Yes,
I think so.
definitely.
I think that, have we ever been able to say that before?
I don't think so. I think
No.
this is legitimately
Is
the
this
first time.
the first time in the history of Dota?
That depends if you count.
Maybe?
No. What about Cloud9?
Cloud9 wasn't really NA though.
A TF4.
Well, let's be honest. There's 3
At
Swedes
the
on
same time,
Complexity.
you're going to be like, this isn't
Yeah.
really NA. So
I guess.
You can't. It's the same. Like.
It is pretty much like Cloud9.
Yeah.
Isn't it? Okay, but either way, I think the EG Complexity matchup. It's. Yeah, we see the MVP here, Chessie. I don't think there's actually much disputing that. I would say that Z-Freak might be second place for me personally, but
Chessie came up so huge in the latter 2 games.
Mhm.
He's got to be thrilled with this performance.
Yeah, I actually agree with the MVP here, but yeah.
Hey, Complexity beat EG in the starting match in
Yeah.
Group D, and I think that's going to be a pretty big confidence factor. They're riding momentum. Every team you talk to, like for example, OG, they had to start in the lower bracket. Every team said they got hot when it mattered, and they could definitely do it. You've got a team that's incredibly motivated. At this point, Swindles has to be like a god to the rest of his teammates. They willed their way to a win. He could tell them tomorrow that they're going to win the tournament, and I'm almost certain at this point they're going to believe him.
Yeah.
They just beat Alliance. They're just going to say, okay, EG, we beat them once before. The next 2 drafts we picked Chikiro, whatever. We won't do that again. I think they're going to go on with an all-time high in confidence.
Well, you talk a lot about how much a team wants to win.
Yes.
And maybe in terms of tournament win, I mean, EG already won TI. I don't know how much you can measure that in, but I mean, if you're talking about wanting to win, PPD will want to win against Complexity. There's no way he's not going to want to win as like at least the same amount as Swindles, right? I mean, or rather, he will be wanting to win the same amount.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think EG is definitely the favorite. Again, like Alliance was against Cole, but I think EG is going to be incredibly motivated to A, work their way back up, and B, there's some history there, and I know that PPD, at first and foremost, Drama side, he's a competitor, and the rest of his team is too. They want to be the first team to win back-to-back TIs, or 2 TIs in general. I think that it'll be a great match no matter what happens.
Okay, well, with that being said, we are going to prepare for our next matchup. It will be OG taking on Team Fnatic, but before that happens, we will take a short break. So we will be right back with our last lower bracket match of the day.
you